If you were to traverse the world of Naruto, finding yourself a destitute orphan, what would you do? Our protagonist has chosen the most pragmatic path, to earn money and act. By day, he is the listless youth in the ninja academy, indifferent to everything. By night, he is the secretive king of physical prowess, quietly amassing millions in assets. While everyone believes in his facade of self-destruction, he nearly reveals his true self during a classroom inquiry, teetering on the brink of collapse. Can he maintain this life-and-death performance until the very last moment? Chapter 1. A Cataclysmic Beginning. In the village of Konoha, on the second floor of a shop along the commercial street, Nangang Chushu lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his expression one of utter desolation. He had languished at home for 3 days, having scarcely consumed a morsel since his arrival in this world. How can one describe his plight? He had never encountered a transmigrant more unfortunate than himself. There was no reason, no forewarning, no justification for his crossing over. He was merely a recent university graduate, poised to embark on his ambitions and fulfill his dreams. He envisioned ascending to the pinnacle of life, marrying a wealthy beauty, and living the life his foster parents had always desired. Yet, before he could realize his grand plans, he was thrust into this unfamiliar realm. Initially, he thought crossing over was inconsequential. After all, in novels, transmigrators are often bestowed with systems, talents, and extraordinary powers. Surely, he would also rise to the heights of the ninja world, marrying a beautiful heiress and achieving the life his parents had yearned for, right? But alas, 3 days had passed with no sign of a golden finger, no bloodline or inherited techniques, and no initial resources. Not even a single piece of driftwood to cling to. Indeed, the previous occupant of this body was the shop owner, who had tragically perished during a supply run, along with the escorting ninja, leaving behind only a 5-year-old child. His lack of ninja lineage meant he possessed no initial resources, save for a meager sum of money. The shop's merchandise was not particularly lucrative, resulting in a paltry inheritance of merely a few 100,000 ryo, enough to sustain him for a year at best. This scant amount did not even account for the utilities and expenses of running the shop. Nangang Chushu could only curse his current situation with 3 words, which would likely be censored if spoken aloud. I cannot continue to languish in despair. I must survive. I refuse to die. The young Chushu slowly rose from his bed, his body weakened from 3 days of starvation. Perhaps it was a common ailment among those in the ninja world. Even a child like him, who could usually manage some activity after 3 days of idleness, now found it impossible to prepare a proper meal for himself. With no other choice, Chushu opened the refrigerator, retrieving a box of open milk, pouring himself a glass. He then prepared some oatmeal, placing it in the microwave. It is indeed peculiar that, in an era devoid of mobile phones, the ninja world is equipped with both refrigerators and microwaves. It seems that sustenance is deemed more vital than communication. After satisfying his hunger, Chushu descended the stairs, opening the door to observe the bustling street outside. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for where to go or how to gather information. At the tender age of 5, his memories were limited, yielding little in the way of useful insights. All he knew was that nearly 20 years had passed since the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War. Calculating further, he surmised that Minato should be of a similar age. While he was uncertain about the timing of the Second Great Ninja War, he had always admired Minato's character from the series, having researched him extensively. Thus, understanding the timeline and Minato's age would suffice. Minato perished at 24, the same year Naruto was born. So working backward, if children typically begin school at 6, it would be approximately the 30th year of Konoha. This meant that Minato would not commence his studies until next year. Chushu was unsure whether he should enroll in the Ninja Academy, but considering the timeline, the Second Great Ninja War was imminent. While remaining within the village would spare him from the battlefield, he knew that Danzo's route would not overlook any orphan, that if they could be groomed for war, they were deemed valuable. In essence, there were only 2 paths laid before Chushu: to attend school or to face death. He did not believe he possessed the ability to alter the original timeline or to attract the attention of Jiraiya, as Minato had. Thus, he resolved to hone his acting skills, ensuring that, regardless of his latent talents, he would appear utterly devoid of ability at the academy. In truth, this was a performance with life and death stakes, lasting until the eternal slumber of that old scoundrel Danzo. Chushu stepped out of his home and visited his former best friend next door, ostensibly to play for the afternoon, but truly to gather intelligence. The neighboring shop was a toy store run by a charming, mature woman. Due to her husband being a ninja, their eldest son had been sent to the Ninja Academy last year, a year older than Chushu. He inquired if his friend had seen a gentle classmate with yellow hair. The response was negative. Next, he asked about a fiery-tempered girl with red hair, only to receive the same answer. None. A flicker of hope ignited in young Chushu's heart. Though he feigned disappointment as he exited their home, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the shopkeeper's wife invited him to stay for dinner, but Chushu politely declined. With the streets still bustling, he dared not risk Danzo's route snatching up orphans after dark. Upon returning home, Chushu organized his meager cash reserves, quietly calculating the expenses for enrollment. Based on the subsidies and welfare for orphans, he realized he would need only to cover the shop's utility bills. Konoha was relatively benevolent in this regard, allowing children to attend school without the burden of earning money. The only unfortunate aspect was that orphans residing in shops faced a lack of understanding from the system, as children from residential areas were exempt from utility fees. Chushu lowered his gaze and sighed. In a few months, the spring enrollment for the Ninja Academy would commence, and he could finally register. Given the timeline, he would likely encounter Minato. Yet, he was uncertain if they would be placed in the same class, or if he would even have the opportunity to speak with him, to become familiar. Patting his flushed face, which had grown warm from anxiety, Chushu steeled himself. He planned to utilize the shop's inventory or devise ways to generate funds in the coming months. After all, becoming a ninja was an expensive endeavor, requiring 6 years of schooling to graduate. Thus, any earnings he could secure would be beneficial. The only question remained: how could he sell the stockpile of rice and flour when his small frame could hardly lift it? The young Nangong Chushu gazed at the towering stacks of rice in the warehouse, lost in contemplation. Chapter 2. The Academy. Before the Ninja Academy, Nangong Chushu stood, his heart heavy as he gazed at the bulletin board displaying his assigned class. With a burdened step, he trudged toward the classroom, scanning the room, but finding no trace of yellow hair. Chushu understood then that hope was slipping away. However, although he did not see the blonde, he did catch sight of 3 familiar figures. One was a lethargic pineapple head, another a small boy with golden spikes, and the last a plump boy with brown hair. It appears I've been assigned to the advanced class. With a somewhat despondent spirit, Chushu trudged to the last row, selecting a seat by the window, gazing listlessly outside. In truth, on the day of registration, he had indeed seen the person he sought and had approached to greet them. Unfortunately, that individual was accompanied by their father and, after exchanging a few words, departed due to prior commitments. Now, despite not being placed in the same class, he found himself alongside the Inuzuka and Nara clans, which could be considered a relatively favorable outcome. After all, having the Inuzuka in this class meant that the majority of the children would be unable to act against him, significantly reducing the chances of being targeted by the route that he wouldn't need to feign ignorance excessively. He merely had to pretend to be a disinterested student lacking in talent. Soon, the children of the class trickled in. Chushu scanned the room briefly, noting the classic grouping system of his peers. Every noble ninja had a child in this class. Byakugan Uchiha clan insignia, the Inuzuka trio, the Oil Woman clan's insects, and the Inuzuka clan's dogs. It was evident that these were the elite from each clan. Amidst a cacophony of chatter, the class teacher approached the podium, rapped the desk twice, and the students fell silent. After a lengthy discourse that failed to pique Chushu's interest, the teacher began the self-introductions. The first one, Nara Shikaku, as Chushu observed the individuals in front of him, he felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. The Inuzuka Nara trio would undoubtedly remain together, and there was no way he could insert himself into their group. There was a possibility with the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, but relying on them seemed ill-advised. The Uchiha were notoriously proud, making even casual greetings a challenge, let alone forging friendships. The Hyuga, too, would hardly be concerned with the life of a commoner. Thus, seeking support from these 2 clans was futile. That left the Oil Woman clan and the Inuzuka clan. However, upon reflection, Chushu dismissed these options as well. Both clans possessed a degree of sensory ability akin to the Byakugan. In the original narrative, it was these 3 clans that formed a class together. To assert that there was nothing amiss would be hard to believe. Ultimately, Chushu realized that he had no potential allies in sight. Sigh, what a wretched fate. Nangong Chushu. Nangong Chushu. While Chushu silently lamented his thoughts, the teacher had already called his name twice. Just as the teacher began to worry about his well-being, They turned to discover him gazing out the window. Feeling a rush of frustration, the teacher called out sternly, "Nan Gong Chu Su." Yes, snapping back to reality. Chu Su quickly rose to meet the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates. With an awkward smile, he felt his face grow warm, as if he could fry an egg on it. As an adult, it was embarrassing that he lacked the self-awareness of a group of children. "Hello everyone, my name is Nan Gong Chu Su, and my hobbies are..." After completing his introduction, he sat down at the teacher's gesture. "Very well, be sure not to zone out in class again." My apologies." Offering a polite apology under the teacher's weary gaze, he resumed his previous disinterested demeanor. However, this time, he refrained from looking out the window, and the teacher had no further comments. Nevertheless, he had certainly made a name for himself in class, becoming one of the most memorable figures among his peers. Thanks to the artistic choices of teacher Kishimoto, the unattractive in Konoha were a rare breed, with hardly any unsightly individuals present. Thus, as a child from Konoha, Nan Gong Chu Su was rather handsome. Moreover, with his surname being unique in Konoha, he garnered the attention of several girls. Nan Gong Chu Su thought to himself, how to put it, perhaps this is just the daily life of the audience. So this is how Sasuke felt back then, quite exhilarating. After a day filled with classes, Nan Gong Chu Su trudged home alongside his newly made friends. Once he bid farewell to them, he stepped into his family's shop. The moment the door closed behind him, Nan Gong Chu Su felt rejuvenated. Indeed, all of this was merely an act. Ever since he realized he might be under the watchful eye of the root, he had been feigning indifference to life and death each day. It was a necessity, as he remained uncertain whether he was actually being monitored. Driven by survival instincts, he had maintained this facade for half a year. The outcome was predictable. He could no longer revert to his former self. Yes, after 6 months, he had become accustomed to his lethargic demeanor, just as he had adapted to the freedom he felt upon returning home. He recalled that this personality was referred to as sunny depression in his past life. It seemed so to in the kitchen. Chu Su prepared a meal. Glancing at the nearly empty rice bin, he couldn't help but sigh. "Alas, it seems I must fetch more rice myself, in the corner of the storage." Chu Su pried up a piece of floor tile with a kunai. He retrieved a wallet hidden beneath the tile, counting out 10,000 ryo. Then, he returned the remaining 13 million ryo back to its place. This was all money he had painstakingly earned from selling rice. He had nearly exhausted the entire warehouse of rice, flour, and oil 6 months prior. Originally, he wouldn't have earned such a sum, but since he had traversed into this world, his intellect far surpassed that of the inhabitants of the ninja realm. Chu Su cleared out the store and, using paint, marked a section in the corner of the shop, planning an event for the next day. The event was titled, Rice Carrying Challenge. Anyone who could transport 20 bags of rice from the storage to this spot within a minute would get to take all 20 bags home. Each attempt cost 1,000 ryo. If one couldn't complete the challenge, they would owe 10 times the price. Of course, after paying the tenfold price, Chu Su would reward them with a barrel of oil or a bag of flour as a consolation prize. That day, the event stirred quite a commotion in the marketplace. The price of a bag of rice at that time in Konoha was not cheap, let alone the imported rice that Chu Su's family used to sell that was imported from the land of lightning. Rumor had it that the third rakeage had even plowed the fields himself, and the fourth rakeage would continue this noble tradition. Thus, the price of rice generally hovered around several hundred ryo per bag. Now, with such a splendid opportunity to seize, who wouldn't want to give it a try? After all, 1,000 ryo was usually enough to buy only 3 bags of rice, and now there was a chance to score 20 bags. Such a bargain was too good to pass up. However, reality proved to be harsh. Ordinary people could not compare to ninjas, and many found themselves exhausted after carrying around 17 or 18 bags. Some others, having taken a brief rest, ended up exceeding the time limit. Nonetheless, a couple of individuals with better stamina did indeed succeed in completing the challenge. This left those with grievances little to accuse Chu Su of. After all, if someone else could carry the rice and you could not, it was hardly his fault, was it? Thus, once the warehouse's rice was moved out, nearly all other supplies were also given away. The remaining inventory was swiftly depleted by the curious onlookers, ultimately, leaving Chushu with approximately 17 million taels in the wake of Chushu's initial extravagance, for million taels had already been spent over the course of a few months. The shop was now filled to the brim with various provisions. Essentially, he no longer needed to venture out for food or clothing, significantly reducing his outings. As for the time saved, it was naturally devoted to physical training. By the time dinner was steamed and ready, Chushu had completed his daily workout, feeling an increase in strength that led him to believe he could now lift a bag of rice. Perfectly, he planned to carry one home after school the following day. Chapter 3. Teacher, he humiliated me. It was indeed proven that physical training in the ninja world yields remarkable results. The following morning, Chushu trudged to school, burdened by his heavy body and clutching a bag of rice balls. In this state, his spirit was remarkably relaxed. Thus, while savoring his rice balls, he completely failed to notice two individuals rushing towards him. Point one was a girl clad in Uchiha clan attire, sprinting ahead with a large box of sushi, clearly no stranger to such antics. Close behind her was a chubby boy wearing a headscarf, hot on her heels. Oi, Keith, give me back my breakfast. Not a chance. Jaimel, I'm helping you train. Catch me, and I'll return the sushi. Isekai'd joyfully darted past Chushu, whose breakfast was interrupted by this sudden commotion, prompting him to turn his head. However, upon realizing he did not recognize the Uchiha girl, he intended to return to his meal. Just as he did, a dark-skinned boy came barreling towards him, clearly unable to stop in time. Wait. Get out of the way, I can't stop. Chushu's mind froze for a moment before he reacted. However, it was too late. The hefty figure of Akimichi Jaimel was now less than 10 centimeters away, making it impossible to evade. Hey, don't come any closer. Chushu could only awkwardly turn his head aside as the two collided. Bang! Oof! Chushu staggered back 2 steps, striving to regain his balance, while Akimichi Jaimel fell onto his backside. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding classmates gaped at Chushu in disbelief. Did he really just knock down a member of the Akimichi clan? He didn't even fall, and he was the one who got hit. In that moment, the students marveled at Chushu's formidable physique. Wait, hold on. Look at his expression. He might be dealing with something else. A voice broke through, and the realization dawned on the others. Right? He looks a bit down. Perhaps he was just pretending. At that moment, as all eyes turned to Chushu, who stood with his head bowed in the corridor, this thought crossed their minds. Ouch! Are you all right? Akimichi Jaimel scrambled to his feet, rubbing his behind with concern for Chushu. He was well aware of his own weight and the potential harm he could inflict with such a collision. He rushed over to check if Chushu was unharmed. However, he noticed the latter's shoulders were trembling as if he were crying. For a moment, Jaimel panicked, unsure of how to proceed. He glanced at Isekai'd, who appeared equally flustered, leaving him even more uncertain. Just as he was about to apologize, a voice reached his ears. Rice ball. Huh? Rice ball? Jaimel froze, quickly realizing the voice belonged to the person before him, and he held his breath, listening intently. Cough! A grain of rice suddenly dislodged from Chushu's throat, landing squarely on Jaimel's nose. The rice ball nearly choked me. Cough, cough! The surrounding classmates erupted into laughter. It turned out he was fine, merely choking on his food. Finally clearing his throat, Chushu looked at Jaimel and saw the rice grains stuck to his nose. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just choked a bit too hard and it happened. Nangon Chushu hurriedly apologized, and Jaimel wiped the rice off his nose, visibly relieved. Phew, thank goodness you're all right. Hello, I'm Jaimel from the Akimichi clan. Seeing that Jaimel was not holding a grudge, Chushu also felt relieved and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Nangon Chushu. In Class 1. At first, Jaimel was slightly puzzled, but he quickly connected the dots. Class 1 was the very class his cousin attended. Ah, you're in the same class as my cousin. I'm in Class 3, right next to yours. Chushu smiled, then inquired. Your cousin? Indeed, my cousin is Akimichi Dingswa. Instantly, Chushu envisioned the stout figure with brown hair and striking facial markings. Oh, that makes sense. Haha, by the way, this is Isekai'd. She's from the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Jaimel introduced the girl who had just sprinted by. Chushu glanced over. Nothing particularly remarkable. She looked like the other Uchiha women he had encountered. Long black hair, a striking appearance, and, like the others, a gentle demeanor. However, this Uchiha girl seemed a touch more vivacious, having just playfully tussled with Jaimel in the corridor. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hello. Chushu greeted politely, and she responded warmly, without any airs. Nangon Chushu nodded, realizing she was not the typical aloof Uchiha. They could get along. You're much easier to talk to than Uchiha Kiki from class. Chushu chuckled and turned to Jaimel. Yet, upon doing so, he found that Jaimel had vanished from his view. Hey! Suddenly, Isekai'd shouted from behind, prompting Chushu to look back. Jaimel had snatched his sushi box back, grinning triumphantly. Isekai'd glared at the delighted boy, her cheeks puffed up in irritation. Did he slip away while I was distracted? Using me to draw Isekai'd's attention, then swiftly snatching the sushi box. What an agile and cunning little fellow. This was Chushu's initial impression of a kimchi jaimal. Watergate's two teammates were indeed entertaining. Moreover, it seemed they shared a strong bond. Noticing they no longer paid him any mind, Chushu shrugged and returned to his class and seat. After finishing his somewhat squished rice ball, he braced himself for another day of mundane lessons. Why is this course so tedious? Because the teacher solely discusses fundamental knowledge, such as the composition of chakra, its applications, and the hand seals. These concepts were already crystal clear to Chushu before his journey into this realm. In fact, he had long mastered the hand seals at home and still practices them diligently every evening after school. What he currently lacks is the ability to extract chakra. As for the extraction process, he is utterly perplexed. Although he understands that chakra is a fusion of physical and mental energy, he remains clueless on how to achieve this amalgamation. There are no books at home to assist him, which is his greatest source of frustration. Unbeknownst to him, as he listened to the teacher's lecture, he began to feel drowsy and inadvertently stifled a yawn. Nangang Chushu, please explain why the composition of chakra consists of mental energy and physical energy. Isn't it just mental control, cough cough, I don't know. Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Chushu instinctively responded to the latter part of the question. However, realizing his current predicament, he quickly retracted his statement. This prompted the teacher to erupt in fury. Hadn't he almost answered correctly? Hadn't he indeed been on the verge of providing the right answer? What did his retraction imply? Was it a humiliation directed at him? Very well then. Such a clever boy. I shall assign you to copy the textbook once. Nangang Chushu. Nangang Chushu. No, this is not how the script goes. Shouldn't I be made to stand outside instead? I could have answered that. Let's try again. You ask and I shall respond. I do not wish to copy the textbook. Chapter 4. Chakra. The sunset is indeed beautiful, with crows lamenting the impending departure of daylight. Nangang Chushu, feeling the strain in his fingers, trudges home with a bag of rice. The setting sun stretches his shadow long, casting an air of solitude around him. Alas, do the crows lament my plight this evening? As night falls, the streets grow sparse with pedestrians, and an unexpected waft of alcohol fills the air. Chushu looks up to see a tall, striking woman with golden hair, accompanied by a red-haired little girl, approaching him. The woman clutches a bottle of liquor, clearly intoxicated, while the girl, burdened with a backpack, wears a downcast expression. The little girl appears timid among the meager passers-by. Chushu, overwhelmed by the scent of alcohol, instinctively furrows his brow and covers his nose. Unfortunately, this moment is noticed by the red-haired girl, further dampening her spirits. Chushu muses silently. Did I inadvertently upset her? With a smile directed at Kushina. He finds her head bowed so low that his goodwill goes unnoticed. Suddenly, a loud slap echoes through the air. What on earth? Upon returning to his lonely abode, Chushu feels a peculiar sense of companionship. Perhaps I am afflicted, for from the moment of my arrival in this world, I have sensed an unseen gaze upon me. That initial solitude has evolved into a performance. In essence, I am merely a robust, foolish youth. Perhaps it is a delusion of persecution. As this charade has persisted for quite some time, to encapsulate my sentiments, I can only express, Inu no Yoko, when shall you find your eternal rest? Letting out a roar, I feel a wave of clarity wash over me. A word of advice from Chushu. Do not harbor your thoughts within, otherwise, your heart may become tainted. Strive to be a pure, fragrant, and gentle soul, having lived this way for some time. Nangang Chushu gradually adapts to the daily intellectual sparring with his teacher. Occasionally, he even collides with the swift Akimichi Yashimaru in the mornings. Such days are rather pleasant. Yet, the monotony of this predictable routine weighs heavily upon him. Thankfully, the method for extracting chakra, which he eagerly anticipates, is drawing near, promising a shift in his circumstances. Approximately 2 weeks into the school year, the fundamentals of chakra have been thoroughly covered. Given that Chushu's class comprises children from prominent clans, the pace of their lessons is brisk. Essential points are typically addressed in a single pass. Only the afternoon physical training sessions require customization based on each child's individual capabilities, ensuring no slacking off. Indeed, this teaching has been quite enlightening. Consequently, their theoretical lessons progress much faster than those in other classes. Today marks the momentous occasion of Chushu's long-awaited chakra extraction lesson. Finally, it is upon us. Though his heart races with excitement, he maintains an outward facade of indifference, as if school were merely a formality. In reality, he has opened his notebook on the desk, employing the blind writing technique he has honed over the past 2.5 months. As the teacher speaks, Chushu rests his head on the desk, frantically recording notes. Simultaneously, he closes his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the interplay between body and spirit as described by the instructor. He channels two streams of energy, one emanating from his entire being and the other descending from his mind. The two forces converge in his dantian, forming a swirling vortex. Success! Within his dantian, a flickering spark of chakra dances, burning brightly in Chushu's perception. Elated, he attentively absorbs the various precautions outlined by the teacher regarding the post-consolidation of chakra. This knowledge is indispensable and cannot be overlooked. Included in these theoretical teachings are insights into body techniques, the trajectory of chakra flow, and key points for utilizing chakra, all areas where he finds himself lacking. As for the nature and transformation of chakra, these are lessons not imparted by the Ninja Academy. They must be earned through merit or learned from a master. Nevertheless, Chushu is already well versed in these two aspects. Furthermore, his family has procured chakra test paper, awaiting his return for experimentation. With this thought, excitement surges within him once more. Possessing chakra signifies that he has taken the first step towards self-preservation. As for ninjutsu, he does not yearn for it excessively, as the techniques available for commoners are generally of inferior quality. It remains to be seen which techniques his chakra attributes may complement. He hopes to employ the simplest techniques to devise a versatile combat style. Having completed his schoolwork, Chushu ambles home, his heart brimming with eagerness. As soon as he closes the door, he eagerly retrieves the chakra test paper and channels his modestly refined chakra into it. In an instant, one side of the paper becomes damp while simultaneously igniting. Could it be that the elemental properties manifest as fire, water, and earth? Chushu's excitement intensifies. Possessing 3 chakra properties is indeed fortuitous. Some may have none, yet he has emerged with a prominent display of 3. This also implies a greater diversity of ninjutsu he can learn. Even Minato possesses only 3 elemental properties, without displaying any of their respective techniques. Additionally, there exist yin and yang properties, independent of the 5 elemental natures, which the test paper cannot reveal. Logically, everyone should possess at least one of these 2 properties. Minato's chakra encompasses both yin and yang attributes, potentially indicative of the high demands of sealing techniques on these elements. However, for now, Chushu cannot ascertain which of the yin and yang properties he possesses, if indeed he is both. Stretching his limbs, he prepares to delve into the exploration of chakra's potential. As a devoted admirer of the second Hokage's ninjutsu, Chushu has long harbored a desire to develop a unique ninjutsu of his own, independent of bloodline limits and eliminations, relying solely on a distinctive, singular property. He has long held this hypothesis, but presently, he lacks sufficient research conditions and must first explore other ninjutsu hypotheses. Glancing at the still relatively intact warehouse, Chushu sighs. It seems this warehouse will endure quite a trial today. Chapter 5, Kushina. Oi, Chushu, what happened to you? Wrapped in bandages, how uncool. During the intermission, the bundled-up Nangong Chushu sat at his desk, unable to move a single finger. A nearby child with a spiky, brown-haired hairstyle approached, mocking him. Sarutobi Yamame, a child from the Sarutobi clan, was Chushu's first and only friend in the class. Listening to Yamame's taunts, Chushu rolled his eyes. Well, I slipped on the stairs yesterday and knocked over the oil lamp. Haha, it doesn't seem like a big deal, so I'm off to play. With that, he ran outside the classroom to play. Chushu remained seated, unable to move due to the excruciating pain that accompanied any slight motion. This discomfort was a result of his adventurous experimentation with chakra the previous day, fueled by a spirit of bravery. Young Chushu delved not only into the essence of chakra, but also explored its control, circulation, and the reactions produced by hand seals. The outcome was not only multiple injuries to his meridians, but also an accidental alteration of the nature of fire, which forced him to endure half an hour of laughter in the warehouse yesterday. Now he was left with extensive burns on his upper body and insulin, painful meridians, while his eyelids had temporarily ceased receiving blood, resulting in a slight purplish hue. Fortunately, his feet remained relatively unscathed. He did not dare to move them at all due to the impending classes. He only tested the adhesive and bounce capabilities of his chakra coverage, which showed no injury whatsoever. However, he could not write or take notes with his hands, so he would have to rely solely on his memory for the day's lessons. How much he could remember depended on his capacity for recollection. Nevertheless, despite enduring such hardships, he did not leave empty-handed. During his study of chakra affinities yesterday, Chushu unexpectedly discerned the role of chakra in perception. Moreover, he successfully recorded the principles of transforming chakra into flames, along with detailed notes on how various seals could assist in extracting and transforming chakra properties. This morning, due to his immobility, Chushu practiced chakra perception for the entire morning, yielding significant results. He could now extend his chakra perception to a radius of 3 meters. If he focused on a single direction or line, he could perceive even farther. However, this could easily draw attention from others. Throughout the morning, many classmates sensed the unusual chakra and looked around curiously. Even Uchiha Kishi caught a fleeting glimpse of a crimson hue in Chushu's eyes, which he quickly concealed. One could not help but marvel at Uchiha Kishi's brilliance as a prodigy. This talent was indeed formidable. Reflecting on that moment, Chushu elevated his estimation of Kishi. Unlike the solemn and profound image of Uchiha geniuses in the original narrative, Kishi's demeanor was a stark contrast to his father's composed nature, infused with a sense of charm. His good looks, combined with a certain cuteness, had attracted a legion of admirers from the upper grades. It was this facade of maturity that had initially misled Chushu. In retrospect, it was evident that the Uchiha clan's innate talent could not be underestimated. This realization prompted Chushu to recognize the limitations of simple chakra perception and resolve to seek improvements upon returning home. After all, with the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, it was not uncommon for children to be thrust into battle. At that time, if he wished to sense enemies, he must do so without drawing their notice. Simultaneously, he needed to expedite his research into fire release techniques. Having gained experience, he would avoid unleashing flames too fiercely, which could lead to further burns. He had already managed to alter the nature of fire and made substantial progress on the seals. Perhaps, influenced by the interplay between the seals and chakra, he could create several new techniques. Boldly, he even considered bypassing the sealing process altogether. As for his injuries, with chakra-s nurturing, he should be nearly healed by the end of the school day. Or so he hoped. Boom. Amidst the tranquil intermission, children frolicked outside the classroom. But a thunderous noise erupted from the adjacent class. Seated at the back of the room, Chushu felt the vibrations from the wall behind him and involuntarily shuddered. It seemed to be Class 3. Swallowing hard, Chushu struggled to rise and peek into the neighboring classroom. A figure with crimson hair was in the midst of a furious outburst. Chushu's heart sank. It was indeed her. He had seen the teacher escorting a red-haired figure to the neighboring class earlier. Remembering the events of the previous night, Chushu quickly retreated, attempting to return to his classroom, fearing the infamous blood pepper might spot him and seek revenge for the previous day's mishap. Stop right there. However, he was a moment too late. A clear female voice rang out, compelling him to halt. You are the one from yesterday, aren't you? As the voice drew nearer, Chushu realized he had indeed been spotted and reluctantly turned around. Yes, that's me. Upon seeing the familiar face, Kushina was about to express her anger. But Chushu's blink caused her to lose her composure. Huh. The girl who had been fuming just a moment ago could no longer contain her laughter. And Chushu felt a twinge of annoyance. Hey, why are you laughing? Is my appearance amusing? I'm injured. Could you please show me some respect? Kushina opened her mouth to nod in agreement, but halted as she recalled his earlier statement. Torn between nodding and shaking her head, she quickly attempted to clarify. No. I do not mean to disrespect you. It's just that your eyes? Before she could finish, Chushu blinked again, revealing his purplish eyelids. And he too burst into laughter. At that moment, he remembered the reason behind his eyelids' discoloration, veins throbbing on his forehead. This was an injury, caused by a lack of blood supply. It should not be a subject for mockery. My apologies. Kushina quickly stifled her laughter. Realizing her error and offering an apology to Chushu, he swiftly turned away, ready to head back to the classroom. However, Kushina had finally regained her composure. Wait a minute. I came to confront you, she shouted, startling Chushu, who quickly stood at attention. Realizing what she had said, Chushu spun around to question her. Are you going to mock me again? No, that is not it. I wanted to ask you, what did that disdainful look mean when you saw me yesterday? Yesterday? Chushu glared at her, irritation bubbling to the surface. How can you bring that up? The woman next to you reeked of alcohol. Who wouldn't he find that off-putting? Is that so? Upon hearing his words, Kushina froze momentarily. She recalled that when Tsunade came to pick her up yesterday, she seemed to have indulged in quite a bit of alcohol. At that moment, Kushina felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Haha, was it a misunderstanding? I truly apologize, haha. Well, I possess some medical ninjutsu, and to express my regret, and to make amends for the earlier laughter. Allow me to assist you with your injury, haha. Upon witnessing Kushina's bashfulness, the irritation in Haru diminished considerably. Upon hearing that she practiced medical ninjutsu, and realizing his own injuries needed attention, he consented. Chapter 6. Friends, very well. I shall not pursue the matter of your mockery any further. With that, Haru leaned forward. First, treat my eyes. No laughing. Understood. As the green chakra enveloped him, Haru felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Soon, the burn injuries had improved significantly, alleviating the intense stinging sensation. However, the more Kushina treated him, the more she sensed something was amiss. Her smile had completely faded. Do you train at a high intensity? Why do you ask? The sudden inquiry left Haru perplexed. These injuries. Oh, I sustained them from a fall, accidentally knocking over a kerosene lamp. Realizing that Kushina was on the verge of revealing his secret, he quickly interjected. Kushina still appeared doubtful. These injuries seemed too severe to have resulted merely from a fall. But it doesn't seem like. I said I fell. Seeing that she was about to protest again, this time Haru's tone held an undeniable firmness, even a hint of severity. Kushina looked up and was startled by the threatening look in his eyes. She swallowed hard and promptly fell silent. Unwilling to speak? Perhaps it is a secret of your own. Before long, Haru could hardly feel any pain aside from some discomfort with larger movements. It appeared that Kushina's healing skills were quite commendable. Thank you. You're welcome. I am Uzumaki Kushina, of the Uzumaki clan. And you? Seeing Haru's recovery, Kushina extended her hand to him. Haru, with his somewhat weary eyes, glanced at her and then smiled as he shook her hand. Nangong Haru. Nangong. Is that a surname? Of course not. That surname belongs to the dual surnamed families of the kingdom of Shinmu. How could it be a name from your prosperous nation? Listening to Kushina's muttering, Haru couldn't help but scoff internally. It seemed he was the only one in Konoha with that surname. Then what about your father? Kushina began to inquire but was met with Haru's sorrowful gaze, instantly comprehending his implication. It's all right. In truth, Haru was entirely acting. Due to recent events, his acting skills had significantly improved, allowing him to portray the persona of an orphan who had just lost his only support with remarkable authenticity. In his previous life, he could have easily won awards for such a performance. Upon hearing Kushina's apology, he quickly reverted to his earlier despondent demeanor. Kushina refrained from probing further and instead shifted the topic, her face brimming with anticipation. So we are friends now, right? Yes, I suppose so. Haru was not overly sensitive. Kushina's identity was of no concern to him. Throughout, he had merely encountered her by chance, which led to a comical misunderstanding. As they became friends, it felt like a natural progression. Given his status as a common orphan, there was little reason for suspicion. At most, he would be seen as Kushina's first friend, with no need to weave any conspiracy theories around him. Why fear it? Boldly make friends. Suddenly, a yellow hedgehog-like figure appeared behind Kushina. Minato? Haha, Haru-san. Kushina turned to see Minato, who was scratching his head with a gentle smile, looking rather sheepish. She glared at him, clearly upset about the previous incident. That humph. Minato, eager to explain, found his words cut off as Kushina turned away, bypassing him and heading directly to the classroom. Class is about to start. We'll talk later, Haru. Okay. Haru responded casually and then glanced at Minato. Going to the restroom? Want to come? It was a classic boyish invitation. Going to the restroom with a friend during breaks was a surefire way to strengthen their bond. Moreover, extending the invitation now could help alleviate Minato's embarrassment. Sure. The two headed toward the restroom. Minato struggled with social interactions, unsure of how to initiate a conversation. You want to explain, but don't know how, right? Haru was keenly aware of Minato's character. Initially, Minato had difficulty engaging in conversation, hesitating, and thus falling victim to Kushina's strong-willed nature. This mannerism had only begun to improve when he took Kakashi as a disciple, likely influenced by Kushina. Haru himself was not adept at conversation. Rather, he was entirely reclusive and disinclined towards socializing. Consequently, he approached problems and solutions with a straightforward mindset. For instance, when facing Minato now, he laid the issue bare. Minato was taken aback by his perceptiveness, glancing at Haru before conceding. That girl shares the same dream as I do. I don't want her to misunderstand. I want to befriend her. Just say it directly. Haru's response was refreshingly simple. For him, clarity was paramount, so he believed in straightforward explanations. There was no need for unnecessary embellishments, as they could stifle genuine communication. Just like you, Haru. Minato gazed into Haru's half-open eyes, finding it hard to reconcile his lethargic demeanor with credibility. Nevertheless, Haru's perspective was indeed sound. Just as before, if Haru hadn't spoken up, Minato would have been at a loss on how to communicate with him. For a moment, Minato hesitated, unsure of his next course of action. Should he speak directly, or, the weather is getting warmer, the cherry blossom trees are beginning to shed their petals. The unexpected observation snapped Minato back to reality as he gazed out the restroom window. Indeed, it's beautiful. Alas, the splendor of the cherry blossoms lasts but a fleeting month or two. With that, the two returned to the classroom door. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, they parted ways at their respective classroom entrances. Haru, did you arrive so quickly? You weren't just fooling me this morning, were you? Upon entering, Sarutobi Konohamaru's voice made Haru's head spin. Scram. All right. Returning to his seat, Haru's thoughts drifted. Today was likely when Kushina faced some bullying, around noon perhaps. Should he lend Minato a hand and assist him with it? In this lesson, we will discuss the fundamental skills that every ninja must master, the very foundation of their training. Quick, take notes. Forget about the likes of Kushina Uzumaki. Becoming stronger is the utmost priority. As the teacher's voice resonated, it swiftly snapped Chushu back to reality. While his expression remained unchanged, his hands were already poised for action. The body flicker technique was of paramount importance. One must not be careless. What constitutes the most basic skill for a ninja? It is the control of chakra. Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground interrupted the teacher's lecture. Turning around, Chushu spotted the usual troublemaker, the student who irked him the most. However, this time it was merely a fall, devoid of any unexpected antics. The teacher felt a twinge of relief. Nangong, is everything all right? I'm fine. Please continue, teacher. Hearing the familiar excuse from Nangong Chushu, the teacher realized the boy was undoubtedly unscathed and resumed his lecture with ease. Chushu readjusted himself and sat up straight. TCH, this is why I dislike insincere individuals. They ruin my moment of joy and cause me to stumble. Chapter 7, A Heroic Rescue? As the midday bell rang, signaling the end of class and the commencement of lunch, Chushu stepped out of the school. Lacking the culinary skills to prepare a bento, he could only manage stir-fries, stews, and soups. Bringing those to school would likely attract unwanted attention, so he resolved to purchase a nutritious bento outside during the lunch break. Fortunately, there were numerous stalls selling bento nearby. He casually chose one that appeared to offer the most meat, and, just as he was about to return to class, noticed a scruffy yellow-haired boy leaping stealthily among the trees, heading towards the cherry blossom grove. Glancing at the bento in his hand, he resolutely followed the boy. After all, what is a meal without a side of drama? Moreover, this was a real-life 3D spectacle. However, his control over his footsteps was evidently not as adept as Minato's. It wasn't long before he stepped heavily, alerting the boy ahead. In an instant, Minato turned sharply, his kunai instinctively raised before him. Chushu, what are you doing here? Chushu remained unfazed. Oh, I happened to see you while I was out buying lunch. Before he could finish, Minato glanced back and covered Chushu's mouth, forcibly leading him away. Under the cherry blossom tree stood a little girl with red hair, facing a brown-haired boy and his underling brother. Look at you, Minato. With those thick eyebrows and big eyes, I never would have guessed you were a stalker. Minato's face flushed crimson as he hurried to explain. I'm not. Chushu, don't say such things. Shoo, keep your voice down. There's movement below. Chushu quickly took a few bites of his lunch and peered down. Oh no, that underling kid has started chasing Kushina and pulled out a kunai. Kushina narrowly avoided being hit as the kunai embedded itself in a tree trunk. Aren't you going to help? Chushu asked, glancing at the hesitant Minato while hastily finishing his meal. Minato appeared a bit embarrassed, still wavering. Chushu flung aside his lunchbox and tugged him to run out. What are you hesitating for? We're classmates. We must help when someone is in real danger. Besides, she treated me earlier. It would be unreasonable not to assist. Minato, caught off guard by Chushu's urgency, pondered for a moment and ultimately agreed to follow. However, after a brief moment, it dawned on Minato, wait, why am I being dragged into this when you owe her a favor? Wait, Chushu, Minato shouted. But it was too late. They were already beside the three individuals. The underling was about to grab Kushina's hair when he caught sight of a foot rapidly approaching. Huh. What is bang? Chushu sent the underling flying at least 2 meters with a kick. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his force and lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Ouch. That hurts. Kushina recognized the familiar sound and immediately turned to see who had come to her aid. Her eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing Chushu and Minato. Chushu and Minato? What are you doing here? Minato, now brandishing a kunai, positioned himself protectively in front of them, while Chushu struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his lower back. It's Minato who brought me. Before he could finish his sentence, Minato interrupted, his face a deep shade of red. Hey, you two kids. What kind of trouble are you causing? Suddenly, a boisterous voice interrupted, especially you. The one with blue hair. Why did you ambush my brother? Minato and Chushu remained silent. And Chushu turned to Kushina. Is it him? Yes, that's the one. Then what are we waiting for? Huh. Kushina was puzzled. Let us take him down. Wait. Kushina's eyes widened in realization as Chushu pulled her towards the boy. Seeing the dire situation, the boy bolted, abandoning his underling brother. Don't come any closer. Kushina glanced back at Minato with concern. Leave that to Minato. Don't worry, he's incredibly strong. Oh right, I'm with him. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. With that, as if fearing the boy would escape, Chushu accelerated, pulling Kushina along. Slow down, Kushina exclaimed. Taken aback by the speed that was unexpected from the lethargic boy she had seen earlier that morning. Get ready, Chushu suddenly declared as he ran. Huh. Kushina hadn't yet grasped what was happening when she felt Chushu's grip shift. Wait, could it be? Yes, it's too slow this way. I'll just wait. We can catch him. Stop. With a mighty throw, Chushu propelled Kushina into the air. Chushu, you idiot. This action sent her soaring, and she instinctively straightened her body to ensure she could catch the brown-haired boy before landing. Fortunately, Chushu's aim was precise. Kushina grasped the boy's neck, toppling him to the ground. The boy cried out as Kushina landed on him, sliding several meters forward. The ground bore the marks of their scuffle, leaving deep impressions in its wake. Isn't this smaller than an acorn? A pine needle? Not overly concerned with the matter. Chushu hurried after them, joining Kushina in their pursuit to capture the boy. All right, mission accomplished. Alas, I shall never undertake missions with you again, never. Kushina, still reeling from the shock of the earlier encounter, continued to sob. However, Haru remained unperturbed, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Oh, don't speak so definitively. At least this time we executed our tasks splendidly, and we emerged unscathed. No, I am wounded. Kushina shook her head vehemently, prompting a puzzled expression from Haru. It's a psychological trauma. Kushina shouted at him, delivering a firm punch to the brown-haired boy's head. The brown-haired boy whimpered. Why are you fighting me when you're arguing? Enough with the tears. I didn't cry from the injuries I sustained yesterday, so hold it in. The brown-haired boy muttered, I want to speak. Upon returning to their previous location, Minato had already dealt with the lower ninja, offering a friendly apology. I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional. Please don't rise again, or I may have to strike you once more, and you could sustain severe injuries. Haru, overhearing this, felt a dark cloud of irritation loom over him. At first glance, the words seemed innocuous, but upon reflection, they carried a tone of mockery. The implication was that he was yielding to the other party, asserting his superiority. Enough. Kushina observed the bruised and battered lower ninja and realized Minato was indeed formidable. Subsequently, the three expressed their concern for the two brothers, with Haru taking the lead in their reformation. Eventually, the brothers promised not to bully others, bringing the matter to a close. Chapter 8. The Curious Minato, I am truly grateful to both of you. Kushina bowed deeply to the pair as school ended that afternoon. To show my appreciation, allow me to treat you to a meal. No need. Thank you for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to at home. Please treat Minato instead. Haru declined Kushina's invitation, as he needed to return to his studies on the nature of chakra. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for him to intrude upon the dinner date of the young couple. Oh, very well. Kushina visibly expressed her disappointment. Yet Haru's commitment to his research remained steadfast. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, Haru is quite a creature of habit, so do not take it personally. He doesn't mean to avoid dining with you. Seeing Haru nod in affirmation, Kushina's spirits lifted, and she turned to Minato with eager anticipation. Minato's face flushed crimson. He simply could not refuse Kushina's request and nodded in agreement. Haru watched the two with a knowing smile, feeling quite pleased with the turn of events. Upon returning home, after finishing dinner, Haru dashed into the cluttered warehouse. There, a makeshift dummy capable of temporarily storing chakra lay still. Haru had created this himself, having stumbled upon a piece of wood that could briefly hold chakra. This wood had originally served as a stabilizing block beneath rice in his family's warehouse. After discovering its unique property, he repurposed it as the core of the dummy, using other planks to construct a rough, haphazard figure. This dummy was meant for storing chakra, later to test the interactions between different chakra types. Additionally, a raw log lay nearby. Inspired by the jutsu he was familiar with, Haru thought of the Rasengan and acquired the log as a test subject for his experiments. Although he had become adept at controlling chakra quantity, maintaining its form remained a challenge. He had attempted to compress chakra into a sphere, yet the required control was far beyond what he, as a mere child, could manage. Thus, the log remained intact for now. However, today may spell its misfortune. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. With 4 hand seals formed, flames erupted from Haru's mouth, striking the log. The impact was not as forceful as one might expect. The flames merely scorched the surface of the wood. Yet Haru was unfazed. This was his first jutsu, one he had painstakingly devised. With a simple principle, to gather flames into a spherical form and release them. Unlike the grand fireball jutsu, his lacked the same potency and impact when striking an enemy. Nevertheless, the flames burned steadily. It was not entirely devoid of merit. However, it failed to ignite an entire log, rendering it somewhat lackluster. In truth, after discovering the nature transformation the day before, Haru had researched the effects of hand seals on fire-type chakra. After experimenting with combinations of 2 seals, he had managed to conjure a small flame. It was during these trials that he had accidentally suffered burns while attempting to inject more chakra. Today marked a slight breakthrough, and the sense of accomplishment was truly gratifying. Haru felt he was making progress. Yet, new challenges arose. The question of how to condense flames precisely at the moment of exhalation was one that required deep contemplation. Additionally, enhancing the flame's fluidity while maintaining their temperature posed an intriguing dilemma. Haru sought not merely a ball of fire, but a technique capable of inflicting genuine harm. However, at present, he found himself at a loss for direction. Realizing that further pondering would yield no results, he decided to pivot his focus towards exploring the latent effects present within chakra. During this time, he thoroughly reminisced about the events from the original story. To his astonishment, he discerned that the technique known as intangibility was not merely a bloodline limit. It was, in fact, more than that. In the original tale, aside from the Moonlight Gale, Jiraiya had mentioned it during his youth when he was bound to a post. He noted that his technique was never once detected while spying. At that moment, he had faced the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Judging by the expression on his face, it was evident that he, too, possessed the ability to use intangibility. Thus, Haru boldly speculated that the chakra transformation enabling the use of intangibility must inherently exist within chakra itself. It was likely related to the properties of Earth. This revelation warranted further investigation. Ahem, this research is not for the sake of spying. I am merely curious about such techniques. Moreover, it serves as a means to enhance my strength, so why not study it? Thus, life continued for over 2 years. With Haru's assistance, the relationship between Minato and Kushina advanced more swiftly than in the original narrative. Benefiting from the gossiping spirit, Haru coincidentally crossed paths with Akimichi Jiro and Isekai'd during one of their gossip sessions. From that point forward, the trio formed an increasingly strong bond, often frequenting various gossip spots. Additionally, with the Uchiha clan's characteristic beauty, Haru found himself unintentionally engaging in more conversations with Isekai'd. As time went on, despite being in different classes, the bond between the two of them grew stronger than that of Akido Yashimaru and either of them. However, it was peculiar that the relationship between Minato and him seemed somewhat strange. "Hey Harasaki, you promised to join us for training today," Minato exclaimed, playfully nudging the still groggy Harasaki, who was lounging in bed in his pajamas. Meanwhile, Kushina, Minato's official girlfriend, remained indifferent to Minato's antics. Harasaki felt a sense of confusion wash over him. He never intended to encourage Minato's behavior, How did he end up like this? Minato. Nanju Harasaki called out loudly, halting Minato's playful pushing. He then turned to the cheerful young boy and earnestly said, "You are a boy. You shouldn't be acting so coy." Harasaki felt as if the pedestal he had placed his childhood idol upon was shattering into countless pieces. I think it's perfectly fine. What should I do then?" Minato replied, looking puzzled as he scratched his head. "Can't you scold me like a man? Get angry and say something intimidating," Minato said, poking his lips with his finger and glancing upward with a smile. "Is that really okay? What's wrong with it? Do you enjoy being scolded?" Harasaki sighed, feeling defeated, and turned his gaze towards Kushina for assistance. "Blood red chili pepper. What do you think? Isn't this a problem you should address?" Kushina, unfazed by the nickname, had grown accustomed to it and understood it was merely Harasaki's playful jab, lacking any malice. "Is it not good? I find it quite adorable and charming," she remarked, approaching Minato and playfully pinching his cheeks. Minato smiled back at her, his cheeks slightly flushed. Harasaki was utterly exasperated, burying his face in the blanket and turning over with an exaggerated huff. "Ugh, I'm truly at a loss with both of you," he exclaimed, lying back down. As Minato was about to nudge him playfully again, Harasaki quickly sat up. All right, I'll get up, but I need to call someone else." Chapter 9. Training. Harasaki felt quite troubled, lost in thought throughout the journey. Was Minato perhaps influenced by me in a negative way? He felt a bit like Nanleong. Beside him, Uchiha Isekai'd observed him deep in thought and assumed he had something on his mind. Turning to Minato and Kushina ahead, he asked, "Hey, Minato, Kushina, doesn't Harasaki seem a bit off today?" Hearing this, Kushina glanced at the pensive Harasaki, but saw nothing unusual. "Really? I don't think so. He seems just like usual." However, Minato sensed something amiss. "He is a bit different. Harasaki usually doesn't look this lively. He often appears rather lifeless. And today, he seems quite troubled, which is unusual." At this, Isekai'd immediately turned to Minato, thinking, how is it that Minato is more observant than I am? Minato, oblivious to Isekai'd's thoughts, continued speaking to Kushina. "Could it be that we called him too early today?" Kushina pondered for a moment and nodded softly. That could be the case." Isekai'd observed Minato's demeanor, finding him a bit peculiar, but decided not to question it further, instead quietly asking Harasaki, "Harasaki, is something bothering you?" Harasaki instinctively nodded, then quickly realized and turned to Isekai'd. "Not at all." However, as he turned, he found himself in close proximity to Isekai'd, their eyes locking for a moment. Time seemed to freeze as Harasaki's heart raced. It was no wonder the Uchiha clan was known for their striking looks, even at this young age. Isekai'd's beauty rivaled that of any character from the original story. Being a self-proclaimed admirer of beauty, Harasaki found himself utterly captivated. After a few seconds, the fluttering of Isekai'd's large eyes snapped him back to reality, and he quickly distanced himself. I'm sorry. It's nothing." Behind him, Isekai'd spoke, and Harasaki could sense the awkwardness in their exchange, feeling embarrassed to meet her gaze. He couldn't help but chastise himself. How could I, as an adult, be rendered speechless by the beauty of a young girl? How embarrassing. She must feel awkward too. Harasaki didn't want to dwell on it, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. So he abruptly changed the topic. "So, I feel like there's something strange about Minato today, which is why I've been pondering." Indeed it is a bit strange. But why?" Isekai'd joined him, walking alongside to discuss. "Could it be that I've been too attentive towards him?" Harasaki mumbled to himself. Isekai'd, unsure if she had heard correctly or was incredulous, asked, What did you say?" Coming back to reality, Harasaki waved his hand dismissively, reverting to his previous lethargic demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. Let us not dwell on that. Today we're going to train. Come on, we've already fallen behind." With that, Harasaki jogged to catch up with Minato and Kushina. Isekai'd shrugged and followed suit. "What kind of training are we doing today, Minato?" Harasaki instinctively inquired about Minato's thoughts. Minato looked at him thoughtfully. "How about practicing the three-body technique? Or perhaps chakra control? That's fundamental and must be solidified." Kushina chimed in with her perspective. However, Isekai'd had her own ideas. "I think practical combat training would be better." After pondering for 2.5 seconds, Harasaki made a decision. "How about this, Minato, Isekai'd, and I will engage in practical combat training, with Isekai'd and me teaming up to attack Minato. Kushina, you can assist us with healing, so we all get to train." Both Kushina and Minato nodded in agreement, acknowledging Harasaki's arrangement as sound. "I told you, Going out with Harasaki would yield targeted suggestions. Yes, indeed, quite incisive. Listening to their discussion, Harasaki felt he had grasped something important. Yet, upon reflection, he found nothing particularly odd about it. His thoughts were interrupted by Isekai'd's surprised voice. Wait, are you and Harasaki going to attack Minato together? Yes, Minato has been capable of defeating Chunin since 2 years ago. Harasaki replied. My skills aren't sufficient. So I thought teaming up with you might put some pressure on Minato. Upon hearing this, Isekai'd looked at Minato in astonishment. Wow, I'm genuinely surprised. I never imagined that such a cheerful and warm-hearted boy in class could possess such strength. And it's not just because you're too lazy, Harasaki. Every time we call you for training, you're napping at home. Otherwise, we could all improve together. As Chushu awkwardly glanced elsewhere, he casually echoed a few phrases to deflect the conversation. Well, it's just like that. Yes, that's how it is, he chuckled. In truth, his reluctance to train stemmed not from disinterest, but rather from a groundbreaking advancement in his research on changes in nature that he had achieved a year ago. Consequently, as his research deepened, he formulated new hypotheses. This led him to decline the training invitations from Minato, which had begun 6 months prior. As he was engrossed in daily experiments, it was only on Wednesday of that week that he made a significant breakthrough, successfully elevating the temperature of flames, prompting him to agree to train with Minato over the weekend. Moreover, he had not entirely neglected training. Over the past 2 years, whenever he had spare time, he practiced the body flicker technique and chakra control. Although lacking in practical combat experience, his combat prowess could hardly be deemed inferior. Compared to Minato, Chushu was confident he could at least hold his own. However, he had no intention of proving it. Playing the fool at home was the best guise for protection. It was precisely because he had excelled at this disguise that Danzo had never sought him out during these 2 years, showcasing a remarkable level of caution. Hey, you two have been training every weekend? How sneaky! Uchiha Isekai'd exclaimed, casting a look of betrayal at Minato and then turning to Chushu, finding a glimmer of solace in his presence. Feeling Isekai'd's gaze, Chushu glanced at her. Their eyes met briefly before he felt a surge of guilt. I apologize, Isekai'd. I am one of the overachievers as well. In fact, I am the most overachieving one, he silently lamented, then half-heartedly ushered the 3 of them to the training ground. All right, let us stop chatting. Aren't we supposed to train? Let us begin. Wait, so soon? No warm-up? Minato protested, hoping to negotiate a slower pace, but unfortunately, Chushu decisively dismissed the idea. No need. It's not like it's serious. We'll just engage lightly to enhance our combat advantages. With that, he executed a palm thrust that pushed Minato back, distancing him from Kushina. Chapter 10. The Duel. Minato, momentarily stunned, smiled faintly at Chushu. Was he creating space to avoid involving Kushina? An impressive tactical thought. It seemed Chushu was no slouch. However, he had never seen such a technique that repelled him. Was it an original creation? Seizing the opportunity, Chushu twisted his joints and charged at Minato. Minato, although you are formidable, do not let your focus waver during combat. A low voice echoed behind him, snapping Minato back to attention. He swiftly turned, delivering a knife-hand strike, forcing Chushu to retract his extended leg and instead execute a high knee to block the blow. Ouch, you're really going all out. Isekai'd, observing for a fleeting moment, found Chushu's serious demeanor somewhat impressive, only to be left speechless by his subsequent display of pain as he clutched his knee. Suddenly, she noticed the determination in Chushu's eyes and instantly reacted. With a body flicker technique, she appeared behind Minato, launching a kunai aimed at his waist. Thud! A soft sound echoed as the kunai struck something, and amidst a burst of smoke, Minato transformed into a log. Quite a clever idea, but Chushu. Such tactics won't work against an opponent. From behind, Minato held a kunai at Chushu's neck. Had he used a body flicker technique simultaneously with the substitution? Chushu, disregarding the kunai at his throat, retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at Minato's abdomen. Minato frowned, about to speak, when the Chushu before him morphed into a log. Simultaneously, Isekai'd's voice rang out. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Fire bullet. However, Minato quickly devised a perfect counter, using the chakra-efficient fire bullet to disrupt the stability of the great fireball. The 2 fire release techniques exploded in midair, obscuring part of the view. Minato, alert, assessed the situation. It was decidedly unfavorable for him. Given Chushu's earlier performance, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack. As expected, before the flames could dissipate, Minato saw Chushu emerge from the heart of the fire, chakra still swirling around him, kunai poised to strike. Did he shield himself with chakra to withstand the flames? Minato analyzed calmly, only to quickly dismiss that notion. No, if it were merely residual force, there would be no need for chakra to defend against it. It's a clone technique. Concluding this, Minato disregarded the intangible clone and instead aimed to intercept the kunai. Another Chushu appeared behind him, bearing a wound across his chest, only to transform into wood. Another substitution? To his side, a fist swung towards Minato's head. He tilted his head just in time, but when he turned back, Chushu's figure had vanished. Startled, Minato quickly raised his kunai to block behind him, the two kunai clashing with a spark. Wow, you really are impressive. Such seamless coordination couldn't take you down. I admit, I underestimated you, Chushu. As the two exchanged mutual compliments, Isekai'd's kunai flew towards Minato from behind. He forcefully pushed Chushu away, quickly forming seals and transforming into a wooden post. Chushu maintained his calm demeanor, delivering a punch behind him. Minato dodged again, their kunai clashing once more. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Chushu's eyes widened. Wait, when did you form the seals for wind release? And at this distance? Are you trying to blow me away? Fortunately, Chushu's reflexes were swift. At the sound of Minato's voice, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Minato retreating. However, the great breakthrough was still unleashed, and Chushu gulped as he observed the powerful gust forming before him. In no time, a massive fireball shot forth, unexpectedly without any seals. Hey, in the Naruto universe, it was established that fire release countered wind release, with the great breakthrough relying on the force of wind. Chushu disrupted the temperature with his fireball, dismantling the structure of the great breakthrough, rendering it ineffective. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Several flames erupted from above Chushu. Soaring towards Minato, he instantly used body flicker to evade, then kicked the airborne Isekai'd away. Chushu instinctively moved to catch Isekai'd, who was about to hit the ground, feigning that he had been knocked away by her. Well, it seems we've lost. I didn't expect you two to have secretly mastered two jutsu behind my back. Chushu feigned exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Isekai'd lay beside him, panting heavily. It was evident that she was genuinely fatigued, having expended all her usable chakra. The breath of Minato was somewhat irregular. In Chushu's perception, his chakra was nearly depleted, insufficient to sustain the release of another jutsu. Haha, do not say that. It is merely two C-rank techniques. Minato scratched his head, maintaining a humble demeanor. And you are quite formidable yourself. Your coordination with Isekai'd is excellent. Had my chakra been any less, I would have been the one to lose. After saying this, he sat beside Chushu. Kushina approached, checking Isekai'd's injury from Minato's kick. The wound was not severe, merely superficial, and its treatment would not require much effort, though it could serve to hone her chakra control. These two techniques were taught to me by my father. They are the most fundamental fire techniques of the Uchiha clan. My chakra can only be expended twice. For Minato is truly powerful. At this moment, Isekai'd had also regained her composure and spoke to Chushu. It's a trivial matter. I will study it and see if I can capture him under constrained conditions. By the way, what was that technique you performed earlier without hand signs? And your fighting style feels so unique and strong. Minato reflected on the battle, suddenly recalling the fireball Chushu had expelled and his distinctive combat approach. Driven by curiosity, he inquired of Chushu. Haha, that was merely a simple chakra fireball. As for my combat style, it is something I developed myself. It's not too shabby. Indeed, it is quite impressive. The seamless interchange of body techniques is remarkable. Were it me, I would not have evaded. Isekai'd pondered Chushu's application of the body technique and sincerely believed he executed it exceptionally well. In truth, the body technique in Konoha encompasses many definitions. The most commonly employed variations are transformation, shadow clone, and substitution techniques. However, the body technique is not merely representative of these three foundational jutsu. Some exceptionally talented students in the Ninja Academy can apply to learn the instantaneous technique, which is also categorized within the body techniques and is sometimes referred to as the new or advanced body technique. Thanks to his commendable exam results over the past 2 years, Chushu's application to study the instantaneous technique was remarkably smooth. It is arguably the only jutsu he possesses that holds any significant prestige. Do not underestimate yourself. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is also formidable. Chushu offered a calm reassurance to Isekai'd, who did not seem to heed the sentiment. After a brief rest, Let us head to the back mountain. After all, ninjas often find themselves camping outdoors during missions. Minato declared with enthusiasm, to which Isekai'd readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Chushu felt as though the sky had fallen. There's more. Chapter 11. Enemies in the forest. In the forest behind the mountain, the four of them leaped between the trees, splitting into pairs and dispersing in different directions. Originally, they intended to traverse the forest together, but Kushina suddenly proposed a competition. Isekai'd concurred, and naturally, Minato and Chushu could not refuse, for to decline would be futile. The rules stipulated that the two groups must capture a wild beast within an hour and bring it back to the meeting point. The victor would be determined by the confrontation between the two captured beasts. Chushu had no objections and no competitive spirit. After all, winning bore no rewards. So why exhaust himself for a trivial victory? It was far better to find a quiet place to take a comfortable nap. Having leapt a sufficient distance, Chushu halted in response to Isekai'd's puzzled gaze. Yawn. Isekai'd, you go search. My outdoor skills are lacking. So I will wait here and see if any passing beasts might be suitable to capture. Once you find one, call me to help deal with it. After saying this, Chushu yawned again and sat upon a tree branch. Isekai'd felt a sense of unreliability in his demeanor. Why do I feel like you're just trying to slack off? Cough, cough. You wouldn't fall asleep the moment I leave, would you? Then later claim you encountered some danger and feigned death here, only to accidentally doze off. Are you a parasite in my stomach? Under Isekai'd's disdainful gaze, Chushu ultimately failed to maintain his facade and was thoroughly unmasked. Each word from her struck close to his heart, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, it's not like you think of me as highly as Minato, right? Another piercing remark struck Chushu's chest, and just as he was about to respond, Isekai'd's next words left him momentarily stunned. No, in my eyes. You are even more impressive than Minato. Chushu, huh? Chushu, have I been exposed? Minato at least has a father who teaches him to be a ninja, but you, Nangang Chushu, have only yourself to rely on. In my view, your ability to meet the criteria for applying to learn the instantaneous technique and independently develop the chakra transformation into a fireball technique must have required considerable effort. Nangang Chushu. Phew. Thankfully I have not been exposed. Nangang Chushu. Damn Uchiha, your analytical abilities are surprisingly sharp. And your mastery of the body technique to such an extent only reinforces my suspicion. Without a teacher, without a bloodline limit. Yet you have surpassed both me and Kushina. You must have devoted a significant amount of hard work. Nangang Chushu. TSK. Are you going to silence me to ensure my secrets remain hidden? Nangang Chushu. Or perhaps not. After all, my greatest secret remains in my hands. And perhaps disseminating this little detail could serve as a smokescreen. Thus, I believe you are the true genius. For you, it is akin to discovering more within a realm populated solely by earth and trees. Isekai'd continued to speak, wholly unaware that, for a fleeting moment, the person she had just praised harbored thoughts of malice towards her. You must have endured a great deal of pain along the way, Isekai'd remarked, recalling the mysterious scars that adorned Chushu's body, feeling a pang of heartache. However, Chushu felt nothing, for he understood early on that one must sacrifice something on the path to growth. It is merely a trifling pain, unworthy of mention. Nevertheless, at that moment, he felt an impulse to feign vulnerability. Lowering his gaze, he caught a falling leaf and solemnly stated, "It is but a mere trace of the elements." Upon hearing this, Isekai'd felt a sharp pang in her heart, uncertain whether it was the inspirational experiences or the words of their protagonist that stirred her emotions. Turning around, she noticed that the figure of Chushu, who had been seated on the branch, had vanished. "Chushu, where have you gone?" "Chushu?" Isekai'd scanned her surroundings, but saw nothing. The leaf Chushu had caught still lay on the ground, and she approached to examine it closely. The leaf appeared entirely ordinary, lacking any peculiar characteristics. Yet, it was after Chushu had caught this leaf that he disappeared. What could he possibly be doing? Or had he sensed something? Isekai'd was uncertain but refrained from acting rashly, as mere observation yielded no insights. However, after some contemplation, Isekai'd placed the leaf in her palm and lowered her head to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, she began to discern some peculiarities. There were two oddities present. The first impression that the leaf gave her was one of flatness. Not the kind of flatness that is entirely devoid of contour. The leaf still bore a certain curvature, yet its surface conveyed an unmistakable sensation of being pressed down entirely. The second peculiar aspect was that it seemed to Fong that there was a hint of dust on her palm. Upon removing the leaf, She indeed discovered traces of dust on her hand. However, this leaf had drifted down from a tree. Suddenly, Feng was struck with an alarming realization. She looked up and, as expected, at the top of the tree, Chushi was locked in a standoff with a ninja. Judging by the ninja's attire, he appeared to be from the land of lightning. Chushu, Feng shouted, hoping to inform the ninja of their presence and exert some pressure upon him. Yet, the ninja paid no heed, viewing them merely as two insignificant academy students without even forehead protectors. I never expected such a small child to possess such remarkable insight. Chushu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the dark-clad ninja, his hands poised with kunai at the ready. The child must belong to the Uchiha clan. I merely intended to confirm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but obtaining a pair of Sharingan would be a nice bonus. I'm sorry, little brat, but I cannot allow you to leave here alive. With that, noticing Chushu's indifference, the dark ninja spat and activated his lightning release chakra mode, aiming for a swift resolution. Chushu, realizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be careless and simultaneously employed the shadow clone technique and body flicker technique. In an instant, 4 copies of Chushu appeared before the ninja. Surprisingly troublesome. A slashing motion was made, yet it did not connect with any tangible form. Just an illusion? No, not merely an illusion. A voice whispered in the ninja's ear, and he turned in alarm, witnessing the shadow he had just missed now lunging at him with a kunai. In an instant, the ninja retreated at full speed. The kunai, infused with chakra, sliced through the air with an extraordinary velocity, severing a pointed branch from the treetop. The ninja felt a chill of dread, cold sweat trickling down his back. He believed that even with his lightning release chakra mode, he could not evade such a strike. And here, there were 4 such shadows. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure closing in on him, accompanied by what seemed to be a feminine voice. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chapter 12, Examination passed. The dark ninja suddenly chuckled, prompting Chushu to feel an ominous premonition. Indeed, at the very moment the great fireball took shape, the ninja accelerated towards Feng in a swift dash. This is bad. That fool has left himself vulnerable after casting his technique. The Konoha child truly possessed an overwhelming sense of arrogance. The dark ninja was now beside Feng, poised to deliver a hand strike to her neck. You shall die? Time was of the essence. Observing this, Chushu quickly abandoned any hesitation as dozens of clones manifested around them, their sheer numbers entirely enveloping the battlefield. Ninja art, body flicker technique. In an instant, one of the clones beside the lightning ninja exchanged places with Chushu's real form. Simultaneously, a projectile of flame akin to an arrow surged towards the ninja's arm. Fire release. Sun hunting arrow. Boom. An explosion echoed as the fiery arrow pierced the lightning ninja's arm, erupting violently. Chushu swiftly seized Feng and executed the body flicker technique to escape. Once they had distanced themselves, the surrounding shadows dissipated, and Chushu gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. What a draining exertion, yet the outcome was favorable. Uchiha Feng, still rattled, also took a moment to catch her breath before processing the scene before her eyes wide with astonishment. Compared to the blood-soaked aftermath, she could not find joy. So, you are this strong, Feng remarked, her emotions intertwined as she regarded Chushu. Let us not dwell on this. We must see how the lightning ninja fared. That individual had already succumbed to the explosion, unable to maintain his chakra, plummeting from the tree. Chushu could only hope he would meet his demise upon impact, or at least be incapacitated. Otherwise, the arrival of patrolling ninjas would expose them both. Feng's expression was filled with complexity, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet Chushu had already leaped down, and after a moment's hesitation, she followed suit. Phew, thankfully. He still has a breath left despite falling from such a height. Without a moment's hesitation, Chushu unleashed a fireball technique, sending him to his demise. Why? Feng, trailing behind Chushu, questioned as she watched him dispose of their adversary without a trace of hesitation. Why can you kill him without a second thought? Yet you, so powerful. Feign weakness? Why? Chushu, can you enlighten me? Chushu turned back, his smile unwavering as he gazed at the charred remains of the lightning ninja. Because if we do not eliminate him, we will perish. I will be exposed. Revealing our strength too early invites jealousy and greed. Death is the norm in this ninja world. With that, Chushu guided the dazed Feng away from this perilous place. Subsequently, they casually hunted down a robust beast, dispatching it swiftly to replenish their numbers. Promise me, Feng, do not speak of today's events to anyone. Forget everything that just transpired regarding me. Uchiha Feng snapped back to reality, sensing the subtle undertone of menace in Chushu's words, and nodded in trepidation. All right. Upon returning to the gathering spot, Kushina and Minato had been waiting for them. Behind them lay a massive bear, nearly 7 meters tall. The bear's size was reminiscent of the creature that Sasuke had defeated while rescuing Karen in the original series. In contrast, Chushu lifted his gaze, glancing at the normal-sized tiger he had hoisted over his shoulder. Sigh, it seems I cannot compete with you, Minato. Feng, observing the transformation in Chushu, found it difficult to reconcile him with the formidable, decisive figure she had just witnessed. It seemed as if he had reverted to the lazy boy who was always seeking to slack off. For some reason, Feng recalled Chushu's previous words to her. So, was all of this your facade? How many years have you been concealing your true self? The group refrained from discussing the competition further, releasing the tiger before treating the massive bear as their spoils of war for a barbecue. As evening approached, they gradually bid farewell to one another. See you tomorrow, finally. I can catch up on some sleep. Chushu yawned, stretching lazily as he began to head home. Feng followed closely behind him. All right, I'll take you this far. Thanks, Chushu said without turning around, addressing Feng. However, he received no response. After a moment of silence, he turned to speak again, only to be unexpectedly embraced by Feng. Chushu stood in shock, unsure how to respond to this situation, caught between pushing her away and reciprocating the embrace. He wished to articulate something, but Feng spoke first. Regardless of what you know or how mature you are, I hope you can always trust me. Chushu was momentarily taken aback as Feng released him. Subsequently, she stood on her tiptoes and pecked lightly at his forehead before dashing away like a fleeting bird. Only Chushu remained in a daze, his neck redder than his body, and his face even redder than his neck. He admitted that his heart was in disarray. This day marked the only day in years that Chushu had not engaged in his studies, and it was the sole night he experienced insomnia. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, feeling restless no matter how he lay. Recalling the scene from that evening, Chushu sat up suddenly. Could it be that she is unwell? Why would she tempt me so? Before long, it was time for the graduation examination of the lower ninjas. Early in the morning, Feng linked her arm with Chushu's as they made their way to school. They paused in front of classroom 3. It's just a lower ninja examination, quite simple. If you finish first, wait for me at the door. If I finish first, I'll come find you. Chushu gazed at the playful Feng, smiling gently as he nodded. All right, off you go. Then, amidst the gazes of nearly all the boys in classroom 3, who looked as if they were ready to devour him, he received a brief kiss from Feng before bidding her farewell and entering the classroom. Oh, how sweet, teased Yoshinai as soon as Chushu took his seat. Feng's face turned a deep crimson, resembling that of a famous warrior. Oh dear, what a blatant truth. Meanwhile, Chushu sat in class listening to the teacher call out names. Their class was testing transformation techniques. As for the theoretical portion on paper, he had already completed and submitted it. Unsurprisingly, Chushu scored a precise 60, just enough to pass. Having meticulously controlled his scores for 6 years, he had never faltered. Watching as one student after another passed their examinations, Chushu felt a twinge of melancholy. Alas, it seems those academically gifted commoners will soon become the foundational resources for Danzo. Next, Nangon Chushu. Upon hearing his name, Chushu slowly descended from the stage, appearing utterly indifferent. Soon, with deliberate hand seals, he transformed into the likeness of his teacher. Yet, despite the transformation, he remained devoid of vitality, making the distinction glaringly obvious. The teacher, with several lines of frustration etched on his forehead, managed to emit a voice that seemed to be squeezed from his throat. Pass. Trembling. He marked a check beside Chushu's name, his lips twitching as he called the next name. It wasn't T. Parkinson S. He was simply exasperated by Chushu. The teacher could not fathom why. Despite always scoring full marks and performing excellently, Chushu insisted on deliberately acting foolish. It was as if he reveled in defiance of his own capabilities. After pondering for some time, the teacher sighed and marked a check beside the next student's name. Perhaps he was battling against his own teaching career. It was also his fault. Why had he, on the first day, foolishly chosen to treat Chushu as a mere chicken to be slaughtered? Now, it seemed, not a single student in the class could achieve full marks. Especially that Uchiha. who consistently scored 99 due to her pride causing discrepancies in her transformation technique, affecting her overall score. Truly, a lamentable fate. Chapter 13. The Butcher. A living father, Chushu and Feng exited the school hand in hand, observing that there was still ample time to wait for Minato and the others. As the newly minted lower ninjas, it also signified the conclusion of their time at the Ninja Academy. Upon reflection, Chushu felt little attachment, yet Feng seemed somewhat nostalgic. Thus, Chushu decided to treat everyone, taking the four of them to the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi family. Today, I have 100,000 ryo. That should suffice, right? Chushu calculated silently, assessing the restaurant's prices. Feng, overhearing this, nearly stumbled. 100,000 ryo? Why are you carrying so much money? The Akimichi barbecue restaurant was quite reasonable. Surely, 100,000 ryo was more than enough to satiate hunger. Chushu glanced at Feng, bewildered, and explained, I don't usually carry much money. I don't spend much. I'm treating today, after all. Besides, isn't Gyoshinai quite the eater? Remember that giant bear? Feng recalled the bear from 2 years ago when they trained with Minato and had a barbecue, and she fell silent. She remembered how Chushu, and Minato had barely managed to eat one paw, while most of the rest had gone into Gyoshinai's stomach. Had they not brought back a bear paw for Tsunade to taste, Chushu suspected she could have devoured even more. It was astonishing how such a small stomach could accommodate such a large bear. Yet, recalling that inside her was a complete nine-tailed fox, she chuckled. Well, perhaps I underestimated her. That might not be enough. Feng expressed her concerns. Not to worry, I have another 10,000 ryo here. If we need more, I can always supplement. Chushu reassured her, though Feng still felt a bit anxious. Suddenly, Chushu thought of someone. Hey, I have a brilliant idea. What is it? Feng inquired, curious about his thoughts. Before long, they spotted Akimichi Jimaru emerging from the school, exchanging knowing glances and smiles. Hey, Jimaru. They called out, inviting him to join them. Jimaru, seeing familiar faces and knowing that both he and Feng were in the same class as Minato, readily agreed. But soon, he would come to regret it. It wasn't he because he was getting a discount at the barbecue restaurant. Rather, it was the sight before him. On one side, Minato and Gyoshinai were arm in arm, engaged in conversation. On the other, Nangon Chushu and Uchiha Feng were more audacious, holding hands and whispering sweet nothings to each other, occasionally sharing affectionate gestures. Sandwiched in the middle, Jimaru felt utterly invisible, relegated to munching on chips with no sense of presence whatsoever. Next time, I'm never joining them again. I'll stick to a boys' gathering. Akimichi Jimaru exclaimed, Hey, pass me the peanuts. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they immediately requested a private room. Chushu engaged the proprietress in friendly conversation, establishing a rapport. By the way, Qingshi, please bring 2 pots of tea to our room, 1 red and 1 floral. Thank you. All right. Haha. You kids are quite amusing, calling me sister at my age. The proprietress, Akimichi Qingshi, happily prepared 2 pots of tea, one of which was a summer specialty, cherry blossom tea. She didn't charge them for it, considering it a gift. Besides her nephew in the room, it was mostly Chushu's sweet words that brought her joy. Akimichi Jimaru felt like a superfluous presence. Upon entering the private room, Gyoshinai's eyes widened at the menu. She rarely dined out for barbecue, but had a fondness for it. Yet, her true favorite remained ramen. Without hesitation, she ordered 5 different flavors of ramen, leaving Jimaru astounded. Gyoshinai, can you finish all of that? And why didn't you order the satay ramen? I think that's the best one, and it's a specialty of our restaurant. Gyoshinai shook her head. No, I prefer savory ramen. Sweet ramen doesn't suit my taste, she said, scanning the menu again and pointing to several options with ample fatty cuts. This one, and this one. The waiter glanced at the selections and noted them down. Is that all? Yes. Upon hearing this, Chushu, Shuemin, and Feng were momentarily stunned, staring at Gyoshinai. However, Gyoshinai's next statement completely dispelled their surprise. Forget those. Bring out the other meats on the menu, and serve 3 portions of each. The waiter, perplexed, asked, 3 portions of all of them? That's quite a lot. Indeed, though the waiter was bewildered, he was nonetheless greatly impressed. He nodded silently and proceeded to the kitchen. The chef, after hearing the order, took a drag from his cigarette without uttering a word, and began slicing the meat with increasing speed and precision. Chodao Jimaru looked at Gyoshinai, warmth filling his heart. Does Gyoshinai know I have a hearty appetite, prompting her to order so much? He thought. Well, in that case, I cannot appear weak. Quietly, Chiodao dashed outside the room. Aunt, send 30 portions of ribs and 10 portions of sirloin to the private room. Understood. Charge it to my father's account. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. The chef, upon receiving the message, silently lit another 2 cigarettes. And soon the kitchen was shrouded in a haze of smoke. Just keep it coming. You live, father. Chiodao remarked. You two really treat the kitchen staff like they're from another country, huh? Chushu replied. Let it be. Just think of it as a war drama. Before long, the entire private room was filled with plates. As the grilled meat took shape at an accelerating pace, Jimaru and Jiyoshinai's appetite became insatiable. They were practically on the verge of needing 2 pots. The speed of serving the meat couldn't keep up with their voracious consumption, making it difficult for Chushu and the others to snag even a piece. It was only thanks to Chushu discreetly grilling a plate for Fong that she could even get a bite before the 2 gluttons were fully sated. By the way, Chushu, which squad are you in? Shuemin asked, realizing there was no opportunity to get his hands on any food. Jiyoshinai and Jimaru slowed their eating and turned to Chushu. Oh, I'm in the 11th squad with Sarutobi Sasuke and Shimura Tsukihime. To be honest, I'm only familiar with Sasuke. It may be difficult to bond with the others in the team, Chushu admitted. Upon hearing the name Tsukihime, Feng's expression sharpened as she looked at Chushu. She recognized Tsukihime as the daughter of the Shimura clan leader, known for her exceptional talent, which earned her a place in the same squad. Although Feng considered herself quite lovely, it didn't stop her from feeling a twinge of jealousy. Chushu sensed a chill run down his back and glanced down to see Feng's envious gaze. With a playful pinch to her puffed-up cheek, he chuckled, Don't worry. I'm not close with her. Besides, it's understandable for Sarutobi and the Shimura clan to be placed together. As for me, I was just shoehorned in. The commoners are merely a distraction for them. After saying this, he pecked her pouting lips and slyly grilled her a plate of meat. As for the Jonin leading us, I haven't received any news. However, I heard they wanted Orochimaru to be our instructor, but he declined. Chushu ruffled Feng's hair, watching the adorable little girl munch on her food. It's quite heartwarming and charming, her little mouth nibbling away. Not at all like that boastful one across from us. Orochimaru? Jimaru inquired, visibly puzzled, having never heard that name before. However, Shuemin wore a look of pity for Chushu. Clearly aware of Orochimaru's status as a legendary figure in the Hokage lineage. Isn't he the disciple of the 3rd Hokage? Shuemin asked, excitement creeping into his tone. Then he thought about it and realized that Orochimaru was originally Chushu's teacher, who had also declined the position. What a shame, he added. Yes, I think it's quite regrettable too. If Orochimaru had truly become my teacher, perhaps I could have changed the fate of the common ninjas, Chushu mused, grabbing another plate of meat to grill in his palm. He genuinely believed having Orochimaru as a mentor would be advantageous, as they both shared an affinity for research. Perhaps he could steer Orochimaru's focus in a new direction. The thought was increasingly appealing, yet before he could act on it, it dissipated. Well, never mind. Noticing Shuemin and the others expressing their sympathy, Chushu waved it off, assuring them not to dwell on it. Changing instructors isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, they are still Jonin. Who knows, they might be even better suited to teach me. Seeing Chushu's optimistic demeanor, Shuemin ceased his forlorn expression. Indeed, having a Jonin guiding us is still a significant advantage. It's better than having none. Chushu smiled. Jiyoshinai probably hasn't been assigned to a squad, right? Upon uttering this, everyone present looked at Chushu as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know that? Jiyoshinai asked innocently, turning to him. Quite simply. You are from the Uzumaki clan, specially placed in Shuemin's squad, which is essentially a commoner's team. Plus, being of the same clan as the 1st Hokage's wife. They wouldn't let you mingle with the children of the elite, making it quite clear. Upon finishing, Jiyoshinai lowered her head, and Shuemin too seemed to have realized, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment. While Shuemin excelled in combat intelligence and interpersonal skills, he lacked in the subtleties of political maneuvering. So it was understandable that he wouldn't grasp the 3rd Hokage's intentions. However, Jimaru and Feng still appeared confused, unsure of the underlying reasons. Chushu-kun, can you tell us why? Feng playfully shook Chushu's arm. Ahem, this. I suppose I shouldn't say. Chushu scratched his head, glancing at Jiyoshinai. She frowned, lowering her head, her round little face puffing up, complemented by her fiery red hair. The nickname Tomato was indeed well-deserved. Don't worry, I trust you, Feng and Jimaru. Ultimately, Jiyoshinai decided to share the information, Recognizing that there was little to conceal since Feng and Jimaru were Shuimin's teammates, Chushu regarded Joshinai and nodded in agreement. Have you ever heard of tailed beasts? The moment those words left his lips, Jimaru and Feng's expressions shifted, their gazes sharpening. Could it be? Both Feng and Jimaru, being from prominent clans, had certainly heard of the concept of tailed beasts and turned to Joshinai in unison. Yes, there are 9 tails. Chushu continued. In an instant, the complexity of emotions in Feng and Jimaru's eyes was palpable. Chushu had sensed that there were no powerful chakra signatures nearby, allowing him to speak in hushed tones. Joshinai was acutely aware that her identity would draw various opinions, even envisioning the looks from Feng and Jimaru as if they were gazing at a monster. However, Feng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't mind it, Joshinai. Instantly, Joshinai's expression brightened as if she had found salvation. Yet, Chushu knew that Feng would not utter any comforting words, except for that one evening. Even if others say you eat a lot, don't pay them any mind. We all know you're doing it to nourish the creature with 9 tails inside you. As predicted, Feng's next comment seemed geared towards extinguishing the mood entirely. Directly disregarding Kushina's emotions, Jimaru remained lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Chuezi clapped his hands together, striking his right hand against his left, his face lighting up with sudden realization. Oh, no wonder Kushina has such a hearty appetite. It turns out she is raising pets. Kushina replied, enough from both of you. The 9 tails chimed in, I haven't eaten a thing. Just the sin has made me crave. And she hasn't shared a morsel with me. Thus, Kushina's only teacher must be Tsunade. Chushu redirected the conversation, turning to Minato and his companions. Your teacher is likely Jiraiya, a remarkably powerful ninja. Really? Minato's excitement reignited. Indeed, it is said his ninjutsu is quite unique and incredibly effective. Chushu sipped his tea, formulating his own plans. Over the past few years, his research into fire release had delved deeply, uncovering its profound mysteries. The intensity of the flames had been elevated to an unimaginable degree, with the color of the flames appearing crimson during experimentation. Although he had yet to utilize such fire and was uncertain about its effectiveness or whether it would change color in use, the temperature had reached a level capable of melting iron in open spaces. Consequently, he had expended a costly kunai. Thus, if the actual strength of a Jonin did not require him to look up in awe, he planned to apply for the Chunin exam in due time. At that point, he could undertake missions himself or even form his own Chunin team. If a Jonin's strength could easily overpower him, then following that Jonin would not be out of the question. Due to the elevated temperature of the flames, Chushu's development of techniques had gradually diversified. However, the nature of the flames necessitated that most of the jutsu he developed revolved around himself. The previous fire release technique, Hunt the Sun Arrow, could not be sustained with flames of higher temperatures. This was primarily due to the stability of chakra. The principle of Hunt the Sun Arrow involved incorporating extreme forms of nature transformation. The flames were condensed into the shape of arrows, with additional seals applied to sharpen the arrowheads, enabling them to penetrate an enemy's body. Ultimately, the compressed flames would explode, inflicting secondary damage. However, the heightened temperature of the crimson flames affected the stability of the compression, preventing the second explosion from occurring. Secondly, and most crucially, the seals. Because the chakra attribute ratio of the crimson flames was exceedingly extreme, there were very few among the 12 seals that could adjust this chakra ratio. Thus, the seals for Hunt the Sun Arrow could not be formed, rendering it unusable. To be frank, this type of flame initially caused Chushu some distress, as he was uncertain about how to form seals for it. Consequently, he devoted more time to the development of ninjutsu. One winter's day, an unexpected incident led to a surprising breakthrough. It was a sunny morning, and young Chushu lay on his bed, sleeping soundly with rhythmic snores. However, due to the melting snow, the outdoors, which should have been warmer, felt quite chilly. This, in turn, caused his heater to extinguish more quickly than usual. Awakened by the cold, Chushu instinctively sought warmth. Upon turning around and seeing the extinguished heater, he decided to use the crimson flames to warm himself. Yet still groggy, the chakra ratio and flow proved difficult. Just then, sensing a subtle force urging him on, young Chushu clapped his hands together. The chakra flow became smoother. However, as he faced further obstruction, closing his eyes heightened his bodily sensations. At that moment, he felt discomfort in the veins of his fingers due to the blockage of chakra. Subsequently, he curled 6 of his fingers, leaving only his index fingers and thumbs crossed. Instantly, The chakra flowed freely, and a burst of crimson flames erupted from his mouth. With a loud bang, he was jolted awake. As he released his hands, the chakra flow ceased, and the crimson flames gradually dissipated. However, the heater had exploded. Thus, Chushu slapped his own face in frustration. What a waste, another heater gone. Chapter 15. Class division. The following morning, all the students gathered in the classroom, chattering noisily. Amidst the cacophony, Chushu made his way to a corner and laid his head on the desk for a nap. Beside him sat the perpetually cheerful Sarutobi Sansuke and the aloof Shimizu Suki, who had never deigned to glance at him. Chushu paid them no mind, as he had no intention of forming any connection with the Shimizu girl. Completing a C-rank mission would allow him to directly apply for the Chunin exam, and at that point, he would have no need to concern himself with her opinions. TSK, Shimizu Suki cast a disdainful glance at the slumbering Chushu, expressing her contempt without reservation. I really don't understand the teacher-s arrangement. Why must I be placed with this slacker? Even as a slacker, he doesn't strive for improvement, just sleeps all day. Sarutobi Sansuke, who had been sitting between them chatting with classmates, felt the awkwardness of the situation. Come on. Suki, don't say that. Chushu is actually quite impressive. He always manages to hit the passing mark and works hard. Shimizu Suki shot a sideways glance at Sansuke, saying nothing but harboring even greater disdain for Chushu. Sansuke himself was merely of mediocre ability, yet his social skills made him quite popular in class. Thus, Suki felt a deep-seated contempt for him as well. To her, Sansuke was a person of great potential who squandered his time on socializing instead of honing his skills. If only he would devote his time to training, his abilities would not lag far behind hers. This back and forth only heightened her dislike for Sansuke, mirroring her feelings toward Chushu. Consequently, the entire team was mired in an atmosphere of extreme discord. Chushu sighed inwardly. These two were nothing more than replicas of the third Hokage and Danzo. However, he suspected that during missions, they might develop some camaraderie, perhaps even a romantic relationship. After all, the dynamic between the third Hokage and Danzo was rather ambiguous, with one being accommodating and the other overly aggressive. The parallels were uncanny. Chushu recalled the fan art he had seen in his previous life, depicting the elderly third Hokage and Danzo in a rather affectionate light, sending a chill down his spine. Shaking his head, Chushu sat up, stretched, and looked out the window, hoping the beauty of the surroundings would cleanse his mind of the unsavory thoughts that had crossed it. Noticing Chushu had awakened, Sarutobi Sansuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hey, Chushu, you weren't actually asleep, were you? No. I was just resting my eyes, Chushu replied calmly, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Sansuke mistakenly thought Chushu was upset by Shimizu Suki's earlier comments and quickly attempted to mend the relationship between teammates. You shouldn't take Suki's words to heart. She was just having a bad day, haha. Don't worry, Sansuke, I'm not bothered by it. As the first light of dawn broke, Chushu turned back with a cheerful smile, striving to maintain an appearance of buoyancy, not wanting Sarutobi Sansuke to perceive her despondency and spiral into unnecessary thoughts. She thought to herself that there was no way she would be that fragile, yet the truth remained. She was indeed feeling quite dejected. Upon hearing this, Shimura Tsukihime found it rather amusing. So she possesses a modicum of self-awareness after all. However, the division of classes was not within her control. It was the teachers who organized the students based on their average abilities. Why must you be the strongest? Now, you must endure the presence of a novice like me. How embarrassing. Chushu, however, was not one to back down easily, and within a few exchanges, she managed to make Tsukihime feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although Tsukihime outwardly appeared unfazed, a subtle discomfort brewed within her as she pondered the implications of Chushu's words. At that moment, Sarutobi Sanzaku, ever the slow-reacting one, chimed in, completely igniting Tsukihime's irritation. Well, that's good. Haha. Indeed, Tsukihime is quite strong, so do us a favor and guide Chushu. After all, we are teammates. Chushu glanced at Sanzaku, mentally giving him a thumbs up for his audacity in attempting to ease the situation. How bold of him to speak up, risking the ire of a fierce tigress. Chushu stifled a laugh and quickly composed her expression as she turned her gaze back to Tsukihime, who was now tightly clenching her fists, clearly unsettled by Sanzaku's remarks. It felt as though within their small group, she was the only one being marginalized by the other two. Although she could not decipher the true meaning behind Chushu's words, she sensed a hint of mockery, igniting an inexplicable anger within her. Just then, Sanzaku's comment served only to pour fuel on the fire of her rising indignation. Chushu glanced at Sanzaku, shifting slightly in her seat, silently lamenting for him. A dead comrade is better than a living hermit. Sanzaku, you're in for it. Just don't drag me down with you. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through, leading Chushu to think, what a delightful sound. At that moment, Sanzaku was slumped over the table, a large bump on his head, steam still rising from it. I was merely trying to mediate. Why am I being struck? As various jonin entered the classroom, several teams were promptly called away. Chushu's gaze shifted toward the door, anticipating the arrival of the next jonin. With a click, the classroom door swung open, revealing a robust figure clad in a green jonin vest with a mesh fabric undershirt. Chushu assessed the jonin's broad shoulders, estimating he could easily reduce her to a folding chair with one punch. While not overweight, the jonin's muscles were impressively defined, and his weathered square face was adorned with sparse facial hair. His appearance was rather unremarkable, complemented by a slate-gray headband tied around his forehead, polished to a shine, indicative of someone who took pride in being a Konoha jonin. Class 11, follow me. The jonin scanned the classroom, quickly locating Chushu and her companions in the corner. Upon hearing his command, the trio turned their attention to the figure at the podium. Tsukihime, already fatigued from sitting with the two dimwits, hastily executed a body flicker technique to stand beside the jonin. Sanzaku followed suit, but as he turned to call for Chushu, he found her leisurely approaching his side. Quick on your feet, are we? Not dragging behind at all, Sanzaku remarked to Tsukihime, who regarded him with disdain, arms crossed and unwilling to engage with the fool. Noticing the tension, the jonin sensed that this team might be troublesome and promptly advised, inter-team discord is unacceptable. Indeed, Sanzaku cheerfully replied, while Chushu's response was markedly languid. Tsukihime remained silent, and the jonin felt the awkwardness settle in. He then ushered the three to a training ground. First, let us introduce ourselves, just as you did upon entering the academy. I wish to learn more about you. He cleared his throat and adjusted his headband. Cough, cough. My name is Ushin Fujo, and my dream is to nurture students who will make a name for themselves in the ninja world. I enjoy salmon, sports, and vegetables. And I detest rice. I take great pride in being a ninja of Konoha. Upon finishing, he looked to Chushu and her companions, only to find their expressions unchanged. Aside from Tsukihime, who cast a pointed glance of disdain, Chushu pondered incredulously, how can anyone dislike rice? Meanwhile, Sanzaku remained as cheerful as ever. Ushin Fujo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he cleared his throat again. Ahem, now it's your turn. Let's start with you. He gestured to Tsukihime. Chapter 16. The test. Tsukihime cast an impatient glance at the others before finally speaking. I am Tsukihime Shimura, with no particular likes or dislikes, except for fools. She shot a glance at Chushu and Sanzaku, even subtly eyeing Ushin Fujo, who caught her gaze with keen perception. My dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world. Ushin Fujo nodded with a smile, though his enthusiasm had noticeably waned. Very well, next. Sanzaku eagerly chimed in. My name is Sarutobi Sanzaku. I love hot food. I detest cold food and feelings. My dream is to be as powerful as the third Hokage. Ushin Fujo's expression shifted dramatically at this proclamation, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Sanzaku with newfound admiration. A direct descendant of the Hokage? He would be honored to be this child's teacher, drawing him closer to his idol. Excellent. It seems Sanzaku is the student most in sync with me. Tsukihime, observing the budding camaraderie, felt her complexion pale, instinctively taking a step back. What on earth is happening with these two? It's truly revolting. In comparison, she found herself thinking that Chushu was rather easy to deal with after all. Chushu, too, leaned back slightly, signaling her unfamiliarity with the two. All right, next. Chushu silently sighed, anticipating that the days ahead might prove challenging. Gazing at the two in front of her, she felt an uncanny resemblance to Li and Guy. I am Nongguang Chushu. Nongguang. That's surname. Teacher, please do not interrupt me. Oh, my apologies. Please continue. Chushu, feeling rather exasperated, continued. I enjoy cooked food and detest complications. My dream is to attain immortality without effort. Finally, Tsukihime could no longer contain her laughter at Chushu's last statement. She conceded, indeed. The allure of immortality was quite captivating. However, to utter such shameless words in front of everyone, Nongguang Chushu is the first he has ever encountered. Truly bewildering. Shimizu Tsukuha couldn't help but scoff. You may live your life clinging to such unrealistic dreams. I hope you don't perish halfway through. After saying this, Shimizu Tsukuha disregarded them and took a seat at a considerable distance. Shangshan Fuqiao glanced at Chushu, who merely shrugged. He refrained from further comment, suddenly feeling a profound sense of fatigue. Yet, upon looking at Sarutobi Yamatsuki, his fighting spirit was rekindled. Absolutely, this potential disciple must not be lost. Oh, what a splendid notion, along with the courage to express such a belief in others' incompetence, is indeed a commendable quality. Upon hearing this, Chushu regarded Shangshan Fuqiao with admiration, mentally giving him a thumbs up. Turning his gaze to Shimizu Tsukuha not far away, he noticed her fists were already clenched. Shimizu Tsukuha pondered. Although he was praising Nangong Chushu, why did I feel he was mocking me? How frustrating. I truly wished to punch him. However, Shangshan Fuqiao remained oblivious to her feelings and turned to the three of them. All right, now, let me assess your abilities. If anyone manages to injure me, there will be a reward. Upon this declaration, Shimizu Tsukuha and Nangong Chushu, who had previously appeared disinterested, suddenly perked up. What reward? Chushu inquired eagerly, directing his gaze toward Shangshan Fuqiao. The latter found himself momentarily speechless, as he had not truly considered what the reward would be. He simply thought that enticing them with a reward might pique their interest. In fact, he held little hope that any of them could inflict any substantial harm upon him. Well then, whoever manages to hurt me, I shall grant them one request. Just don't ask for anything too outrageous. Excellent. Shimizu Tsukuha was the first to affirm this. Then she withdrew to a considerable distance. Now let us commence. With that, she dove into the woods and concealed herself. Chushu, filled with excitement, instantly appeared behind Shangshan Fuqiao and delivered a powerful kick. Sarutobi Yamatsuki had yet to react when the two had already engaged in combat. However, once he regained his senses and saw Chushu strike, he hurriedly sought to cooperate. Nevertheless, Shangshan Fuqiao hardly regarded Chushu's kick as a threat, effortlessly blocking it with his hands behind his back. Hey, there's no need to rush. Eagerness is the bane of combat. Chushu had already prepared himself mentally, and upon realizing his initial attack had failed, he swiftly retreated, denying his opponent the opportunity to seize him. This was merely a simple test to gauge his strength against a jonin. Presently, it appeared that his opponent was utterly unfazed. One might even say he had not taken Chushu's strength into account at all. Is he a jonin specializing in physical techniques? Chushu rationally analyzed, then formed hand seals, summoning numerous shadow clones that flickered around him. Are the clones meant to lure the enemy? A clever strategy indeed. Shangshan Fuqiao even had the leisure to comment, clearly unaffected by Chushu's assault. Chushu's figure darted among the clones, achieving an effect reminiscent of the original work's Shursui. Shangshan Fuqiao produced a kunai, parrying Chushu's kunai with ease. Just as the next clone charged forward, Shangshan Fuqiao suddenly stabbed at nothing. Is this a shadow? A thought sparked in his mind, causing him to sense something amiss. Fire release. Ash pile burning. Indeed, from behind came Sarutobi Yamatsuki's voice, and upon turning, he was enveloped by a cloud of dust. Crack! As Sarutobi Yamatsuki clenched his teeth, the flint in his molars struck together, igniting the dust. Boom! An explosion erupted, engulfing Shangshan Fuqiao entirely. Oh, what a perfect collaboration. Wait, Chushu. Why are you pulling me away? At that moment, Chushu had already reached Sarutobi Yamatsuki's side, swiftly whisking him away. We must conceal ourselves. What else could we do? You don't actually think a mere ash pile burning could take down a jonin, do you? Your ninjutsu skills aren't sufficiently honed yet. With that, he took Sarutobi Yamatsuki and hid behind a tree. Meanwhile, the explosion's aftermath became apparent, and Sarutobi Yamatsuki gazed toward the epicenter. There, a charred, humanoid earth sculpture stood, with the blackened soil gradually peeling away. Shangshan Fuqiao stirred slightly, shaking off the dirt coating him, emerging unscathed. Phew, that was close. I almost fell victim. These youngsters are remarkably strong. However, that girl lacks cooperation. With that, Shangshan Fuqiao vanished in an instant. Even Chushu's keen eyes could hardly catch the last glimpse of him heading toward the eastern woods. The area they occupied was defined by the training ground's open space. The southern woods posed little concern. They merely needed to remain vigilant and attentive. Chapter 17. A successful hit in an instant, the entire training ground fell silent. It was as if they were being tested for their patience. After a considerable time, no sounds emerged. Chushu and Yamatsuki stood back to back, sheltered behind the trunk of a large tree, cautiously observing their surroundings. Chushu shushed. Chushu. Yamatsuki, feeling somewhat bored with the lack of any peculiarities around them, couldn't resist attempting to engage Chushu in conversation. However, Chushu was not inclined to respond. Undeterred, Yamatsuki continued, "If we genuinely injure Teacher Shangshan, what request would you make of him?" Noticing Chushu's silence, Yamatsuki posed the question to himself. Chushu felt his mind muddled, despite the tension. Sarutobi Yamatsuki's carefree demeanor disrupted the atmosphere. Indeed, I shouldn't have brought him along. Yet, if I ignore him, he might talk to himself for ages. With no choice. Chushu reluctantly replied, "I need ninjutsu." "Oh, is that so? Then I want to train with the teacher. His muscles are simply magnificent. Don't you think the teacher's physique is impressive? I feel that kind of build could attract many girls." As Sarutobi Yamatsuki grew more animated, Chushu began to regret engaging him. Suddenly, a strange tremor resonated through the chakra beneath his feet, snapping Chushu back to attention. "Careful. Huh?" Chushu hastily warned as he leaped several meters away. Sarutobi Yamatsuki turned to look at Chushu, still not fully grasping the situation, when he felt a shadow envelop him. "That lad is quite perceptive, but Yamatsuki, you mustn't make a sound in battle." Shangshan Fuqiao's voice rang out, startling Yamatsuki as he turned to defend himself. However, his movements could not possibly match those of a jonin. Just as he raised his hand, a gust of wind rushed toward his face. In an instant, a fist loomed large. Sarutobi Yamatsuki. Oh no. Bang. Clang. As Yamatsuki was knocked away by a punch, several shurikens followed closely behind. TSK. A moment too late. Seeing the shurikens deflected by Shangshan Fuqiao, Chushu split into several clones and charged at Shangshan Fuqiao. "Oh, not fleeing, but rather rushing toward me? With remarkable audacity, your methods, however, are rather one-dimensional." Chusu. Shangshan Fuqiao observed the same combat style once more, dismissing Chusu entirely. He merely brandished his kunai, intent on discerning the true body amidst the clones. Clang. Yet, Chusu had mastered his three-body technique exceptionally well, leaving Shangshan Fuqiao unable to find any flaws as their kunai clashed. Reacting swiftly, Shangshan Fuqiao attempted a kick, only to find nothing but air, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Had the body evaded him? Was this a shadow clone? When did this happen? As he pondered, an unsettling sensation prickled at the nape of his neck. He swiftly turned and slashed downward with his kunai. Bang! A wooden stake was cleaved in two with precision. Chusu swallowed hard at the sight. Once more, he vanished, and several shadow clones surged toward Shangshan Fuqiao. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. A swamp suddenly erupted beneath them, enveloping all of Chusu's clones. Yet, they all passed through without a single entity being captured. A glimmer sparkled in Shangshan Fuqiao's eyes. This battle could compel me to take things a bit more seriously. This lad possesses remarkable talent. He leapt away from his original position, pursuing the direction where Sarutobi Yenju had flown. Before long, he indeed spotted the Sarutobi Yenju, who had created a dent in the tree trunk. Now lying unconscious in the pit, bloodied and battered, Shangshan Fuqiao felt no concern about injuring the Yenju. His control over power was precise. His only worry was the escaping Nangong Chusu, hastening towards the unconscious Yenju, fearing that the lad might rescue him. However, it appeared that the boy's body flicker technique was not quite fast enough. "No time to carry the Yenju away," Shangshan Fuqiao muttered as he approached the unconscious Yenju. He prodded with his kunai, but sensed nothing unusual. He lifted the Yenju, tucking him under his arm, ready to return to the original empty space. Yet, as he took a mere step, he sensed something amiss with the Yenju beneath his arm and hastily tossed him aside. Whoosh! A long scar appeared on his shinobi vest. The thrown Yenju flipped through the air before landing on the ground. Phew! How dangerous! Truly, a student of the Sarutobi clan possesses such formidable resilience? No, wait. The Sarutobi Yenju exclaimed. Suddenly, two shurikens flew forth, narrowly evaded by Shangshan Fuqiao, who frowned in annoyance. Is the accuracy of these shurikens so poor? Bang! Actually, I am Nangon Chusu. The Yenju before him suddenly transformed, startling Shangshan Fuqiao. Huh, you are Chusu, then where is the Yenju? Teacher Shangshan, I'm right here. A garbled voice arose from behind, shocking Shangshan Fuqiao into forming hand seals. Earth release, fireball technique. Yet, Sarutobi Yenju was quicker, unleashing a torrent of flames straight at him. Realizing time was of the essence, Shangshan Fuqiao bent low. Not far away, Chu Su sprang into action, rushing toward Shangshan Fuqiao. However, wind release, great breakthrough. A feminine voice emerged from the grass. It was Shimizu Tsukiho, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. She immediately understood that it was a battle between Shangshan Fuqiao and Chu Su. Seizing the opportunity while the sounds persisted, she stealthily approached to observe, hoping to find a chance to intervene. Fortunately, her anticipation bore fruit. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. She unleashed her most adept jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. Shimizu Tsukiho glanced at Nangong Chu Su, a mocking smile gracing her lips. How could someone who lacks even basic ninjutsu possibly surpass my technique? Little did she realize that a subtle smile played at the corner of Chu Su's mouth. Earth release, rock armor. Shangshan Fuqiao's voice drew her attention back to the battlefield center. Shimizu Tsukiho looked on in astonishment as Shangshan Fuqiao, having evaded the fireball, became encased in a thick layer of earth armor. The great breakthrough struck the armor, merely slicing a small opening into it. Cursed. Shimizu Tsukiho had not anticipated that Shangshan Fuqiao could react so swiftly, evading the fireball while simultaneously countering her wind technique. She found herself at a loss, having not only failed to injure Shangshan Fuqiao, but also exposed her location, stamping her foot in frustration. She prepared to retreat when she suddenly saw a figure darting toward Shangshan Fuqiao. That speed surpassed even her earlier wind technique. Yunangong Chu Su. You used me? Indeed, the figure was none other than our little Chu Su, as the first to master chakra and delve into sensory ninjutsu. How could he fail to notice the poorly concealed Shimizu Tsukiho? Yet time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to exploit her wind technique to breach the rock armor. Ninjutsu, instantaneous shadow/technique. In an instant, Chu Su's figure appeared around them. Several silhouettes leaped into the air, each wielding a kunai. Flash. With a soft command from Chu Su, a dozen figures descended upon the gap, each strike manifesting as a solid blow. In a heartbeat, the rock armor endured 10 successive cuts. Ultimately, the armor, already compromised, could not withstand Chu Su's chakra-infused strikes, resulting in a small breach. Chu Su's true form delivered the final blow, a streak of blue light cutting through, drawing forth 2 droplets of blood. Shangshan Fuqiao felt a jolt of surprise. He had not expected to be injured by 3 mere genin. He swiftly shattered the rock armor, wiping the blood from his arm. Bang! TSK, you 3 are indeed impressive. You truly managed to wound me. Quite talented, young Chu Su. Shangshan Fuqiao grinned at Chu Su, glancing at the shallow wound on his arm. The injury was minor, likely to heal in no time. Yet, an injury is an injury. There were no excuses to be made. Then, Teacher Shangshan, may I learn the earth release technique you just performed? Chu Su exhaled deeply, resuming his earlier demeanor. Ha. The rock armor, of course. What I have said as a teacher remains unchanged. Shangshan Fuqiao laughed heartily, patting Chu Su on the shoulder as he inquired. But one thing puzzles me. How did the Yinju appear behind me? Upon hearing this, Chu Su chuckled. It was the shurikens with poor accuracy just now. At that, Shangshan Fuqiao instantly grasped the situation, glancing at the somewhat bewildered Shimizu Tsukiho, and smiled. So that was it. The shuriken's aim was poor because it was intentionally designed to prevent me from using kunai, lest it harm the sparrow. After speaking, I cast a glance at Shimura Tsukihime. Indeed, the confusion in her eyes diminished significantly, though some doubt still lingered. Observing this, Kamishira Fukujo continued, explaining that at an opportune moment he would revert to his original form, surprising me and causing the sparrow to do the same, thus confusing the auditory cues associated with the transformation and leaving me unable to react. A brilliant strategy conceived by the sparrow. Upon hearing this, Tsukihime finally grasped the situation. Fukujo had directly explained it because he recognized her strong-willed nature. Then, noticing the perplexed expression on Sarutobi Senzuka's face, he swiftly changed his words. Was that actually Hatsuwaki's idea? I believe it must have been Hatsuwaki's, as he often appears to be quite inventive. He laughed heartily, rubbing Hatsuwaki's head. Hatsuwaki wore a speechless expression. Unable to evade the large hand, he resigned himself and ceased to resist. Meanwhile, Tsukihime cast a complex glance at Hatsuwaki, unsure of what to say. Today, she had witnessed Hatsuwaki's strength. Though he lacked potent ninjutsu, his combat strategy, utilization of techniques, and chakra control were, in her opinion, superior to her own. Reflecting on the cold demeanor she had maintained toward him over the years, she felt a wave of disgust. He was undoubtedly a strong individual, and when mocked by her gaze, he must have chuckled inwardly. Gritting her teeth, Tsukihime felt a profound sense of humiliation. Her mood soured. Well, since your strengths have been revealed, let us gather in the open area. With that, she leapt forward, and Hatsuaki and the others quickly followed. Upon reaching the clearing, Fukujo instructed Hatsuaki and the others to sit, while he positioned himself before them. In this battle, I observed much from you. Firstly, Sanzaku, your concern for your teammates and your coordination with them were commendable, especially during the initial engagement when you swiftly adapted to Hatsuaki's rhythm. That was excellent. However, your tendency to speak during concealment, your inability to tolerate silence, is a drawback. In battle, this could easily expose you to enemy detection and ambush. After hearing this, the bruised Sanzaku nodded in acknowledgement, promising not to repeat it. Fukujo, noticing the bloodied face, felt somewhat guilty and quickly moved on. Now, Tsukihime, while your abilities are formidable, your lack of cooperation needs significant improvement. Imagine if, on the battlefield, your teammates are charging into battle while you wait for the opportune moment to strike. Seeking a major flaw, this could result in your teammates losing their lives, which is unacceptable. Tsukihime averted her gaze, clearly displeased with Fukujo's admonition. He sighed internally but continued with praise. However, your stealth capabilities, the potency of your wind techniques, and your timing in striking are remarkable and should be maintained. Not bothering to gauge her reaction, he turned his attention to Hatsuaki. Yet, what met his eyes was a lifeless expression, further exhausting him. Finally, Hatsuaki, your mastery of techniques is exceptionally high, comparable to that of an elite ninja. Your strategic deployment in combat yielded unexpected results, effectively capitalizing on moments of surprise. The only area lacking is your ninjutsu. As I understand, your parents were merchants and left you no techniques, so you are currently relying on what you learned in school. Correct? Fukujo nodded, increasingly pleased with Hatsuaki. Although he typically appeared lackluster, in combat, he proved to be anything but. A true prodigy, indeed. His application of skills was impressive, and training with the rock armor was certainly not a waste. Let us head to the hospital. It's already past noon. Tomorrow, we'll embark on our next mission. Fukujo rose, preparing to take Sanzaku to the hospital. Tsukihime, however, opted not to join them, stating she would head home since they would be starting missions the following day. Fukujo shook his head, feeling a sense of despondency. The most problematic member of this team was undoubtedly Tsukihime, yet he felt powerless to change anything. Should he reprimand or chastise her? It was futile. He could only proceed as is. Shaking his head, his frustration deepened. How on earth am I supposed to guide this team? Casting a glance at the obedient Sanzaku and the seemingly unruly yet manageable Hatsuaki, he found a sliver of solace. Hatsuaki, why don't you follow me? I'll also explain the intricacies of the rock armor seals and chakra adjustments along the way. All right. By the way, your chakra nature is earth, correct? Yes. That's good. And Sanzaku, what about you? Fire. Fukujo scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Let us just head to the hospital. After leaving the hospital, it was already 1 p.m. Hatsuaki had emerged slightly earlier than Minato and the others, so by now, they should still be occupied. Jiraiya would undoubtedly conduct some sort of test involving retrieving bells, and there was no doubt that Minato and the others would pass. After all, their relationship made it impossible for the glutton Tide to oppose to merely watch. Yes, I'm referring to a Kimichi Jinchuru. Hatsuaki purchased some food and made his way toward the memorial stone in Konoha. It was a favored spot for the Hokage lineage and a common training ground. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find that the test was still ongoing. Did I arrive too early? He noticed 2 bento boxes on the stone, with no one in sight. Just a circle of ropes placed atop it. Jiraiya and Minato were nowhere to be found, but Hatsuaki surmised they were likely engaged in combat nearby. After contemplating, Hatsuaki decided against interrupting them. Jiraiya's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of Fukujo. If he were to approach recklessly, he might get caught in the crossfire. However, given Minato's prowess, it likely wouldn't take long, and Jiraiya wouldn't unleash his full power. The bells would probably end up in the hands of Isekai'd and Minato. Hatsuaki sat on the stone, eating while waiting for the test to conclude. Before he could finish his meal, he noticed a long-haired, white-haired figure approaching, accompanied by a stout man wearing a headscarf, followed by Minato and Isekai'd. Jiraiya still exuded a certain charm. His medium-length spiky white hair, well-defined features, and striking appearance, complemented by 2 red streaks beneath his eyes, made him quite appealing. Besides a mole on his nose, there was nothing unattractive about him, and he lacked the lewd aura that would characterize him in the future. Jiraiya noticed Hatsuaki sitting atop the memorial stone and was about to inquire who he was when Isekai'd called out from behind, "Hatsuaki." With a bright smile, Isekai'd rushed over to Hatsuaki, who returned the gesture with a smile, opening his arms to embrace her as she spun around. Jiraiya, witnessing this interaction, looked astonished. Are children today so mature? Not just Minato, but even Isekai'd has a partner. Once again glancing at the blonde-haired figure behind him, Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. His mood instantly dampened. Both of his disciples were now in relationships, while he, their master, remained single. Tsunade, please agree to my plea. Chapter 19. The Battle Against Jiraiya. Hey, kid, I heard from Minato that you are from the same class as them? As Chushu was inspecting Fong for any injuries, Jiraiya directed his question at him. Without turning his head, Chushu replied directly, "Yes, my guiding jonin is Uchiha Fujiko." Jiraiya initially felt a twinge of disrespect in Chushu's demeanor, but upon hearing the name of his mentor, his expression shifted to one of amusement. "Oh, Uchiha is it? That kid is quite powerful. Did you perhaps fail the exam?" Once Chushu confirmed that Fong had suffered no injuries, he nodded in satisfaction, his impression of Jiraiya improving considerably. "No, Uchiha-sensei said my performance was commendable and promised to teach me a ninjutsu." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Chushu for a while. He was well acquainted with Uchiha Fujiko, having once lost a bet to Tsunade and taught her a ninjutsu. Yet, he understood that Uchiha's standards were far more stringent than his own. This was not the first time Uchiha had taken a class, but previously the pass rate had been alarmingly low. The fact that this kid could pass the test and earn Uchiha's recognition indicated that he was no ordinary talent. With this realization, Jiraiya suddenly felt a surge of anticipation regarding Chushu's abilities. "Hey, kid, your name is Chushu, right?" "Yes, that surname is quite rare. Please refrain from commenting on my surname." "Ah, my apologies." Jiraiya scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Chushu couldn't help but internally scoff at his demeanor. Reminiscent of his first encounter with Minato, "Could you engage me in a test battle?" Jiraiya proposed. "Rest assured, I will evaluate you according to Uchiha standards." Chushu regarded Jiraiya for a moment before responding. "No?" Jiraiya appeared bewildered. "Huh, why not? There's no benefit in fighting you. Besides, I only managed to injure Uchiha-sensei with the help of my teammates. I wouldn't stand a chance alone." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya reflected that it was indeed a valid point. Even Uchiha had to employ a ninjutsu to succeed. He could hardly justify taking advantage of that. Moreover, his teammates were not present, and Minato's prowess was far too formidable. With a slight sigh, he felt a pang of regret. Just as he was about to concede, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, Wait. Did you just say you injured Uchiha?" "Yes, is there a problem? How could that be possible?" "Why not? Uchiha-sensei stated that if anyone managed to injure him, he would grant them a request. I simply asked him to teach me a ninjutsu." Chushu replied calmly, perplexed by Jiraiya's intense reaction. Jiraiya stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. This was the first time he had encountered a freshly graduated student capable of injuring Fujiko. After some contemplation, he decided to test Chushu's abilities. "All right, a ninjutsu, is it? If you manage to injure me, I too shall teach you a ninjutsu. And as for your teammates, you may choose any of the 3. Upon hearing this, Chushu's interest was piqued. Minato, Fong, and Jiu were equally astonished by Jiraiya's response. "Is Chushu really that capable? Are you sure?" Chushu smiled enigmatically at Jiraiya, who nodded seriously in affirmation. "Very well." Chushu agreed, relishing the prospect of acquiring another ninjutsu without revealing his true abilities. After all, he had long coveted Jiraiya's chaotic lion mane technique, a particularly useful ninjutsu. Surveying the 3 who had just engaged in battle, Chushu first selected Minato. This was a necessity. As for the second choice, he hesitated between Jiu and Fong. Currently, Jiu had undergone metamorphosis, appearing considerably slimmer. With a headscarf and squinting eyes reminiscent of Ebisu, seemingly lacking in combat strength. Conversely, Fong had just fought, and Chushu was reluctant to push her further, fearing for her safety. However, she appeared eager, complicating his decision. In the end, unable to deny Feng's hopeful demeanor, he chose her. "All right, Fong it is. Yay." Jiu sighed in relief. He had no desire to continue battling, feeling somewhat exhausted. However, before he could celebrate, Jiraiya's next words plunged him into despair. Okay, I'll first tie up Jiu to prevent him from sneaking a bite. Jiu lamented, woe is me, I regret this decision. Chushu, please choose me. Chushu stretched his limbs, and then joined Minato and Foam, whispering plans. You two should find a spot to hide, don't worry about me. I just want to gauge the feeling of battling against Jiraiya. Trust me, I can escape. If I run toward the eastern woods, Minato, you coordinate with me. If I head west, Foam, you follow. Understood? Both Minato and Foam nodded in agreement. With the plan set, they leapt away. Chushu stood his ground, awaiting Jiraiya's approach. Oh, not hiding, but waiting here for me. You must have quite the confidence. Jiraiya remarked, assuming a horse stance with a kunai in hand. Aware that Uchiha had been injured in battle, he would not underestimate this young challenger and needed to treat him with utmost seriousness. Chushu chuckled, responding, not at all. I merely wish to test the pressure you exert upon me. No sooner had he spoken than Chushu vanished, reappearing behind Jiraiya. How swift, Jiraiya mused. This kid's mastery of ninjutsu was profound, rivaling Minato's. Jiraiya leapt aside, opting not to intercept Chushu's roundhouse kick, instead seeking to assess his other techniques. Chushu evaluated Jiraiya internally. His reflexes were slightly quicker than Uchiha's, and his combat style was rather troublesome, requiring a more strategic approach. Concluding this, Chushu refrained from immediate aggression, choosing instead to dash toward the eastern woods. Seeing this, Jiraiya pursued him without hesitation. In response, Chushu concentrated his chakra beneath his feet, sweeping it across the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust to obscure visibility. Wind release, dust storm. Jiraiya summoned 2 gusts of wind from his palms, dispersing the dust. However, Chushu had already vanished from sight. Really? So swift. Perhaps wind release ninjutsu is not my forte? Hidden within the forest, Chushu observed Jiraiya. He had not pursued him with the fire release he excelled in, opting instead for a less potent wind technique. He had indeed underestimated him. After all, Uchiha's rock armor was a true Jonin-level strength. With this in mind, Chushu conducted a brief analysis of Jiraiya's tactics. At the same time, caution was exercised to ensure that Jiraiya was not intentionally putting on a show for him. If he were to coordinate with Minato and get caught, the information gap would be detrimental. With this thought, Chushu formed hand seals, and chakra surged forth like an invisible net spreading across the ground. Chapter 20. Monogamy in the Training Grounds Forest. Jimaru was bound to a post, the surroundings eerily silent. The three seemed well concealed, evading detection by the lurking Jiraiya. Chushu stood behind a large tree, vigilantly surveying the area. Suddenly, Minato's voice reached his ears. Chushu-kun. A smile crept onto Chushu's lips as he turned to the newcomer. Minato, you've arrived. Let us formulate a battle plan. Minato nodded with a grin. Yes, Chushu, please proceed. All right, I have a solid grasp of Jiraiya-sensei's testing intensity by now. So we can crash. Before Chushu could finish, Minato had pressed a kunai against his neck. You've let your guard down, kid. Jiraiya's voice emanated from Minato. With a puff of smoke, Minato transformed into Jiraiya. Seeing this, Chushu leaned forward with a smile. Bang! As the smoke cleared, a wooden post leaned against the kunai. What? Ninja technique. Body flicker technique. Before Jiraiya could recover from his astonishment, a voice echoed from all directions. He quickly scanned the area, only to witness figures launching from the trees surrounding him. What? Shadow clone technique. Clang, clang. 2 figures intersected with him, and the clash of kunai dispelled Jiraiya's thoughts of mere clones. No, this is the real deal. Shadow clones. Where did he learn this? He marveled at Chushu's prowess, hastily evading the assault from the 2 figures. Earth release, hell swamp. The ground beneath him morphed into a marsh, and Jiraiya carefully scrutinized the clones, attempting to locate the original. However, as he surmised, the clones moved across the swamp as if it were solid ground, showing no signs of sinking. The splashed mud seemed to pass through them. Wait, is this a combination of clones and shadow clones? He silently praised Chushu's ingenuity, feeling a twinge of fear. If it weren't for the hell swamp, he might have already been subdued. As the surrounding clones dissipated, Chushu revealed his true form. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to launch an attack on Chushu, a voice interrupted him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Turning to look, he found Minato had somehow appeared beside him, releasing a gust of wind. Jiraiya quickly formed seals, allowing his hair to grow long and hard, encasing himself. Ninja art, needle jizo. Boom. The fierce wind battered against his hardened hair, causing no ripples whatsoever. Chushu observed this with increasing desire to learn the technique, though the prerequisite was to first injure Jiraiya. Dual ninja art, flickering shadow slash. In an instant, a yellow and a green figure darted around Jiraiya's needle Jizo, each pass leaving a white blade mark. Jiraiya attempted to exploit the openings to escape, but whenever he considered dispelling the technique, Chushu's slashes filled the void, forcing him to maintain his defense. Damn it, this kid's slashes are even more ferocious than Minato's. My hair is being chopped off, this won't do. The ladies won't like it if I'm not handsome. After a prolonged assault, Chushu and Minato struggled to make an impact on Jiraiya's white hair. Chushu remained silent, persistently swinging his weapon, seemingly waiting for something. Minato glanced at Chushu's expression, appearing assured, and refrained from questioning further. However, it soon became clear why. Fire release, great fireball. Feng's voice rang from a distance, and Minato instantly grasped the situation, quickly forming seals once more. Wind release, great breakthrough. Combined ninja technique, great fire whirlwind. As Chushu aggressively confined Jiraiya, he quickly dodged away, leaving Jiraiya bewildered, frantically trying to tame his disheveled hair. You reckless kids. Are you planning to kill your teacher? Earth release, earth flow wall. Instantly, earthen walls erupted around him, and the fire whirlwind took shape in a flash. However, a low-ranking ninja's techniques ultimately lacked the power to breach Jiraiya's sturdy earth flow wall. Observing this, Chushu swiftly summoned more clones. Ninja art, body flicker technique. Clang, clang. 3 clones charged from the blind spots above the earth wall. The sounds of kunai clashing echoed, only to be followed by silence. Minato and Feng watched anxiously as the great fire whirlwind dissipated and the earthen walls fell. Within the smoke, 2 figures, one tall and one short, faced each other, obscuring the victor. Huh, truly, I've lost to you. Jiraiya's voice shattered the stillness, eliciting joy from Minato and Feng. Yay! Feng leaped with excitement. As the smoke cleared, a fresh wound bled on Jiraiya's cheek, while Chushu found himself captured, hands restrained. On the ground lay a severed kunai, its breakage clean and precise. It seemed Chushu had severed it, for he still held a bloodied kunai. Hee. Chushu chuckled as Jiraiya released him. An enhanced chakra slash, severing my kunai. Had that strike landed on my neck, I would have met my end. Jiraiya remarked with a smile, then ruffled Chushu's hair in a moment of exasperation. Wait. Chushu struggled to pull his head away. Does this mean I can learn your techniques now? Indeed, you have fully met the criteria under my guidance. Minato and Feng exchanged smiles, genuinely pleased for Chushu. Chushu, you are magnificent. Feng exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. What if I no longer wish to teach you? The 4 returned to the clearing, where Jimaru, bound to the post, had been hungry for a good 10 minutes. Jiraiya dismissed Chushu, instructing him to wait at the training grounds entrance. Chushu pouted but said nothing. Isn't it just a test of teammates? What is there to hide? After purchasing fried chicken and snacks, he waited at the entrance. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiraiya arrived with the others. Finished the test? Yes, all 3 passed my assessment. Jiraiya casually replied. After a brief pause, he added, How did you know? Chushu realized he had let it slip. His gaze wandered to the food in his hands, and he hastily responded, 3 people, 2 meals, and 1 bound to a post. It is evident that the desire to entice the remaining 1 is at play here. I am not foolish. Tempting him holds no advantage for you, which leaves only the possibility of a test. Jiraiya gazed at Chushu for a couple of seconds before reluctantly accepting this explanation. All right, let us proceed to the training ground where I shall impart to you the art of ninjutsu, and, in passing, devise a training plan for the 3 of them. Chushu sighed in relief, subsequently tossing a large bag of snacks to Jimaru. He then joined Isekai'd, sharing bites of fried chicken while occasionally engaging in light conversation with Minato. Jiraiya could not help but feel a growing sense of envy. How vexing. I do not even have a girlfriend. And this little brat is already entrenched in a monogamous relationship. Chapter 21. The Technique of the Raging Lion's Mane. I have discerned most of the issues concerning the 3 of you. Minato, you face no significant problems. The only concern lies in your excessive leniency towards adversaries, having refrained from delivering lethal strikes on several occasions. Minato nodded. Indeed, he found it difficult to treat Jiraiya as an enemy, opting not to target vital points during his attacks. In contrast, Chushu excels in this regard, When he strikes, unless there is no room for evasion, he shows no mercy. Jiraiya gestured towards the injury on his cheek, signaling his satisfaction with Chushu's combat approach. He then turned his attention to Isekai'd. Isekai'd, your issues are more commonplace. Aside from chakra control, your mastery over techniques lacks robustness. This is particularly evident in the potency of your jutsu, which should be more formidable given your age. Furthermore, your control over the Sharingan is rather rudimentary and lacks finesse. Upon hearing this, he nodded in partial understanding and posed a question that had long plagued her. So, Master Jiraiya, how can I further refine my ninjutsu? Jiraiya smiled mysteriously, choosing not to rush into an answer. This leads us to the training plan I have devised for you. I shall explain it shortly. As for Jimaru, your concerns are somewhat specific. Your grasp of stealth and the timing of combat opportunities requires significant improvement. We shall focus on enhancing these aspects. Additionally, the importance of teamwork cannot be overstated, and I will have to explain that to you. The rest pertains to common chakra issues. Jimaru nodded while munching on snacks. Jiraiya was pleased with the trio's dedication to learning, save for one individual who continued to indulge in fried chicken while stealing kisses with his girlfriend. After addressing their issues, Jiraiya led Minato to the riverbank. Minato, your next training challenge is to successfully stand upon the water's surface. Like this, gather chakra at the soles of your feet and step upon it. This requires more precise chakra discipline. Next, he guided Isekai'd and Chushu to the base of a sturdy, upright tree. Isekai'd, your task is to walk upon the tree and practice standing upside down on its branches. Most critically, do not allow this little brat to disturb you. Chushu exclaimed. This is targeted. Absolutely targeted. Ignoring Chushu's protests, Jiraiya brought Jimaru to the target. Jimaru, your training is to hone your timing. Toss the shuriken into the air and, as it descends, use a kunai to pin it to the target. Your success rate must reach at least 80. Having finished his snacks, Jimaru nodded and began his training. Jiraiya assessed the trio's progress, nodding in approval, before returning to the base of the tree. Chushu, who was previously blowing kisses, suddenly caught sight of a white-haired figure and began stuffing his face with fried chicken. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. Stop pretending. I can see you. I must admit, you possess considerable talent. So what do you say? Would you consider becoming my disciple? Chushu offered Jiraiya a piece of fried chicken, which he accepted without hesitation. I would love to, but my training direction does not seem to align with yours. I fear I cannot become your disciple. As he finished the remaining chicken, he was aware of Jiraiya's thoughts. As the guide of the legendary prophecy child, his decisions could indeed influence the future of the entire ninja world. Yet, old Gamamaru had failed to provide a description of the child's appearance. Even the Ninetales knew it was a blue-eyed boy, yet he was left with two indistinct eyes. There was a reason Gamamaru could not compare to the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Jiraiya was left to gradually seek out promising talents, hoping to guide them. First, it was Minato, then Nagato, followed by Naruto. Now, due to his influence, another would join Nagato's ranks. Initially, Jiraiya believed Minato to be the prophecy child, given his exceptional talent, which shone brilliantly when compared to Isekai'd and Jimaru. However, he now found himself hesitating. Just moments ago, Chushu exhibited decision-making, wisdom, and talent of an extraordinary caliber. He had even devised a unique combat style, seamlessly integrating the shadow clone technique with the body flicker technique to an unimaginable degree. Such talent eclipsed even Minato's abilities. But alas, this gifted individual was unwilling to accept his proposal. Was it simply the wrong moment? Or was there another destined prophecy child? Very well, since you are not inclined at the moment, I shall not press you. Have you decided which ninjutsu you wish to learn? Chushu perked up at this, rising from the ground. I wish to learn the Raging Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. What? How do you know I possess this ninjutsu? Chushu chuckled, relishing Jiraiya's surprise. As a disciple of the Hokage, you attract quite a bit of attention. These things can be easily found with a little research. Jiraiya hung his head in defeat. I must admit, I thought this ninjutsu would become my signature move from now on. However, he had promised Chushu and could not retract his word. By the way, do you know the summoning technique? You might find it intriguing. No, I do not fancy frogs. What about Sage technique? It is exceptionally powerful. No thanks. I believe the Raging Lion's main technique is far more useful. Frustrated by Chushu's stubbornness, Jiraiya felt he had no choice but to recite the hand signs and key points of the technique. He planned to observe him as he practiced, lest any mishaps occur. After all, The Raging Lion's main technique requires precise chakra control, ensuring an even distribution throughout each strand of hair. A moment's inattention could lead to self-inflicted injuries. However, to Jiraiya's astonishment, Chushu exhibited no uneven chakra distribution during practice. Although his control was not flawless, he managed to direct each hair outward. This innate talent surpassed Jiraiya's own experiences during his initial training. Reflecting on his own past struggles with the Raging Lion's mane, he could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. How the comparison with others can be disheartening. Chushu remained silent, solely focused on his practice. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was relentless in his attempts to break through Chushu's defenses. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, and Jiraiya glanced at his posterior to find a rigid, needle-like strand of dark hair embedded in it. Nearby stood Chushu, who had retracted his hair, wearing an innocent expression. Chapter 22. Nightmare. Jiraiya did not impose much supervision. After outlining the plan, he allowed everyone to disperse. It was still early, around 3 in the afternoon. Some of the more disciplined children continued to splash in the water and climb trees, while the less disciplined were already feeling hungry and seeking food. Chushu glanced at the photograph taken of Jiraiya's team, noting the hurried demeanor of his companions. Jiru appeared lean, likely having come to find Chushu after the test. Chushu chose not to speak, deciding instead that he must dress sharply for the photo opportunity tomorrow. He then made his way to an open area to practice ninjutsu. The techniques of earth release, rock armor, and wild lion's mane were ones he brought from the prestigious academy, making it unnecessary to conceal them. Otherwise, he might attract unwanted attention. Alas, everyone was so competitive. How he wished for a ninjutsu that could render him invincible without the need for practice. His long-standing facade had shielded him from scrutiny, yet the urgency for survival had diminished. In simpler terms, he had succumbed to laziness. Earth release, rock armor. Layers of earth gradually enveloped him from his feet to his entire body. The ninjutsu was successful, but as Chushu exerted a bit of force, the rock armor shattered completely, failing to provide any defense. How arduous the journey seemed. Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, his dark hair surged forth, entangling in all directions. With a slight pull, several thin saplings were uprooted and broken. Chushu nodded, recognizing that his mastery of the technique had improved. Jiraiya's teachings were more comprehensive and had deepened his understanding. In stark contrast to the more negligent instruction he received from Fujiko, who merely imparted the principles and hand seals. Chushu lay back on the grass, watching Maple diligently practicing tree climbing, and couldn't help but sigh, wishing that time could freeze at that moment. Gradually, under the afternoon sun, Chushu's eyes began to close. Nangong Chushu, become a part of my roots. He dreamt, laughing at the absurdity of sending children to the battlefield during the Ninja World War. Suddenly, Chushu jolted awake. Sitting up on the grass, he glanced at the sun's position, realizing he hadn't slept long. Beside him, Maple was sitting under a tree, drinking water. Chushu took a few deep breaths, gradually calming himself. He wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing it was from the dream. What's wrong, Chushu? Why are you sweating so much? Maple rushed over, using her sleeve to wipe his face. Chushu pulled Maple into an embrace, relishing the warmth of the only person he could hold in this world. Maple, sensing his damp back, felt a pang in her heart. It's okay, Chushu. I'm here. I will always be here, she reassured him. After speaking, Maple felt his grip loosen slightly and tilted her head to see his face. Chushu's eyes were downcast, lost in thought. Seeing this, Maple cupped his face and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. It's all right, Chushu. No matter the time. I will always be by your side. You can't shake me off. Chushu, returning to reality from his surprise, smiled at her playful demeanor. It was just a dream. There's no need to worry. Relieved to see Chushu's expression normalizing, Maple sighed with relief. Then I'll continue my training. Once I finish, you must take me home. Of course. With Maple returning to the tree to continue her diligent practice, Chushu revitalized his own spirit. All right. I will strive harder. Danzo, the Ninja World. No one can take away everything from me again. Earth release, rock armor. The following day, Chushu trudged to the meeting point, weary from exhaustion. Following Fujiko's instructions, he arrived on time. His vigorous training yesterday had pushed him too hard. Not only did he practice until dusk at the training ground, but he also continued for several hours at home, focusing on fire release. No, it couldn't simply be called fire release. The crimson flames he conjured, which burned at temperatures several times higher than ordinary flames, had transcended the category of mere fire release. Chushu whimsically renamed it flame release. Unlike the eternal flames of Amaterasu or Kagaya's power, his flame release was characterized by an even higher temperature that could extinguish lower temperature flames. In theory, his flame release could overshadow even Amaterasu. Could this be considered a countermeasure against the Uchiha clan's innate ability? Perhaps it could be. After all, in a decade or two, the Uchiha clan would face annihilation. By age calculations, Naruto would be around 7 or 8 years old at that time, meaning Chushu would only be in his 30s. At 30, there would only be 2 surviving Uchiha, both possessing Amaterasu. In a certain sense, this could be seen as a natural counter to the entire Uchiha clan. Maple was on his side, so she didn't count as a member of the Uchiha clan. In summary, yesterday's intense training had left him somewhat depleted in chakra. Though it didn't reach the level of complete exhaustion like Kakashi, he felt every muscle in his body aching. Nevertheless, the results were promising. Not only had his flame release developed significantly, but the hardness of the rock armor was gradually improving to support his normal defenses. He believed that with the next step, the rock armor would be able to withstand wind release damage, just like Fujiko could. The Wild Lion's mane was also progressing impressively, with his mastery far surpassing that of the rock armor. He could now freely alter its shape to execute attacks as he envisioned. Its power was considerable, capable of easily creating a large crater in a house. Don't ask how Chushu knew this. Someone had graciously provided a house for him to test its potency. At that moment, a sharp cry erupted from an Uchiha who had insulted Chushu the previous day. Arriving at the assembly point, Chushu was unsurprised to find himself the second to arrive. The first to arrive had already settled into a meditative posture. Shimizu Suki was deep in meditation, a common method among Hokage to enhance mental strength. Since chakra is a fusion of physical and mental energy, enhancing mental prowess greatly benefits the quality of chakra. Chushu refrained from approaching to greet her, knowing that even if he did, she likely wouldn't acknowledge him. Before long, Sarutobi Sasuke and Fujiko arrived in quick succession, showcasing their remarkable synchronicity as a master and pupil. Wow, Chushu, you look so handsome today, Sarutobi exclaimed, examining Chushu's appearance with enthusiasm. Shimizu Suki couldn't help but sneak a glance, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Cough, cough, it does look quite nice. Due to the stereotype that every class required a commemorative photograph, Chushu's outfit indeed stood out. He wore a stylish white long-sleeve t-shirt, his forehead protector casually tied around his waist, and loose-fitting trousers that perfectly matched his demeanor. With a good-looking appearance, one could say he is a unique type of charming young man. Indeed, this is the latest style of top on the market, crafted in the likeness of the Uchiha clan's attire. Isn't it splendid? Su smiled, eagerly awaiting Fuchiao to speak and take them for a photo shoot. However, oh, how dashing you look, little Su. But today we are on a mission, and wearing white might get soiled. Upon hearing this, Su's anticipation instantly deflated. So, this class doesn't take photos? What a waste of effort. Chapter 23, man. No. Regret. Shadow. Bang. The life of a lower ninja can be described as exceedingly dull. The entire day is spent either chasing cats or weeding. As if the monotony was not enough, the pay is dismally meager. However, today, Su noticed a significant decrease in the number of ninjas on the street. While the Jonin and Chunin typically seen wandering about were still present, the Umbu and Root members have become quite scarce. Calculating the time, the Second Shinobi World War is approaching swiftly. Su glanced at the Hokage building. Alas, what a troublesome season. I hope the third can endure this wave of troubles. Speaking of which, hasn't Kushina also become a target? After pulling the last weed, Su and his companions bid farewell to the family and prepared to take on their next assignment. Hokage building, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the documents in his hand, his face etched with worry. Ah, Hanzo of the Salamander in the land of rain. Can I truly govern Konoha? On the wall, photographs of Senju Hashirama and Tobarama hung directly opposite his desk. Hiruzen stared at Tobarama's picture, his heart filled with trepidation. This was the first time since he took office as Hokage that he was addressing conflicts between villages. He had once experienced such confusion himself. However, with time and experience, he had learned to handle such matters with greater ease. This time, however, it was entirely different. It pertained to the survival of the village. Hiruzen was engulfed in inner turmoil. Hanzo's strength exceeded his expectations, and he was gradually positioning himself on par with the 5 great shinobi villages. If left unchecked, It could certainly draw the attention of a Wagakure and Kumogakure, both of which are situated near the Land of Rain. Konoha might even attempt to assist the now-fractured Land of Whirlpools. Yet, given Konoha's current trajectory, the village's strength was far diminished compared to the eras of the previous two Hokages. If he were to divert a portion of his ninjas to aid the endangered Land of Whirlpools, it would surely attract the covetous gaze of the Rain Village. At that point, not only might the Land of Whirlpools be lost, but Konoha could also face dire consequences. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The Land of Whirlpools had been allied with Konoha since the time of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It was a bond that had endured generations. Now, to turn a blind eye to the crisis of a friendly nation was truly agonizing. The documents were tightly clenched in his hands, unable to muster the resolve to make a judgment. Suddenly, the office door was thrust open with a bang. Not too loud, just the right amount. Hiruzen recognized the familiar force without needing to look up. Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? There's no need to consider the Land of Whirlpools any longer. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is already secured. The priority must be to preserve the village's living strength. Upon hearing his old friend's familiar challenge, Hiruzen slowly raised his head. He had begun to experience significant hair loss. While he hadn't yet turned completely gray, there were strands of white. The wrinkles on his face were multiplying, and his skin was starting to sag, rendering him a shadow of his former self. In contrast, Danzo, though not in much better shape, still possessed a vitality in his hair that reminded Hiruzen of the toll the Hokage position had taken on him. Perhaps it was time to step down, Hiruzen pondered. Hiruzen, the Land of Rain is poised to strike. We can no longer concern ourselves with the Land of Whirlpools. Danzo pressed on, noticing Hiruzen's silence. I have my considerations. Hiruzen's calm voice cut through, rising slowly in Danzo's view. Age and the exhaustion of too much energy had made his old friend appear increasingly diminutive, and his back had begun to hunch. Witnessing this, Danzo's fervor intensified. Hiruzen, you are growing old. This position of Hokage should be shared. Let me help you shoulder the burden. Fine. I trust you won't neglect the situation in the Land of Whirlpools, but regarding the Land of Rain can no longer dispatch Umbu ninjas. Their losses have been too great. Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen interjected, his tone resolute and laced with an undeniable authority. This left Danzo momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend his old friend's newfound firmness. Has the position of Hokage made you so resolute, Hiruzen? As this thought crossed his mind, Danzo steeled himself and continued. You misunderstand. Hiruzen, root is also a part of Konoha, so let me take root this time. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Hiruzen's mind. Since when did Danzo possess such a demeanor? In the past, they would have been at each other's throats by now, let alone engaging in a discussion on this topic. Was there some ulterior motive at play? However, you are aware of the situation over there. My root does not have many ninjas either. Thus, I need to select a few freshly graduated ninjas from the academy to serve as new blood for root, to nurture them under my guidance. Hiruzen, anticipating this request, appeared unsurprised. Yet, he indeed required Danzo's root to assist him, and Danzo had always been prudent in his selections, avoiding the direct descendants of the major clans. After careful consideration, he eventually consented to the request. Very well, let me see the list. Danzo smiled as he presented the list, clearly pleased by Hiruzen's acquiescence. Receiving the list, Hiruzen scanned it, noting that it was filled with the names of 20 individuals, seemingly all high-achieving students from various classes. He even recognized a familiar surname among them, Yamanaka Fu. Hiruzen pondered for a moment. It appeared to be a child from the Yamanaka clan's collateral line. His cousin was Yamanaka Inoichi, a student in Class 1, while this child was placed in Class 2. Hiruzen couldn't help but frown and cast a sideways glance at Danzo. Typically, he would reject such candidates outright. If these children from prominent clans were sent to root, he would have difficulty explaining himself to the Yamanaka clan. However, this time he refrained from hastily refuting and continued reading. Indeed, at the bottom of the list, he spotted a name he had been closely monitoring, Namikaze Minato. No, the others can be given, but this Namikaze Minato cannot. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Danzo felt a tightening in his chest, followed by a sigh. As expected, children from prominent clans cannot be integrated into root, can they? Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, he was struck with astonishment. Wait, who did Hiruzen just mention? Namikaze Minato, the one who has topped the academy for 6 years? Danzo quickly countered. Impossible. Root needs such talent. I can part with Yamanaka-fu. I can give you Yamanaka-fu. The two elders spoke simultaneously, unwilling to relinquish the promising Minato. In a fierce confrontation, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared his position as Hokage, firmly dismissing Danzo's aspirations. The statement, "I am the Hokage," deeply wounded Danzo's pride. Ultimately, he resolved that Minato was a ninja of great potential who must not be recruited into Root. He promised to clarify matters with the Yamanaka clan and dismissed Danzo, who retorted, "Humph. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen." As the door slammed shut, Hiruzen sighed in relief, pondering that this was precisely how a Hokage should conduct himself. Chapter 24. Intrigues in the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Fugaku arrived with his 3 companions to deliver mission orders and collect their next task. Meanwhile, the bored and lethargic Asahi leaned against the wall and noticed Danzo emerging from the Hokage's office. Why would he be here? There must be some ulterior motive behind his visit. Could it be that he was seeking someone? This thought sent a wave of panic through Asahi. If Danzo was indeed seeking out individuals, could he be in danger? His gaze became unfocused and was observed by Tsukihime, who was covertly watching him. Following his line of sight, she too spotted Danzo making his way out. Danzo uncle? She wondered. Why was he staring at Danzo? Curious about Asahi's strength, Tsukihime felt drawn to him. However, she was not the type to be forward and would not directly approach him. So, she called out, "Danzo uncle," nearly causing Asahi's spirit to leap from his body in fright. Danzo raised an eyebrow, surprised to see an acquaintance here, and even more so to be addressed as uncle. Who is this impudent child calling me uncle? He mused, turning to see a familiar little girl bowing in greeting. Oh, it's little Tsukihime. That's nothing to worry about. Tsukihime, I've heard you've become a genin and performed well in school. Yes, uncle. Good. Keep up the hard work and shine for the village. The future belongs to you. With that, Danzo glanced at Asahi, offered no further acknowledgement, and left. Is that Namake's child who often trains with him? A decent idea, yet sadly lacking in talent. He thought. Danzo had noted Asahi back when he was in the 2nd grade, not solely due to his connection with Minato, but also because he had consistently ranked 2nd, just below Minato, while applying to learn the body flicker technique. However, after he gained access to the technique, Asahi's grades plummeted, barely passing each subject. Consequently, Danzo lost interest in him. Yet, Danzo had found Asahi's concept of a shadow clone intriguing and secretly arranged for training over an extended period. Regrettably, Asahi had not revealed his true abilities during practice with Minato, and those Danzo had enlisted to help did not yield significant results. This matter faded into obscurity. Until Danzo was out of sight, Asahi remained anxious, fearing he might be targeted. Yet, this was merely his overthinking. The selection list was based on performance, and due to his poor grades, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, which could be seen as a stroke of luck, albeit unbeknownst to him. Tsukihime watched Danzo leave and then turned her gaze back to Asahi. From the moment she called out to Danzo, she had noticed Asahi's anxious demeanor. He appeared frightened. But what was so terrifying about Danzo? Tsukihime was uncertain, yet she sensed something was amiss with Asahi. At that moment, Fugaku's voice broke their reverie. Hey, there you two are. We've picked out a mission. Let us set off. Okay, Tsukihime stammered, anxious about being caught sneaking glances at Asahi. Asahi remained indifferent. To him, these E-rank missions were all the same, lacking in difficulty. However, the matter with Danzo left him somewhat distracted. Asahi. Fugaku called as he noticed Asahi's inattentiveness. Have we arrived? No, I was just explaining the mission details and precautions. Why are you so preoccupied? Oh, it's nothing. What is the mission? Is it difficult? Seeing Asahi's reluctance to elaborate, Fugaku refrained from pressing him further and reiterated the mission details. It's manageable, perhaps a bit easy for you. The task is D-rank and involves combat. Recently, some wild beasts have been spotted near the village perimeter, and I secured a mission to eliminate the Beast King. With that, Fugaku displayed the mission scroll. Asahi examined it, expressing satisfaction with the task. Such missions often lacked definitive standards, as the Beast King's strength was unpredictable, only outlined within a rough range. Thus, if the actual confrontation revealed the Beast King's prowess exceeded the mission's standard, the task's rank could be adjusted accordingly. This would hinge on the size of the beast's head brought back, which would indicate its overall size and strength. Generally, the Beast King's capabilities surpassed those stated on the mission scroll, allowing for rank elevation and the potential for additional reward. Quite splendid indeed. Before long, The four arrived at the mission site. Since Fugaku's primary role was to provide security, he concealed himself in the shadows while leaving the task entirely to the trio. Asahi, is this the nesting ground of that large bird? I have a strange feeling about this, Yamato voiced hesitantly. As they navigated through the forest, the trio remained vigilant of their surroundings. Nothing seems amiss. The mission stated that the bird is quite large, with an estimated wingspan of 10 meters. Such a weight cannot nest in trees, so it would certainly seek a higher perch, Asahi replied, scanning the vicinity. Look, those trees over there. Yamato and Tsukihime exchanged puzzled glances, following Asahi's indication, yet they found nothing suspicious. Observing closely, they noted remnants of old nests in the branches. But they had not seen any birds along their journey, indicating they had entered the birds' territory. Hearing this, Tsukihime shot Asahi a surprised glance, while Yamato appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "Oh, I see now. Asahi, you're amazing. When did you learn all this? I'll tell you later. Stay put. I'll check the surroundings," Asahi said, leaping towards higher ground. The vegetation here was sparse, leading to a cliff where the bird likely nested. His solo reconnaissance was also to ensure there were no potential threats nearby, such as a reconnaissance team infiltrating Konoha. Watching a distant Cloud Village team retreat, Asahi hesitated, opting not to engage. At this time, the third Reikage was likely still alive, and he lacked the confidence to confront such a formidable number. Even with Fugaku's assistance, he doubted he could prevent anyone from escaping. He was not Minato, lacking that meticulous vigilance over multiple adversaries. Even though this group bore a striking resemblance to the cloud-hidden ninja he had slain 4 years prior, he had relied on cunning at that time, leveraging his seemingly insignificant appearance and ninja skills to exploit their weaknesses. The middle-ranked ninjas posed some minor challenges for him now, let alone the seasoned middle-ranked warriors below. It would be best to leave this to Minato. Beyond that, there was little else that could threaten their small party. Chushu hurried back to his comrades and called out to Fujio Ueshiba. "Ueshiba-sensei, during my reconnaissance, I spotted a squad of cloud-hidden ninjas." Chapter 25, The Great Bird. "What? Are you certain you didn't make a mistake, Chushu?" Ueshiba Fujio immediately grew cautious and sought confirmation from him. "Yes, I am quite certain." Upon hearing this, Ueshiba Fujio wasted no time and promptly inquired about the situation while making his way toward the village, carefully edging closer in the direction indicated by Chushu. Meanwhile, Chushu and the others remained in place, awaiting Ueshiba Fujio's return. "Hey, did you really see them? Didn't he notice you?" Tsukimura Suki was still somewhat skeptical. Not to mention that the reconnaissance team was led by a jonin. Even among those middle-ranked members, there are no lowly genin to fool. Chushu's unscathed return left her with doubts. "Yes, I am sure I did not make an error. The vegetation in this forest is not overly dense. With so many of them, it would be impossible for me to misidentify them," Chushu replied, unfazed by others' doubts, for he spoke the truth. Beside him, Sarutobi Sanzai was indifferent. Having grown up in privilege within his clan, and he understood that he had little connection to the clan leader. Thus, he naturally developed a nonchalant attitude toward everything. As for the village and Chushu's concerns, he was more preoccupied with his current situation. "Hey, Chushu, are we really going to wait here for Ueshiba-sensei to return? It feels so boring," Sanzai remarked. Chushu surveyed the surrounding terrain and checked the humidity at the treetops before descending, casting a faint smile at Sanzai. "No, we should go down. We can't just wait here. I have an appointment and can't afford to waste much time. We need to complete the mission swiftly." With that, he leapt down first. Sanzai and Suki followed closely, though Suki was somewhat perplexed and asked Chushu, "If we want to save time, shouldn't we eliminate that bird first? Why come down?" "Oh, because I'm hungry," Chushu replied with a smile, shaking the scroll in his hand. "The military rations are too unpalatable. I brought ingredients and cooking utensils, so I intend to find a place to cook." Suki still did not quite understand and frowned. "Then why come down at all? The smoke would be seen, so we must cook under cover. The humidity today is too low for a fire in the trees." "Ugh, what a hassle," though she voiced her annoyance. Suki did not leave the team without permission. Chushu paid no mind to her stubbornness and began preparing the ingredients and utensils, quickly setting up a fire beneath a sturdy tree. The branches were low and thick, preventing smoke from escaping. Once the hanging pot was set up, Chushu summoned a fish from the scroll, still lively and wriggling. With practiced skill, he swiftly gutted it, discarding the entrails and rinsing the blood away to eliminate the fishy odor before placing it in the pot to fry. While frying the fish, he also set up another pot to boil water. Sanzai and Suki glanced at him, intrigued by his adeptness. Sanzai's eyes were almost glued to the pot. Wow, Chushu. You can do so much. It smells amazing. Do you cook for yourself often? Suki also turned her attention to Chushu, growing increasingly curious about him. Ever since she realized she had misjudged him, she had felt that he excelled in everything. From the initial battle strategy to mastering ninjutsu the very next day. And now cooking. What other secrets did Nangon Chushu possess? Were these secrets the source of his formidable strength? Chushu merely smiled and continued focusing on the fish. After frying it to a golden crisp, he poured in the hot water, transforming the contents into a milky white broth. A delightful aroma began to waft through the air, enticing Sanzai. Even Suki couldn't help but swallow hard. With simple seasoning, Chushu enhanced the flavor of the fish soup, adding tofu and cabbage. Soon, a simple yet delicious pot of fish soup was ready. He then cooked a pot of noodles, enough for all three, and evenly distributed the portions to Sanzai and Suki. They began to eat heartily. So tender. Oh my, Sanzai exclaimed, amazed by the delightful texture of the tofu. Suki also sampled it and found it truly delicious. In terms of both flavor and texture, it rivaled the meals prepared by the top chefs of her clan. She couldn't help but regard Chushu with newfound respect, feeling increasingly pleased with her teammate. Suki cast a deep glance at Chushu, her expression firming into a light smile as she resolved not to glance at him sideways anymore. Nangon Chushu, I will not be outdone by you. I will not. The Tsukimura clan would never be inferior. Once the three had their fill, they left a mark with a shuriken and deliberately covered it with dirt, dust, and moss to age it slightly. Then, they all leaped toward the cliff's edge together. Chushu led the way, scouting the situation ahead. Suki remained in the middle, vigilant for any details Chushu might overlook. Sanzai took up the rear, ostensibly to guard against threats from behind, but in truth, he did so to prevent the two from inadvertently wandering into enemy territory, an act of consideration on his part. As they approached the cliff, the vegetation thinned, and soon, a massive cliff that could span half the area of Konoha appeared before them. There, Chushu, with keen eyesight, immediately spotted a large opening in the cliff. The entrance was nearly 30 meters high, approximately 7 meters in diameter, and its depth was unfathomable. The three exchanged glances and decided that two would remain behind, while Suki would venture forth to probe the situation. Chushu and Sanzai crouched below the cliff, gradually inching closer to the cliff face. Suki took the initiative, forming hand seals and unleashing a gust of wind toward the entrance. Wind release, vacuum wave. The powerful wind, fueled by her chakra, took on a shockwave-like form. At the mouth of the cave, a bird's beak protruded. The enormous bird was indeed nestled within the cave. Caw! Seemingly sensing the threat, the great bird let out a piercing cry and soared out of the cave, allowing Chushu and his companions to behold its full form for the first time. The majestic bird resembled an eagle but boasted two compound eyes, with elongated talons tucked beneath its wings. Its feathers were nearly as hard as solid wood, and it used its wings to shield itself from the vacuum wave as it emerged. Its wingspan was astonishingly expansive, far exceeding the dimensions noted in their mission brief. Its size was on par with the colossal birds from the original lore. It is undeniably larger than what is described in the mission brief. The task level can surely be elevated once more, Chushu exclaimed to Shermut Sukiheim. Sukiheim quickly grasped his intent and unleashed several vacuum waves, forcing the colossal bird to retreat from the cave entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Chushu and the sparrow entered the cave, blocking the bird's escape route. Their initial plan was to drive the bird out of the cave and then set it ablaze, engaging it in a battle of endurance. Due to its weight, the bird could not remain airborne for long. When it eventually exhausted its strength, it would be the perfect moment for the trio to strike. However, while the plan was sound, reality proved to be far more complicated than they had anticipated. In Tsukiheim's eyes, the bird that should have fled was instead circling above, unwilling to abandon the cave. The cave, which should have been ablaze by now, remained eerily quiet, as if devoid of life. Hey, are you two going to act or not? My chakra is nearly depleted. Chapter 26. Here it comes. Ninjutsu, Rampaging Lion's Technique. With Tsukiheim's call, a dark, greenish-black entity suddenly surged from within the cave. It moved with incredible speed, wrapping around the gigantic bird in an instant. Inside, Chushu formed hand seals, continuously channeling chakra into his feet and hair, binding the bird securely. Oh, Chushu, that technique is incredible. Where did you learn it? Stop chatting. Hold on to the eggs and set the fire. I'll handle this bird. With that, Chusu slowly approached the cave's edge, forming hand seals once more. Earth release, rock armor. Stones gradually spread from his feet, enveloping his entire body, leaving only his head exposed. This way, he wouldn't have to exert effort extracting chakra to his feet. The rock armor would hold him in place. In the air, the bird continued to screech, its wings desperately clinging to Chusu's hair, thrashing violently, refusing to be fully ensnared. At that moment, a searing sensation enveloped Chusu's back. Fire release, fireball. The intense flames ignited the cave, the dry nest allowing the fire to spread rapidly, almost instantly filling the entire space. Upon witnessing this, the bird flapped its wings even more vigorously, screeching loudly, its voice becoming hoarse. Chusu felt overwhelmed. Dealing with a creature in its final throes was particularly challenging. Yet, it was evident that he was no novice. Can I handle you? As more chakra flowed into him, his hair began to harden. In Tsukiheim's view, the greenish-gray entity suddenly bristled, piercing the bird with needle-like tendrils, causing it to bleed profusely. Consequently, the bird's thrashing weakened significantly. With a slight exertion, Chusu fully bound and packaged the creature. The bird could no longer struggle, blood cascading like a stream down his long, dark hair. It then fell heavily, crashing against the cliffside. That was exhausting. Marvelous. We completed the C-rank mission. The sparrow, Saratobi, danced joyfully as he ran towards the base, but in a moment of distraction, he mismanaged his chakra and stumbled, falling down. Bang. Chusu wiped the sweat from his brow, half of it from grappling with the bird, and the other half from the oppressive heat behind him. Struggling to free himself from the rock armor, he dragged the bird back to the previously marked location with Tsukiheim and the sparrow. Along the way, he washed his hair, removing the bird's blood, and left behind the excess hair, deeming it unsuitable to keep on his head. Chusu, why do we still keep these eggs after killing the bird? The sparrow, clutching the eggs, inquired with confusion. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he said to Chusu, "Are you planning to cook something special with the eggs? Hurry up, I can hardly wait." "No, I have other uses for these eggs," Chusu replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The sparrow's expression visibly dimmed, and though Tsukiheim said nothing, her gaze also dulled slightly. Truth be told, despite Chusu's constant claims of his culinary ineptitude, she found his dishes quite delightful. However, Chusu did not share this sentiment. In his previous life, he would have struggled to open a restaurant with such meager fare, let alone compete with a master chef. If not for the lack of good recipes among those leading comfortable lives, he would never have ventured into cooking himself. Nonetheless, he had to admit that ramen was quite enjoyable, especially from a recently opened stall run by a kind-hearted proprietor in his 20s, known as Ichiraku Ramen. A true gem among the culinary offerings. Well then, what about this great bird? The sparrow persisted, pointing at the colossal creature. Chusu smiled wryly, explaining that the bird's head was inedible, and proceeded to prepare the other parts. "You two are quite well behaved. Where's Chusu? Has he gone on guard?" Just moments after Chusu left, a voice rang out, startling Tsukiheim. Uchiha Fujiko, seeing her alert demeanor, chuckled lightly. "Haha, admirable vigilance. Call Chusu back. We should get to work." What is that?" Uchiha Fujiko patted Tsukiheim's shoulder, then caught sight of the bird's head behind a tree. Teacher Fujiko, you're late. We've already taken care of the giant bird," the sparrow declared proudly. "What?" Uchiha Fujiko exclaimed, utterly astonished that these three youngsters could dispatch such a large creature in such a short time. Moreover, judging by the bird's head, it seemed even larger. "Is this real?" "Incredible. Indeed. Impressive, isn't it?" TCH, it was primarily thanks to Nangong Chusu's efforts that we managed to subdue it," the sparrow boasted. But Tsukiheim could not resist deflating his pride. The sparrow's laughter abruptly ceased, his face flushing as he retorted, "I also used fire. Though it was merely a C-rank ninjutsu, its power is still considerable." Tsukiheim shot him a glance, saying little, but her expression was rife with mockery. "Hey, Tsukiheim, what do you mean by that?" Ignoring the bickering duo, Uchiha Fujiko examined the bird's head. "This creature is indeed large. Did Chusu truly accomplish this? That kid is quite remarkable. He possesses great potential." As he estimated the bird's size, Uchiha Fujiko was astonished to find it at least 6 meters tall, with a wingspan nearing 20 meters. With this, Elevating the task to C rank was assured, and perhaps even the reward could be increased further. By the way, where is Chu-Su? The two squabbling immediately fell silent. He should be returning shortly. Look, there he is, the sparrow exclaimed, spotting Chu-Su approaching, carrying the featherless bird's body. Uchiha Fujiko turned to see the small figure lugging the massive bird. Wow, it truly is enormous. Are you planning to roast it? Yes. Chu-Su nodded as he returned to their base, leading the way back to the cooking area. Did you cook earlier? Shangshan Fuqiao surveyed the surroundings before nodding. The chosen location was particularly advantageous, concealed yet ensuring that smoke would not escape. More importantly, there were obstructions on both sides, providing 3 escape routes. Indeed, a barbecue was perfectly suited for this place. Sarutobi Yamchit had already amassed a pile of firewood at the site of the previous ashes. With a swift use of fire release, the wood was ignited. You are quite proactive, Chushi remarked. He then skillfully dismantled the large bird, skewering its various parts with metal rods and placing them over the flames. Do you often cook? Shangshan Fuqiao inquired with curiosity. Of course. When alone, one must fend for oneself, Chushi replied. Chapter 27. The spoiled husband. The atmosphere fell silent, with everyone's gaze shifting toward Chushu, their expressions complex, as if they wished to voice something but were at a loss for words. Here, try this. Chushu, aware of their thoughts, disregarded their opinions and handed a piece of meat to Yamchit, breaking the tension. Oh, thank you. Yamchit took the meat, bit into it, and chewed for a long while, unable to break it down. This isn't cooked. I know. I merely aim to lighten the mood. After they finished eating, Chushu packed the leftover meat to take back, completing the mission with his companions. The mission rank predictably rose to sea level. Noticing that time was running short, Shangshan Fuqiao dismissed the trio. Chushu promptly made his way to the rendezvous point agreed upon with Feng, only to find that he had arrived early and Feng had yet to appear. Suddenly, a flash of red zipped past him before swiftly returning. Hey, Chushu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chushu turned to see Uzumaki Kushina, the official girlfriend of Minato. She seemed to be in a hurry to undertake a mission. However, noticing the cowhide paper bag he was holding and the fervent gaze of Kushina, he hesitated, but ultimately decided to offer her the bag of roasted bird meat. She pretended to be modest for a moment before sitting beside him and beginning to eat. Thank you. What are you doing here? Oh, nothing much, just waiting for Feng. Kushina paid little heed to his words. After taking a bite of the bird meat, she was utterly captivated by the flavor. Wow, Chushu, where did you buy this barbecue? It's so delicious. Oh, I grilled it myself. It's not that great. No, it's truly delightful. As a foodie, Kushina possessed a unique appreciation for culinary delights. Yet, Chushu's cooking was a rare taste in the ninja world, instantly enticing this red-haired gourmand. Hey, Chushu, come cook at my house. I'll pay you. Chushu cast a bemused glance at Kushina, suddenly sensing an unusual chakra approaching. However, he refrained from making any hasty moves. He recognized that this chakra belonged to a ninja from the Lightning Village. The ninjas of Konoha didn't possess such a volatile chakra. Chushu managed a calm smile, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Perhaps not. I'd rather pursue the path of a ninja. What a pity, considering how well you cook. Kushina lamented, but Chushu's next words made her anxious. Haha, don't you have a mission? You should go take care of that. Oh, right, my mission. She waved goodbye to Chushu and hurried off towards the task location. What a reckless child. Chushu shook his head, then went to purchase another bag of barbecue, requesting it to be wrapped in cowhide paper. As dusk fell, even the barbecue began to cool. Chushu sat on the railing, idly swinging his legs. Chushu. In the distance, Feng's figure finally appeared, greeting him. Accompanying her was Minato, the ever-bright presence. However, both wore somber expressions, particularly Minato, who looked despondent. Chushu sensed something was amiss and rushed over. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chushu. Minato Feng hesitated, unsure of how to express it, prompting Chushu to turn his gaze to Minato. Although Minato also bore a melancholic demeanor, he didn't appear to struggle with it too much. My father passed away due to a mission. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. The once stoic Minato now shedding tears before Chushu. In that moment, Chushu was at a loss for words. The memory of that yellow-haired uncle with subtle wrinkles from 6 years ago seemed to grow increasingly unfamiliar. Chushu gently patted Minato's shoulder, offering clumsy comfort. Don't be sad. Your father died a glorious death. Hearing this, Minato wiped his tears away. He understood better than anyone that his father's decision was made with tremendous resolve. Furthermore, death was final, with no means to reverse it. No matter how reluctant or sorrowful one might feel, it remained futile. Resentment towards fate was unnecessary. It's all right. I understand my father's choice. As a ninja of Konoha, such a departure is the most honorable. I will not. Before he could finish, Chushu pulled him into an embrace. Feeling the warmth of the hug, Minato could no longer contain himself and began to cry on Chushu's shoulder. But he was my last family member. Minato sobbed. Chushu gently patted his back. It's okay. I understand. In that moment, Minato appeared like a child in Chushu's embrace, shedding his usual calm demeanor. He simply wished to be a child once more, in the presence of someone familiar. After a while, Minato ceased his sobbing. Chushu felt the dampness on his left side. A discomforting sensation. Minato, your tear ducts are quite active. The little son blushed and scratched his head, seemingly having begun to regard Chushu as an older brother. Hey, Chushu, will you accompany me to find Kushina? Sighing, Chushu glanced at the dimming horizon and let out a breath. Darn, I couldn't avoid it. He nodded, as he also needed to escort Fong back to the Uchiha clan, so he agreed. All right then. The situation in the Rain Village seemed rather grim. The root ninjas around Minato had already retreated. Chushu withdrew his chakra perception, finally feeling a sense of relief. At least tonight, it wouldn't be so passive. The two bid farewell to Fong and arrived outside Kushina's residence. However, unlike before, the house was unusually quiet and dark. An uneasy feeling washed over Minato, prompting him to leap over the wall first. Observing this, Chushu took a deep breath and followed suit. San Lazy, you truly possess an extraordinary knack for mischief. With a mere moment of reflection, Watergate had already discerned the traces of a skirmish and promptly followed the clues leading him onward. Over there, Chushu nodded, joining the pursuit, yet he had already resolved to merely observe the unfolding events, trusting that Watergate could handle the situation. Before long, the duo beheld a lengthy trail of crimson hair, which Watergate recognized all too well. Was it not the striking red locks of Kushina? This was indeed a clue left by her. Watergate rushed forward, gathering the strands of hair along the way without leaving a single one behind. What a devoted husband, Chushu remarked with a hint of disapproval. Chapter 28. The Yagami clan. Shortly thereafter, Chushu and Watergate spotted a group of individuals not far ahead. To avoid alarming the Konoha ninjas, they proceeded cautiously, moving with great care. Consequently, their pace slowed, allowing Chushu and Watergate to catch up effortlessly. Watergate's keen eyes soon identified Kushina, who was slowly walking with her head bowed among the group. He quickly gestured for Chushu to take a look. Chushu nodded and signaled Watergate to take the lead. In perfect sync, Watergate leaped forward and swiftly incapacitated the last individual at the rear of the formation. Chushu brandished his kunai, darting forward to deliver the final blow, plunging the weapon into the opponent's neck. The man did not even have time to utter a sound before meeting his demise. The two individuals in front heard the thud of a body hitting the ground and turned in alarm, only to be met with the gruesome sight of their comrade's blood spurting forth. Just as they were about to alert their allies, a figure with dark hair surged from the shadows of the night. Before they could react, they felt a sharp pain at the back of their heads, followed swiftly by the snapping of their necks. Having dispatched 3 adversaries, Chushu and Watergate swiftly repositioned themselves for another ambush. Soon, this mixed squad of Chunin and Genin was thoroughly eliminated. Kushina tumbled into Watergate's embrace. Chushu refrained from showing himself, remaining vigilant in his surroundings. He recalled that this squad was likely not comprised of only these few members. Earlier that morning, he had observed a Jonin in the forest, and the skills of these ninjas were far inferior, lacking the intimidating prowess of the Chunin he had encountered. Yet, after searching for some time, Chushu could not detect any further traces of the other ninjas. He could only speculate as to their whereabouts. Nevertheless, he assumed they posed no significant threat and led the two back to Konoha. The following day, he was summoned to the Hokage's office by the Umbu. Upon arrival, he discovered that Watergate, Kushina, and Asuma were already waiting. The third Hokage greeted him with a warm smile and waved him over. Little Chushu, come here. The moment he heard that phrase, a chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him. However, he approached the desk nonetheless. What is it, Grandpa Hokage? The information you provided yesterday was immensely valuable, contributing significantly to the village's safety, and thus, the Hokage wishes to reward you. The third's tone was reminiscent of a playful grandparent. leaving Chu-Su feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, he had no choice but to play along. Really? What sort of reward? Patience. My boy. First, tell me how you discovered these individuals. Chu-Su regarded the third Hokage with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Well, during a mission, I went scouting and spotted them running towards the village from a high tree. I then reported it to Teacher Asuma. Oh, I see. Which forest was it? The third exchanged a glance with the Umbu. It was the forest north of Konoha, near the cliffs. As soon as he finished speaking, the Umbu leapt out of the window to verify the information. The third Hokage then released Chu-Su. Very well, your reward will be given shortly. Chu-Su stepped aside, mentally cursing the old man. The third's gaze shifted back to Watergate, still wearing a cheerful smile. Watergate, Kushina mentioned that last night. Ninjas from the Land of Lightning attempted to kidnap her. Is it true that you and Chu-Su rescued her? Watergate, lacking any guile in front of the third, responded without hesitation, yes. Chu-Su and I coordinated perfectly. I took the lead while he delivered the finishing blows. We ultimately eliminated all 7 foes. He spoke with pride, as if boasting of his prowess to the third Hokage. Chu-Su felt as if he had swallowed a fly, internally berating Watergate. As anticipated, the third Hokage turned his gaze toward Chu-Su. It appears that Chu-Su's abilities are not to be underestimated, and he acts decisively. Chu-Su feigned ignorance. Well, isn't it only natural to leave no room for the enemy? Otherwise, what if they retaliate? After speaking, he looked to the third Hokage, whose expression remained inscrutable. Asuma, ever perceptive, quickly interjected, haha. Well said, Chu-Su. When facing an enemy, one must spare no effort to ensure their own survival. He even gave Chu-Su a thumbs up. The third Hokage then returned to his usual demeanor. Indeed, little Chu-Su, you performed admirably. To commend your bravery and express gratitude for your care of Kushina, the village will prepare a gift for you. With that, he dismissed them. However, just before they departed, one of the third's remarks sent a shiver down Chu-Su's spine. Asuma, you stay behind. Sighing, Chu-Su walked down the path with a furrowed brow. Watergate and Kushina had overheard his sighs and were puzzled by his demeanor. Chu-Su, you've been sighing all the way. What troubles you? Nothing. You wouldn't understand at your age. One day, when you reach my level, it will all make sense. Watergate and Kushina exchanged glances, resigned to the situation. Well, it is what it is. We must go with the flow. Chu-Su collected himself, pushing those thoughts aside. After bidding farewell to Watergate, he returned home, intending to continue his research. Recently, he had made progress in advancing his fire release techniques and was eager to expand his understanding of this elemental mastery. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Konoha's forest, a battered squad was making its way toward the Land of Lightning. The leading jonin bore grievous injuries, with extensive burns covering his body. Though he had applied rudimentary first aid, it was far from sufficient. Additionally, his left arm was fractured, and several ribs had been broken. It appeared he had endured a fierce beating. Did you see clearly? 2 young Konoha ninjas killed Yagami Tsukiro? Yes, replied an injured Chunin from behind. One had yellow hair, and the other had dark hair. The latter, in particular, possesses formidable strength. His techniques can even harden and lengthen his hair. TSK. How does Konoha keep producing such talented ninjas? The team leader, feeling a surge of frustration, realized that crafting his report would pose a significant challenge. The Yayue clan is a prominent family within the lineage of the Raikage. Each generation of Raikage has been selected from the Yayue clan, with the third Raikage being the mightiest among them. Yayue Jiro, the second son of the direct line of the Yayue clan, had met his untimely demise in Konoha, complicating the task of writing a report. It wasn't fear of repercussions from the Raikage that troubled him, as the Raikage family was known for their understanding. Rather, the emergence of 2 formidable new talents within the ninja world from the Yayue clan was noteworthy. Chapter 29. The Chunin exam. The situation in the Land of Rain was deteriorating, and the Chunin exam was imminent. A few days prior, Jiraiya and his companions had departed from Konoha. Consequently, Kushina and Minato found themselves with some free time. In contrast, Chushu was undergoing rigorous training, having been enrolled in the Chunin exam by his instructor, Uchiha Fujiko. Together with Shimura Tsukihime and Sarutobi Sanzaku, he observed the latter diligently engaging in physical training. Tsukihime was persistently refining her chakra control, leaving Chushu with a sense of impending dread. He couldn't shake off the feeling that Sarutobi old man had orchestrated this situation, knowing full well that it would bring trouble. Chushu had already envisioned his unfortunate fate. To the third old man, A decisive child with strength like his was best sent to the battlefield early, lest he mislead the village's younger generation. This was merely an excuse. The third old man likely feared losing control over the children in the future. Chushu felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. In desperation, he retrieved a scroll with his left hand, a so-called reward from the village bestowed by the third old man. It was a C-rank ninjutsu scroll. With his right hand, he fetched another scroll, a B-rank ninjutsu scroll, also a reward from the village. Perhaps the third old man felt that a C-rank reward for such a significant contribution was insufficient, so he added a B-rank scroll as well. The two techniques contained within the scrolls were chosen by Chushu himself. One was the impressive fire release technique from the original narrative, the Great Fire Annihilation, while the other was the relatively inconspicuous water release technique, the Water Shark Bullet. The rationale behind selecting the Great Fire Annihilation was straightforward. Chushu possessed exceptional talent for fire release, and he could even integrate it into flame release. As for the Water Shark Bullet, it was simply due to a lack of water-based techniques in his repertoire, and the Water Shark Bullet happened to be the most common C-rank water ninjutsu. Its most notable moment was brought forth by the honest character who made a lasting impression on the audience. However, it must be said that this technique was undeniably powerful. Each small shark possessed a biting force comparable to that of a real shark, and it was impervious to attacks, being composed entirely of water. After some contemplation, Chushu decisively unrolled the Water Shark Bullet scroll. The first point was that the Great Fire Annihilation was his first encounter. He was unsure of his ability to control its power. Given the training area was surrounded by trees, a careless mistake could result in igniting them, leading to significant consequences. Upon opening the scroll, the seal for the Water Shark Bullet was quite simple and required no elaborate explanation. The crucial aspect lay in controlling the chakra and forming the initial shape of the shark. Once the first shark was successfully formed, subsequent manifestations would require no deliberate control. Chushu approached the river, observing the small fish swimming within. He then formed hand seals and extended his hands into the water. Gradually, a shark composed of water began to take shape. Chushu furrowed his brow as a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. The water shark slowly swam towards the small fish, which remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuously feeding on microorganisms in the river. Suddenly, the surface of the water was stained crimson, and blood was swept away by the current. The water shark leaped from the surface, presenting a headless small fish to Chushu. The Water Shark Bullet was virtually invisible and colorless in the water, making it an exceptional stealth attack method. Alas, the honest character was simply too kind-hearted. If he had such thoughts, he wouldn't have been labeled as honest. Shaking his head, Chushu dismissed these thoughts. Flames erupted from his palm, roasting the small fish as he observed the water shark. The shark he had formed did not undergo intentional shaping. Rather, he allowed the chakra's natural form to catalyze into that of a shark. The result? It resembled a fish quite well. Its teeth were indeed sharp, its eyes distinctly fish-like. Yet it lacked the specific attributes of a shark. Although it resembled a rounded fish with sharp teeth, it leaned more towards an ordinary fish species. Chushu dismissed the shark and formed hand seals once more. This time, he deliberately influenced the formation to modify the shark's mouth, elongating it and sharpening its teeth. Additionally, he incorporated some bony protrusions, enhancing its speed while minimizing the sound of water flow. Much better. Chushu nodded in satisfaction at the appearance of the current shark. He glanced around and ultimately fixed his gaze on Shimura Tsukihime, who was practicing ninjutsu nearby. There was no choice. Sanzaku was too far from the riverbank. Engaged in his physical training, Tsukihime was diligently striving to enhance her ninjutsu's power, yet her mind was preoccupied with the potency of the ninjutsu released by Chushu, causing her own efforts to fall short of the mark. Why can't I seem to meet the requirements? Just as she was deep in thought, struggling to grasp the fundamentals, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Tsukihime swiftly turned around, only to find a water shark perilously close to her neck, its jaws slowly closing. Remarkably, she hadn't heard a single sound. Startled, Tsukihime stumbled back several steps, hastily forming hand seals. In an instant, a vacuum ball akin to a bullet pierced through the shark. Oh my, that was quite powerful. An unfamiliar voice echoed from behind her. Tsukihime quickly turned around, her eyes widening at the sight of a man clad in armor, his sharp teeth resembling those of a small-eyed shark. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kisame Hashigaki, an Umbu ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. I have been ordered to eliminate you. Tsukihime felt a shiver run down her spine. How could a ninja from the hidden mist infiltrate Konoha so deeply? Moreover, he was here with the intent to kill us. Where was Chushu? Only he possessed the ability to contend with such an adversary. Tsukihime frantically scanned her surroundings, but after a thorough search, she found no trace of Chushu. Ha! You really believe that? Ha! Just then, a familiar laughter reached her ears. Tsukihime felt as though she had become a donkey, very displeased as she turned around. Chushu, clutching his stomach and pointing at himself, was laughing heartily. Nangong Chushu. Upon realizing the gravity of his outburst, Chushu quickly took several steps back, making his escape. The foot speed of Shimizu Tsukihime was significantly lacking, and she ultimately could not keep pace with Haruaki. Before long, Haruaki came to a halt in an open area. This place is quite suitable. I'll practice fire release here. Indeed, he intentionally distanced himself from the two others, for the training of fire release should remain a secret. After sensing his surroundings and confirming the absence of onlookers, he unfurled the scroll that detailed the great fire extinguishing technique. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of lecherous eyes in the Hokage's office were fixated on his training. Chapter 30. Chunin Exams 2. In no time, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. Inside the examination hall, Haruaki had already secured a seat early on. The first segment was a written test, overseen by a jonin whom Haruaki did not recognize. As seconds ticked by, the number of participants gradually increased. Shimizu, Tsukihime, Sarutobi Yamajiri, and others arrived in succession. Haruaki even spotted Team Minato, likely dispatched by the third Hokage. However, Kushina was notably absent. Naturally, the third would not send a Jinchuriki into the fray, for they were treasures that required protection. Maple-chan, Haruaki-kun. The members of Team Minato quickly expressed unfamiliarity and moved away from Haruaki and Maple. Coincidentally, Haruaki and Maple were seated together. After all, the examination rules prohibited teammates from sitting in proximity. All right, everyone, return to your seats. The main examiner had arrived in the classroom. Wearing a fierce expression as he surveyed the candidates below, he then proceeded to deliver a lengthy admonition laden with threats. After what felt like an eternity, the exam papers were distributed. Haruaki glanced at the questions, which indeed proved to be quite challenging. Yet, some ninjas had already begun to answer, their speed remarkably swift. The supervising jonin scanned the room, clearly assessing the candidates' information-gathering capabilities. Haruaki rolled his eyes and subsequently closed them, extending his perception to its utmost limits. In an instant, every subtle movement of the diligent scholars was vividly imprinted in his mind. By analyzing their writing styles and positions, he deduced which questions they were tackling. Soon, Haruaki began to write with fervor. Beside him, Maple had activated her Sharingan early on, flawlessly mirroring the actions of those around her, akin to Sasuke from the original narrative. Minato, on the other hand, was a genuine scholar. These advanced questions seemed trivial to him. Tsukihime was equally adept. Only Akimichi Yashimaru and Sarutobi Yamajiri appeared despondent, both possessing mediocre grades in class. Now faced with these advanced questions, devoid of any covert cheating methods, they were left in a state of panic. However, Maple had her own strategy. After finishing her paper, she cast an illusion to control Yashimaru. Haruaki extended his chakra to Yamajiri's hand, utilizing the pressure from his grip to ascertain the answers. The supervising instructor observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Ding ding ding. The exam concluded, and the supervising instructor instructed everyone to stop writing, subsequently collecting and grading the papers. In truth, the scoring hinged on their information-gathering abilities. Those who were true scholars received full marks without question. Haruaki, Minato, Maple, and Tsukihime were undoubtedly among the top scorers. Yashimaru and Yamajiri, however, fell short and barely passed. Nonetheless, this bore little consequence, for the true assessment of strength awaited in the second round. Unlike the original narrative, the early examinations comprised only 2 segments. The first was largely unchanged. However, the second segment, while still a survival test in the forest, did not involve a scroll competition. Instead, for jonin examiners would each lead a team of chunin to hunt down the genin scattered throughout the forest. The jonin would not engage directly. Each team consisted of 4 chunin, one of whom served as the captain. Teams that survived for 7 days would be deemed successful. During this time, the jonin would observe all aspects of each team's stealth, strength, and strategic thinking, later submitting scores and names to the third Hokage for evaluation. Harawaki's team entered the forest alongside Minato's. He no longer felt the need to conceal his strength, as he had already caught the third's attention. Hiding was futile. He merely needed to keep his fire release technique under wraps. Since being targeted by the third, he had not practiced fire release for several days. Instead, refining techniques like the Great Fire Extinguishing and Water Shark Bullet, intending to use these for the upcoming exam. Upon entering the forest, Harawaki's team diverged from Minato's, as cooperation was neither allowed nor feasible. Leading his two companions, they navigated through the terrain until they arrived at a grove of towering trees, selecting a particularly robust one as their stronghold. Although the tree leaned slightly, its sturdy roots concealed the direction of the tilt, making it an excellent hiding spot. Harawaki instructed Sarutobi Yamajiri to carve a hole in the trunk, subsequently covering it with hanging vines. The ground was adorned with moss, and the soil remained moist, allowing for a fire without risk of igniting the surroundings. He ventured out to hunt, while Tsukihime stood guard. The hollow was spacious, with a slightly narrow entrance to ensure smoke would not escape. Inside, Tsukihime created several vents using vacuum orbs and stuffed some natural lime within, ensuring that while smoke was contained, it could still be expelled. Of course, these measures alone would not suffice to allow them to survive 7 days undetected by the Jonin. Food and timber were indispensable, and they needed to scout the positions of other teams. The examiners granted them only 1 day to prepare, after which they would commence the hunt. As the day waned, Harawaki scoured the tree, having already surveyed numerous locations and set various traps at distances from their stronghold. However, after several hours, he had not encountered any other teams nearby, indicating that the others were hiding well. Soon enough, he heard commotion emanating from the western woods. Bang! Upon arrival, he witnessed a small team engaged in the hunt for a brown bear. The bear, towering around 4 to 5 meters, lay on the ground, covered in wounds. The earlier noise had originated from its fall. Harawaki quickly concealed himself. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Though the bear was a substantial prize, a scapegoat would prove far more valuable. Isn't she beautiful? My strength has improved significantly, hasn't it? Haha, don't call me by name. We're not that familiar. One girl in the trio remarked with evident irritation. She then turned to another boy, gazing at him with starry eyes. TCH, what is so special about him? He always wears such a grumpy face. Harawaki glanced back at the boy who had spoken, noting his round face and short chin, which indeed rendered him somewhat unfortunate in appearance. It is no wonder that the girl chose another path. The chakra of the three was relatively weak, their abilities rather ordinary. However, observing the calluses on their hands and their heightened vigilance, it was evident that they had endured numerous C-rank missions, possibly even reaching B rank. Thus, their practical combat experience must not be underestimated. One must exercise utmost caution. Should they inadvertently alert their foes, such a favorable opportunity would be lost. Chapter 31. Chunin Exam 3. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. With agility, Chushu leaped back to their base. From a distance, he spotted the flickering flames within the tree hollow. Surrounding it, insects buzzed incessantly around the light, with a few daring to venture inside. Chushu hurried back and extinguished the campfire. Such reckless lighting could easily reveal our position. You're back, Chushu. Sarutobi Sanzaku exclaimed, rising hastily, only to be pressed back down by Chushu. Hush, he whispered, crouching to sense the surroundings. Noticing no wild beasts lurking nearby, he finally felt at ease. We must not attract any beasts. Tomorrow, the Jonin may very well deduce our camp's location from their trails. Let us rest for now and craft a lantern tomorrow to mitigate any light exposure. Sanzaku nodded, while Shimizu Suki had already laid down, evidently conserving her strength. Chushu consumed a bit of roasted meat to satiate his hunger before settling down to sleep. With no Chunin hunt scheduled for the day, they were free from the night watch and could afford to retire early. At dawn, the melodious chirping of birds roused Chushu from his slumber. He swiftly darted outside, returning with a bird in hand and a wild boar draped over his shoulder. The bird was the one from the tree, while the boar had just ventured out to forage. Unfortunately, before he could act, he found himself with an unexpected wound on his head. Moreover, as Chushu processed the wild boar by a nearby stream, he also collected some water. Upon returning to the tree hollow, he found Shimizu Suki already awake. It was roughly 7 o'clock. Let us rouse Sanzaku. I suspect the Jonin will mobilize around 8. We should seize this time to have breakfast and prepare some odorless rations. Suki nodded, and turned to awaken Sanzaku. As they finished their breakfast, a piercing whistle echoed through the air. Beep. Chushu reacted instantly, extinguishing the fire. They are commencing their operations. Out to take precautions. Sanzaku and Suki promptly set off to conceal themselves in the hideouts they had discovered the previous day. Meanwhile, Chushu moved swiftly through the woods, aiming to locate the hunters' positions. Soon, from his vantage point, he spotted figures leaping above. The shadows split into 3 groups, each darting in different directions. 2 teams headed west, while another team remained uncertain but likely proceeded northward. The west offered a small creek, a prime location for a base, indicating that the 2 teams were likely headed toward the river. The eastern woods were lush and teeming with potential hiding spots. However, the northern giant woods warranted thorough investigation due to its numerous advantageous features. Initially, Chushu analyzed their trajectories with great precision. However, he failed to notice that 2 Chunin had already detected him from behind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock armor. Upon hearing the incantation, Chushu hastily formed hand seals, enveloping himself in rock armor. Turning around, he was startled to find the Chunin barely half a meter away. The recent commotion might attract others. He could not afford to engage them. Fire release, great fire extinguish. A torrent of flames erupted from Chushu's mouth, spreading across the ground. The 2 Chunin lost sight of their target, momentarily bewildered. However, the flames could not be allowed to grow. The 2 quickly formed water barriers, extinguishing the fire. The ensuing steam enveloped the area, obscuring visibility entirely. Curse it, this boy is troublesome. Shadows darted into the mist, yet none emerged. An arriving Jonin quickly took charge. Do not all rush in. It could lead to loss of sight. Maintain your perimeter. However, this command only escalated the chaos, as numerous figures began to spring forth, making it impossible to distinguish the target. Yet the Jonin were seasoned, unlike these novice Chunin. Among the crowd, a petite figure dashed toward the west, swiftly caught in their sights. He headed west. Pursue him. In an instant, nearly all the Chunin present were in hot pursuit. Alas, I was careless. It must have been the Jonin who discerned my presence. Chushu chastised himself, then immediately accelerated, turning to launch his hair like steel needles in all directions, forcing many Chunin back. Seizing the opportunity, he fled rapidly until he reached the riverbank. Water release, water shark bullet technique. After casting the jutsu, he dashed across to the opposite bank and concealed himself in the underbrush. As the pursuing Chunin stepped onto the river, they were bitten at the ankles by the unseen shark-like creatures lurking beneath the surface. This delay allowed Chushu to vanish without a trace. Ark, that wretched brat has devised such a devious technique. One of the injured Chunin exclaimed angrily. Curse it, we let him escape. The wounded quickly tended to their injuries. After all, it was an exam, and Chushu had not used lethal force. Under the care of the medical team, they would be able to move normally in about 15 minutes. Nearby, the leading Jonin pinched his brow, observing the foolishness of his subordinates. You lot are truly dim-witted. How could you not see such an obvious bait? Mainly, that kid's jutsu was silent. We thought it had failed. One of the Chunin attempted to explain. Silence. The Jonin interrupted sharply. Is there an opportunity for explanations on the battlefield? If he was unfamiliar, why would he still release it? To waste time waiting for you to catch him? Do not make excuses. If this were a real battle, that boy would show no mercy, and none of you would escape. Instantly, the Chunin recognized the gravity of the situation and ceased their rebuttals. The Jonin gazed in the direction Chushu had fled, lost in thought. I did not expect this child to be so formidable. No wonder the 3rd Hokage instructed me to grant him special treatment. His combat acumen and jutsu mastery, apart from raw power, could rival that of a Jonin. Meanwhile, hidden in the underbrush, Chushu steadied his chakra, striving to conserve his energy for movement. Indeed, he had not departed. Primarily, after expending chakra on those jutsus, he had no surplus left. Continuing to flee could easily lead to capture. This was one of his vulnerabilities. His young age limited the energy his body could provide. The extensive chakra consumed by the great fire extinguish had particularly drained him. The water barrier created by 2 Chunin was fully countered. Damn it, how did Kakashi manage to join the Anbu at the age of 12? Does he possess sufficient chakra? As for Haruki, he is genuinely feeling a bit overwhelmed. But he recalls that in the original story, Kakashi often found himself low on chakra as well, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Helplessly, he refrains from recklessly venturing out, opting instead to craft some rudimentary disguises in an effort to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. After waiting for approximately 3 hours, his chakra had nearly replenished, allowing him to slightly relax his sensory perception. Finally, he sensed that no one was around. He needed to hurry back and inform the others. Chapter 32. Chunin Exam for What? In the office of the Raikage in the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning, the third Raikage abruptly stood, slamming his hand onto the desk. Documents scattered across the floor, revealing the sparse characters of the Yatsuki clan. The third Raikage was not enraged by the news, as he had long anticipated the possibility of a ninja dying on a mission. Thus, after Yatsuki Jiro accepted the task, he had prepared himself for the arrival of death reports. However, the manner of this death left him somewhat at a loss. It was in the village hidden in the leaves, and 2 children had killed him. Children, and they were merely genin. This left him without a plausible explanation for his clan. Who would believe that 2 children from Konoha could take down an entire squad composed of chunin and genin? Yet he believed it. Regardless of whether his clan would accept it, he was convinced. Konoha, a village founded by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the reclusive Uchiha Madara, was synonymous with strength. Even if he could withstand the 8 tails and fight to exhaustion, he had no confidence in facing those 2. Thus, the emergence of such prodigious talents from Konoha made them appear comparatively insignificant. At least, the reports concerning those 2 children were far more credible. The Raikage sat back down in his chair, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and then inquired of his assistant, "How is my son and Kurabi progressing in their training?" "They have entered the latter stages of their training and are nearly ready to engage in brief chakra exchanges with the tailed beasts. Give me a new desk and arrange a team. I must personally visit the village hidden in the rain." After issuing his commands, arose and exited the office. His assistant gazed at the disarray of the room and sighed with a heavy heart. "After this war is over, I will resign." In the land of Earth, at the hidden stone village, Inoki stroked his pale beard and glanced at his son, who was nearly 10 times his size. "Lus, how credible do you find this matter?" "Lord Tsuchikage, personally, I feel that the joint document from the Sand Village does not seem like a fabrication. Currently, Konoha is under pressure from 3 sides, with the village hidden in the rain lurking ominously, and both the Sand Village and ourselves posing potential threats. Not to mention the precarious situation of the Land of Whirlpools, which is continuously depleting their fighting strength." Lus meticulously pointed out the situation on the sand table, analyzing it with great clarity. "Thus, I believe that the Sand Village's impoverishment will no longer allow them to remain idle. We can agree to this joint document." Indeed, Inoki nodded in agreement with Lus's analysis. "However, that is not enough. We must apply pressure on Konoha through this alliance. But we cannot overlook the hidden cloud village's lurking presence." Lus, enlightened by his father's reminder, inquired, "Do you mean?" Inoki looked at Lus, pleased with his son's understanding of his intentions. "Let us agree to the proposal, and subsequently, under the pretext of needing to prepare against the hidden cloud village, we shall minimize the increase in our ninja forces and allow the Sand Village to march towards their demise. We will deploy a mere 10,000 troops as a show of force, engaging in playful skirmishes with while the bulk of our forces remain inactive, waiting for the Sand Village to exhaust themselves or for Konoha to reveal a flaw." Yes, Lus received the authorization and promptly responded to the Sand Village. The other council members had no objections, as Inoki's influence in the hidden stone village was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving others too intimidated to voice dissent. Let us see which of the Sand Village or Konoha reveals an opportunity to strike first." Inoki's mind conjured the image of a beige-haired figure cloaked in a scarf, stirring a sense of unease within him. The third Raikage? Indeed, he is quite formidable. "What are you 2 up to?" Haruki called out to the distant figures of Sarutobi Sasuke and Tsukihime. Before him stood 2 chunin wielding kunai. "It's nothing, just a bit troublesome," Sarutobi Sasuke replied cautiously, keeping his eyes fixed on the chunin before him. About 2 days prior, after Haruki informed them of the situation, both had remained exceedingly wary, revealing no apparent vulnerabilities. As the days passed, news of chunin being eliminated by genin squads began to circulate. Sarutobi Sasuke gradually grew overconfident, believing these chunin to be less formidable than anticipated. However, that morning, after their rations had run out, Sarutobi Sasuke inadvertently exposed their position during his watch. Upon leaving their lookout point, the traces left by their prolonged inactivity became too conspicuous, leading to the discovery of their hideout. when Haruki returned with their spoils. The two were nearly captured on the spot. Fortunately, the number of Chunin was limited due to the previous eliminations. Otherwise, Haruki might not have even considered rescuing them. Kid, surrender. Though you can run well, your teammates are here. You can't abandon them. Haha, you two should refrain from saying such things. If my will could be so easily crushed, I would not be a ninja. With that, Haruki took the initiative, summoning a series of shadow clones. Oh, shadow clone technique. Indeed, it conserves chakra. But what use are these shadowy figures to us? One of the Chunin remarked, perplexed. However, he soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. You two should pay close attention. The use of clones and body flicker can be deadly. With that, 3 Haruki simultaneously formed hand seals and charged toward the two. TSK. It's merely a ruse. Only one is the real deal. The two raised their kunai, preparing to confront one of the Haruki clones, while simultaneously planning their next move. If this was the real one, they could disregard the others. Yet, they were not prepared for what came next. Clang. Clang. What? Uft. The kunai in their hands met an unexpected force, leaving them utterly astonished. At that moment, while they were still in shock, the third figure wielding 2 kunai struck each of them in the abdomen. Thankfully, due to the protective armor they wore, the blow was not too deep. Damn it. Are they all real? I warned you. This is merely a reminder. Next time, I shall unleash my full strength, aiming to eliminate you both. With that, all the surrounding clones sprang into action, weaving around the two. TSK, a polite little brat, quite endearing. The two, not daring to let their guard down, hastily drew their kunai, engaging in a flurry of clashes with the darting figures. These doppelgangers strike and vanish, refusing to engage further, which causes considerable distress to the two opponents. Is this truly not a mere shadow clone? It is hard to fathom that someone could wield clones and instantaneous movement to such an extent. You flatter me, my skills are still lacking. The pinnacle of instantaneous movement is not limited to this. As Chu-Su spoke, he recalled the original work's character Jishui, that is the true master of instantaneous movement, who, relying solely on this technique, achieves results far superior with considerably less consumption of energy. Haha, the little brat is indeed modest. How about this technique? Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from the mouth of this Chunin, dispersing widely. Several clones fell victim to the fiery range, significantly reducing their numbers in the arena. Good, I'll join in. Another Chunin, witnessing the effectiveness, hastily began to form hand seals. Chu-Su intended to intervene but was thwarted by his teammate. As the seals were completed, Chu-Su had no choice but to retreat. Damn it! Earth release, earthquake core. The ground trembled violently, fissures appearing all around, making it impossible for Chu-Su to maintain his balance. He had to disperse his clones and leap onto a tree. Ninjutsu, Raging Lion's main technique. Boom. Just as the two Chunins reveled in their triumph, Chu-Su's hair suddenly elongated. Like a lion pouncing upon its prey, it slammed the earth release Chunin down into the ground. What? The speed of this technique left the fire release Chunin utterly unprepared. Before he could form his seals, another sound echoed. Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth Storehouse. In an instant, Chu-Su's hair hardened like steel needles, and several strands shot out. The fire release Chunin was immediately pierced and fell to the ground, howling in pain, as Chu-Su retracted his hair. With a whistle, the two from Chu-Su's side were eliminated, summoned away by a Jounin. Meanwhile, Yamatsum and Tsukihime were evenly matched against the other Chunin. However, the overwhelming strength of the lightning release made both hesitant to close the distance, leaving them at an impasse. Chapter 33, Chunin Exam, End. While Yamatsum pondered their next move, Tsukihime, without any forewarning, charged forward. Tsukihime, oh, are you planning to fight to the death? The lightning release Chunin believed he had deciphered their intentions, his body accelerating rapidly under the stimulation of lightning. Humph, even though wind release counters lightning release, if you cannot hit me, all is moot. Lightning release, electric stride. The ground trembled as serpentine bolts of lightning chased after Yamatsum and Tsukihime. Tsukihime swiftly conjured 2 swirling gusts of air, launching wind blades to shield herself and Yamatsum. Wind release, wind cutter. Your movements are too slow. At that moment, a voice from behind caused her heart to plunge into icy depths. The lightning release Chunin had somehow appeared behind her, kunai charged with lightning ready to strike down. Wind release, gale palm. Yamatsum quickly unleashed a wind palm. dispersing the lightning-infused kunai. TCH, how troublesome. Water release, water shockwave. The lightning release Chunin immediately formed seals, unleashing a torrent of water that engulfed Tsukihime and Yamatsum. Simultaneously, he prepared to direct his lightning toward the water column. Lightning release, electric wave. Boom. Just as he was about to connect with his water technique, a shadow suddenly lunged from the side. The Chunin was caught off guard and knocked back, the lightning still crackling in his grasp as it plunged into the water. Sizzle. In an instant, the water shimmered with lightning, shocking the lightning-released Chunin. Meanwhile, Yamatsum and Tsukihime were hoisted onto a tree by Chusu. How infuriating. Are Tanaka and Matsushita really that useless? They were defeated by a mere child. The lightning-released Chunin, despite being electrified, struggled to rise from the water. Chusu quickly brandished his kunai. He too was not in great shape, appearing unscathed but exhausted from chakra and physical exertion. Very well. It seems we must resort to a desperate fight. Lightning release, lightning beam. A pillar of lightning shot forth from the Chunin's hand, prompting Chusu to leap away swiftly. However, he was unprepared for the Chunin to appear before him, moving faster than his own instantaneous technique. With no time to evade, Chusu tossed the two he was carrying aside, drawing his kunai to clash with the Chunin-S. Yet, upon contact, the Chunin-S lightning-infused kunai cleaved through his weapon. Fortunately, he managed to deflect it just enough to create an opportunity for a substitution. Boom. A wooden log was split in two, its ends charred black. Chusu scanned the arena but found no sign of the lightning-released Chunin. Only the residual lightning remained where he had stood. Oh no. Chusu realized the danger as countless clones emerged, his instantaneous technique weaving through to Yamatsum's side. Indeed, the Chunin had already launched a strike. TSK, targeting the weakest first. Are we? I cannot use earth armor. It would be cleaved by lightning. Chusu's hair instantly elongated, blocking the Chunin's arm. Oh, quite fast, aren't you? A formidable little brat. No wonder those two fools fell to you. As the lightning-released Chunin spoke, he reached for another kunai. Chusu hastily formed hand seals, summoning several fish-like creatures from the water to bite at the Chunin. Clever, aren't you? The Chunin had no choice but to abandon his attempt to sever Chusu's hair, instead slicing through the nearby fish. This presented a fleeting opportunity for Chusu to create distance. However, his chakra was dwindling, preventing him from using his grand fire technique. So he called out, Yamatsum, received. Fire release, great fireball. Just as the lightning-released Chunin resolved to flee after dispatching the water fish, he found his arm ensnared. It's over. Almost instinctively, he hurled two kunai embedded with lightning toward Yamatsum. The Chunin sensed impending doom. Should he fail, Yamatsum would meet a dire fate. However, he did not wish to kill such a promising talent, especially one from the Sarutobi clan. Yet, reactions honed on the battlefield left little room for consideration. The observing Jounin readied to intervene. Just then, a voice rang out, halting his intent. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Two bullet-like gusts of wind shot forth, knocking the kunai away. Simultaneously, Yamatsum's great fireball followed suit. I concede. The Chunin immediately declared his surrender, prompting Chusu to release his grip on the Chunin-S wrist, allowing him to escape. After all, it was merely an examination. No one wished to sustain serious injuries. The lightning-released Chunin, having narrowly evaded the fire technique, quickly approached. Chusu braced himself, fearing an underhanded ploy, but the Chunin swiftly waved his hands. No. I've been eliminated. Relieved, Chusu lowered his kunai and collapsed onto a relatively clean patch of ground. Sarutobi Sanzuk collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted from the previous intense battle that had depleted his chakra. Only Shimizu Tsukihime retained a modicum of energy, standing alert and surveying their surroundings. You three are truly impressive. I dare say I am the strongest among the Chunin in this exam. He offered an apology to the young man beside him, explaining that his battlefield instincts had not allowed for a timely withdrawal from combat. Sarutobi Sanzuk, recognizing the gesture of contrition, felt a degree of sympathy for him. However, due to his heavy breathing, he merely waved it off. Haru Asaka, on the other hand, was not as fatigued. His chakra levels were notably superior among the genin. You are formidable yourself. With this level of skill, a few more missions, and you could ascend to Jonin, right? He remarked jovially. Indeed, that seems likely. The Chunin replied with a smile before noticing a Jonin approaching and bidding farewell to Asaka and his companions. I must take my leave. but perhaps we shall become colleagues in the future. By the way, my name is Futsuki Hiroshi. I am Shimizu Tsukihime. And I am Sarutobi Sanzuke. The Chunin paused, surprised that they all belonged to prominent clans, and then turned his gaze towards Asuka. Nangong Asuka. Nangong. Huh. I shall remember that. In the next moment, with a soft sound, Futsuki Hiroshi was summoned away. Following his departure, the remaining Chunin were gradually eliminated, allowing Asuka and his companions to smoothly navigate the remaining time and successfully pass the Chunin exams. Upon exiting the examination hall, they encountered the Minato squad, who had been waiting outside for a while. Asuka sauntered over lazily. Hey, you made it through, right? Minato and his companions beamed with confidence, nodding affirmatively. Of course. Asuka, you must have fared well as well. Asuka embraced the rushing Isekai'd. Indeed, it was a bit nerve-wracking, but we made it. Excellent. In that case, allow me to treat you all to a feast. Sarutobi Sanzuke, ever sociable, suggested without regard for his familiarity with Minato's group. Let's split the bill. Minato's girlfriend is joining, and with Jinchuriki as well, you might not be able to cover it all. What nonsense. Asuka, you underestimate me, after all. I am a young master of the Sarutobi clan. Asuka shrugged helplessly at Minato's boast, mentally preparing to assist with the bill. Hey, Tsukihime, you should join us too. No, I need to return to my training. Tsukihime predictably declined the invitation, but Sanzuke, undeterred, exchanged glances with Asuka, his eyes pleading. Asuka, seeing the determination in Sanzuke's eyes, casually encouraged, come on, don't be such a downer. It's just a gathering, a chance to make friends. He was playfully teasing Isekai'd beside him, appearing quite carefree. To everyone's surprise, Tsukihime fell silent for a moment before genuinely agreeing. All right, I'll go for a bit. Sanzuke and Asuka exchanged incredulous looks, then turned curiously towards Tsukihime. Sanzuke had not anticipated her agreement, as she had always turned down such invitations before, leading them to never have gathered as a group. Asuka felt it was not particularly unusual. Perhaps she merely wished to unwind a bit. However, Isekai'd sensed something amiss, her instincts telling her that Tsukihime was not quite right. She glanced at Asuka, whose cheerful demeanor only intensified her suspicion, not of him, but of Tsukihime. Chapter 34. The temperature drops throughout their journey. Isekai'd remained unusually quiet. Even when Asuka attempted to engage her in conversation, she seemed distracted. Strangely, she clung tightly to his arm, as if fearing he might vanish. Initially, Asuka paid it no mind, but upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, he noticed Isekai'd had even refused to eat her favorite grilled meat, signaling something was truly off. Isekai'd? Uchiha Isekai'd. Huh, what is it? After 3 calls, she finally responded. What were you thinking just now? You seemed lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. Just contemplating future matters, like missions and such. She laughed awkwardly. Asuka frowned. Her evasive demeanor suggested she was preoccupied with darker thoughts. Yet she seemed reluctant to share. Come on, just eat the barbecue. Asuka glanced at Isekai'd, who was now focused on her plate, and then turned to find his own meat had mysteriously vanished. He quickly looked to Kushina, who appeared startled, her cheeks bulging as she chewed furiously. With a sigh, Asuka took another plate, grilling for himself and Isekai'd. After they had eaten their fill, Sarutobi Sanzuke approached the front desk, anxiously glancing at the towering stack of plates before him. Upon hearing the total, his heart sank. 13,000 ryo for their group of 7 children. This was after an 8% discount, and most of it had been consumed by Kushina and Jinchuriki. Glancing at the meager 7,000 ryo in his wallet, he felt despair wash over him. Well, I have 3,000 ryo, which is for Isekai'd and me. Kushina, and I can cover about 4,000 ryo as well. Just then, Asuka and Minato's voices sounded like a lifeline to him. Ahem, I did offer to treat you all, but since you insist on splitting the bill, I'll contribute a bit more. Minato will cover 3,000 ryo. With that, the youngsters finally settled the bill, though Sanzuke felt the weight of his financial burden. As a result, he would have no pocket money for the rest of the month. Tsukihime, observing the situation, felt it inappropriate to comment, especially since even Akimichi Jinchuriki had helped with discounts. It was only right for her clan to contribute as well. I am from the Shimizu clan after all. How can I let others pay for a meal? However, she had not brought much money today and added, I'll contribute 2,000 ryo. She withdrew 2 bills from her purse and handed them to Sanzuke, who felt overwhelmed, nearly brought to tears by her generosity. Tsukihime. Thwack. As Sanzuke rushed towards her with open arms, Tsukihime unceremoniously knocked him down with a swift blow. Don't be disgusting. Asuka shook his head and took Isekai'd's hand, bidding farewell to everyone. Well, it's getting late. Let us meet again tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement, heading off to their respective homes. After all, following their promotion to Chunin, they were to gather the next day for the transition from Jinin to Chunin. Thus, saying tomorrow was genuinely not just a formality. Minato and Kushina walked together, while Asuka escorted Isekai'd. Isekai'd, yes? Now that we're alone, can you tell me what you were thinking earlier? Asuka inquired, prompting Isekai'd to stop in her tracks. Upon witnessing the scene, Chushu paused, gazing at her, eagerly awaiting her next words. Chushu, do you believe we can shatter the antiquated notions held by the Uchiha clan? Fong did not respond directly, but instead posed a question in return. Chushu, taken aback, found herself at a loss for her meaning. Surely, we can, she ventured, but the Uchiha bloodline forbids any external entanglements. This rule has been upheld for over a millennium. Frankly, Chushu felt a profound lack of confidence in breaking this tradition. A wave of despondency washed over him as he recognized the rigidity of the Uchiha's regulations, which were not easily altered. Yet, since uniting with Fong, he had come to regard this seemingly youthful, yet deeply mature girl as his sole pillar of support. He realized that he had already developed feelings for her. From that fateful evening, his heart had whispered the truth to him. To be candid, the solitude of the past 2.5 years had not been as enchanting as he had once imagined. Devoid of internet, mobile phones, or beloved snacks, he returned each day to the cold walls and silent rooms of his home. Each day was imbued with anxiety, as he meticulously honed his craft. At times, when Chushu glanced back at his former self, he found no glimmer of light within. In that quiet, dark shop, even his past self had neglected to acknowledge his existence. Behind him lay profound loneliness, while before him stood a few genuine friends. He yearned not to return to that life, even though he could still endure such isolation. However, the most vital support in his life seemed to drift further away. He longed to pursue her, yet the rules loomed before her like an insurmountable barrier. This term had morphed into a double-edged sword, widening and expanding as if to eternally separate them. Panic gripped Chushu, and he hastily declared his resolve, hoping to sustain a flicker of hope within Fong. But I am confident. I believe I can dismantle this rule. It is merely a matter of bloodline. If our child remains by our side without awakening, we can always pass it on later if they do. Fong shook her head, causing Chushu's heart to tighten. That is impossible. The elders would never consent to an Uchiha marrying outside their clan. I know their mindset all too well. Chushu felt a sudden constriction in his breath, an inexplicable emotion surging within him. When he spoke again, his voice held a faint rasp. So what you're implying is that Sakimura Tsukihime seems to harbor some affection for you? Fong continued, oblivious to Chushu's shifting emotions as she ventured her speculation. If our clan's elders disapprove of our union, you might consider pursuing Sakimura Tsukihime. Enough, Chushu interjected, interrupting Fong, who wore a sorrowful expression. A myriad of feelings surged within him. He found himself at a loss for words, unwilling to prove his sincerity. The issue at hand had transcended Sakimura Tsukihime. Even if he disparaged her to demonstrate his feelings, Feng's perspective would remain unchanged. The term rules now appeared utterly ludicrous to him. Forcing a smile, Chushu hastily diverted the conversation. I do not wish to discuss this now. At least we are still together. He added, come, let me walk you home. Fong nodded, regaining her composure as they continued along their path. As they strolled, their conversations flowed as usual, but this time, laughter was conspicuously absent. Chushu chose not to enter the Uchiha clan grounds again. Upon returning home, confronted by the familiar solitude and dimness, he tightened his clothing. It felt as though the recent chill had intensified considerably. Chapter 35. Rewards. Chushu, you arrived quite early today. Good morning, Minato. At 8 in the morning, in front of the Hokage building, Minato greeted Chushu with a smile. Truthfully, he was somewhat surprised that Chushu, who typically arrived precisely on time, was here even before him. At this hour, wasn't he usually still asleep? Only to rise around 9:50, lazily completing his morning routine before hastily making his way here within 5 minutes? Had he undergone a transformation today? Minato scrutinized Chushu. The familiar deadpan expression, the habitual yawn, everything seemed unchanged. Yet, something felt amiss. Why are you here so early today? Well, it's an important day, and I happened to be hungry this morning, so I got up. Is that so? They engaged in idle chatter, as more genin began to gather around them. Their acquaintances arrived in succession. Kushina naturally gravitated towards Minato, while Foam joined the group. "Hey, Foam, I brought you breakfast." Chushu offered a bag of sandwiches to Foam, who opened it with delight. "Wow, my favorite." "Thank you, Chushu." The exchange felt as customary as ever, yet the intimacy that once characterized their interactions had dissipated. Kushina and Minato exchanged knowing glances, both keenly aware that something was amiss. They nodded, one directing a question at Chushu while the other turned to Foam. "Hey, Chushu, Foam, have you two had a quarrel?" "Not at all." "Why do you ask?" "It just seems like you're not as close as before." "Oh, you're overthinking it." "How could that be? Everything is just as it was." They stood side by side, hands intertwined. Minato and Kushina scratched their heads in unison, returning to their original positions. Sensing an undeniable discord in the couple's demeanor, nearby, Jairu observed the synchronized pairs, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hey, Chushu." A sudden voice broke the tension. Chushu turned to see Sarutobi Hiruzen arrive punctually, and to his surprise, Tsukimura Tsukihime was also present. "Ah, Hiruzen, Tsukihime." After greeting them, Hiruzen ascended to the Hokage building's rooftop. Chushu fell silent, instinctively releasing Feng's hand. "Delighted to be among you all." "Well, it seems you've become quite the seasoned speaker," Chushu mused silently, suppressing a yawn as he began to drift into a state of drowsiness. Yet, whether intentional or accidental, the third Hokage chose to deliver his discourse precisely during Chushu's most drowsy moments. Shifting to the distribution of rewards, Chushu found himself jolted awake. "Next, we will allocate rewards based on the rankings from this Chunin exam. First place, Nangon Chushu." "What?" In an instant, Chushu was wide awake, staring incredulously at Hiruzen atop the rooftop. To his astonishment, the old man was grinning at him. In that moment, Chushu realized that the entire Chunin exam had been overseen by this old man. Those topics, those Chunin, and even that Hiratsuki Fuyuki could all potentially be arranged by that old man to test him. This old man should not linger for long. In an instant, Chushu felt a chilling apprehension creeping over him. As he stepped into the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to recount once more. Nanguang Chushu exhibited remarkable prowess during the Chunin exams, demonstrating exceptional perceptive abilities in the written test and assisting his teammate Sarutobi Sanzaku in passing. In the survival challenge, he showcased his composure, rationality, and formidable ninjutsu skills. Not only did he cleverly create an escape route amidst the siege of Chunin, but he also single-handedly dispatched two Chunin simultaneously. Unconsciously, Chushu quickened his pace, feeling increasingly anxious with every word. "This old man has laid bare all my secrets." Being the top performer was already enough to attract attention. Now he has revealed every minute detail. How many eyes will be drawn to me now? Moreover, in conjunction with his team, he eliminated the only Umbu ninja in this exam while in a state of exhaustion. Thus, he was awarded a ninjutsu scroll, a fire release, dragon fire technique, 50,000 Ryo, and a special application for a B-rank ninjutsu. Lord Third. Finally reaching the rooftop, Chushu realized that the third Hokage had already concluded the rewards. Is this merely a performance? When did he start speaking so rapidly? Why is it that upon my arrival, he has finished announcing the rewards? The third turned to Chushu, smiling, and continued, "Now, please let our first place winner come up to receive their prize." A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Chushu, amidst the clapping, approached the edge of the rooftop, awkwardly greeting everyone with a chuckle. "Hello, everyone, heh?" Beside him, the third Hokage had brought forth a tray, upon which lay the Chunin vest, a new forehead protector, a scroll, and a bundle of Ryo. "Here you go, Chushu. This is your reward." "Thank you so much, Lord Third." Chushu nearly gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. "Heaven knows how my life will transform after today. Being alone in this world already left me feeling vulnerable. Now, with the third Hokage exposing me, my sense of security has diminished even further." Haha, no need for thanks. Little Chushu. "So, what B-rank ninjutsu would you like to apply for? Grandfather can arrange it for you today." Chushu's lips twitched. What good is it to feign kindness now? However, when it came to the desired B-rank ninjutsu, he indeed had one in mind. Shadow Clone Technique, an all-purpose ninjutsu with a learning difficulty rated B. Unlike the multi-shadow clone technique, this one does not exhaust excessive chakra all at once. Instead, it evenly distributes chakra among each clone, determining the number of clones based on the chakra allocated. It is not classified as a forbidden technique, allowing any Konoha ninja to learn it. Yet, Chushu's desire for the shadow clone technique did not stem from a wish to employ a swarm strategy like the prince in the original story. Rather, he needed to utilize the principles of this technique for his upcoming fire release reference direction. Grandfather, I wish to learn the shadow clone technique. Oh, the shadow clone. Indeed a splendid ninjutsu. Then please follow this gentleman to claim your reward. I must continue overseeing the proceedings. With that, an Umbu member suddenly appeared, and Chushu recognized him as Hiratsuki Fuyuki. You little rascal, you dare deceive me. When you fall into my hands, you shall face dire consequences. Come with me. The Umbu said coldly, uttering only those words before leading Chushu downstairs. Chushu followed behind, as Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed recounting the performance of the second-place contender. The second place goes to Namikaze Minato. Listening to his recounting, Chushu realized that he was not exaggerating. The third Hokage truly intended to mention each of them in turn. Chapter 36. Marahoshi Kogen. Time passed swiftly, and it had been 3 months since Chushu and the others became Chunin. During this period, the encounters between Minato and Chushu's teams had gradually diminished. As of now, Chushu would only occasionally visit Isekai'd with some gifts. Each group continued their respective missions, leading very tranquil lives. Until, have you heard? The Wind Shadow commanded a massive assault towards Konoha yesterday. Is that so? Does that mean we must engage? Indeed. It seems the ninja world is on the brink of another great war. We are still a priority target. Nearby, Chushu, who had just entered the Hokage building, overheard several ninjas conversing in the mission hall. Instinctively, he felt a sense of foreboding. He had originally planned to refrain from accepting missions today, as his experiments had reached a critical juncture, and he intended to conquer them in one go. But just as he had completed half of it, he was startled into interruption by the disturbance caused by the Umbu summoned by the third Hokage. Even his fire release had gone slightly out of control, nearly igniting the warehouse. Sigh, what a troublesome time. The third Hokage could not contain himself after all. Hatake Tsukumo was about to become famous. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Chushu stood next to Minato and Isekai'd without surprise. Grandfather Third. Ah, you're here, little Chushu. Is there a mission we need to undertake? Chushu feigned innocence in his inquiry. The third, perhaps slightly influenced by abstraction, responded to him in a surprisingly genial manner. Yes, our homeland is facing a crisis, and we greatly need your strength, little Chushu. Chushu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ever since his business was disclosed 3 months ago, he had completely slacked off in front of the third Hokage. The tasks he received were primarily simple espionage duties. The third Hokage had not interfered with his affairs in a perfectly normal manner. He had not even felt the slightest hint of surveillance. Now, pretending to be a benevolent old man seemed rather late, didn't it? Haha, Lord Third, you jest. May I inquire what type of mission it is? No rush. Let's wait for your teammates to arrive before we discuss it. The third grinned mischievously, seemingly enjoying teasing Chushu, and then returned to his paperwork. Chushu furrowed his brow. Their teammates? The leading jonin? Considering this, Chushu glanced at Minato, who wore a serious expression and shook his head, indicating they would speak later. Meanwhile, Isekai'd tugged at his sleeve. Before Chushu could turn around, Isekai'd had already leaned close to his ear. In that instant, a warm breath brushed against his earlobe. It's the Sand Ninja. They have launched an attack while we were unprepared. Chushu's eyelids drooped. That's not what I asked. I meant where's Uchiha Fugaku? Chushu chuckled, offering Isekai'd a piece of candy before finding a place to sit. Isekai'd wished to sit beside Chushu, but alas, this was the third's office, and she lacked the courage. The office door creaked open once more as Shimizu Suki and Sarutobi Sanzaka walked in. The two clans' territories were in close proximity, allowing them to frequently visit together. Hey, Uncle Hiruzen, is there something going on? You fool. You should address him by his title during work. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, showing no tolerance for the rough demeanor of Sarutobi Sasuke. Enough. Look at this kid, unrepentant as ever. Just as the third was about to deliver a lecture, he caught sight of Akimichi Gamera entering the room and lost his temper. Haru, come stand straight. Haru yawned and, following the third's instructions, positioned himself in front of Shimizu Tsukihime and Sarutobi Sasuke. I'm sure you've heard the news to some extent. Yes. The Sand Ninja took advantage of our focus on the Rain Village to launch an attack against us. At this moment, 3,000 Sand Ninja are gathered in the Western Forest, and Jounin have been dispatched to the battlefield as of yesterday. However, we still require your assistance. Yes, without warning. Minato snapped to attention, startling Haru. I hereby appoint Minato as the temporary leader of Team 7. I appoint Haru as the temporary leader of Team 11. Both teams are to immediately head to the forest at the border between the Land of Rivers and the Hidden Leaf to fend off the enemy. Sighing, Haru and his two teammates raced through the forest. Looks like we've been sent to the front lines after all. Their squad was integrated into the 2nd Division at the front, while Minato's team was in the 4th Division. The two teams were incorporated as auxiliary units, acting as a surprise attack force within the two divisions. The Third's orders clearly stated that they were to assist the 5 main divisions in constructing defensive fortifications, particularly focusing on eliminating enemies that slipped through the side battlegrounds. The implication was clear. They were to serve as laborers. After all, any ninja capable of breaching the defenses of the 5 main divisions could hardly be considered weak. In essence, it was an opportunity for them to prove their mettle on the front lines, allowing them to enhance their reputation in the presence of those less formidable. Most of the stronger shinobi had been assigned to confront Hanzo in the Rain Village, leaving behind only a handful to guard the village. Now, those who could engage in battle against the Sand Ninja were predominantly of middling strength, with a few Jounin among them, and only a select number of Jounin serving as captains and special Jounin as vice-captains. Among them was Fukio, the captain of the 3rd Division, who led a Doton squad with a defensive focus. The captains of both teams were promoted to special Jounin with the authority to act independently. As night fell, Haru and his companions arrived at the encampment of the 2nd Division, as indicated by their map. At that moment, the 2nd Division was preparing dinner, seemingly having just returned from the battlefield. Halt! What brings you here? A guard ninja stopped Haru and his companions at the entrance. Haru quickly presented the scroll given to him by the 3rd Hokage. We are the surprise attack team appointed by Lord 3rd. This is his mission scroll. Please inform the captain of the 2nd Division. Stay put. The guard ninja sent a shadow clone to deliver the mission scroll to the tent. Haru and his companions were no strangers to the battlefield. Initially, Haru had expected to be looked down upon, as often depicted in novels. However, he soon realized that it was not quite that way. It was quite common for children to be sent to battle, especially since all 3 had already reached the rank of Chunin at such a young age. Before long, the guard ninja sensed the disappearance of the shadow clone and allowed the 3 to pass. You may enter. Good work. Haru retrieved a piece of grilled meat from his bag and offered it to the guard. Having cooked it himself, its flavor undoubtedly superior to that of battlefield rations. The guard accepted the meat with an impassive expression, smiling at the 3 young adults. Please come in. As they entered the camp, Haru turned to find a familiar middle-aged man cooking. It was none other than the 2nd Hokage's direct disciple, Maruhoshi Kogen. Chapter 37. 3 minutes while referring to him as middle-aged was somewhat inaccurate, as Kogen was only about 30. The deep lines on either side of his mouth and his rough skin, due to relentless missions, gave him an older appearance. Haru did not linger long, leading Sasuke and Tsukihime to the main tent. Reporting to the captain of the 2nd Division, I am Haru, the leader of the surprise attack team, appointed by a special Jounin. Haru lazily bowed, yet he maintained the necessary decorum. Nangong. Haru straightened, observing the surprised Jounin before him. This Jounin appeared to be of considerable age and experience. Upon hearing his name, however, his reaction differed from that of Sarutobi Hisashi. Haru instinctively sensed something amiss. Each time he announced his name, the more solemn individuals reacted similarly, as if there were some hidden nuance to his name. Captain? Captain? Huh. Oh. There's no need for formality, Nangong. We can be considered equals, so there's no need to report to me. The captain of the 2nd Division finally understood, rising to gesture for the 3 to sit on the nearby cushions. Sasuke and Tsukihime knelt, while Haru instinctively settled into a cross-legged position. I have reviewed the mission scroll from Lord 3rd. I believe the 3 of you possess sufficient strength to handle most of the ninja that may slip through. My plan is to disperse the ninjas from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Divisions, focusing on reinforcing the 1st and 5th Divisions, while you 2 teams assist in guarding the central 3rd Division. Haru nodded. The proposed battle strategy was indeed sound and aligned closely with his own thoughts. The captain seemed to have a thorough understanding of their abilities, and the distribution of responsibilities was quite reasonable. However, Haru was reluctant to finalize this operational plan. For him, this assignment was an opportunity bestowed by the 3rd, a chance for personal growth. The 3rd's focus would remain on the Rain Country, and the telescope technique would not apply to this battlefield. Moreover, Given the distance, it was uncertain whether it could even be utilized effectively. This was a perfect opportunity for Haru to gain combat experience with his fire release techniques. No, the focus of the 3rd Division can be adjusted. The captain of the 2nd Division frowned at this suggestion. However, that would place a greater burden on the defenses of the 3rd Division. I, along with Captain Minato from the surprise attack team, possess superior strength. Being with 2 less experienced teammates would not provide me with adequate training. Minato and I can handle the perimeter around the 3rd Division, and if we encounter a larger group, we can deliberately allow some ninjas to slip through for us to manage. The captain of the 2nd Division regarded Haru, contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. After a moment of deliberation, he still seemed hesitant. Very well, let's engage in a spar. If you can inflict a wound on me within 3 minutes, I shall approve your deployment plan. Haru raised his eyes to the captain of the 2nd Division and nodded. The two moved to an open area outside the camp, standing apart under the night sky. The captain's proposal did not stem from underestimating Haru. 3 minutes was a brief span for a confrontation between ninjas, especially considering the captain's fatigue. By stating 3 minutes, he had afforded Haru considerable leeway. If it were Sarutobi or Tsukihime, he would likely impose a 10-minute limit. Chushu understood that anyone capable of being a camp leader could not be inept. In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly elite jonin. Moreover, the information regarding him should have been mentioned in the scroll by the 3rd Hokage. Aside from the abilities he deliberately concealed, the 2nd lieutenant would certainly be aware of the rest. Thus, the 3-minute limit was established. Be cautious, Captain. I trust you are familiar with my body flicker technique. It remains quite troublesome, Chushu remarked with emphasis. The 2nd lieutenant, holding 2 kunai crossed defensively before him, prepared for the imminent confrontation. Chushu drew a short blade, crafted from chakra metal as he had specifically instructed the weapon shop, capable of channeling fire release chakra. The cost of this blade was substantial, amounting to several 100,000 ryo. As soon as he unsheathed his weapon, Chushu instantly manifested dozens of shadow clones. The 2nd lieutenant immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure, his chakra stimulating his hands to respond with swifter reflexes than usual. Here I come, Chushu called out softly. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique. In an instant, the clones began to dart around the 2nd lieutenant at an astounding speed. He hastily waved his hands, managing to deflect dozens of attacks in the blink of an eye. The scene left Sarutobi and Tsukihime, who were observing, utterly dazzled. Is Chushu really this powerful? Together, we might not stand a chance against him, Sarutobi exclaimed, astonished by Chushu's prowess. Tsukihime, eyes wide with fascination, fixated on the ongoing battle, unable to suppress a smile of exhilaration. Don't compare your strength to his. You are not yet capable of meeting the demands of battle, Tsukihime admonished. Sarutobi felt somewhat disheartened by this. Well, aren't you in the same boat? He retorted. Indeed. I am not yet at his level, but I will strive to catch up. At least I am closer to him than you are. The 2nd lieutenant was becoming increasingly overwhelmed. If this continued, he would surely be injured before the 3 minutes elapsed. He swiftly leaped to a branch, forming hand seals at a rapid pace. Water release, great waterfall technique, he declared. Chushu remained unperturbed, forming his own seals. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. To the 2nd lieutenant's shock, rather than opting for earth release, Chushu countered his water release with fire release. Astonishingly, he managed to thwart the water technique. As the two techniques clashed, a cloud of steam enveloped the area, showcasing the immense temperature of Chushu's fire release. The 2nd lieutenant realized the gravity of the situation. Chushu had intentionally used fire release to generate steam. At this moment, within the obscured mist, Chushu's advantage with the body flicker technique became evident. The 2nd lieutenant promptly attempted to escape while forming seals to disperse the fog. However, before he could utter a word, a voice emerged beside him. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Perceptive ninjutsu. The 2nd lieutenant turned in horror. A fire dragon surged toward him, and although its power was not overwhelming, it inflicted real damage. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon struck a figure, causing Sarutobi to gasp in alarm. Oh no! The 2nd lieutenant has been burned to a crisp by Chushu. Bang! Tsukihime delivered a punch to him. You fool! Do you think Chushu would act recklessly? Sarutobi finally came to his senses and hurriedly got to his feet, peering into the mist once more. Just as Tsukihime finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a clang, the thick mist was instantly dispersed, and the sound of clashing weapons resonated in the air. Upon looking again, they saw Chushu standing next to a charred piece of wood. Two kunai crossed to block the chakra-infused short blade. Both combatants momentarily locked in a stalemate. However, due to his physical condition, Chushu's strength was insufficient, and he soon found himself overwhelmed by the second lieutenant. At this point, only 1 minute remained until the 3-minute limit. Chapter 38. One guarding how impressive. Both of them are remarkable, Sarutobi exclaimed, his fists clenched, eyes gleaming with admiration as he watched the two struggle. Tsukiheim's hands trembled slightly, hovering near her ninja tool pouch, itching to intervene. It seems you can no longer hold on. Your proposal appears unfeasible. I must ensure your safety, the second lieutenant declared confidently, sensing his advantage. Yet Chushu interrupted him with a serious tone. Wait. On what grounds do you claim it is over? Suddenly, the second lieutenant felt an intense heat radiating from Chushu, who gazed at him with a slight smile. Nangong-style blade technique, heavenly flame blade. In an instant, a burst of flames erupted from the short blade. The second lieutenant, caught off guard, found his kunai severed into 4 pieces. Fortunately, the kunai had offered some defense, allowing him to retreat just in time. However, before he could land, 2 flames shot toward him. Water release, water barrier. Hiss. Chushu saw the fire blades blocked and conjured several shadow clones. This time, however, they were shadow clones. Each clone wielded a short blade, creating several shadowy images. Then, ninjutsu, body flicker technique. Upon hearing this, the second lieutenant's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, I can't handle this. I'm not prepared. His plea came too late. Dozens of fireballs surged toward him, leaving the second lieutenant in a panic, unsure of where to defend first. Water release, flame unbinding, heat wave release. Fortunately, Chushu, having heard his desperate cry, instantly appeared before him, radiating waves of heat. The second lieutenant nearly succumbed to the force, but was caught by Chushu. The surrounding fire blades lost their temperature, leaving merely the chakra shapes dissipating slowly. Phew! The second lieutenant sighed in relief. Had he been struck by that last attack, he would have been reduced to ashes. My goodness, your strength could surely guard an entire pass alone. I accept your proposal. Tomorrow, you shall proceed. Very well. Please convey a message to the 4th lieutenant. There should be ninjas from the mountain clan within the camp. Indeed, the second lieutenant nodded, and the 4 of them made their way back to the camp. By the way, that technique you used consumed quite a bit of chakra, did it not? Oh, roughly half of it vanished in one go. TSK, little rascal, Chushu chuckled. In truth, this was largely thanks to his intensified training concerning chakra quantity and quality over the past 3 months. Realizing his chakra was insufficient, Chushu embarked on a rigorous training regimen, making meditation each night a necessity. After all, chakra is the amalgamation of physical and mental energy. As described in his homeland, it represents the harmony of yin and yang. Physical energy belongs to yang, while mental energy pertains to yin. The foundation of chakra lies in the balance and quality of the energy provided by both. Although Chushu felt some loss of yin and yang energy each time he fused into chakra, he remained resolute in his training. Fortunately, the overall progress is evident, and he has not neglected his physical and mental training each day. Now, his chakra reserves have multiplied several times compared to 3 months ago. However, the research on fire style must be temporarily halted, as the shadow clone technique has reached a critical juncture. It appears that he must first endure this wave of attacks from the Sand Shinobi. The second Shinobi World War is about to unfold. The following day, as the sun rose, Chushu immediately awoke. He had grown accustomed to this sleeping schedule over the past few days. Now, it was time for his training. Yet today, he wished to conserve his energy, reserving some stamina to confront the enemies ahead. Upon exiting the tent, he discovered that the 2nd Battalion commander was also awake. Unlike him, this elite jonin had been engaged in intense battles, rising early and returning late, leaving him utterly fatigued. At that moment, he was washing up, tending to his long-neglected hair. Good morning, Chushu. Morning. By the way, I discussed the deployment with the 4th Battalion commander yesterday, and he supports your proposal. Chushu nodded, aware of Minato's prowess. With just 1 additional chunin as support, Minato could remain vigilant and ensure no enemy would escape. All right. However, I need to switch places with Minato. I'll guard the area between the 3rd and 4th battalions, as the open space there is more suitable for my fire style. The 2 battalion commanders had no objections, and Minato readily agreed. Soon, the The cooking team began to stir. Chushu had tasted the culinary skills of Maruxing Gujia, which were indeed flavors unmatched by any establishments in Konoha. He held great admiration for this powerful genin. After some consideration, he acquainted himself with Maruxing and communicated his intentions, assigning him as Minato's companion. As for himself, with the presence of shadow clones, he could maintain vigilance throughout the day, even alone. He only needed to monitor his rest frequency, ensuring he did not overexert himself. Moreover, if a shadow clone were to be defeated during his rest, it would stimulate his nerves, awakening him from sleep without the fear of surprise attacks. Upon reaching his designated location, Chushu realized he was to guard an area of approximately 700 meters in radius by himself. Fortunately, the terrain was that of a basin, with sparse trees and a central lake. From a high vantage point, he could survey the entire landscape, facilitating his solitary watch over this expanse. However, given the current circumstances, it was unlikely that any enemies would approach, so Chushu's first task was to establish a temporary outpost. Although there were no tall trees, there were still some robust ones. Chushu selected a tree and hollowed out a small area on the denser side of its foliage, creating a resting space for one person. He then secured a green waterproof cloth inside, effectively constructing a small nest. Next, he needed to implement defensive measures. Observing the terrain, he identified several points and retrieved a roll of chakra wire from his ninja pack, connecting these points. This wire could carry his chakra, and combined with his sensory abilities, it would extend his awareness across a radius of 700 meters. Having completed these tasks, Chushu nodded and dispatched a shadow clone to accompany him, allowing them to survey the entire area together. Chapter 39, Kajizaki Bang. That damned Anoki dares to toy with me. In the office of the third Kazekage, the elder slammed his fist on the table, causing the surrounding sand to levitate. His sand shinobi had been off the battlefield for several days. Yet there was still no sign of reinforcements from Anoki. This lack of support made life increasingly difficult for the already resource-strapped Sunagakure. Each time he sent a report, the responses were nothing but delays. Thus, he dispatched a reconnaissance team to gather intelligence on the movements of the IWA shinobi. To his dismay, they discovered that IWA had merely sent a few ninjas to stall the third Reikage. Seeing Konoha's precarious situation, the third Kazekage contemplated for a moment before resolutely making a decision. We cannot wait any longer. Instruct Kajizaki to issue the order to launch an attack on Konoha. Understood. At the Sand Shinobi encampment, 3,000 Sand Shinobi were preparing their equipment. Although it was merely a feint, they had already sustained some losses over the past 2 days of combat. Meanwhile, there had been no movement from Iwa's reinforcements, causing Kajizaki to grow increasingly anxious. Today, they would continue with the strategy of delay and attrition. No actual assault. If possible, they would strike. The third Kazekage has issued a secret order. Konoha's effective forces have been entirely relocated, leaving their interior vulnerable. We must seize this opportunity to take them down in one fell swoop. We cannot afford any unnecessary casualties. The 3,000 Sand Shinobi stood resolutely, none willing to retreat. Over the past 2 days, they had thoroughly assessed the deployment of Konoha's 5 major camps. The previous day, Kajizaki and the third Kazekage had held a remote meeting to formulate a targeted battle plan. Kajizaki addressed the shinobi, then commanded, Maki, lead the first squad and initiate an assault on the first camp. Yoshi, you will command the second squad. Remember, our primary objective is to delay, granting each team's assault unit the opportunity to break through. Is that clear? Yes. The Sand Shinobi were high-spirited. They had been itching for action. For the past few days, they could only feign engagement while Konoha's ninjas relentlessly pursued them. Now, they could finally take the initiative in battle, and their excitement was palpable. Excellent. Now, according to the plan, let us advance. The 5th squad, follow me. Kajizaki boldly led the 5th squad towards Konoha's 5th camp, at the front line of Konoha's 5 camps. Such a large-scale movement could not go unnoticed by the sentry ninjas, who spotted them from a kilometer away. Enemy attack. The 5th camp commander quickly organized the ninjas, forming a right-angled formation to confront the threat. It took Kajizaki some time to arrive, and as he surveyed the scene, he realized something was amiss. Wait, why are there so many of them? He halted his forces, momentarily unsure of the situation. Were these reinforcements? Send a message to the intelligence ninjas to contact the leaders of the other squads and inquire about their status. The 5th camp commander observed that Kajizaki had not acted impulsively nor initiated an attack, opting instead to seek further dialogue. Kajizaki, this is your final warning. The Sand Shinobi must withdraw immediately. We and Konoha are still allies. If you refuse to heed this warning, we will consider the Sand Shinobi to be at war with Konoha. Listening to the words from the opposite side, Kajizaki felt a twinge of hesitation. However, the 3rd Kazekage's stance was unwavering, and it was indeed an opportune moment to advance upon Konoha. This predicament left him in a quandary. Yet, as he glanced at the eager Sand Shinobi behind him, the morning's declaration echoed in his mind. If he were to forego this opportunity, once the situation in Amassing was resolved, chances like this might not arise again. After a moment of silence, Kajizaki finally made up his mind. Excessive words are futile. The disparities between the villages are too vast. I am motivated solely by the fertile lands of our wind country. Just as Ezozaka confronted the captain of the 5th Battalion, the intelligence ninja returned with news. What? Has Konoha lost its mind? Or do they have reinforcements lurking in the back? Report. No reinforcements have been discovered. Ezozaka was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. No reinforcements? How curious. How could they dare to deploy ninjas without backup? As a former spy during the tenure of the 2nd Wind Shadow, Shaman, Ezozaka instinctively sensed there was something amiss. He immediately ordered his troops to establish a defensive position and maintain vigilant observation of the 5th Battalion's movements. Meanwhile, he left behind a sand clone and infiltrated Konoha's camp to investigate personally. The captain of the 5th Battalion sensed something was amiss as the opposing forces settled in. However, with a numerical advantage, regardless of their hidden motives, there was no need for him to adhere to the principles of martial ethics now that the battle was underway. All units, do not allow the Sand Ninjas to establish a foothold. Charge. The Konoha ninjas surged forward, catching the station's Sand Ninjas by surprise. Nevertheless, with Ezozaka's Sand Clone present, the Sand Ninjas remained relatively composed. Hold your ground. Earth-style unit, advance. Wind-style, follow closely. Use wind and earth tactics to resist for a while, waiting for the main body to return. The Sand Ninjas, revitalized by Ezozaka's directives, began to deploy their forces in an orderly manner. At that moment, Konoha's troops found themselves unable to breach the defenses. Their ninjutsu was completely neutralized by earth style, and lightning style could not pierce through the overwhelming wind style. Simultaneously, Ezozaka's Sand Clone faced off against the elite Jonin captain of the 5th Battalion, employing energy-efficient tactics to deliberately buy time. Delaying tactic? Waiting for reinforcements? The captain quickly formulated a counter-strategy. However, the Sand Ninjas had no intention of engaging. They merely extended their defensive lines in response. This move irritated the Konoha ninjas, but for the sake of the bigger picture, they could not act impulsively. Thus, a tug-of-war battle commenced between the ninjas. On the other side, Ezozaka's true self had infiltrated the rear of Konoha's 4th Battalion. Yet, even after advancing 1,000 meters and maximizing his sensory ninjutsu, he still saw no sign of reinforcements. How strange indeed. The young Ezozaka scratched his head, wrapped in layers of bandages, puzzled over Konoha's motives. However, he could ascertain that there were indeed no reinforcements, and that the defenses of the 2nd and 4th Battalions were weak, while the 3rd Battalion's defenses were virtually non-existent. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity, a chance for the Sand Ninjas to break through. Even aware that it might be a trap, he was determined to attempt a breakthrough focusing on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Battalions. Once breached, the infiltrating ninjas could hide effectively. With this thought in mind, Ezozaka promptly returned to the 5th Battalion. The Sand Ninjas could not afford to delay, especially given the significant disparity in numbers. Employing a delaying tactic would surely lead to their downfall. With this realization, Ezozaka hastened his return, moving even faster than before. In his haste, he failed to notice 2 unassuming children observing him closely at the border of the 4th and 5th Battalions. Chapter 40. Warm up. Fong, over there. Don't act rashly. Uchiha Fong and Akidu Yashimaru, perched in a tree, watched as Ezozaka dashed through the forest. Fong instantly detected that Ezozaka's abilities were quite ordinary. Such speed was beyond their capability to confront. He quickly restrained Yashimaru, both of them halting their chakra flow. Fortunately, the figure merely conducted a brief reconnaissance before departing. After a while, with no further unusual occurrences, Fong dared to relax. However, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Akidu Yashimaru, with a hint of discontent, questioned Feng's caution. Wasn't that an enemy? Shouldn't we have showcased our prowess? Why let him escape? Feng glanced at Yashimaru and explained, his body flicker technique is remarkably adept, raising no unnecessary alarm, and his speed is akin to the wind. Such a sand ninja must possess formidable strength. We could easily be killed. Upon hearing this, Yashimaru's heart raced. He was no fool and quickly understood Feng's reasoning. No wonder the individual only paused briefly before retracing his steps, likely to assess the situation and formulate a subsequent battle plan. Then we must promptly inform the other camps. Uchiha Feng swiftly created a shadow clone and rushed toward the 4th Battalion. Meanwhile, the first enemy was about to confront Chushu, Sand Ninja 3rd and 4th Battalions. The two captains refrained from taking action, standing their ground under Ezozaka's orders while confronting Ushin Fujo and the 4th Battalion commander. As noon approached, they finally received news. Report. The commander of the 5th Battalion has relayed a message. The 3rd Battalion will serve as the main offensive force, with the 2nd and 4th Battalions providing support. Focusing on breakthroughs between the 2nd and 3rd, as well as the 3rd and 4th Battalions. Infiltrating ninjas are to remain hidden at the perimeter. Do not act recklessly. Upon receiving the message, the captains of the 3rd and 4th Battalions were invigorated. Having observed the sparse numbers of the enemy camp, they had already been itching to act. With the new information, they could hardly contain their excitement and immediately reiterated Ezozaka's orders. Sand Ninja 3rd Battalion, advance. Ushin Fujo commanded the Earth-style unit to the forefront. Earth-style unit, step forward. Secure both sides of the camp as best as possible. Minimize casualties. Let through what cannot be stopped. The rear defenses are designed to reduce our losses. With orderly commands, the previously understrength 3rd Battalion began to stabilize. Although a few sand ninjas occasionally slipped through, their overall casualties were significantly lower compared to the other battalions. However, pressure mounted on the 2nd defensive line behind them. Chushu had taken a brief respite, but the feedback from his chakra line jolted him awake. To the north, the clone stationed by the lake had encountered the first group of ninjas. Konoha's defenses are truly feeble. What a farce of a great nation. He scoffed. Ever since Senju Hashirama's demise, Konoha has been on a downward spiral. I believe that so-called Hashirama was merely a weakling standing atop even weaker individuals. In the forest, 3 sand ninjas who had just broken through were boasting loudly, disregarding Ezozaka's orders. Naturally, these disturbances were keenly heard by the shadow clone concealed in the grass by the lake. The shadow clone locked onto the approaching trio, fully prepared for an ambush. Beneath the waters, the hidden shark awaited the arrival of the enemies. Due to the nature of shadow clones, it is essential to conserve chakra. Thus, the fire release will not be utilized. It is better reserved for the original to gain experience in actual combat. Consequently, the shadow clone here opts for a more energy-efficient approach. As the 3 sand shinobi set foot upon the surface of the lake, the shadow clone suddenly moved, vanishing into the thicket. Who goes there? One of the female sand shinobi noticed the disturbance in the grass. The other 2 immediately heightened their guard. After all, this is still the territory of the Leaf Village. One must not be too careless despite their bravado. Sensing that all 3 were distracted by the disturbance, the shadow clone seized the opportunity. Now is the moment. From beneath the water, 3 fish-like creatures silently opened their gaping mouths, sinking their teeth into the ankles of the 3 shinobi. Pain surged through their ankles, accompanied by a scream, as shadowy figures flickered before their eyes. In the next instant, life had fled from them. The shadow clone disposed of the 3 corpses, stacking them behind, and diluted the blood in the water, awaiting the next batch of victims. Meanwhile, the original encountered 2 sand shinobi who had just broken through. These 2 appeared somewhat older, more mature, and bore slight injuries. They cautiously navigated through the forest, striving to leave no trace. Suddenly, a child's figure appeared abruptly before them, blocking their path. A child? Has the Leaf Village fallen so low as to send a mere child to impede us? Remarked one of the sand shinobi. Both drew their kunai, and although their words dripped with disdain, they held no underestimation of the situation. Halt. Please pay the toll for passage. Such audacity from a child. I wonder what you mean by toll. Chisu looked at the 2, smiling suddenly. In an instant, his previous nonchalance vanished as a gleaming short blade was drawn. The toll, of course, is your lives. In a flash, multiple clones sprang into existence, weaving through the surroundings. The 2 sand shinobi stood back to back, assessing the positions of these clones. Clones? Are they mere shadows or solid forms? There are too many to discern, yet they exhibit no signs of action. They must be shadows. Is that so? A mere distraction? The two discussed as two cold gleams suddenly shot forth. In that fleeting moment, they sensed an impending death from above and quickly raised their kunai to block. Clang, clang. Not shadows. Be cautious. Wind release. Gale net. Both were startled. But as seasoned warriors on the battlefield, they promptly unleashed their wide-area ninjutsu to dispel the clones. A massive wind net swept outward, scattering numerous clones. Yet, in the next heartbeat, 3 flames, like cannonballs, shattered the wind net, causing the number of clones to multiply once again. TCH, is that the Dragonfire technique? Uchiha? Not at all. Please do not associate me with the Uchiha. That antiquated clan is hardly a worthy abode. With that, Chisu clashed with the two no less than 10 times. Each encounter sparked a flurry of sparks. TCH, truly troublesome. Wind release, great gale net. The sand shinobi appeared somewhat exasperated. Each defensive maneuver felt increasingly burdensome. This child's prowess was indeed impressive. As the hand seals were completed, the sand shinobi exhaled wind. Spinning around, a larger, denser wind net surged outward. The speed was so swift that Chisu nearly lost his footing, requiring him to adjust his stance. However, this very adjustment allowed another sand shinobi to find an opening. There, wind release, wind scythe. 2 gusts of cyclone spiraled from his hands, resembling rotating scythes aimed at Chisu. He neither dodged nor avoided, allowing himself to be cleaved in 2, transforming into 2 severed wooden stumps. The 2 sand shinobi felt no surprise, lunging toward the space where he had stood. In the next instant, Chisu materialized between the 2 kunai, leaning back to evade and delivering a horizontal slice with his blade. The 2 sand shinobi were forced to retreat. Unrelenting, Chisu pursued the one on the left with a slash. That sand shinobi parried with his kunai, deflecting the short blade, and swiftly leaped to evade a sweeping kick. Thus began a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Chisu lacked any formal technique, but had honed the essence of martial arts from his past life to perfection. His unorthodox application of various techniques led to an unpredictable fighting style. His usage of elbows, shoulders, arms, and legs was pushed to the limits, consistently yielding surprising results. His diverse methods of exerting force rendered them nearly impossible to counter. What seemed blockable felt as though it penetrated defenses directly to the body. In no time, the sand shinobi had endured no fewer than 10 strikes. Just as he blocked a punch, the child spun around, delivering a whip-like strike to his chest. The pain was unbearable, an indescribable sensation. Observing this, the other sand shinobi quickly hurled 2 kunai, forcing Chisu back. Hiss, that hurt. This child's taijutsu is peculiar. We must not engage him in close combat. I see it now. He possesses some skill. Otherwise, they would not have entrusted him with such a dangerous task alone. The 2 sand shinobi felt immense pressure. Facing this child, they sensed they were up against an elite jonin. However, Chisu felt no such pressure. Instead, he merely cracked his neck. Well then, the warm-up concludes here. You may take your final bow. What do you mean? The 2 sand shinobi were puzzled. Warm-up? Was everything prior merely a warm-up? Chisu did not respond, but the temperature around them seemed to rise abruptly. In the next moment, the child brought his hands together. Fire release. Chapter 41. The Battlefield of Ashura. What? Scorching flames erupted instantaneously, resembling a long serpent slithering toward the 2 sand shinobi. Fire release. Fire dragon. Before the technique even reached them, the heat wave had already tousled their hair. The 2 sand shinobi felt a tightness in their chests and began forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth dragon tornado. Water release. Water dragon bullet. In an instant, 2 dragons of water and earth surged toward Chisu's fire dragon. However, the water dragon was evaporated by the searing heat before it could reach the fire dragon, shrinking to a miniature version by the time it approached. The earth dragon entwined with the fire dragon. Yet, with a mere shift of the fire dragon, droplets of orange-red liquid dripped from the earth dragon. Run! One of the sand shinobi sensed the impending doom and quickly urged his comrade to retreat. Yet, Chisu would not allow their escape. The moment they moved, a 10-meter-high pillar of fire erupted beneath them, forcing them back. Fire release. Battlefield of Ashura. As Chisu's voice echoed, the 2 looked around, realizing they were encircled by flames. Apologies, gentlemen, but I cannot allow you to leave, bound as you are to your masters. TCH. The sand shinobi had no time to heed Chisu's words. Within this wall of flames, they quickly felt parched. They understood that if they did not carve out an escape route, even if this child did not attack, they would soon perish from thirst. Water release, water dragon bullet. Wind release, gale palm. Earth release, quake. In an instant, various ninjutsu techniques were unleashed. Yet, whether they struck the wall of flames or attempted to propel themselves away, none proved effective. The fiery barrier was swiftly restored, leaving scarcely a breach. The elevated ground created by the seismic disturbance crumbled completely under the searing heat, rendering it incapable of supporting the two individuals. There's no need to try. My flames burn at an exceptionally high temperature. You two may as well savor the elegy of your impending demise. With those words, Chushu departed without a backward glance. The inferno of the battlefield could sustain itself for 3 continuous hours, and the wall of flames would gradually constrict. In less than 3 hours, the two would be reduced to ashes. Thus, Chushu remained unconcerned. He needed to recuperate his chakra. The recent deployment of fire release in actual combat had not been executed with precision, resulting in a significant depletion of his chakra reserves. Although his control over chakra during the battle was meticulous, he could not predict how many adversaries lay ahead. Therefore, it was essential to ensure ample chakra supply. Within the battlefield, the chakra of the two sand shinobi had dwindled to merely maintaining their movements. After exhausting all conceivable techniques, they found no means to counteract the wall of flames. Their emotions transitioned from calm to urgency, then to panic and despair. Now, only hopelessness remained in their hearts. As they leaned against one another, the oppressive heat soaked their backs in sweat, making it feel as though they were pressed against boiling water. The kunai in their hands would ultimately fall to the ground. In the end, they could only emit a resigned cry. Damn it! Their voices faded as the wall of flames converged into a singularity, ultimately dissipating amidst a cloud of ash. Only a 10-meter diameter black circle remained at the site. In the land of wind, within the office of the Wind Shadow, the third Kazekage cast aside his documents, rubbing his temples. After a day of handling paperwork, he felt utterly drained. The crimson numbers on the documents filled him with frustration over the resource shortages. With the daimyo withholding approvals, funds and provisions had become critically scarce. At that moment, he desperately needed the resources of Konoha to bolster their military readiness. Otherwise, the manpower and materials in Sunagakure would soon be completely depleted. Lord Third, Kyozo has breached Konoha's front lines and has sent in some shinobi. However, based on reports, very few have survived, an assistant reported, presenting the latest intelligence. The third Kazekage raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected news. Oh, has there truly been a ninja infiltration to the rear so swiftly? Surely Konoha is not so inept. Indeed, according to Kyozo's intelligence from years past, Konoha dispatched 2 surprise attack teams to intercept. In total, there are 6 individuals, 4 chunin divided into 2 teams, along with a special jonin and a lower-ranked ninja from the camp forming another team. The assistant paused in his briefing. The third Kazekage furrowed his brow, observing the hesitance of his aide. What comes next? The assistant, unsure how to continue, handed over the report. The Kazekage, puzzled by the assistant's demeanor, glanced at the document. What is this peculiar situation? He muttered as his gaze fell upon the text. Suddenly, a deafening shout echoed from the office, startling the shinobi in the corridor. Did Lord Kazekage's wife pass away? Why such a loud exclamation? Perhaps it sounds quite mournful. The assistant speculated, quickly moving to calm the situation as the Kazekage returned to his seat. A special jonin team? The only one among the 4 routes with no feedback? Informed Kyozo. We must ascertain this individual's identity. We need complete intelligence. Yes, sir. The assistant trembled as he hurried away. The Kazekage's chakra flaring in sync with his emotional outburst, leaving him somewhat rattled. Damn it. Does Konoha possess such hidden cards? Saratobi Hiruzen. You truly are a master of concealment. The Kazekage rubbed his temples while reviewing the report, summoning Loza. Bring Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law here. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Kyozo received news and promptly relayed it to the captains of various squads, arranging for an orderly withdrawal. As Konoha's forces observed the retreat, the 1st and 5th battalions were ordered to pursue, engaging in a chase with the sand shinobi and gaining a slight advantage. The 2nd and 4th battalions received orders to remain stationed, deploying elite shinobi to pursue and gather intelligence, while the 3rd battalion held its position. In the rear, Chushu and his companions finally welcomed a moment of respite. After tidying up, They returned to their respective camps to rest. Chushu stretched his neck, feeling minimal fatigue. Having timed his shadow clones to rotate approximately every half hour, combined with intermittent short breaks, he had not expended much chakra against the subsequent foes. Overall, he felt quite well. "Hey, Chushu, how did your battle go?" Upon returning, Yamatsuki inquired eagerly, a triumphant smile upon his face. "Oh, I know it was tough for you alone. Especially in the poorly defended 3rd and 4th camps. It's only natural to let a few ninjas slip away. Don't burden yourself with too much pressure. We couldn't eliminate them all either. We had to let some go, which is completely normal. By the way, we managed to take down 14 enemies. How about you?" Chushu removed the massive bear from his shoulders, taking off his shoes and vest while stretching his slightly sore joints. "Not too bad. I accounted for approximately 34, complete annihilation." "What? 34 sand shinobi? And you wiped them all out?" His exclamation drew the attention of all nearby shinobi, who regarded him with incredulity. Some even deemed him brash. "Hey, kid, boasting is fine in the camp, but don't take it too seriously." One ninja jested, prompting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Chushu remained silent, simply retrieving a pouch from his waist and tossing it to the aforementioned ninja. The shinobi instinctively caught it and opened it. "What is this?" Upon seeing the contents, his expression shifted drastically. "What's wrong? Show us." The ninja fully opened the pouch, and its contents spilled onto the ground with a clatter. As the other shinobi beheld the scattered items, they fell into stunned silence. They were none other than the metal plates of sand shinobi headbands. Upon a rough count, there were as many as 32. This can't be right. This kid truly killed that many sand shinobi? Not quite. I'm still short too, Chushu reflected. The first 2 sand shinobi were incinerated, and their headbands melted away, so I couldn't retrieve them. This time, no one dared to question his claim. 32 headbands lay before them, shining brightly with undeniable proof of victory. Who would believe that those 2 sand shinobi could escape? The crowd turned to glance at Nangwang Chushu. Their hearts filled with admiration. It seemed that another prodigy had emerged from the hidden leaf. Chapter 42, the title of the 3 shinobi. Shimura Suki felt her throat dry as she gazed at the pile of headbands on the ground. She could scarcely believe that such an achievement was possible for someone her age. Yet, here stood a living testament before her, and currently, he was her temporary captain. Nangwang Chushu, just how powerful are you? What more do you conceal? Suki felt a widening chasm between them, as if all her training and efforts were for naught. If this continued, when would she ever catch up to this boy? Lost in thought, Suki silently rose and made her way towards the edge of the forest. "Suki, where are you going?" "It's already 4 o'clock. It's time for dinner." "Training," she replied curtly without turning back, her voice barely a whisper. However, Chushu grabbed hold of the mountain sparrow and unleashed a breath of flame, roasting a freshly prepared bear leg. "Wait." Suki turned back just in time to catch a large piece of roasted meat thrown her way. Confused by the gesture, she looked at Chushu. "Training requires a balance of effort and rest. Do not exhaust yourself. Preserving your strength for the upcoming enemies is far more vital. Remember to replenish your energy. And during training, focus on your shortcomings for improvement." With that, Chushu kindled the fire anew, placing another piece of bear meat over the flames. "All right, I understand." Suki nodded earnestly, clutching the bear leg as she leaped away from the camp. She's so diligent. I almost want to train alongside her. At that moment, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Turning around, Chushu was already seasoning the bear meat. "Then you can join. I'll roast you a portion as well." "Never mind. I think I'll just enjoy life." With that, the mountain sparrow abandoned the idea, grinning as he settled next to Chushu. Chushu chuckled and handed him a piece of meat. "Oh, you're grilling meat." A voice from behind interrupted. Chushu didn't need to look back to know who it was. "Uncle Maruxi, come join us." "Haha, sure. We've taken down quite a few enemies today. Gathered some mushrooms and caught some fish. Perfect timing for me to make a pot of fish soup." Hearing this, the mountain sparrow's eyes lit up, abandoning the meat to jump around excitedly. "Awesome. To enjoy both Uncle Maruxi's and Chushu's cooking is truly a delight." Maruxi observed the jubilant sparrow, laughing heartily. Truth be told, since he had lost his comrades in childhood, he had not felt such joy until now. Since meeting these children yesterday, he saw the future of the hidden leaf reflected in them. Strong descendants, cheerful demeanors, unwavering resolve, and the abundant will of fire embodied in that boy today. For a moment, Maruxi couldn't help but sigh. Truly, an exceptional generation. In the Rain Country, at the Hidden Rain Village, the young Chiyo deftly maneuvered two puppets, confronting Hanzo. One wielded puppetry immune to poison, while the other fought with a self-created sickle technique, unfazed by the opponent's puppets. It could be said that neither could gain the upper hand on the battlefield. However, Chiyo's teammates were not so fortunate. Lacking the skills of a puppeteer, they had no means to counter the toxins of the salamander. Fortunately, Chiyo's medical ninjutsu was equally proficient, swiftly concocting precise antidotes. This infuriated Hanzo as he watched his teammates succumb to injuries while observing the opposing side remain largely unharmed. Damn it, puppeteers, do you dare to fight me in a real battle? Chiyo glanced at Hanzo, continuing to mix the antidote. Am I foolish? I'm a puppeteer. Why would I engage in close combat with you? Seeing her disdainful expression, a deep frown appeared on Hanzo's brow. Curse you, you old puppeteer. Who are you calling foolish? What? It is said that women are sensitive about their age, and Chiyo was no exception. Upon hearing Hanzo refer to her as an old hag, she was taken aback. After all, she was only in her 50s. Surely, she was still in her prime. Though she had a son, a daughter-in-law, and a newborn grandson, Scorpion, it hardly warranted being called an old hag. What did you say? You old man with a trachea. How dare you speak to me? You're ancient yourself. Lady Chiyo, don't get angry. It's not good for your health. Her teammates, still untreated for the poison, urgently restrained her. They were still afflicted. If this continued, they would perish. Though Chiyo had a fiery personality, she also had a sense of the bigger picture. Instead of immediately clashing with Hanzo, she chose to retreat with her teammates. After all, many others were still lying poisoned in the camp. Humph. I'll come to settle the score next time. Humph. As if I fear you, old hag. Chiyo's anger boiled over, and she punched a recently treated jonin. Seeing that she was not provoked further, Hanzo turned his attention back to the three commanders of the Leaf, who were struggling to maintain their composure. Are you still holding on? At that moment, the three, lacking experience and leadership, had failed to make the correct judgment, resulting in a significant number of Leaf's elite falling victim to the poison, themselves included. Fortunately, Chiyo had arrived just in time to provide some relief. Taking advantage of this moment, Tsunade, with her exceptional medical ninjutsu, managed to concoct an antidote to help Jiraiya and Orochimaru recover. However, the state of the three after being poisoned was not promising, and time was of the essence. TCH, the Leaf is not a village to be trifled with. As the commanders of this battle, retreat is not an option. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood firm, with Orochimaru behind them, unwilling to back down. Very well, let us see what fighting spirit you have left. With that, Hanzo stomped on the salamander, releasing a torrent of toxic gas like a venomous dragon. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed forward. It was not out of heroism, but necessity, as only he could withstand such a scale of poison. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A massive chakra surged within him, erupting from his throat as a colossal flame intercepted the toxic fumes. However, having just recovered from poisoning, his chakra remained unstable, and Jiraiya unfortunately fell victim to the poison once again. Oh, impressive strength. Seeing that the poison could not overcome them, Hanzo brandished his sickle and charged forward. Tsunade quickly assessed Jiraiya's condition and rushed in with kunai, followed closely by Orochimaru. However, Hanzo's prowess cannot be underestimated. With his unique dual-stage chain-scythe swordsmanship, he engaged Tsunade and Orochimaru in a fierce exchange, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, after repelling the two, Hanzo returned to his perch atop the salamander well, cheekily tossing a couple of explosive tags to harass them as he departed. Tsunade, recovering swiftly, struck the ground with a powerful fist, sending a massive boulder to shield against the blast. She then returned to Jiraiya's side, helping him to his feet. Truly, they were a remarkable trio of young shinobi. Henceforth, let us bestow upon you the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. As adversaries of Hanzo the Salamander, you are deserving of this honor. The trio, however, remained cautious, eyeing the formidable figure before them, one who bore the title of demigod within the ninja realm, a being not to be trifled with. Yet, Hanzo made no further advances against them, though his salamander could replenish its toxic gas in a mere 5 minutes. He no longer harbored intentions of declaring war against Konoha. What he sought was merely an opportunity for peaceful development. Thus, he felt compelled to demonstrate his strength. To those he respected, he would never strike with lethal intent. Upon Hanzo's retreat, the trio found a cave to rest briefly. Tsunade once again neutralized the poison affecting Jiraiya, and it seemed the situation was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, in the north, Inoki was beginning to entertain troubling thoughts. Chapter 43. If I do not return, hey. Have you heard? The three disciples of our third Hokage engaged in their first battle against Hanzo the Salamander, who is renowned as a demigod in the ninja world, and managed to end in a stalemate. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. They have even been bestowed with the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Early in the morning, the military camp buzzed with discussions about the recent battle. Chuka had risen early and already had his breakfast. Upon hearing the news, he reflected on the events, but regrettably realized he had not paid close attention to the finer details at the time. However, with the emergence of the title of the Three Ninjas, it was likely that Nagato, the instigator of Konoha's eventual large-scale destruction, had also utilized the Rinnegan for the first time. It was unfortunate for his parents, who were part of the Uzumaki clan, to have met such a fate, especially at the hands of Konoha's own ninjas, as evidenced by the emblem on their ninja vests. Could this be considered poetic justice for the future destruction of Konoha? Chuka shook his head, dismissing these thoughts as he commenced his morning exercises. It had been a week since he had arrived on the battlefield. In the past few days, actual life-and-death combat had been scarce, mostly resulting in overwhelming victories. Often, as soon as his fire techniques were deployed, the enemy would falter within moments. This lack of real combat experience hindered his growth, prompting him to seek other avenues for development. He focused on refining his chakra control during the release of fire techniques to its utmost capability, conserving a significant amount of chakra. Simultaneously, he meticulously managed the chakra distribution for his shadow clones, allowing him to create them while still retaining a substantial reserve of chakra, thus reducing his recovery time and preserving greater potential on the battlefield. Indeed, venturing into combat was a unique form of training. Summoning his sparrows, Chuka took his familiar position between the fourth and third camps. The previous day's arrangements remained intact, undisturbed. Chakra threads connected him to his sensory perception, and his shadow clones were prepared, just as before, awaiting the arrival of the enemy. Yet, curiously, the number of enemies passing through his area had dwindled significantly over the past 2 days, though he maintained a perfect zero survival rate. The reduced enemy numbers intensified his thirst for practical experience. Just yesterday, only 3 sand ninjas had dared to approach. This led Chuka to ponder whether his ruthless tactics had instilled fear in the sand ninjas, discouraging them from approaching his vicinity. In fact, his suspicions were entirely accurate. After the complete annihilation of the sand ninjas on the first day, the second day saw Kaido instruct the ninjas of the third and fourth squads to engage if they encountered Chuka. However, should he unleash any formidable techniques or reveal a bloodline limit, they were to flee at all costs, even if it meant leaving others behind to relay the information. While the plan was sound, the reality was that escape was not an option. Not a single enemy was left behind, the scene marked only by charred remains. Devoid of any other evidence, Kaido recognized the grave error in his judgment, leading him to advise his ninjas to avoid the third and fourth zones as much as possible. Consequently, very few dared to traverse this area thereafter. The third and fourth camps understood the reliability of their defenses, opting to lower their vigilance significantly. They merely reinforced their defensive jutsu, no longer concerning themselves with the passage of anyone. Even if someone did pass, the defending ninjas would hardly spare a glance unless they were attacked. Meanwhile, Kaido was consumed with frustration. Despite successfully infiltrating some ninjas in recent days, they had yet to gather any intelligence on that particularly formidable young shinobi in the third and fourth camps. Curse that Sarutobi Hiruzen for hiding him so well. This boy possesses extraordinary strength. No one stands a chance against him. What should I do? Desperation gnawed at Kaido, and he bit his fingers in anxiety. Should he go himself? But who would lead the fifth squad in his absence? Their elite sand ninjas were already few, and the majority of those present were merely Chunin and Genin. They lacked the confidence to match Konoha, where every squad was bolstered by a Jonin captain. It would be a stroke of luck to have a special Jonin serve as a deputy. Moreover, with the increasing number of infiltrating ninjas, their squads were at a significant disadvantage compared to the numbers in Konoha's camp. In such a situation, lacking high-level combat power, could they even continue this battle? Just as Kaido was deep in thought, seeking a viable solution, the arrival of 2 individuals outside his tent sparked a flicker of hope. Report: 2 Jonin dispatched by the third Hokage have arrived. Upon hearing this, Kaido's spirits lifted, and he sprang to his feet. Quick, let them in. Shortly thereafter, a man with vibrant red hair and a brown-haired woman entered the tent. Lord Kaido. Ah, at last, you have arrived. There's no need for formality. Just call me uncle. The two exchanged exasperated smiles, accustomed as they were to Kaido's easygoing demeanor, which never bore ill temper. But Lord Kaido, this is a military camp. We should be mindful of our titles. Oh, but inside my tent, there's no need for such strictness. Come, have a seat. They shared a knowing glance before reluctantly kneeling on the tatami mats. Uncle, regarding the wind shadow, I am aware of his intentions. But there is a pressing matter that needs addressing. Kaido did not rush to discuss the infiltration issues, instead outlining the recent developments to the two. Their expressions turned serious at once. Thus, it can be said that this exceptionally formidable shinobi is only slightly older than Scorpion. Uncle, do you mean we should gather intelligence on this child? Upon hearing the eager intentions of the two, Kaizokuro shook his head in refusal. No, I shall investigate the intelligence myself. What? The two immediately stood up. But you are the captain here and the commander of this battlefield. How can you? My body flicker technique is far superior. Before the man could finish, Kaizokuro interrupted him. The child's strength is highly uncertain. No one can ascertain how powerful he truly is. On the first day of battle, this child annihilated 34 of our sand shinobi. The scouts sent on the second day returned with no survivors. Scorpion is still young, and your sister is aging. As parents and children, you must not take this risk. Kaizokuro's stance was exceedingly firm, leaving no room for rebuttal. In truth, I have no confidence either. This child possesses extraordinary talent. I cannot guarantee that I will succeed in obtaining information about him. Uncle, the man felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Haha. Don't be so despondent. If I do not return, then retreat and take care of your sister for me. She has a straightforward nature and needs someone to mediate. With that, Kaizokuro left the tent. Chapter 44. Old Deng's Surprise Attack. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow on this autumn day, soon to transition into winter. Chushu lay on one of the few intact patches of grass, basking in the sunlight, relishing this perfect temperature. It has been a long time since I have felt this relaxed, he mused. Frankly, since graduation, my days have been filled with either battle or research. I truly haven't had the luxury to unwind in ages. With no one around, he seized the opportunity to indulge in a moment of leisure, leaving vigilance to his shadow clone. It was the perfect chance to rejuvenate his spirit. The midday sun was just warm enough to induce drowsiness. Chushu felt his eyelids growing heavier, his gaze gradually drifting into a haze, his eyes slowly closing. Suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through his nerves. Chushu jolted awake, turning to discern the source. Was it merely an illusion? Just moments ago, he received a fleeting feedback from the chakra line to the south. Instantly alert, he pondered that the feedback had been too brief, akin to a knee-jerk reflex. After a moment's contemplation, he decided not to overlook it. He dispatched one shadow clone to remain on guard, while he himself hurried over to investigate. Upon arriving at the feedback location, a gentle breeze swept past. Yet Chushu found no trace of anything amiss. Could I have been overly sensitive? No, something is indeed off. Chushu detected a hint of something amiss, then closed his eyes to more acutely sense the surrounding airflow. Within the wind lingered a faint trace of chakra. The next instant, Chushu's eyes shot open. Before him stood an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, eyebrows so long they nearly obscured his eyes, and wrapped in bandages. In his hand, a kunai was poised to strike. Ninjutsu, needle of the earth. Chushu reacted swiftly, hardening his hair to encase himself like armor. Clang. The kunai sliced through his long hair, severing a chunk. Fortunately, the hardness of Chushu's needle technique provided some protection, causing Kaizokuro's kunai to deflect slightly, sparing his body from injury. Chushu retracted his hair and kicked out. Kaizokuro quickly crossed his arms to defend, while Chushu used the recoil to perform a backflip, creating distance between them. Without the support of chakra, the severed strands of hair soon fluttered away in the wind. Chushu fixed his gaze on the kunai in Kaizokuro's hand, a glint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Who might you be? Among the sand shinobi, possessing such mastery over wind techniques is no ordinary feat. Chushu had no recollection of this elder, yet such a formidable figure had not been mentioned among the sand shinobi. Could it be that he perished during the Third War, or in this current conflict? Kaizokuro observed the fallen hair on the ground, secretly astonished by the child's prowess. Is such mastery of ninjutsu truly achievable by a mere child? He chuckled. Children indeed have a limited perspective. Have you not heard of my name, Kaizokuro? It appears I truly am forgotten, even by the Leaf Village. Kaizokuro. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of recognition sparked in Chushu's mind. He seemed to recall that he was Chiyo's younger brother. No wonder he had little impression of him. His role in the original story was quite minimal. However, what surprised Chushu was not merely his identity, but the sheer magnitude of his strength. Such formidable wind techniques are not characteristic of an inconspicuous individual. Kaizokuro, you say? Chiyo's brother? Oh, so you have heard of me, though you couldn't quite recall? Kaizokuro tilted his head playfully, and Chushu found himself slightly nauseated by the odd old man. It seems I have encountered a tough opponent now. There's no need to be anxious, child. I merely seek to gauge your strength. There's no reason for such heightened wariness. To Kaizokuro's apparent amiability, Chushu harbored 100 doubts. Gauge my strength? Had it not been for his quick reflexes earlier, he would likely be facing dire consequences now. Now you wish to play the good guy? Do you not find that rather ironic? Fire release, dragon fire technique. Chushu swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Kaizokuro. With an agility akin to a specter, Kaizokuro slipped through the gaps of the flames. This body flicker technique presents a considerable challenge. Chushu felt the pressure mounting, something the Sand Shinobi had been unable to provide in recent days. Shadows of his clones flickered around him as Chushu maneuvered swiftly among them. However, he could not deceive Kaizokuro's keen eyes. Accustomed to combat at such speeds, he could easily track Chushu's movements. The next moment, Kaizokuro pursued him. Chushu sensed a chilling aura approaching from behind and swiftly drew his short blade to parry. Clang! Kaizokuro's kunai was narrowly deflected. Chushu spun, delivering a kick, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Kaizokuro. The recoil surged through his leg, prompting Chushu to leverage the momentum to leap backward, throwing two kunai. Kaizokuro tilted his head to evade but caught sight of the explosive tags tied to the kunai, hastily using his body flicker technique to escape the blast radius. Seizing the opportunity, Chushu dashed into the smoke generated by the explosion. Wind release, great wind. In an instant, a powerful gust blew in, dispersing the smoke. How troublesome. Fire release, sun-hunting arrows. Chushu exhaled a volley of flame that soared toward Kaizokuro. Kaizokuro furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this technique. Due to his lack of knowledge, he hesitated to maneuver through it as he had with the dragon fire technique. As Kaizokuro began to form hand seals to counter, Chushu's intention was not to strike him directly. Boom! With Chushu's exclamation, the arrows exploded mid-flight. Scorching flames obscured a vast area, and Kaizokuro realized he had been outsmarted, swiftly retreating behind the explosion. However, Chushu was already long gone, sprinting southward. Being a coward is unbecoming of a good child. Hirokazu immediately activated his instantaneous body technique, propelling himself like the wind towards Chushu. However, Chushu had no intention of fleeing. He understood that escape was futile against Hirokazu's remarkable speed. His objective was to reach the southern lake, where one of his shadow clones awaited, poised for effective collaboration. Oh, not running away? Hirokazu observed Chushu halting at the lake's surface, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Well, I never intended to flee. Upon hearing this, Hirokazu grew even more perplexed. What did he mean? Was this a deliberate ploy to draw him to the lake? Could it be that the boy's true strength lay in water techniques? In an instant, Hirokazu's instincts heightened, a natural reaction to the unknown. Chushu smiled, swiftly creating another clone and beginning to navigate through them. Hirokazu furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Is this an old tactic? No. This child knows such attacks hold little efficacy against me. I shall observe the unfolding events. Noticing that Hirokazu had not matched his previous speed, Chushu boldly charged towards him. In a flash, dozens of shadows swirled around Hirokazu, their exchanges escalating rapidly. Yet, Hirokazu sensed something was amiss. This boy seemed to lack any new strategies. Realizing this, Hirokazu began to employ his instantaneous body technique, gradually shifting from defense to offense. Just then, a smile crept across Chushu's face, and a voice whispered in Hirokazu's ear. Ninjutsu, double instantaneous body technique. Chapter 45. I have returned. What? Hirokazu's heart raced, utterly unaware of another presence. Before he could ascertain the situation, an assailant struck from behind. He quickly turned to defend himself, only to find Chushu lunging at him with a short blade. In haste, Hirokazu produced a kunai to block the blade, but upon contact, he sensed something was wrong. The kunai in his hand felt as though it was being severed. Meanwhile, the shadow clone continued to weave between Chushu's clones, relentlessly striking at Hirokazu, distracting him. With limited options, Hirokazu could only barely fend off the onslaught with his other hand. At that moment, the short blade embedded with the kunai began to radiate intense heat. A wave of dread surged within Hirokazu, prompting him to relinquish the kunai. He maximized his speed, sprinting away. As he fled, he witnessed flames igniting on Chushu's short blade, scorching the kunai until it glowed red-hot. Hirokazu felt a shiver of trepidation and gasped, "What an alarming temperature." Observing the fleeing Hirokazu, Chushu felt a pang of regret. If you possess such skill, why run? An old man like you shouldn't fear a mere child. A child? How dare you? Hirokazu hurled a kunai at Chushu, who deftly deflected it, only for two wind blades to follow closely behind. Wind release, wind scythe. Hirokazu's scythes were markedly more potent and swift than those of the average chunin. Chushu, lacking experience in life-and-death combat, failed to recognize the danger. By the time he realized, it was too late to evade. In a moment of desperation, Chushu clasped his hands together. Fire release, fire pillar. Two torrents of crimson flames erupted from the ground, perfectly intersecting the path of the wind blades, dispersing them. Oh, at last, you reveal your true prowess? Hirokazu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Fire release. It seems this is the technique that decimated so many sand shinobi. Is it a bloodline limit? With this thought, Hirokazu sought to extract more information. This was an entirely new technique, one they had never encountered before. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to glean as much insight as possible. Well, since you forced it out, let us see if I can subdue you. Chushu felt a wave of frustration. Initially, he had not intended to use his fire release against Hirokazu, hoping to rely on his other abilities to force him back. After all, someone of Hirokazu's caliber would not have been sent for infiltration tasks by the Sand Shinobi. Regrettably, his misjudgment had compelled him to unleash his fire release for defense. Hirokazu's wind techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Chushu with no alternative but to respond. However, now that he had revealed this aspect of his strength, Chushu was determined not to let Hirokazu disseminate this information. His current abilities were insufficient, and he felt no confidence against figures like Danzo. If he struggled to subdue someone like Hirokazu, the prospect of confronting a true shadow was daunting. Fire release, blazing hell. With a clap of his hands, the temperature around surged dramatically. Hirokazu frowned, glancing at the lake below. Can the temperature rise so drastically in this place? Truly unbelievable. Chushu chuckled inwardly at Hirokazu's astonished expression. His blazing hell was far more complex than it appeared. Unlike the battlefield of Azura, blazing hell fundamentally altered the surrounding environment. Before long, the area transformed into a fiery crimson, the ground darkening ominously. Hirokazu gasped as he felt the temperature spike again, looking up to see the sun dimmed, as though the clear sky had been tainted with a yellow hue. No, wait. It's the surroundings. Realizing the impending danger, Hirokazu sprinted, but it was too late. He found himself encircled by hellish flames, engulfing the entire lake. From a distance, it appeared as if a hellish pot lid had descended upon the lake. Within the flames, the lake began to boil, and the ground along the shore blackened, intermittently ignited by surging flames. What a terrifying technique. As Hirokazu retreated from the flames, he turned to face the child standing resolutely on the lake's surface. At this juncture, he was drenched in sweat. It seemed this technique demanded a significant toll on him, likely only capable of being used once. In truth, Chushu's chakra reserves were nearly depleted, as this technique was indeed resource-intensive. However, within its confines, he did not need to expend chakra to amplify the flame's temperature. This meant that within this technique, he could produce effects akin to fire release with mere basic fire techniques. His remaining chakra would suffice for at least 20 fire releases within this technique. Phew, this is exhausting. Now, the true battle begins. Wind release, Great Wind Scythe. Hirokazu seized the initiative, launching two massive wind blades resembling spinning scythes at Chushu. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon. Fire release, Sun Hunting Arrow. Two powerful voices resonated from opposing directions as Chushu unleashed a fire dragon the size of a human, tearing through Hirokazu's wind blades. Hirokazu swiftly turned to the right, only to witness a fire arrow erupting from Chushu's shadow clone. What the hell? 2 against 1? This is unfair. Bullying an old man alone. Wind release, shadow clone. A tempest suddenly whipped through the surroundings, propelling the sun-hunting arrow towards the fire dragon, which had already been considerably weakened. Naturally, Chushu would not allow this to transpire as he wished. Flames unleashed in a wave of heat. The temperature around surged briefly, creating chaotic air currents that disrupted the hurricane, causing it to dissipate into the atmosphere. Adjusting his aim, the sun-hunting arrow was once again launched towards Hailazang. In haste, Hailazang formed seals, laboriously gathering a mound of sand to shield himself. Sand release, sand shield. As the sand coalesced, the sun-hunting arrow struck the sand shield, and upon contact, a violent explosion ensued. A thunderous roar echoed as the sand shield shattered, scattering crystalline grains across the sky. Another fire dragon followed closely, yet it posed no real threat, as Hailazang deftly evaded it. Nangong's flowing blade technique, flame slash. Fixated on Hailazang, Chushu instantly teleported forward, his short blade entwined with flames, unleashing 2 fiery arcs. Hailazang produced kunai, infused with wind-release chakra, transforming them into 2 long swords that cleaved through the fire blades. However, Chushu was already upon him, his fiery dagger descending upon Hailazang. Wind release, vacuum wave. The hurricane resisted the short blade, propelling both combatants away. Chushu rolled twice upon striking the lake's surface before halting. Flame release, Great Sun's blazing flame. Seizing the opportunity while Hailazang was still regaining his footing, a shadow clone condensed a massive fireball and hurled it forth. Soon after, the chakra was depleted and dissipated. Hailazang sensed the impending danger and quickly formed seals, encircling himself with swirling air currents to halt his momentum. Yet, he failed to notice that as the air currents whirled, a patch of ground suddenly erupted in flames. The previously scorching air currents enveloped the flames, creating a fiery whirlwind. Roar! Hailazang, at the center, was scorched and screamed in agony, hastily dispersing the wind release. Due to his halted motion, the fireball missed him and detonated at a predicted location. Upon landing, his beard and eyebrows were singed, and before he could react, an explosion accompanied by a wave of heat struck from behind. Hailazang was caught off guard, launched away, and landed on the lake's surface, immediately scalded by the boiling water. Chushu, gritting his teeth against the pain of being thrown, rose to see Hailazang's face, now red from the burns. Sensing Hailazang still immersed in his pain, he seized the moment to leap forward, exhaling a torrent of fire. Flame release, Great Fireball. Wind release, Wind Wall. Nonetheless, Hailazang, a seasoned ninja, swiftly reacted, exhaling a wind wall to block the attack. However, beneath the water, a school of mermen approached the lake's surface stealthily. Boom. Splash. The sound of the explosion drowned out the splashes, and Hailazang remained oblivious to the unusual sensation beneath his feet. As the fireball detonated, he had no chance to exhale in relief before he felt a sharp pain in his rear. Chushu landed, stumbling a couple of steps, regretting the situation. Although his chakra reserves were still adequate, the pain he endured limited his capabilities. Gradually, the temperature around began to drop. Seizing the opportunity, Hailazang executed a powerful breakthrough, creating a gap in the fire wall, and teleported away. Alas, his body was still too frail. Observing his opponent had fled, Chushu relinquished the inferno, barely crawling to the shore. At the Sand Ninja camp, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. The 5 teams had already returned to their encampment. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were still engulfed in worry for Hailazang's safety, haunted by the lingering thought of what if I do not return? What if he truly does not come back? I'm back. A red-haired man rested his chin on his hand, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. You're back. That's wonderful. You're back? After muttering to himself twice, he finally reacted and hurriedly glanced outside the tent. There, he saw a small old man with a bandaged head. His tattered clothes burned, hair, eyebrows, and beard curled, and his blackened face adorned with numerous bite marks, running towards the tent with a smile. Uncle, what happened to you? Chapter 46. Tsunade, so, you lack the confidence to subdue that child? Indeed. Faced with Scorpion's father's inquiry, Hailazang was reluctant to admit it, yet ultimately nodded gravely. The expressions of Scorpion's father and mother turned somber. At this juncture, having an additional powerful enemy on the battlefield posed a significant threat to the situation. If this issue was not addressed promptly, they risked losing the battle. All right, then let me go? No. Just as Scorpion's father was about to rise to take on the task of confronting Chushu, Hailazang restrained him. His hand, partially burned, firmly gripped his arm with surprising strength. Your mission is to break through to the rear. Do not take the risk of confronting that child. But this war, the war is not the primary objective. The goal is Konoha. Heilazang's words struck Scorpion's father like a revelation. Indeed, the war was initiated for resources. If the objective is not achieved, then the outcome of the battle holds no significance. Currently, Konoha's rear defenses were vulnerable, with the internal elite entirely occupied. Those returning from the battlefield in the Rain Ninja Village were still in the infirmary, presenting a prime opportunity for their breakthrough. If they could breach Konoha, even if they lost the battle, they would still emerge victorious in the war. With that thought, Scorpion's father pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. I shall break through from the 4th and 5th districts. Then I shall break through from the 2nd and 3rd districts. Scorpion's mother also identified a suitable route. Both of them were puppet masters, and from the intelligence gathered, it appeared that the two in the 2nd and 3rd districts were primarily close-range combat ninjas. The same went for the 4th and 5th districts. Their mastery of techniques was not particularly comprehensive. They seemed much more manageable compared to the two children in the 1st and 2nd districts, and it would also be easier to infiltrate. Heilazang concurred with this deployment. Their chosen routes were quite reasonable, and they could swiftly regroup after breaking through. Be cautious in all things. Remember, if any unexpected situations arise, flee first. Do not forget, you have children, and they are among the few relatives your sister has left. The two nodded, retiring early that evening to prepare for the next day's operations. Meanwhile, Heilazang relayed the information to the Wind Shadow, emphasizing Chushu's individual capabilities. Bang! Damn it! Why is that genius in their Konoha? The third Wind Shadow slammed his fist on the table, tearing the report in two. Yet, soon after regaining his composure, he scrutinized the report and contemplated. Send a few ninjas to the land of Earth to scout for intelligence. Nearby, an assistant bowed respectfully before departing the office. Just yesterday, the third Wind Shadow had received news that Inoki had targeted the Rain Ninja Village. The Rock Ninja Village, lacking rivers and seas for years, faced severe water resource shortages. Compounded by Hanzo's increasingly potent threat, the Rain Country, perpetually drenched, coincided perfectly with Hanzo's declaration of war against the Wind and Fire villages, successfully depleting their strength. With all these factors combined, it presented a lethal temptation for Inoki. If he could seize the territory of the Rain Country, it would be a threefold gain for him. Not only has it addressed the issue of water resources, but it has also saved the village substantial expenses on water procurement, eliminating the need to seek out the coastal merchant for supplies, thus mitigating a significant risk. If action is not taken, it would be a disservice to the position of Inoki. However, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have never been on amicable terms. It has come to light that Inoki has made aggressive moves against the Land of Rain, aiming to sever a major source of their income. Naturally, AI has chosen to retaliate against Inoki, seizing the opportunity when Iwagakure mobilized forces against Amigakure to launch a surprise attack. In an instant, Iwagakure suffered heavy losses, leaving them unable to attend to Sunagakure. At this juncture, should they decide to strike Konoha, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow. The news remains to be verified. Once it is confirmed that Iwagakure is engaged in conflict with Kimogakure, he will order the troops to provide support. He has awaited this day for far too long. Those insufferable daimyos will see once he has conquered Konoha how little regard he has for them. Denying funds? Who cares? After taking a moment to recuperate on the shore, Chukyu finally rose again. His injuries were numerous. Due to his young age and underdeveloped physique, he remains physically weaker. Although the close-range breakthrough did not directly strike him, the shockwave from the blade's impact fractured several of his bones. Fortunately, the damage is not severe, merely fractures, not complete breaks. A bit of treatment upon returning to camp will suffice. Thanks to the years spent experimenting with ninjutsu, Chukyu has developed a considerable tolerance for pain, enabling him to refrain from resting for long. The chakra threads have been severed. He wonders if any ninjas managed to escape. This time, he has seemingly lost everything. And his name, along with his unique ninjutsu, is bound to spread throughout Sunagakure. Chukyu can almost foresee his own demise. It is evident that if Konoha discovers that a formidable ninja with a novel ninjutsu is concealed within a certain village, they would not confine this knowledge to themselves. Upon returning to the village, he fears he will soon be summoned for questioning again. He is uncertain how long this battle will endure. After surveying the battlefield, he made his way back to the camp, completely unaware that at this very moment, in the Hokage building of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was making a decision akin to that of the third Kazekage. However, he showed no hesitation here, promptly instructing Tsunade to lead a team to the battlefield. It is quite simple. Konoha harbors no latent threats, so why should they deliberate as Sunagakure does? Yet, this decision would soon encounter a calamity that nearly obliterated Tsunade's 30 years of dedication. On the very night that Chukyu returned to the camp, the forward scouts of the 4th Division were unexpectedly discovered and attacked by nocturnal sand shinobi. Chukyu, who had been recuperating in the 2nd Division with the assistance of medical ninjas, heard the commotion from afar. Was it an enemy assault? Frowning in contemplation, he decided to investigate. Night raids on enemy camps are not an uncommon occurrence. The Watergate team is stationed in the 4th Division, and Kaze is there too. He is concerned that unforeseen incidents may arise. Captain Kato, hold on. Captain Kato, the distance between the 2 divisions is not vast, and with Chukyu rushing at full speed, he arrived at the battlefield in under 10 minutes. The Sand Shinobi were engaged in combat with 2 other ninjas, resulting in a 5-2 disadvantage for Konoha. Not far beneath a tree, a man with blue-green hair leaned against the trunk, his abdomen torn open, surrounded by scattered entrails. Kato-dan, is he dead here? Chukyu had no time to dwell on such matters. Since he had encountered this situation, it would be prudent to save a couple of lives and add to his own merit. Perhaps he could even garner some favor in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, enhancing his influence. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The Sand Shinobi were fully engrossed in their battle with the Konoha ninjas, completely oblivious to the movement behind them. Thus, it was only natural that Chukyu's inferno erupted at the center of their formation. 2 were injured, 1 severely maimed, and another perished. Only 1 managed to react swiftly, narrowly escaping the blast with minor injuries. Who? The individual turned to see nothing but the glint of a cold blade. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a chill at his neck, losing consciousness. Subsequently, the remaining 3 were dealt with by the 2 reconnaissance ninjas and Chukyu. Only then did the trio have the opportunity to assess the situation. Dan. However, at that moment, a loud cry echoed from Kato-dan's direction. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chukyu realized that Tsunade was on the verge of developing hematophobia. Chapter 47. If only sooner beneath the tree. Kato-dan grimaced in pain as Tsunade laid him on the grass, attempting to piece together his dislodged entrails while continuously employing medical ninjutsu to heal him. Dan, hold on. Dan, you cannot die. Think of your sister. Think of our shared dreams. You cannot leave us. Chukyu stood by, watching this scene unfold with regret in his eyes. He understood that Kato-dan was beyond saving. Tsunade-sama. A nearby ninja patted Tsunade, wanting to offer words of comfort but unsure of how to begin. Dan struggled to open his eyes, his lips moving as if to speak, but the pain and weakness rendered even breathing a challenge. And he ultimately could not utter a word. Before long, his head fell to the side. Dan. Sighing, Tsunade gazed at the blood on her hands. Memories of her brother's death flooding back. In the end, her medical ninjutsu had accomplished nothing. Gradually, the blood before her morphed into a demon, consuming the lives of her beloved and her brother. Fear flickered in Tsunade's eyes, and her hands began to tremble. Ultimately, due to prolonged fatigue compounded by overwhelming psychological strain, she screamed before losing consciousness. Sister, my dream is to become Hokage. I am a Konoha ninja with the Hokage as my goal. In her dream, the voices and images of her beloved and brother faded away, leaving Tsunade with a painful ache in her heart. Hokage? Truly, it is a dismal fate. The 2 other ninjas carried Tsunade and Dan back, and Chukyu followed them to the 4th Division. There was no other choice. Since he had intervened, he must report the details. As soon as he entered the camp, he spotted some familiar faces preparing to leave. Hey, Kaze, Chukyu, what are you doing here? Well, it's a long story. Chukyu succinctly recounted the entire affair. And before the trio of Minato could respond, a familiar voice called out from behind. Teacher. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of the Inoshikacho trio racing to Kato-dan's side. Chukyu was taken aback. So, the leading jonin for this mission was him. At this time, Inoza had not yet become so rotund, and the lines on his face were fewer. However, Shikaku's visage was already wrapped in bandages, likely indicating future scars. Only Nara Shikamaru's face appeared unblemished, perhaps owing to his resilient skin. To be candid, in the past, Chushu was perplexed as to why the Shanyun clan in the trio of Zhu, Lu, and Dai was represented by a pig. It was only after interaction that he discovered the true resilience of the children from that clan. Perhaps it was due to the technique of heart-turning, which necessitates the safeguarding of the physical body once the consciousness departs. This is a lesson that Kaido Dan must learn, otherwise, he would not be lying here now. How could this be? It was at this moment that the trio of Mizunoto noticed the situation, with Isekai'd covering her mouth in disbelief. What happened? How could Dan be like this? Why has Lady Tsunade also fainted? What about the enemy? Has it been resolved? Captain Isekai'd arrived at the scene and began inquiring about the circumstances. Dan's two fellow comrades brought Chushu over. Lord Isekai'd, here is the situation, they briefly explained, stating that it was Chushu's appearance that had saved them both. Is that so? I see, Captain Isekai'd replied, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes as he gazed at Dan. Dan is a hero. I will report this to Lord Hokage. By the way, young one, are you from the 2nd or 5th Division? Hearing the question directed at him, Chushu hastily replied, I am the captain of the 1st Assault Team stationed in the 2nd Division. I rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon hearing this, Captain Isekai'd's demeanor became serious. The captain of the assault team is a special jonin, a rank specially approved by the 3rd Hokage, and must be treated with the utmost respect. Especially since he had heard of this young man who had almost single-handedly eradicated numerous sand shinobi in the 3rd and 4th districts. He could not be treated as an ordinary ninja. Is that so? I understand. I will also report this to Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Isekai'd. You are too courteous. The conversation was brief, as Dan's body lay there, and everyone was in no mood for idle chatter. They performed a simple handling of Kaido Dan's remains, intending to give him a proper burial upon returning to the village. Chushu also returned to the 2nd Division. Dan. The next morning, Tsunade awoke from a nightmare. She glanced at the stains on her body and surveyed her surroundings, gradually realizing that everything from yesterday was not a dream. The image of Dan's death resurfaced in her mind, and she could not help but cover her face with her hands, weeping profusely. Her tears soaked her palms, melting the blood clots. A strong metallic scent invaded her nostrils. In a panic, Tsunade withdrew her hands, revealing a ghastly sight of crimson before her eyes. In an instant, the memories of her brother's demise and her lover's tragic end flashed through her mind. Tsunade trembled as she curled up at the edge of her bed, her eyes filled with terror. Soon, footsteps echoed from outside. Lady Tsunade, is everything all right? A ninja, hearing the commotion, came to check, only to find Tsunade huddled in the corner, clutching her head, and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Just a nightmare, Tsunade stammered, forcing herself to sound composed. She was on the battlefield, serving as the leading jonin for this operation, and could not afford to display fear. Are you sure you're all right? I'm fine, please. You may leave. I will gather myself and join you shortly. Yes. The ninja lowered the curtain, allowing Tsunade a moment to regain her composure. However, an ominous feeling surged within her as she looked once more at her hands. Buzz. Hiss. Terrifying images flashed before her once again, prompting Tsunade to close her eyes and turn her head away, gasping for breath. After a moment, she placed her hands behind her back and surveyed the vicinity. She noticed a basin on a stool, filled with clean water, presumably left by someone from the previous day. Hurriedly, she approached to wash her hands, not daring to look at the basin. Only after feeling that her hands were free from hardened remnants did she hastily wipe them and exit the tent. Lady Tsunade, you are awake? Yes. Could you tell us about yesterday's events? Captain Isekai'd inquired, nodding. Certainly, yesterday. After Tsunade listened to the full account, she nodded in understanding. Is that so? So that young man saved the other two ninjas? She had heard of Chushu's name, as it was during the time when their trio was leading the mission to Rain Hidden Village. Jiraiya had once complained about the dullness of their journey and shared tales of Chushu and Minato. Having just heard Captain Isekai'd's description, she indeed sensed that this child was a prodigy and exceptionally powerful. But why? Oh, why could he not have arrived sooner? If only he had been there earlier. Dan would not have. Shaking her head, Tsunade pondered, what am I thinking? Why do I harbor such malice towards a child? Tying her hair back, she made her way to the rear of the camp where the bodies of the fallen ninjas were laid, casting one last glance. But if that child could have arrived sooner. Chapter 48, A Swap. Yet another mundane day. On the grassy ground, Chushu cleared a patch and lay down. His injuries had mostly healed and were no longer a hindrance to battle. However, after his confrontation with Kaibozu yesterday, no sand shinobi had approached since. This left him feeling quite vexed and somewhat bored. Gazing up at the sun, Chushi was reminded of the fire release technique he had developed. Ah, that's it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Why not expand the front lines? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. After all, if the sand shinobi were not seeking him out, could he not seek them out instead? Without further ado, Chushu sprang up and swiftly formed several shadow clones, sending them in various directions. However, this expansion immediately fell to miss. The shadow clones ventured into the areas under the watch of Minato and Isekai'd. Notably, the number of sand shinobi passing through their sector today seemed rather scant. There was no need to mention Minato's area. While a few sand shinobi might slip through occasionally, he typically dealt with them efficiently. Thus, a decrease in their numbers there was understandable. But why were there so few sand shinobi in Isekai'd's team as well? Given the fewer numbers of Konoha ninjas, the passage rate for sand shinobi was considerably high. Not to mention, the two fringes were prime targets for the sand shinobi, and it was inconceivable that fewer than 20 would pass through daily. Yet today, even a thorough search of the 4th and 5th districts revealed only 5 sand shinobi heading towards Isekai'd's area. This was indeed peculiar. The sand shinobi would undoubtedly aim to infiltrate more ninjas to breach Konoha's defenses. This would facilitate a subsequent overwhelming assault to break through the gates. But why had the number of infiltrating ninjas suddenly dwindled? Could it be that after Tsunade's arrival, the enemy's advance had become significantly more challenging? Chushu speculated. Never mind. Since there are so few, I won't compete with them. I shall venture around to catch some wild game for a barbecue instead. After some thought, Chushu decided against engaging, as these ninjas could be considered military achievements, and leaving them some might not be a bad idea. After all, Minato still needed to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. As the shadow clones returned with messages, they dissipated, and Chushu created another clone before dashing towards the southern woods. As the shadow clone made its way to Maple's location, it encountered numerous wild beasts along the journey. This presented a perfect opportunity to prepare some jerky for snacks. In the vicinity of District 4 and 5, Maple and Jamaru were stationed. Jamaru, someone is approaching. Oh. Maple activated her Sharingan, continuously surveying her surroundings. The moment she sensed the presence of others, she promptly informed Jamaru. At your 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 11 o'clock, there is an adversary at each position. Understood. I will remain vigilant. Maple nodded, her focus now on the 2 individuals charging towards her. Since the day she began training with Haru, she had been included in every session with Minato. To date, her ninjutsu and taijutsu skills had surpassed those of an average ninja. In fact, Jamaru was not as proficient as she was. However, her physical techniques lacked potency, and her jinjutsu suffered from the absence of a mentor's guidance. Nevertheless, she was more than capable of handling regular sand ninjas. In the past few days alone, she had dispatched no fewer than 10 of them. Therefore, she was confident that this encounter would unfold similarly to the previous ones. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Just as the 2 sand ninjas closed in within 3 meters, the hand seals in Maple's possession were completed. In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted forth. The 2 sand ninjas, caught off guard, witnessed a small girl emerge from behind a tree, followed closely by an enormous fireball. Trouble. One of the sand ninjas was unable to evade and was struck directly by the fireball. The other, seizing the moment while his ally absorbed the impact, managed to escape the fireball's range. Die. Before he could touch down, a voice echoed from above. With no time for contemplation, the sand ninja hastily produced a kunai and slashed upwards. Maple instinctively shifted her offensive stance and swiftly deflected the blow. The sand ninja took advantage of the opportunity to leap away, already forming hand seals. Water style, water bullet. Several water bullets erupted from his mouth, prompting Maple to dodge and sprint sideways. Yet, this relentless ninja pursued her with a barrage of water bullets. Maple swiftly ascended a tree, using the branches for cover behind the trunk. When the sand ninja realized he could not reach her, he prepared to assist his 3 comrades in dealing with the rotund boy. However, after just 2 steps, he halted abruptly. The next moment, 2 kunai embedded with explosive tags landed before him. Water style, water shield. With no time to evade, the sand ninja hastily expelled a mouthful of water, forming a shield that mitigated some of the explosion's residual force. Boom. The explosion reverberated throughout the forest, echoing far and wide. Utilizing the cover of the blast, Maple instantaneously transported herself to Jamaru's side. Taking advantage of a moment of inattention from one of the sand ninjas, she swiftly slashed his throat. In an instant, the battle transformed into a 3 versus 2 scenario. significantly alleviating the pressure on the duo. Damn it, that little brat is quite cunning. The surviving sand ninja, having endured the explosion, joined forces with his two remaining allies, encircling Maple and Jamaru in a triangular formation. Be cautious. That girl hails from the Uchiha clan. Do not meet her gaze. Got it. Let's deal with that plump boy first. With that, the sand ninja hurled several shurikens. Multiplication technique. Jamaru's right hand instantaneously expanded, using his gauntlet to block the shurikens. Maple then dashed out to confront one of the sand ninjas. Wind style, wind cutter. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Numerous wind blades and fireballs clashed mid-air, but an unexpected chill swept over her from behind. Maple quickly pivoted, delivering a powerful slash that forced another sand ninja to retreat. With her exceptional taijutsu skills, she exchanged blows with the two sand ninjas, maintaining a competitive edge. Damn it, how does that little brat train? This taijutsu is so bothersome. One of the sand ninjas was struck multiple times. Although the pain was minimal, the frustration was overwhelming, prompting him to create distance to unleash his ninjutsu. However, in doing so, he inadvertently placed his comrade in jeopardy. Hey, don't hit me like that. I can't keep up. Clang, clang. After parrying two strikes, the sand ninja's kunai was swiftly disarmed. Just as he was about to be pierced in the neck by another blow, he leapt into the air. Wind style, tornado. The sound of ninjutsu resonated from behind. Realizing she could not reposition in time, Maple delivered a fierce slash to the abdomen of the ninja before instantly retreating from her original position. Even with protective gear, the sand ninja's abdomen was severely lacerated, blood gushing forth. Mountain strike. Noticing this opponent was incapacitated, Maple swiftly redirected her attention, launching a shuriken at another sand ninja. The sand ninja snapped back into focus, hastily exhaling several wind bullets in an attempt to block the incoming shurikens. However, unbeknownst to him, the shurikens crossed paths mid-flight. Clang. The shurikens altered their trajectory, circumventing the wind bullets and continuing their pursuit towards the sand ninja. He barely managed to evade. Die. Before he could land, a figure approached him at an alarming speed, wielding a kunai poised to strike. The sand ninja, overwhelmed by despair, closed his eyes. Not a chance. In the next heartbeat, a woman's voice rang out. A shadow suddenly descended from the sky, hurtling towards Maple. Maple's keen eyes detected the shift, but in her momentary state of teleportation, she could not adjust her direction swiftly. It was over. Maple realized she could not evade, yet she gripped her kunai more tightly, determined to strike down the sand ninja. If I am to perish, let it be in exchange. Maple. Clang. Thud. Chapter 49. Concealment. Maple tightly shut her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain of the blade tearing through her body. But it never came. Instead, she felt a warm presence on her hand, accompanied by the sound of ragged breathing nearby. Damn it! A woman's frustrated voice pierced through the tension from behind her. Maple opened her eyes to find the sand ninja before her lifeless. Turning around, she beheld a figure that, while not particularly large, radiated a sense of reliability standing behind her. Haru, panting heavily, held his short blade and kunai firmly against the weapon of the puppet before them. Are you all right? Yes. Receiving an affirmative response, Haru kicked the puppet away to create distance and avoid close combat. From the very beginning, he had sensed something amiss that day. The sand ninja's desire to attack was strikingly low, significantly raising his concerns. Additionally, the vitality and attire of the escaping figures felt excessively pronounced. They did not resemble the ninjas who had been engaged in battle for days. Rather, they seemed like reinforcements from the sand side. While foraging for game, Haru's unease grew, leading him to suspect that the sand ninjas were up to something. Consequently, he meticulously reviewed the entire process of the Second Ninja World War and suddenly realized that the timing of the sand ninjas' troubles coincided with the rise of the White Fang during this conflict. Considering the movements of the sand ninjas today, he harbored worries for Maple's safety and thus hurriedly made his way to her side. Indeed, upon his arrival, his sensory technique detected a powerful chakra approaching swiftly from a distance. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle persisted where Maple was engaged. Without further hesitation, Haru activated his teleportation technique, arriving just in time to rescue Maple from the clutches of the puppet. With a sharp intake of breath, Chushu clenched his teeth and spat in frustration. It was no wonder there were only 3 members of the Watergate team featured in the original work. Was it at this moment that the truth was unveiled? You children are indeed ruthless. The brown-haired woman across from Chushu glared at him and his companion. Humph, this is a battlefield. It's either your demise or mine. Chushu retorted without hesitation. However, the woman did not seem particularly angered. Instead, she chuckled softly at them. Well said. But I fear you may not have the opportunity to continue your existence on this battlefield. Chushu furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend her meaning. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he quickly turned to Feng. Hurry, go assist Shiodaojimaru with that sand ninja. Eliminate him and flee swiftly. If we don't escape now, it will be too late. Feng sensed the urgency of the situation and nodded, rushing to help Shiodaojimaru. Chushu rarely displayed such a flustered demeanor, clearly indicating that he had sensed something amiss. Indeed, he had. Just moments ago, Chushu had detected at least 7 or 8 ninjas with chakra levels comparable to his own entering his perception range. Their speed was exceptional, far surpassing that of ordinary chunin, and it was likely that they had already achieved the status of jonin. Coupled with the evident strength of the woman before him, he doubted his own ability to survive against such an assembly. Oh, you seem quite perceptive. However, I advise you to stop struggling. You want to escape before they arrive. You might not even be able to defeat me alone. As she spoke, the woman's fingers emanated chakra, and the puppets at her side began to move once again. Chushu did not wish to delay. The situation was exceedingly grim. Moreover, this was not an adversary they could contend with. If he were not mistaken, this woman must be Scorpion's mother. Today was likely the day when Kiki Kiho would gain notoriety. Fire release, Fire Phoenix. What? At the sound of Chushu's declaration, everyone present turned to him in unison. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, distorting the air with its fearsome heat before it even reached its target. You're that child from the neighboring district? Scorpion's mother finally realized, her confidence in defeating the trio waning. Indeed, if they were merely 3 children, she could have easily subdued them. But if it was Chushu, given that even her uncle had been reduced to a charred husk, she was far from confident in her ability to contain them. Curse it, twin puppets. Scorpion's mother swiftly summoned another puppet, the 2 puppets intertwining to create a whirlwind that dispersed the flames. However, another sand ninja was not so fortunate. Engulfed by the flames and reduced to ashes amidst horrified screams. Hearing the agonizing cries, Scorpion's mother felt a wave of distress. Her puppet was already half destroyed. While she had managed to redirect the flames, several joints had been scorched in the process. Fortunately, she had managed to avert a greater disaster. Scorpion's mother hastily summoned a few replacements to mend the damaged areas. The flames spread rapidly across the surrounding vegetation, yet the other 2 children had vanished, leaving only Chushu behind. Oh, are you covering for them? What a courageous child. If you were born in Sunagakure, I might have considered making you a teacher for my child. No need for that. Here lies my beloved, the beginning of my life, and the end of it as well. No sooner had he spoken than 2 flaming blades hurtled toward Scorpion's mother. Shadows flickered around Chushu, darting in every direction. From within the puppets, 2 flying knives emerged to counter the flames. Scorpion's mother swiftly maneuvered her puppets to encircle her, blades and shadows intertwining in a chaotic dance. She understood that Chushu was merely stalling for time, and she would not allow him to succeed. As the 2 engaged in relentless combat, 2 iron pipes suddenly extended from the puppets' mouths. In the next moment, a thick purple mist erupted forth. Chushu quickly dodged to the side, having anticipated this very tactic. Although the sand ninja's poison was formidable, nothing could withstand the purifying heat of flames. Fire release, Great Flame Dragon. Chushu unleashed a torrent of fire, conjuring a magnificent dragon of flames that soared through the air. As the fire dragon took form, he turned to flee. Consider this a gift. Farewell. Before Scorpion's mother could react, the fire dragon descended, its massive body acting as a barrier that separated her from her prey. As the dragon rolled forward, it obliterated the surrounding vegetation and toxins, rendering it impossible for her to approach. Scorpion's mother hurriedly leaped away from the dragon's path, her lack of proficiency in body flicker technique leaving her helplessly watching as Chushu made his escape. Damn it! Meanwhile, Feng and Jimaru had already distanced themselves from the battlefield, retreating towards the rear. They constituted the second line of defense. With the second line now compromised, they needed to transition to the final line of defense. Jimaru felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated such formidable opponents among the sand ninjas. Fortunately, Chushu had arrived just in time, otherwise, Feng would have been in grave danger. Feng, After calling her name 3 times with no reply, Jimaru turned to find Feng lost in thought, prompting him to express concern. What is wrong? Are you worried about Chushu? Do not fret for him. You know his strength better than anyone, he reassured her. That is not it, Feng replied, shaking her head. Her concern did not stem from Chushu's safety. She was fully aware he could escape. Yet, she could not shake the discomfort that settled in her heart upon hearing Chushu's jutsu. Fire release. Even I must keep it a secret? Before long, Chushu spotted the two who had retreated earlier and called out to them from a distance. Great. Chushu is back. Jimaru was the first to turn, and Feng halted. A flicker of joy crossing her face. However, that joy quickly faded upon turning to face him. As Chushu approached, he forced a smile. Let us discuss everything after we retreat. Now is not the time for such matters. Chushu gently patted Feng on the head. Given that he had already revealed himself before Feng, he was prepared to explain. After all, the Sand Ninjas were already aware of his fire release. Revealing it now would only mean one more person knew. Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was not the place for such discussions. With Chushu leading the way, the trio made their way back towards the third line of defense. Along the route, they encountered Minato and Tsukihime, who were also in the process of retreating. Minato? Where's Uncle Kyuk? Minato's expression was one of urgency. Chushu. Uncle Kyuk stayed behind to confront a red-haired sand ninja for our sake. The situation had taken a troubling turn for Chushu. Although he was uncertain whether Gujia would lose his life due to the unfolding events, he was acutely aware that it was Watergate who had introduced Gujia into their team. Should anything untoward occur, deviating from the original narrative, Watergate would bear significant responsibility. Urgently, Chushu instructed Watergate to lead the way, hastening towards the scene. Chushu, I will accompany you. No, you stay here. There should be a brown-haired female sand ninja puppet master lurking behind. You must ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, Watergate ceased his protests, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Since forming a bond with Chushu, he had become somewhat indecisive. Now, with Chushu's South directives in place, he offered no objections. Thus, after concluding their exchange, Chushu pressed on alone, determined to confront the enemy alongside Gujia. The forest bore the scars of battle, with clear marks of the fierce conflict that had just transpired. Following the fresh traces left behind, Chushu gradually softened his steps. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing reached his ears, indicating he was nearing the fray. Cautiously, he approached along a concealed path. Gradually, the silhouettes of 2 figures came into view. Enough struggling, old man. You cannot defeat me, and I am powerless against you. But my reinforcements are on their way. You cannot stop me. Holding a short blade, Gujia gritted his teeth, resisting the force exerted by Scorpion. With only one leg remaining, he was severely disadvantaged in close combat. Even with the support of Konoha's flow of willow sword technique, he could only hope to delay his defeat. Not so fast. My duty is to protect the village. And I will never allow your invasion, even if it costs me my life. Water release, water dragon bullet. With that, Gujia deftly deflected a kunai and staggered to form 2 simplified hand seals. Beneath him, a whirlpool of water began to coalesce, swiftly taking the shape of a formidable water dragon. Wind release, violent wind wave. Scorpion hurriedly formed seals, albeit a fraction too late. He managed to block the water dragon but had to leap aside to evade the ensuing explosion. Water release, water shark bullet. Yet, before he could land, the remnants of the explosion morphed into a bizarre school of shark-like fish swimming towards him. Strangely, Gujia had not performed any seals. Who is there? Show yourself. Scorpion swiftly severed the approaching fish with 2 swift strikes, only to feel an intense heat wave emanating from behind him. Fire release, Sun Hunt arrow. Fire release. No time for astonishment. Scorpion rolled to the side, attempting to evade the fiery arrow. However, the arrow, designed to mimic the speed of an actual shot, was relentless. Just barely escaping its immediate range, he was met with an explosive blast from the flame-concentrated arrow. Foreseeing this, Scorpion had prepared a substitute to avoid injury, suffering only minor burns to his clothing. However, as the smoke cleared, the figure lurking in the shadows had already whisked Gujia away. Fire release. Was it that child? Truly remarkable power, Scorpion mused as he surveyed the evidence of their departure, realizing he could no longer pursue them. He turned back to the site of the explosion, which had transformed into a charred crater, surrounded by trees tinged with red flames, the heat radiating intensely as if it were summer. Yet, upon turning, He felt a chill at his back. As he scratched his rear, his fingers brushed against his smooth skin. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the forest. Little Chusu, what are you doing here? Let me go. I must kill those sand ninjas. Understanding Gu Jie's temperament, Chusu could not permit him to return to the fray. Having inadvertently caused the death of a teammate in his youth, Gu Jie had since harbored a radical disposition, driven by a desire to fight for his village, even at the cost of his own life. However, such fervor often led to his own demise. Uncle Gu Jie, let us not be so hasty, Chusu replied casually yet rapidly, not allowing Gu Jie the chance to interject. Sacrificing oneself for the village is noble, but fleeing when you can is not an option. That would be a senseless sacrifice. Your skills are of great value to Konoha. You cannot perish now. Upon returning, you must defeat more enemies for Konoha. With this eloquent appeal, Gu Jie found himself at a loss for a counterargument. The enemies behind them had blocked his retreat, and Chusu's persuasive words had provided him a way out. Yet, he felt unworthy of such salvation. Little Chusu, do you think someone like me truly deserves redemption from my teammates? Without glancing at Gu Jie's dejected demeanor, Chusu's tone grew earnest. Uncle Gu Jie, I know you carry immense guilt for the death of your teammate, living with that remorse for years. But if they knew that their passing caused you such despair, they would feel their sacrifice was in vain. Even if you believe yourself irredeemable, you are still our comrade. We will not abandon a teammate we can save. As Gu Jie slowly turned to face Chusu, he recognized the truth in the young man's straightforward words. Indeed, how could he so easily discard the life that had been spared by his comrades? His reckless pursuit of death over the years had been the greatest disrespect to those who had fallen. I understand now. Thank you, little Chusu. You have enlightened me greatly. But next time, do not risk your life to save someone like me. Before Gu Jie could finish, Chusu was already disinterested in hearing more. After all, this obstinate uncle was still as stubborn as ever. Do you wish to make us more disgraceful than you once were? With that, Gu Jie fell silent. Yes, a ninja who caused the death of his comrades is not worthy, I concede. But to stand idly by when one has the power to change the fate of their comrades is an even greater disgrace. Stunned, Gu Jie stared at Chusu, his eyes wide open. How could he, in his broken state, bring harm to those who still lived? He had been mistaken all these years. Thank you, little Chusu. I was wrong. Chapter 51. Mission accomplished on the outskirts of Konoha, within the western perimeter of the 3rd defensive line against the Sand Ninja. Hatake Tsukumo led a group of Umbu, vigilant against any infiltrators from the 2nd line. Thanks to Tsukumo's swordsmanship and the stealth of the Umbu, the Sand Ninja village remained oblivious to the situation here. Since the onset of the conflict, numerous Sand Ninjas had been eliminated without exception, each meeting their end with a swift strike. Only the commanders of the 5 major camps and the ambush squad were privy to this knowledge. As usual, Tsukumo observed the surroundings within the forest, his mission being to prevent any Sand Ninja from breaching Konoha. However, today felt distinctly different. The forest was unnaturally quiet. Could they be plotting a new strategy? Kikuki Tsukumo was unfazed, indifferent to the number of visitors. As long as not a single one passed him by, that was sufficient. Suddenly, he detected some commotion ahead and swiftly concealed himself. Before long, a small squad came into view. The Leaf Village forehead protectors identified them as a group of children. This perplexed him. How could these youngsters be here? Logically, children of this age should be engaged in battles on the front lines, not as genin. Could they be deserters? With that thought, Tsukumo sprang into action, his short blade drawn in an instant. Halt! Who are you? Minato paused immediately. Is this the 3rd defense line? We are members of the ambush squad. I am Minato Namikaze, the captain of Team 2. Observing the situation, Tsukumo maintained his vigilance. While it was plausible that these children could be part of an ambush team, he suspected it was more likely a ruse devised by the Sand Shinobi. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. When the Hokage appointed ambush teams, considerations were made for potential evacuation, thus providing each team with a self-certification document stamped with the Hokage's seal. He possessed one as well, intended to prevent impersonation incidents. If this group of children truly belonged to the ambush team, they would undoubtedly have their own certification. Is that so? You claim to be an ambush team. Where is your proof? Minato immediately thought of the scroll given to them by the Hokage. But it was in the possession of Chugoku, the captain of Team 1, who had gone to rescue their temporary team member. He should arrive shortly. Is that so? Then you may wait here. Tsukumo remained uncertain, yet chose not to strike. sending out a shadow clone to scout while he observed them. Minato, seeing that the other remained distrustful, could only wait in place. Fortunately, Chigoku's body flicker technique was swift, and it wasn't too long before he arrived, carrying the severely injured Marahoshi Koji. Minato. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Minato's heart leaped with joy as he quickly turned to look behind him. Chigoku, why are you still here? Aren't you retreating? Halt. Just as Minato was about to respond, Tsukumo emerged once more. Who are you? Oh, right. Upon seeing the masked Anbu before him, Chigoku immediately recognized him. This was indeed Kikuki Tsukumo, his distinctive sleeves making it impossible to mistake him. Tsukumo stood his ground, scrutinizing the child who was carrying another. His wariness remained unwavering. Soon, Chigoku produced the scroll given to him by the third Hokage and tossed it to Tsukumo. I am Chigoku Namikaze, the captain of Team 1. This is the certification scroll given by Lord Hokage. Tsukumo caught the scroll and skimmed it briefly, allowing himself to relax. He was also somewhat astonished. This group of children truly was an ambush team, and the blonde and dark-haired ones were already special jonin. Such prodigious talent was a sight to behold. My apologies, Captain Chigoku. You may pass. Chigoku nodded, unperturbed. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, there are 2 sand shinobi accompanied by 10 elite shinobi approaching from the rear. Please exercise caution. The female is a puppeteer, and the male wields formidable wind techniques. Exercise utmost vigilance. With that, Chigoku led his team away towards the village. Thank you for the information. We will be cautious. Tsukumo called out, regardless of whether they heard him, for the intelligence was invaluable, sometimes capable of swaying the tide of battle at crucial moments. Chigoku heard him but had already distanced himself significantly, deeming it unnecessary to respond. Humph, Kikuki Tsukumo appears quite youthful and remarkably polite, he mused, calculating that Kakashi must now be 2 or 3 years old. What a harmonious family it could have been, if not for Danzo. Sighing, he lamented Danzo's scheming that had ensnared him. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the Anbu reports on his desk, feeling overwhelmed. Just moments ago, a spy in the Rain Village had delivered devastating news. Danzo, who had volunteered to venture into the Rain Village, had made contact with Hanzo. Initially, he believed Danzo only sought recruits from the Ninja Academy, but it seemed he had read the situation with alarming clarity. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. With only Jiraiya and 2 others in the Rain Village, their numbers were far too few. A conundrum, indeed. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his cigarette, pondering whether he could send someone to probe Hanzo's intentions. He was concerned that if Danzo and Hanzo colluded in secret, his own position could be compromised at any moment. However, after much contemplation, he realized he had no trustworthy shinobi available to gather intelligence. Orochimaru had once been the ideal candidate, yet he was currently unreachable. Lost in the aftermath of the battle in the Rain Village, Tsunade had been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The only one left with any availability was Jiraiya, but entrusting this task to him filled Hiruzen with trepidation. Frustrated, Hiruzen raked his fingers through his hair, noticing the few strands that remained. Great, just what I needed, more worries. Third Hokage. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared at the window. Hiruzen turned swiftly. It was the Anbu he had dispatched to monitor the Sand Shinobi. What is the situation on the battlefield? Report. Chiyo has been dispatched from the Sand Shinobi. Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing the Anbu to continue observing the movements of the Sand Shinobi. Chiyo's arrival was anticipated. Report. Before Hiruzen could fully contemplate the situation, another loud voice called from outside. Enter. As the office door swung open, a group of children and a man stepped inside. Did you encounter a formidable enemy? Hiruzen's expression shifted from surprise to seriousness as he deduced the situation. Chigoku and the others nodded. Yes. A female puppeteer and a red-haired man from the Sand Shinobi approached us. We were no match for them. I understand. This is not your fault. Hiruzen reassured the group. Recognizing that while Chigoku needed no consolation, the emotions of the others warranted attention. He then inquired about the specifics. The female puppeteer? Was it Chiyo? No, it was not. She was a young woman with brown hair. From her tone, it seemed she had a child named Sasori. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen instantly realized the implications. Is that so? Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. It appears they are indeed making significant investments. However, he smirked, the third defense line is not to be underestimated. With that, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted, striving to adopt a benevolent expression as he addressed the children. Well done, your mission has been accomplished. You may go rest now. The rewards for your efforts will be distributed shortly. However, it is essential to remain vigilant and not wander too far, for grandfather will have tasks for you in the future. Chapter 52. Excessive ingredients. Uncle Gujia was promptly arranged to enter the hospital for prosthetics. Everyone, please accompany me. As they exited the Hokage building, Chushu beckoned a few youngsters to follow him. Although Minato, Yamatsum, and Suki were uncertain about the matter at hand, they did not refuse upon observing Chushu's serious demeanor. Kaze felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Her spirit immediately heightened. Was it time for a confession? Reflecting on all the day's experiences, her emotions towards Chushu were incredibly complex. She felt anger at his secrecy, concern for his solitary retreat, and the impact of the voices within their clan on their relationship. Yet, more than anything, she sensed an increasing distance between them. Watching Chushu's distant silhouette, Kaze's heart raced with unease. It seemed as though Chushu was growing increasingly isolated, as if their bond was fading. At that moment, a striking girl with black hair suddenly entered her line of sight, swiftly matching Chushu's pace. A wave of anxiety surged within Kaze, prompting her to hasten and link her arm with Chushu's. What is Chushu planning? Is he treating us to a meal? At this juncture, Gio's voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. Cough, you fool. Chushu's solemn expression undoubtedly signifies an important announcement. Must you always think about food? Yamatsum retorted, following suit. What significant matter could it be? Gio was momentarily perplexed by Yamatsum's words and joined the procession with a puzzled expression. Is it a special fire technique? Minato had already surmised what Chushu intended to convey, recalling that the red-haired man had mentioned it during their previous confrontation. He had remarked, "Who would have thought that besides the boy with a special fire technique, your skills are commendable as well?" Among their group, the only individual whose prowess might surpass Minato's was Chushu. Without inquiring how Minato had come to know, Chushu simply nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, this technique was developed during my time in school. Upon arriving at the training ground, Chushu sensed the surroundings, confirming that they were alone before speaking. At that time, I trained diligently every day after returning home, and it was during this period that I discovered the nature transformation of chakra. Fire was the first change I noticed. And as my research progressed, I gradually increased the temperature, evolving it into today's Yindun. I concealed all of this not due to foreign spies, but for the sake of our village, Konoha. Upon hearing this, Yamatsum, Minato, and Gio stood in disbelief, their expressions reflecting shock. Even Kaze furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Chushu's meaning while feeling displeased with his lack of trust in Konoha. Only Suki, though similarly puzzled, wore an expression of curiosity. Chushu sighed. Having anticipated such a reaction, I knew this would happen. Please, do not get agitated. Sit down and allow me to finish. After exchanging glances, they finally took their seats. Nonetheless, the four of them continued to regard Chushu with skeptical eyes, leaving him feeling rather discontented. Konoha itself is not the issue. The problem lies with the undercurrent forces of the root. Upon hearing this term, the group exchanged glances, clearly unaware of the existence of the root. Chushu, having foreseen their confusion, kindly elaborated. The darkness of the root exceeds your imagination. Their selection of members is solely based on talent. Many children with exceptional ninjutsu aptitude become their targets. Those they favor are either taken away at a young age for inhumane training to exploit their potential or selected from the ninja academy, particularly high-achieving commoners and collateral family members, to serve in the root. The expressions of Minato and the others shifted dramatically, their indignation evident at the actions of this so-called root. How outrageous! This cannot be tolerated. To my knowledge, Yamashiro Kazuki has likely been absorbed into the root by now. At this revelation, the expressions of Minato and his companions changed once more. What? Kazuki was a classmate of theirs, consistently ranking among the top students. Although they did not interact frequently, they shared a familiar rapport. Especially Gio, as the Akimichi clan maintained a close relationship with the Yamashiro clan. Their personal ties were quite amicable. Now reflecting on it, it had indeed been a long time since he had contacted Kazuki. Is that so? So Kazuki. Gio gritted his teeth, struggling to fathom the ordeal Kazuki would face upon entering the root. Indeed, they will recruit you, indoctrinate you, and ultimately transform you into a loyal servant of the root's leader. Even Konoha pales in comparison to the stature of the root's leader in their eyes. As he spoke, Chushu struck the ground forcefully. If that were all, it might be bearable. After all, even if one enters, they could still receive guidance from esteemed teachers. The only difference would be the intensity of the training, which I can endure. Even indoctrination can be feigned, can't it? After all, I've managed to maintain a facade for so many years. What is there to fear from the root? What truly incited his disdain for the root was not merely the common man's inability to accept it, but rather the most crucial aspect that Danzo could never relinquish. The most significant issue is the cursed seal of the root. Every member entering the root must bear this mark. It serves as a seal, preventing them from speaking of anything related to the root. Otherwise, they will experience excruciating pain. At this juncture, Suki turned her gaze towards Chushu. She had begun to grasp the gist of his words and understood whom he referred to. However, she remained indifferent, as her feelings towards that uncle were not particularly strong. In fact, that uncle paled in comparison to her current aspirations. Chushu naturally noticed her change and, seeing no intention of exposing him, gradually relaxed his grip. Does that not mean that those who enter the root lose their freedom? Indeed, Minato felt a pang of sympathy, but the truth was undeniable. Chushu had no reason to deceive them. Thus, to prevent any inadvertent disclosures, I chose to keep this hidden. However, just yesterday, the commander from the Sand Village secretly infiltrated the area I oversee. In order to protect myself, my Indung was inadvertently revealed, necessitating my confession to you today. After speaking, Chushu lowered his head. Had he remained silent, it would have been better. Now, after confessing, he felt a twinge of shame. Yet, Minato and the others seemed unconcerned. And Kaze embraced his head. It's all right, Chushu. You had no choice. We all understand. Forget it. This is not a grave matter. We forgive you. Yamatsum cheerfully brushed off the incident. Minato, too, was not perturbed, but the revelation of the root within Konoha left him feeling uneasy. So Konoha has its dark side as well. Thus, it is no wonder that you were at the bottom of your class during your school days. It seems you were merely putting on a facade. Yueji's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. It was clear why Chushu had excelled in the first couple of years, only to falter later on. So that is how it is. Of course, how could my abilities be limited to such a trivial level? You all have much farther to go. Humph. Upon noticing that the others bore him no ill will, Chushu's guilt dissipated instantly, and he turned his head away with a hint of pride. Yueji felt somewhat offended, with veins visibly throbbing on her forehead. What should I do? I feel a sudden urge to strike him, chirped the little sparrow, somewhat displeased. Go ahead, I support you. Upon hearing this, Chushu swallowed hard, sensing a palpable aura of hostility enveloping him. I'll take my leave. In the next moment, Chushu scooped up phone and dashed away. Stop. Yueji and the little sparrow immediately pursued him, while Mizumoto watched the playful scuffle with a bemused smile. I suddenly long for Kushina. Perhaps I shall pay her a visit. Jamaru patted his rumbling stomach. I feel like indulging in some barbecue. Let us go eat. Chushu, you can run. But please put me down. They want to beat you. What does it have to do with me? Little girl, you show no loyalty. I might just hurl you as a weapon later. The little sparrow shouted. Stop. You two shameless lovers. Yueji exclaimed. Stop. You cur. Dare you to spar with me? Do you believe I can send you flying? Chapter 53. The origin of the root's life thereafter seemed to lose its unpredictability. Since returning to Konoha, Chushu's interactions with the little ones had increased significantly. However, it wasn't too long before the Second Shinobi World War erupted on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. As Konoha engaged in combat with Sunigakure, the cause stemmed from the demise of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law beneath a flash of white light in the woods that fateful day. Naturally, Chushu and his companions were dispatched to the front lines, assigned to clear tasks in the rear of the Land of Rivers. Fortunately, this battle subsided swiftly, with Tsunade and Chiyo showcasing their medical ninjutsu on the battlefield. It was during this encounter that the title of Princess of Slugs became widely recognized. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with the defeat of Sunigakure. Following this battle, Konoha experienced a period of tranquility for the first time in months. Life returned to its normal rhythm, and Chushu's research resumed. This peace lasted for 3 years. Over those 3 years, Chushu made minimal progress in developing his fire release techniques. He could sense that the upper limit of this technique, under normal circumstances, was nearly equivalent to the temperature of ordinary flames multiplied by 10. Consequently, Chushu was compelled to redirect his focus towards the study of other elemental techniques. However, for reasons unknown, he found that his affinity for these other techniques did not match that of fire release, leading to a stagnation in his research. Nevertheless, owing to the substantial rewards following the previous war, Chushu refrained from frequently accepting missions. He chose instead to relax, indulging in meals and occasionally training to enhance his strength. This led to his ninja rank remaining stuck at Special Jonin, without any advancement. Meanwhile, Minato, along with the little sparrow and Yueji, achieved the rank of Jonin. And they all urged him to follow suit, but he remained indifferent. Curiously, since the last time Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent him to the front lines, he had not summoned him again. It was unclear whether he intended to let Chushu be or had other motives. Chushu found himself quite content with this leisurely existence. After all, he was not short on funds, and occasionally accepting 1 or 2 missions was sufficient. However, one day, an unexpected matter arose that left him deeply troubled. Nangong Chushu, Elder Danzo requests your presence. A root ninja suddenly appeared at his window, intending to escort him to the root. Chushu felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if the sky were collapsing. Indeed, he now possessed the confidence to confront Danzo. Yet he knew he was not yet ready to take action against him. While he was not afraid of Danzo's strength, his thoughts momentarily drifted to Minato, Foam, and the others. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to the root ninja. I will come shortly. Nangong Chushu, I am not requesting, the root ninja asserted. I said, I will come shortly. The root ninja found himself momentarily silenced by Chushu's imposing presence, the surrounding heat seemingly urging him not to provoke the individual before him further. Remembering the other's formidable reputation, the root ninja relented. Understood. Leave. Chushu's command made the root ninja tremble, and he vanished in an instant from Chushu's sight. With that, Chushu collapsed back onto his bed, his mind in turmoil. Since the war's conclusion, his fire release had been disseminated by Sunagakure. Naturally, Danzo was now aware of this development. Indeed, the day had come. Chushu refrained from informing anyone of this matter, instead hastening to the Hokage's office. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just settled into his office, ready to begin processing the day's documents. However, before he could even open a file, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The little old man with the M-shaped head was taken aback. Was someone seeking him so early in the morning? Come in. Bang. With a sense of confusion, the office door was forcefully pushed open, revealing a face that filled Hiruzen with dismay. Nangong Chushu. When you enter, mind your strength. I know, Chushu replied, his mouth full of greasy breakfast. The sight alone was enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen feel hungry. Noticing the third Hokage's longing gaze, Chushu quickly revealed a second identical breakfast from his belongings. Hee, do you want some? Having risen late and missed breakfast, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly resist the temptation. His stomach growled audibly. Gurgle, gurgle. Cough, cough. Quickly, Hiruzen cleared his throat to dispel the awkwardness and shifted the conversation. So, little Chushu, what brings you to see your grandfather today? Chushu chuckled lightly. If you want to eat, just say so. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment as he was caught eyeing the breakfast. Just as he was about to speak, Chushu interjected first. Danzo wants to see me. Are you aware of this? The conversation finally turned serious, prompting Hiruzen to set aside his playful demeanor. I had anticipated this, but how did you come to know? Was it from the roots? Is it the second Hokage's intention, or yours? Chushu understood exactly what he meant. It was implied that there were too many secrets surrounding him for anyone to dare utilize him lightly. Why not just address the topic directly? Seeing that the person before him felt no pressure, Hiruzen inexplicably lost his confidence. This young man was profoundly enigmatic. It felt as if he were facing a teacher. Contemplating this, the third Hokage discreetly scrutinized Chushu, deliberating whether to test him. Of course, it is a special permission granted by the second Hokage. That is a lie. The morning sun cast its first rays, and Chushu immediately reprimanded, causing Sarutobi Hizashi's heart to tremble, realizing he could not conceal the truth. Swallowing hard, he reiterated, I demand to know the genuine answer. Chushu's face contorted with rage as he glared menacingly at the elderly man seated before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had no knowledge of who had sanctioned the establishment of the organization, yet after years of performance, could he truly not discern the fabrications of Sarutobi Hizashi? As the saying goes, a seasoned sufferer becomes a skilled healer. Hizashi's demeanor and the flicker of panic in his eyes, while speaking, bore an uncanny resemblance to his own experiences upon arriving in this world. Thus, it was evident to Chushu that Hizashi was deceiving him, at least in part. The old man's gaze flickered briefly as he faced Chushu's inquiry, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Did you not already ascertain the truth? Chushu pressed, I want you to state it explicitly. observing Chushu's fierce determination. The third Hokage hesitated but ultimately divulged the reality. The foundation was indeed permitted by the second Hokage, originally intended for the training of Anbu ninjas, and was initially a legitimate organization. However, following the death of his master, the third Hokage gazed out the window, where the early winter sun illuminated the faces of the first and second Hokages carved into the Hokage rock, their visages resplendent. In stark contrast, the third Hokage's visage remained partially shrouded in darkness. At that time, my master entrusted me with the mantle of Hokage, yet I failed to faithfully convey his will. I, an inept old man, could not manage the relations between the village and the Uchiha clan, leaving my old friend Danzo to bear the weight of the darkness that originally belonged to the Uchiha. Consequently, intoxicated by power, he had transformed the root into his own faction. Chushu crossed his arms, finding these revelations somewhat credible, yet his skepticism lingered. And what of the cursed seal of root? He posed another weighty question that deepened the third's unease. However, upon witnessing Chushu's resolute expression, he chose not to withhold the truth. This was originally a sealing technique employed by the Uzumaki clan, utilized on espionage ninjas. Chapter 54. Danzo. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Chushu felt emboldened to confront Danzo, having gleaned more insights about the village. The downfall of the Uzumaki clan bore a tenuous connection to Danzo, while throughout this conversation, he had remained ensconced in a shadowy corner. By leveraging Sarutobi Hizashi's suspicions and his own impeccably clean background, he had successfully crafted an image of an inscrutable and harmless individual. To solidify this position, he had also disclosed certain secrets of the ninja world to Hizashi. Among these revelations, one particularly significant piece of information was enough to capture the third Hokage's attention. Uchiha Madara was still alive. Initially shocked, Hizashi's skepticism quickly emerged, for in his understanding, Madara had perished in his battle against the first Hokage. At that time, Tobirama had even examined the corpse and confirmed the death. How could he possibly still be alive? Chushu chose to say little more, leaving behind only a single phrase: the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, the delayed Izanagi. Instantly, the third Hokage felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. He then recalled that not much time had passed. Even if the corpse had begun to decay, bones should still remain. Thus, he promptly dispatched someone to Madara's grave, instructing them to excavate the tomb and pry open the coffin. Simultaneously, he assured Chushu that he would do everything in his power to safeguard him from Danzo. This assurance fortified Chushu's resolve to meet with Danzo. Alas, I hope that revealing this information will not plunge the ninja world into further chaos, Chushu sighed, then, guided by the third Hokage's directions, made his way to the root base. To his astonishment, he discovered that the base was established beneath the forest behind the Hokage rock, with the entrance leading directly into the very nostrils of the second Hokage. Such ingenuity in plotting this route suggested that Danzo must have consulted the Sage of Six Paths himself. As he entered the nostrils of the second Hokage and ascended the staircase to its pinnacle, he encountered a root ninja who had been waiting for some time. Wind. Indeed, the striking orange-haired figure was none other than Wind. Since the moment he had arrived at Chushu's window that morning, Chushu had recognized him. However, feeling irritable at the time, he had refrained from acknowledging this brainwashed fool. Now, in a more composed mood, he instinctively greeted him. Yet Wind stumbled, as their relationship at school had been rather superficial, and he had not anticipated being recognized so swiftly. Ahem, Chushu, Lord Danzo has been waiting for you, he stammered. Chushu nodded, and as Wind opened the hidden door, he followed him into the root base. The narrow corridor could accommodate only one person at a time, and Chushu trailed closely behind, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Danzo's treachery had been well documented in the original narrative, whether in his ambush on Shursui or his underhanded dealings with Sarutobi Hizashi. Thus, Chushu did not regard this summons as a mere casual meeting. The corridor stretched long, approximately several hundred meters, and it took Wind and Chushu nearly 10 minutes to traverse it. Upon reaching the end, they entered a vast cavern. In the center of the cave, Danzo sat elevated, flanked by elite root ninjas who knelt on either side, each exuding the prowess of elite jonin. The quality of their chakra, their reserves, and their physical strength were all impressively high, revealing the extent of Danzo's corruption over the past 20 years since the second Hokage's death. Namikaze Chushu, you have finally arrived, Danzo declared, feigning a demeanor of long-awaited anticipation, propping his chin with his hand while casting a half-lidded gaze upon Chushu, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Chushu exhibited no fear in Danzo's presence. Oh, unmoved by such a scene, Danzo mused, should I deem you foolish or truly capable? Enough with the trivialities, Elder Danzo. Pray tell, what is the purpose of your summons? Chushu interjected boldly, emphasizing the title Elder. Danzo's expression soured as if he had bitten into something distasteful, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Conversely, Wind, who had been kneeling beside him, suddenly stood, exclaiming, how dare you show such disrespect to Lord Danzo? Chushu turned sharply, unleashing a surge of intense chakra that invaded Wind's body, spreading and coiling within him. In the next moment, Wind felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, escalating into a fervent boil. The surrounding ninjas immediately braced themselves, and Danzo's countenance shifted, taken aback by Chushu's audacity to act so brazenly. How foolish. When the Lord speaks, what business do children have butting in? Did no one teach you to respect your elders? He scolded. A nearby medical ninja hurried forth to assess Wind's condition. However, he found no issues with his body and subsequently shook his head at Danzo. Chushu smiled lightly. Of course, there would be no problems, as the technique just now was, in essence, an illusion. It reduced the chakra that would form fire release proportionally, taking residence within the opponent's body. As the opponent's chakra flowed, it continuously altered the faint chakra within, merely creating an illusion of being scorched by fire release. Essentially, it was a form of illusion that stimulated the nerves, so the sensation of pain would still be felt. Danzo's complexion darkened further as he squinted at Chushu. Nangon Chushu, you are quite bold. I offer you an opportunity. Come to my route and serve me, and I shall overlook your assault on a fellow village ninja. Otherwise, what? Chushu interrupted him with a loud shout. What do you mean, otherwise? I assaulted a fellow ninja? Who saw that? I merely shot him a glare. I did nothing. I am not Uchiha, capable of casting illusions with my eyes. Elder Danzo, you must speak with evidence. Do not slander us law-abiding citizens. Danzo found himself at a loss for words, wanting to retort, but unsure where to begin. Indeed, just now, Nangon Chushu had only glared at Yamashiro, and without any ocular technique, how could he have induced an illusion? Yet, was he a man who would easily concede? Clearly not. Nangon Chushu. Danzo slammed his hand on the armrest of his stone chair, rising to his feet. This is Root, not the Hokage building. You cannot act impudently here. So, are you implying that you hold more power than the Hokage? Chushu seized the flaw in Danzo's words and posed a lethal question. As a ninja of Konoha, can I then assume you are attempting to rebel against Konoha, seeking to establish yourself as Hokage? Chapter 55. He is defaming me. This left Danzo speechless. As a newcomer untouched by the corruption of work, Chushu's mind, still pristine and unsealed, proved quite effective, at least in the realm of sophistry. He could be deemed a leader in the current ninja world. Danzo took several deep breaths, struggling to formulate a response. However, he had a cadre of capable subordinates. Nangon Chushu. Elder Danzo cannot be slandered. Watch your words. The Wind beside them had already fainted from pain, yet the other ninjas showed no fear. This made Chushu reflect on Danzo's remarkable brainwashing techniques. I have stated that I merely harbor reasonable suspicions. I have not pronounced a verbal conviction. If your comprehension is lacking, I suggest you return to school for a couple more years. Do not attempt to label me. Chushu's words were sharp, offering no opportunity for Danzo and his subordinates to retaliate. But ultimately, this was still Root. Nangon Chushu, this is beyond your control. Here in Root, we are all elites. Do you truly believe you can walk out of here? With that, Danzo commanded the Root ninjas to encircle Chushu. Oh, are you threatening me? I am so frightened. Chushu placed his hands on his hips and wiggled his backside at Danzo. The elderly man felt an intense anger from this blatant provocation, a clear insult to him and his Root. All right, enough. Attack. Just as he finished speaking, Chushu unleashed a torrent of flames beneath him. Fire release, flame wave. The flames surged forth like a tidal wave, forcing the advancing ninjas to retreat. As the fire threatened to engulf Danzo's feet, the Root leader remained unfazed, seated as if he were oblivious to the raging flames. In the next moment, two fearless Root ninjas leaped in front of him. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water erupted from the mouths of the two, colliding with Chushu's crimson flames, producing a sizzling sound. In an instant, the area was shrouded in a thick mist. Within the fog, Chushiyu's phantoms flickered as he dispersed, utilizing his sensory abilities. Cries erupted throughout the venue. Some, taken by surprise, were knocked unconscious by a lightning bolt. Others reacted but were still unable to keep up, falling to sleep as well. Danzo, seated, felt his dignity slipping and quickly stood up. A bunch of useless fools. Wind release, vacuum wave. Immediately, several scythe-like wind blades crisscrossed, dispersing the surrounding mist. Just as Chushu was about to strike one of the ninjas, he was forced back by a flying wind scythe. Oh my, how frightening, Elder Danzo. Wild Lion's main technique. His hair instantaneously elongated, resembling a lion's mouth, as it lunged toward a root ninja. Is that Jiraiya's technique? Danzo disregarded Chushu's verbal distractions, drawing several shuriken, imbued with wind chakra, and throwing them. The shuriken, now enhanced with a razor-thin edge, became incredibly sharp, effortlessly severing Chushu's hair. Clang! A short blade sprang forth, deflecting the second shuriken while flames erupted, slashing toward the other ninjas. He was not foolish, while it was wise to capture the leader first. Danzo was not an ordinary opponent. If he were to injure Danzo, it would be tantamount to assaulting an elder. The root ninjas, on the other hand, were less known, and injuring them would draw less scrutiny. In that case, Sarutobi Hiruzen could better absolve him later. Danzo produced a kunai, its blade charged with wind chakra. He advanced, engaging Chushu in close combat. I will hold him off. You all attack vigorously. TCH. Chushu sensed a hint of threat and opted not to clash directly with Danzo, instead employing a hit-and-run strategy. He could simultaneously counter the ninja's techniques. Danzo frowned, sensing something amiss. This Nangon Chushu seemed to be stalling for time. Whether it was the initial fire release or his current tactics, everything appeared to be designed to create more favorable conditions for him. Did he anticipate that they would not dare employ more powerful techniques here? If so, who could his ally possibly be? Minato Namikaze? In an instant, Danzo envisioned numerous figures in his mind. But regardless of who it was, he could not allow Nangon Chushu to wait. Capturing him alone was already troublesome. If he had a partner, it would only complicate matters further. With this thought, Danzo halted and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In the next second, several wind bullets shot forth from Danzo's mouth, almost instantaneously reaching Chushu. Chushu's pupils constricted, with no time to evade. He could only raise his short blade to block the onslaught. However, the surrounding ninjas were relentless, unleashing techniques like Water Dragon Tornado and Fire Dragon Fireball in unison. Fire release, Great Sun Blaze. A flame, akin to the sun, formed in his hand, and before long, a colossal fireball appeared within the vast cavern. Chushu immediately hurled it, blocking the assault from the surrounding ninjas. However, in the next moment, a colossal gust of wind surged forth, obliterating the fireball that had barely ventured far. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. It was over. At the instant of contact between the wind and the fireball, Chushu's mind wandered through myriad thoughts. There were barbecues, ramen, and he found himself hesitating over what to eat. Glancing up at the sun hanging high in the sky, he was struck by a dilemma. Boom. The distant sound of an explosion abruptly interrupted his musings. Simultaneously, he received a message relayed from his clone. Oh no, this is serious. The root has been blown up. Indeed, the one who ventured to the root was merely a fire clone he had created. He had developed this technique 3 years prior when he was 13, but had not utilized it in recent years. Perfect timing. Today he decided to showcase it. However, it seemed he had attracted the ire of a formidable figure. Nangon Chushu, I will not rest until our paths diverge. Even from afar, he could almost hear Danzo's furious howl. Yet, he paid it no heed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised to clean up after him. Perhaps it was best to cook for myself. I'll whip up a pot. Resolute, Chushu skipped home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just personally confirmed the state of Uchiha Madara's coffin, hurriedly made his way to the root. Were they demolishing and rebuilding the root? What on earth caused such a massive hole? Before Hiruzen could process the situation, he peered into the pit and locked eyes with a disheveled Danzo, his face smeared with dirt. Instantly, the atmosphere turned awkward, bordering on ambiguous. Ahem. Good evening, Danzo. Haha. Have you eaten? Danzo's mind buzzed. A seemingly reasonable explanation flashed through his mind. So it was you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I knew you were behind this. The third Hokage? What did I orchestrate? Chapter 56, Mirror. In the afternoon, Just as Chu-Su was about to dine with his companions after completing a mission, he was summoned to the Hokage's office. Old Third. What brings me here? Nangon Chu-Su. As soon as he stepped inside, before Hiruzen could speak, Danzo's voice reached him, startling him. Turning around, he saw Danzo seated on a nearby stool, his expression one of fury. Oh dear. Elder Danzo, what happened? You look like you've eaten a rotten egg. The third Hokage, seated at the desk, nearly burst into laughter. Though he was unsure what a rotten egg was, the memory of Danzo's earlier aggression brought him a sense of satisfaction. Isn't this your doing? Don't pretend with me. Isn't this all your fault? Enough, Danzo. Calm down. Hiruzen quickly interjected, attempting to mediate for Chu-Su. Ahem, so? Little Chu-Su, it seems Danzo's office has been blown up, and he claims it was your doing. What do you have to say for yourself? Danzo shot a glare at Hiruzen. Had he just laughed? Surely he had. Damn Sarutobi, I knew you were behind this. Infuriatingly, Danzo felt as though a close friend had been stolen away by another man, and it left a bitter taste in his heart. What? Who would dare to blow up an elder's office? Chu-Su feigned exaggerated surprise, which only served to further irk Danzo. He glanced at the impassive Hiruzen and realized that the two had clearly formed an alliance. There was no gaining the upper hand today. Just as he was about to leave, the next words from the two nearly pushed him over the edge. Blowing up the office is one thing, but impersonating me to do it? That is simply outrageous. At this, Danzo stumbled slightly at the doorway. So, my office being blown up is inconsequential. But impersonating you is the real crime? Why does this feel so familiar? Well said, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, rising abruptly from his seat. Then this matter is your responsibility. You shall find the culprit behind the destruction of Elder Danzo's office. Danzo, now steadied, nearly stumbled again. What? You want me to find the culprit? Do you think this is a game? Indeed. Chu-Su promptly straightened up, assuring them he would fulfill the task. Behind him, Danzo shot daggers at the two before storming out of the office. Bang! The door echoed with a familiar force. As Danzo departed, the third let out a sigh of relief, ready to converse with Chu-Su. However, he was interrupted by Chu-Su's penetrating gaze. Clearly, in Chu-Su's perception, Danzo had not yet left. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, uncertain of what to say that might convince Danzo to leave. Chu-Su, however, was quick to act. Lord Third. About the culprit. With that, the two swiftly engaged in discussion. Outside, Danzo, unable to find any leverage, lingered for a moment before ultimately leaving. All right. He has departed. With that, the third Hokage finally felt at ease. Phew, playing along with you youngsters is truly exhausting. Have we confirmed the matter regarding Uchiha Madara? With Chu-Su broaching the crucial topic, Hiruzen's expression grew solemn. Indeed, the body has vanished. Moreover, there are signs indicating it was excavated from within. Even the coffin was opened from the inside. Heh, Chu-Su chuckled softly, observing Hiruzen's demeanor. He could tell that Hiruzen was beginning to suspect his identity. If he was not mistaken, the first suspect would be. Don't even think about it. I have no connection to the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face stiffened, clearly caught off guard by Chu-Su's insight. Yet, it only heightened his suspicions. This boy had grown up under the watchful eyes of many, from childhood playmates to schoolteachers. And even now, his development had unfolded practically under their noses. Combined with the terrifying heat of his fire release, it naturally ruled out any theories of foreign espionage. Thus, Hiruzen's suspicions shifted to the deceased, contemplating the legendary reincarnation theory. Meanwhile, Chu-Su's thoughts were profound, encompassing his mastery of techniques, intellect, and strategic planning. The convergence of these factors made Hiruzen increasingly convinced that he resembled his former teacher. Yet, just moments ago, the person before him had asserted otherwise. Then who could it be? The first Hokage? The mere thought of Senju Hashirama's clueless demeanor made Hiruzen resolutely shake his head. No, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu-Su observed it all, yet he too had not anticipated anyone capable of matching his current self. Thus, he refrained from allowing Hiruzen to continue his speculations. Enough of the guessing. It is undoubtedly impossible for it to be the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is my train of thought so easily decipherable? Pretty much, Chu-Su replied, grabbing a piece of paper and a pen. What are your thoughts on the route? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. To be honest, he had contemplated taking action against the colossal entity beneath the ground. However, two factors loomed before him. One was his old friend, and the other was the situation in Konoha. Each choice would inevitably impact him. He truly found himself at a loss for what to do. The root had entrenched itself for far too long, growing immensely, to the point that pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Honestly, you're overthinking it, Chiharu exclaimed, slamming a piece of paper down before Sarutobi. The latter, puzzled, picked it up and was instantly taken aback. Initially, he had assumed the document was a request for approval, but upon reading, he realized the young boy's strategic acumen was astonishing. Before him lay a flawless plan to dismantle the root. The solution is right here. I have also figured out the issue regarding the explosion at the root. When the time comes, you simply need to issue a mission at the task hall, and I will undertake it. The third Hokage remained absorbed in the perfect plan, nodding mechanically at Chiharu's words. Unfazed by whether he was being heard, Chiharu turned to leave the office. Only then did the third react, calling out, "Teacher." Chiharu inwardly scoffed. Did he still need to play tricks at this point? Seeing him continue to walk away, Sarutobi felt a pang of regret. Perhaps his longing for the teacher was too profound. Maybe he wasn't truly a teacher after all. The old man sighed softly, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Kagami? Chiharu momentarily froze, puzzled by Sarutobi's probing. Kagami? Who is that? Oh, wasn't he part of their former team, Uchiha Squad? He dismissed it without a second thought, but Sarutobi's heart jolted with realization. It made sense now. So, you believe my governance over Konoha is inadequate, and that is why you are here to assist me? Sarutobi watched Chiharu's retreating figure, as if gazing upon an old friend long missed. Chapter 57, The Jinchuriki. According to the agreement made yesterday with Sarutobi, Chiharu directly accepted the mission to investigate the explosion in the southern woods. He also summoned his group of companions to join in the task. Meanwhile, Sarutobi made a bold decision. He began to accept missions from the feudal lords of nearby small countries, justifying it as a means to bolster the village's finances and enhance the training of ninjas. Tawanzo, on the other hand, had fallen silent, and when Chiharu led the investigation, he was nowhere to be found. It was uncertain what schemes he was concocting behind the scenes. The nature of the explosion suggested a combination of wind and fire release techniques. However, the degree of burning was analyzed thoroughly by Minato, who glanced at Chiharu. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do it. Shizun looked at Chiharu with exasperation. This boy could lie without a hint of shame. Naturally, she had reached her conclusion simply from a glance. But as it was Chiharu's affair and the Hokage had explicitly instructed him to investigate, she deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Clearly a decision made to protect Chiharu. After all, she had some understanding of her uncle's character. Their quarrels had reached this level, which was somewhat expected. Rumor had it that the 7 ninja swordsmen from the land of water's Kirigakure had gained notoriety recently, with the explosive blade of Kirigakure, Wuzai Shichibukai, wandering around the vicinity of Konoha. I believe the likelihood of his involvement is substantial, and it would be prudent to investigate, Chiharu suggested, providing a clear direction. Shizun had no objections. The simple-minded Yame, upon hearing the term explosive blade, agreed without hesitation, and Kaze and Yashimaru also expressed no dissent. However, Minato, the stubborn one, remained fixated on the burning issue. But wait, I have heard of that person, and his technique focuses on explosive tags on his blade, which wouldn't cause such extensive burning. All right, let's move. What I say goes. You should trust my judgment, Minato. Chiharu interrupted, wrapping an arm around Minato's neck and dragging him away. Hey, my neck. Oh, I see. Along the way, Minato's pale face gradually regained some color. During their journey, Chiharu explained the situation to everyone. Why are you so invested in this mission? Since it was you who caused it, wouldn't it suffice to find a scapegoat? Shizun questioned, her frustration evident, especially since she had sacrificed valuable training time to accompany him on this mission, only to discover he was merely toying with them. Chiharu shook his head, indicating that the matter was far more complex. No, this mission is not about finding the culprit. It is purely a probe into the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. The sudden revelation shifted both their attitudes. Shizun's interest was piqued, and Minato leaned closer to Chiharu, intrigued. Chiharu, can you elaborate? In an instant, all 5 of them focused intently on him. During the last Ninja World War, Kirigakure did not partake, as you might recall. Indeed, the third Hokage suspects that the Mizukage is secretly amassing strength, and coincidentally, the 7 ninja swordsmen have begun to make their presence known. At this point, except for Yamame and Yashimaru, everyone grasped the implications. Oh, so the third Hokage wants us to gather intelligence on the 7 ninja swordsmen to prepare for potential changes from Kirigakure. Very astute. Chiharu commended, ruffling Kaze's hair as he continued. This mission will span a considerable duration, so I trust you have all prepared the necessary supplies? Yes, we are ready, Minato replied, shaking the scroll in his hand, which contained their provisions. However, Chiharu, it's merely an intelligence mission. Why the need for so many supplies? Because the third Hokage is planning to take action against the leader of our route. As Chiharu had indicated. The overwhelming accumulation of tasks within Konohagakure left the leading Jonin and Chunin teams overwhelmed. Most of the freelancers had been dispatched on missions. Notably, the White Fang of Konoha had led a portion of the Umbu to investigate a rising star known as Huangtu in the Land of Earth. Within the village, aside from essential defense forces and Umbu, it was rare to encounter an idle ninja on the streets. Meanwhile, Shizun Tawanzo continued to observe Saratobi's decisions with keen interest, attempting to discern what this old friend was truly up to. However, it wasn't long before a message arrived from the root ninjas, summoning him to the Hokage's office. This left him somewhat perplexed, as it seemed that Saratobi had effectively declared war on him in secret just the day before. His actions over the years. He himself is well aware of their severity. Thus, he had long since prepared for the idea of uprooting Saratobi Hiruzen. However, even if he was eager to act today, it was rather excessive to summon him to the Hokage's office, was it not? It seemed a tad too brazen. After some contemplation, Danzo ultimately decided to pay a visit. After all, Saratobi was merely opposing him in the shadows. Publicly, he still held the status of a Konoha elder. In the Hokage's office, there should not be any issues arising. Moreover, even if he were to unite with the other elders to take action against his roots, he was not afraid of their impeachment. In summary, as long as matters remained unclear, he had little to fear. Yet upon his arrival, he discovered that things were not as he had anticipated. Besides him, two former comrades, now serving as advisors, had also been summoned, Tsunade and Mido Yaiba. The significance of their presence revolved around the issue concerning the Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. Well, since everyone was gathered, let us commence today's meeting. Saratobi Hiruzen's expression instantly contorted in struggle as he pulled out 3 documents from the side and handed them to the trio. This was a report just submitted by the intelligence department this afternoon. Danzo took the documents and immediately felt a surge of pressure. Had the tailed beasts already reached a consensus with the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village? What thoughts did the 3 elders harbor regarding this? Saratobi Hiruzen did not voice his opinion first, but instead tossed the question to Danzo and the others. I maintain my stance. Hand over the Jinchuriki to me, and I shall train the ultimate weapon capable of perfectly countering the other ninja villages. Danzo stated calmly, yet it provoked disdainful glances from the trio. Ever since the Nine Tails was captured, it had been under the attempted taming of the first Jinchuriki, Mido Uzumaki. However, he had ultimately failed. Naturally, such a statement from him was met with ruthless rebuttals from the 3. Tsunade maintained her composed demeanor. There is no cause for concern. I believe the actions of the Cloud Village are merely bluster. Tailed beasts cannot be so easily tamed. If her statement had not been completed, the third Hokage produced another document, accompanied by a photograph. After Tsunade glanced at it, she found herself at a loss for words. The photograph depicted a child of about 12 or 13 years, with dark skin, and an octopus limb extending from his back. It was unmistakably the limb of the 8 tails. What? They have tamed a tailed beast at such a young age? Hiruzen, I propose we investigate this matter thoroughly and prepare a series of defensive measures. Tsunade exclaimed, her emotions running high. Saratobi calmed her with a gentle gesture, relieved that the ninjas had been dispatched on missions. Otherwise, this meeting would undoubtedly descend into chaos. I certainly had this in mind, but I had already discussed the mission with the feudal lords yesterday. If I were to abandon it now, the compensation upon hearing this. The fiercely temperamental elders settled down. Indeed, the missions from the feudal lords could significantly stimulate Konoha's economic growth. However, the penalties for breaching contracts are also quite steep. At present, there are no powerful ninjas available for deployment. By the way, wind release. Danzo's wind release effectively counters the rakeage of the Cloud Village. Mido Yaiba suddenly recalled his old friend beside him. Hiruzen's heart leaped with joy. That is precisely what I needed to hear. Chapter 58. Unseen Depths Impossible. Danzo abruptly stood up, casting a glance at the grave-faced Hiruzen, unable to suppress his suspicions. Is this your scheme, Hiruzen? As the leader of the Roots, I must cultivate a new generation of Umbu members. I cannot easily vacate my post. Mido Yaiba was taken aback. Surprised by the intense reaction Danzo had to a mere suggestion. However, Hiruzen expressed understanding. Given the recent events, Danzo had already suffered considerable losses, so it was only natural for him to be sensitive. Yet, today's matter should not be rushed to a conclusion. After all, the proposal from Isekai'd involves a surprise attack in a few days. How could Danzo be allowed to leave now? Elder Danzo also has a plethora of documents to attend to and would not easily be dispatched to gather intelligence. Although the Cloud Village seems intent on showcasing the Jinchuriki, they will not act too rashly. Our village is currently vulnerable, so I propose we hold our position for the time being. Danzo looked at his old friend beside him, momentarily taken aback. He truly did not expect this old companion to speak in his favor. This scene was so familiar, reminiscent of that night 24 years ago, almost identical. In an instant, Danzo's thoughts drifted back to the past, to when the two could still smile and jest over a shared mission. Hiruzen, do you still cherish our past friendship? Truly, you are still too soft-hearted. I second that. Konoha must focus on its economy at present. It would be unwise to provoke the Cloud Village. Given the benefits that lay within reach, Danzo had no reason to decline. He immediately raised his hand, agreeing with Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. Mido Yaiba and Tsunade pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to the proposal. Thus, the meeting regarding the Jinchuriki incident concluded with a resolution of inaction. However, 3 days later, news of Konoha's diminished ninja presence circulated swiftly. Spies from the Cloud Village reported that the third Raikage's son, in conjunction with the new generation 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was heading towards Konoha. Yet within the village, the returning ninjas remained few. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened another elder meeting. This time, he summoned elite jonin such as Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku, who had returned to Konoha. What is happening? How did the Cloud Village come to know of Konoha's news? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Below, aside from Danzo and Orochimaru, nearly all the ninjas wore somber expressions. Clearly, they also recognized the gravity of the situation. If it were not for Konoha harboring hidden lightning ninjas, there could only be one explanation. Konoha had a mole. Darn it. It must be a ninja from the Cloud Village, remnants from the last ninja war. Uchiha Fugaku, being impulsive, was the first to rise, indignantly voicing his thoughts. Yet, this seemingly reasonable explanation did not sit well with the others. Firstly, the last ninja war primarily revolved around the Rain Village. The Land of Lightning had no direct interactions with Konoha from the outset. They had only attempted to kidnap Kushina once. However, that ninja was nearly exterminated by Uchiha Fugaku and Hatake Tsukumo, with even those who managed to escape ending up grievously injured. The medical ninjas had also fallen early on. In such a state, leaving behind a severely wounded ninja was highly unrealistic. If left untreated, survival itself would be a question, let alone hiding until now, capable of relaying information to the Land of Lightning. Thus, only one speculation remained. There is a mole from the Land of Lightning within Konoha. Soon, the Umbu relayed the latest information. Report. The Umbu has discovered new leads regarding the Cloud Village's situation. The third Hokage opened the folder, revealing several photographs within. This photograph was inadvertently captured 2 days ago by a resident while they were picnicking on the mountain. Under the shock of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Umbu provided an explanation nearby. Bang! Danzo. The third slammed the photo onto the table and, feeling as though he had been stabbed in the back by a friend, shouted at Danzo. Danzo instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly took the photo to examine it. There it was, a clear image of a root ninja fleeing from Konoha. This is bad. In that moment, Danzo realized he could not escape being implicated. Hiruzen, this isn't what you think. As Danzo panicked, the attention of the others gravitated towards the photograph. Upon recognizing its contents, they immediately cast suspicious glances in Danzo's direction. Elder Danzo, want to you explain? No, that is not one of my root ninjas. Danzo vehemently denied it. Indeed, he had dispatched the ninja in the photo 2 days prior for reconnaissance. However, given the current circumstances, admitting it would only heighten their suspicions. My route was established based on the Umbu, intended to cultivate Umbu ninjas. Everyone is under Root's control. There can't be any individuals acting independently. Yet, such a defense did little to quell the suspicions of the gathered assembly. After all, those present were well versed in the workings of Danzo's route, and they all understood Danzo's character quite well. Only Orochimaru remained unchanged, his expression as cold as ever. All right, everyone, let us not act impulsively. Any erroneous judgment could allow the perpetrator to escape. Let us not wrong the innocent. Elder Danzo, for now, we must suspend you for investigation, as your suspicion is the greatest. Upon hearing this, Danzo was naturally unwilling to accept such a verdict. How could he be suspended? The root could not withstand scrutiny. If this investigation proceeded, no. Impossible. I have not colluded with the enemy. Why should I be suspended? This is clearly a scheme to frame me. Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he regarded Danzo. The latter realized his demeanor was inappropriate and quickly ceased his shouting. After a moment of hesitation and silence, he ultimately acquiesced to the outcome. I understand. I will accept the suspension. With that, he rose and departed the conference room. Lord Hokage, should we keep a close watch? Remember to maintain your distance. Do not let him notice. Hiruzen nodded, still uncertain of what underhanded actions Danzo might undertake. As Danzo exited the Hokage's office, he ambled away with the gait of a weary elder, making his way toward the Shimura clan's estate. Be sure to clean up thoroughly. Do not let Sarutobi discover anything. And eliminate Miyazuki. If he is found, there will be no need for Root to exist. Danzo whispered to himself. Understood. Came a faint voice from the nearby foliage, which swiftly faded into silence. Hiruzen, are you truly considering my well-being? Or are you merely orchestrating your schemes, playing a role in my downfall? What part do you truly play in this storm? I find myself increasingly perplexed by you. Chapter 59. The village hidden in the mist. Hey Haru, why are we hiding here? Aren't we supposed to be looking for Nuri Shinpachi? In the cargo hold. Minato nudged Haru as they awkwardly concealed themselves amid the cargo. Well, Nuri Shinpachi isn't going anywhere. The land of water is his homeland. We could simply wait for him there. Why go through all this trouble? But isn't it too dangerous for just the two of us to venture into the land of water? Minato still harbored concerns. It wasn't their safety he worried about. Given their strength, they could escape even if trouble arose in the village hidden in the mist. His concern lay with the other four. Due to the perilous nature of their mission, Haru had arranged for the remaining four to disembark in the land of hot water, providing them with some funds for leisure. Initially, Tsukihime was vehemently opposed to such a decision, eager to partake in the ambush alongside Haru and Minato. However, Haru had countered her insistence, asserting that one among the four needed to assume a leadership role. After some reflection, Tsukihime conceded, recognizing that among them, she was indeed the most rational and composed. During Haru and Minato's absence, she would be best suited to care for the others. Ultimately, she reluctantly agreed, insisting she would join them next time. What is there to fear? Whether it's us or the others, this separation will benefit us immensely. Acting independently will hone our abilities. They cannot remain under our wings indefinitely. It is prudent to cultivate their composure during solo missions. Haru's reasoning was undeniably sound. Having finally exited the village for a mission, it was essential to grow as much as possible. Yet, Minato still felt uneasy about the abruptness of their separation, worried the others might mishandle certain details. After all, the land of hot water was not without its formidable ninjas. Shoo, someone else coming. Just as Minato sought to voice his concerns, Haru perceptively sensed movement outside the hold. Footsteps were approaching. Adjust your breathing to minimize fluctuations. Haru quietly instructed Minato before silently vanishing from his position, leaping atop the cargo near the door. Creak. The hatch opened, revealing a narrow beam of light. Haru squinted downwards. Two ninjas adorned with Mist Village forehead protectors entered. How is the situation proceeding? Have you investigated thoroughly? Although all the Leaf ninjas have been dispatched, the key figures remain inactive. Excellent. What about the investigation into Nanku Haru? Hearing this, Haru's heart tightened, and he listened intently. Regarding that, there haven't been any significant rumors in recent years, and his abilities remain unknown. The only information we have is his title of Nanku Hell from Sunagakure, alongside some of his achievements on the battlefield against the sand. That suffices. Let us return and report. With that, the two departed the cargo hold. Haru swiftly returned to Minato's side. It's clear, they've left. A sigh of relief escaped Minato. Had they been discovered? Although they had no fear of a ship full of ninjas, the vessel's destruction would have been disastrous. Not to mention the potential labeling of Konoha as instigators of conflict against the Mist Village. Thankfully, they remained undetected, otherwise, it would have been a grave complication. The Mist Village had been biding its time, appearing poised to strike, extending its claws towards Konoha. After all, we were the second most affected ninja village in the last war. Minato echoed, simultaneously recognizing the severity of the situation. How is your technique coming along? Chushu furrowed his brow and posed an intriguing question to Minato. Is it that technique awarded by the third Hokage after the last war? Well, I have nearly mastered it. Therefore, the distance should not be a concern. Minato was puzzled, but before he could inquire further, the cargo ship had already docked. With a swift motion, Chushu led Minato out the moment the cabin door opened. They disembarked into the crowd. Wait, Chushu, what did you mean by the distance not being a problem? Minato questioned. Oh, while I was in the land of soup, I handed your kunai to phone. Really? Wait, you wouldn't mean. Chushu nodded with a smile. You guessed it. Very clever. Minato was taken aback. But that's several dozen nautical miles away. If you actually let him fly there, he would be completely drained. Oh, don't worry about that. I will assist you. You will help? Shoo, don't speak, follow me. Just as Minato was about to protest, Chushu covered his mouth and pulled him into the bushes. There are some formidable individuals nearby. Minato quickly fell silent and followed Chushu's gaze to see a ninja with a large sword strapped to his back, his face wrapped in bandages, encountering a tall, orange-haired, rotund ninja who carried a weapon wrapped in bandages as well. They were two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The bandaged man was called Pipa Jizu, wielding the decapitation blade, while the orange-haired ninja was named Sujetsu Hozuki, wielding the sword known as the Samahata. Minato recalled their profiles. The decapitation blade's ability to absorb blood and repair itself was particularly memorable, as was the Samahata's ability to consume an opponent's chakra, an essential trait in ninja combat. Chushu, however, was more intrigued by the Samahata, remembering that it could not indirectly absorb chakra in the original narrative. His fire techniques were broad in scope, rendering him immune to the Samahata's abilities, as long as he maintained distance. What do you think, Chushu? Shall we engage them? Minato inquired, still seeking Chushu's opinion. However, Chushu had no intention of testing their strength just yet, while they were within the realm of known intelligence. He felt that the information on Kurisame's long blade and Kiri's explosive blade was still insufficient. No, we do not need to confront them now. We require more intelligence on other ninja swords. With that, the two departed from the dock, setting up discrete chakra threads at various locations beforehand. Now, they simply needed to wait patiently for their quarry. I hope there are some interesting places in Kirigakure. Chapter 60, Black Ho Raiga Wow. Minato, there are so many fascinating things here. Chushu exclaimed. Look at this. It seems to be a newly released television. Wait, Chushu, don't run so fast. And keep your voice down. Minato trailed behind, his head wrapped in a scarf, clad in casual attire, his face flushed as he urged Chushu to lower his volume. After all, the name Minato sounded quite feminine. Well, we've finally come out, and with Kirigakure just opening its diplomatic doors, how can we not explore a bit? Chushu had also put considerable effort into his appearance, his long, dark hair tied back, a headband across his forehead pushing his bangs up, coupled with his handsome features. He exuded vitality, elegance, and a rugged masculinity. Minato, on the other hand, with his fair complexion, appeared somewhat feminine after donning the scarf. If he remained silent, one might mistake him for a captivating little girl. Unfortunately, Minato's earlier shout had caused the curious gazes of nearby men to retract. He lowered his head and moved closer to Chushu. Hey Chushu, didn't we come to gather intelligence? Why are we shopping instead? Chushu felt a sense of discomfort with Minato's proximity, hastily distancing himself. Just imagine, a charming young boy whispering in your ear. Cough, cough, don't be in such a rush. Discretion is key. In the bustling streets, the vigilance of the ninjas is at its lowest. Conversely, if we are spotted in the woods by patrolling ninjas, we would be easily exposed. But, Minato hesitated. Chushu's reasoning was indeed sound, yet he felt increasingly uncomfortable, sensing the peculiar gazes of those around him. Earlier, it was manageable, but as soon as he spoke, many retracted their looks, while others gazed at him with renewed fervor. Chushu found the situation amusing. He merely wished to blend in as an ordinary person and had not anticipated that Minato's transformation would yield such effects. However, soon the humor faded as he felt an unsettling gaze fixed upon him. Looking around, he discovered several women observing him and Minato intently. Oh no, you've brought this upon yourself. Chushu chuckled inwardly, recognizing the implications of their glances. It was clear that they had misconstrued the nature of his relationship with Minato, likely due to Minato's previous actions. Suddenly, a strange disturbance caught Chushu's attention within his perception range. Though subtle, it was highly noticeable amidst the ordinary streets. Leaning towards Minato, he whispered, "Find an excuse to divert attention, and meet me at the training ground we passed earlier." Minato nodded, eager to escape the spotlight. Chushu's voice felt like a lifeline. "I'll go to the restroom. You can explore for now." With that, Chushu turned down an alley, leaving a bewildered Minato in his wake. "Hey, wait. You took my excuse." Minato protested as he scanned his surroundings, under the peculiar and lewd stares. He hurried after Chushu into the alley. "Wait for me. I need to go too." As Minato entered the alley, cheers erupted from the crowd. Come on. Let us place our bets. I wager 1,000 Ryo for an hour." "Huh, 1,000 Ryo? I'll bet 30,000. Wait, aren't they just going to the restroom? Why an hour?" A young woman questioned, her confusion evident. "Shoo, kiddo, go away. Avoid the dirty minds of these uncles." Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Chushu stood in disbelief as he watched Minato follow him. "What are you doing here? Is there a problem?" Minato replied, puzzled. As a remarkably mature 16-year-old, Chushu could almost envision the lewd expressions on the faces of the bystanders when they saw Watergate following him. Alas, this situation has been solidified, but it matters not. After all, they do not know us. Let us proceed. Despite feeling a sense of indignation, there was an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Observing Watergate's bewildered expression, Chushu understood that it was unintentional, which caused him to chuckle despite his irritation. However, since the occurrence was inevitable, there was no need to dwell on it any further. Watergate, confused, called out to Chushu as he changed direction, hastily advising him, "Chushu, you're heading the wrong way. That path does not lead to the training ground." Almost stumbling, Chushu regained his balance on another rooftop. "Are you a fool? You've already followed me. Why bother with the training ground? Just keep going." "Huh. Oh, right." Watergate finally grasped the situation and quickly followed suit. "So, Chushu, what are we going to do?" "Of course, we are going to gather intelligence." With that, Chushu retrieved a scroll from his backpack, summoning 2 sets of red ninja attire and 2 headbands from the rock village. "Wow, you prepared so thoroughly?" "Naturally. I just discovered a lead on the wielder of the lightning blade, the Black Ho-Raiga. Given his speed and direction, he is evidently on a mission, making this a prime opportunity." Upon hearing this, Watergate became cautious, quickly stowing away his headband and changing out of his attire. Chushu also completed his transformation swiftly. The highest priority regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen's missions lies with the lightning blade and the dull blade. The wielders of the long blade and explosive blade are rather reckless, making it easier to extract information from them. The information regarding the great blade Samahata and the decapitation blade has already been leaked. The identity of the double-bladed flatfish's wielder remains too secretive, with no appearance ever revealed, thus falling outside the scope of intelligence gathering. Now that a higher priority target has emerged, there is no need for them to wait for the others still outside. By the way, do you know Earth Release Ninjutsu? "Ah, yes, Jiraiya-sensei taught me." "Good. Just don't give us away." After saying this, Chushu formed hand seals, and a puff of white smoke enveloped him. In the next moment, a rugged man appeared before Watergate. "How do I look? Not bad, right? Wow, you truly resemble a bona fide rock village ninja." "All right then, it's my turn." Chapter 61. Who will face the challenge? Tanzo, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. In the Shimura clan grounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat across from Tanzo. Today, he was dressed in casual attire, not donning the Hokage robe, seemingly wishing to reduce the pressure on Tanzo. Tanzo appeared rather nonchalant during the last meeting. He had indeed been taken aback by Sarutobi's sudden outburst. However, recent days spent in isolation had allowed him to reflect deeply on many matters. Perhaps someone had been guiding him from behind, or perhaps he had truly let go of past sentiments. Regardless, he seemed intent on challenging Sarutobi. The arrival of this day had been anticipated by Tanzo. The covert assassinations and alliances with external enemies had all been orders he had given, both overtly and covertly. As long as Sarutobi sought to investigate, he would inevitably trace it back to Tanzo. Yet he felt no regret, for the position of Hokage had always been his aspiration. "Lord Hokage, what brings you here today?" "Haha, let us not stand on ceremony. I come as your comrade today." Reflecting on it, it has been quite a while since we shared a drink and a conversation. Sarutobi took a sip of his drink, reminiscing. "In our younger days, I and Kagami would often share laughter and joy together. Alas, now it is only you and I." Tanzo gazed at his teacup, his thoughts drifting back to those bygone days. Indeed, those were simpler times, devoid of the intricate machinations and rivalries that now defined their lives. There was only merriment at the table and a shared yearning for life. Kagami had once been his teammate, rescuing him from peril on numerous occasions. However, Tanzo glanced down at his hand, the remnants of the past bittersweet in his mind. Let us not dwell too much on the past, Hiruzen. Ah, indeed, Tanzo. Please assist me. Saratobi's tone shifted, his expression suddenly grave. Tanzo seemed to have anticipated this request. Sparing it little attention, he leisurely sipped his tea before responding. Lord Hokage, I am no longer a Konoha elder. The Shimura clan has many affairs to attend to. So I must, Tanzo. I implore you, as a comrade, if we can secure a victory this time, I will have grounds to reinstate you. Tanzo halted mid-sip, his gaze sharpening as it fixed on Saratobi. Hiruzen, you must understand that the camaraderie we once shared cannot be restored. I also recognize that you will not treat me as you once did. Therefore, let us refrain from discussing this further. At these words, Saratobi's expression grew despondent, his spine bending once more. Is that so? I understand. He finished the last sip of his drink, then rose and returned to the Hokage building. Convey to the other elders and Jonin that a Hokage meeting is to be convened. Remember, ensure they arrive discreetly, avoiding the gaze of the root ninjas. Understood. The Umbu ninja departed swiftly from the Hokage building. Meanwhile, at the Shimura clan grounds, Tanzo summoned Yoshiro Kazuma to inquire about the root's situation. How are things with the root? Has everything been dealt with? It has been resolved, but, hearing the first half of the sentence, Tanzo felt a sense of satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable. As long as no one could be found, Saratobi would have no reason to continue his demotion, and he would remain the same root leader. However, Yamashiro's hesitance stirred an uneasy feeling within him. But what? Lord Hokage did not send anyone to investigate. Tanzo's expression shifted slightly. This was unexpected. Wasn't he his aim to find a root? What, then, was the purpose? Now, Tanzo found himself in a precarious situation. Saratobi's maneuvering left him perplexed. If his demotion was not due to the root, then what was the intention? Tanzo closed his eyes, struggling to comprehend. And Saratobi? After his departure, did he take any actions? No notable movements were detected. However, according to Oda, he saw Umbu leaving the Hokage office, heading southeast. Southeast? That is the direction of the Saratobi clan grounds. What exactly are you planning, Hiruzen? Tanzo sipped his tea, pondering the implications of it all. I see. You may go now. Yes. Oh, and arrange for me to meet with Hanzo of the Salamander. Hiruzen, what is this matter of such importance that you require us to meet in secrecy? Do you not realize that we two old fellows are not like the young ones? Must you impose such demands? In the conference room, Toka Tsukikage began to voice her grievances before the assembled ninjas, showing no regard for Saratobi Hiruzen's authority. Mitomenka, sitting nearby, also expressed his dissatisfaction but refrained from interjecting. Enough, Toka, Menka, please take your seats. Saratobi Hiruzen, understanding their temperaments, chose not to comment further. I am curious about the significance of today's meeting. Both were filled with indignation as they sat down, yet they noticed the absence of Shimura Danzo. It seemed unlikely that the matters at hand were of great importance, as it would be inappropriate to exclude Danzo otherwise. Ninjas on the front lines reported that the AB brothers from Kumogakure had already entered the land of fire. Does anyone have any suggestions? Hiruzen inquired. Suddenly, Toka called out. Wait, Hiruzen. He turned to her, realizing that such a crucial issue warranted Danzo's involvement. Despite his demotion, he remained a vital member of Konoha. With a sigh, Hiruzen replied, I have already spoken with Elder Danzo. His stance is unwavering. He refuses to send any ninjas into battle. With that, the third Hokage averted his gaze. Toka and Mito exchanged glances, astonished. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a decisive refusal from Danzo. Given the prior evidence, it was apparent that inviting him to the meeting was inappropriate. Consequently, both fell silent, refraining from discussing Danzo further. But he is a high-ranking official of Konoha. How could he? Other Jonin exhibited expressions of rage, while a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. This is precisely the effect I desired. It seems that Shuka's strategy is indeed effective, now that the ramifications of Danzo's betrayal were evident. It was time for Hiruzen to garner the goodwill that arose from this contrast. Let it be known that Elder Danzo oversees the root division and often operates in the shadows, engaging with those individuals. I trust he has been led astray, and we should not harbor suspicions against him any longer. Upon hearing this, The assembled ninjas regarded him with newfound admiration. Soon after, several stood up, eager to accept the mission against Kumogakure. If that is the case, Lord Hokage, I am willing to undertake the mission to confront the Raijin. Lord Hokage, count me in. I too. Hiruzen feigned astonishment while secretly reveling in their enthusiasm. Chapter 62, Thunderblade Indeed. Chuka's strategy for Hiruzen was akin to Liu Bei's approach. In public, he feigned benevolence. Yet, true benevolence is represented by your capacity for forgiveness toward Danzo. Showcase your charisma to inspire those with a righteous outlook to willingly serve you. The Hokage. This is the art of manipulation. As for Danzo, let those in the shadows deal with him while you maintain a clean distance, simply guiding from above. However, it was evident that Hiruzen only grasped the first half of this strategy, misinterpreting the latter portion. Chuka intended for those harboring grievances against Shimura Danzo or fiercely loyal to him as Hokage to take action. These individuals would naturally possess some influence and authority. Yet, Hiruzen misconstrued the term shadows as referring to the Umbu. This misunderstanding elucidated why Danzo could immediately suspect Hiruzen's involvement. The angle of the photograph, taken from the position observing his root ninjas, could only have been captured by Umbu. Nevertheless, Hiruzen felt a sense of gratification as he witnessed the fervor of the Jonin rallying to protect Konoha. As Hokage, he genuinely felt joy. Yet, amidst this fervor, none among them were capable of confronting the AB brothers, necessitating the selection of a leader for the mission. Everyone, please settle down. I acknowledge your fervent love for Konoha and your strong desire to defend your homeland. However, after a passionate speech, Hiruzen felt satisfied. Now, the pivotal moment had arrived. Currently, in the village, there existed only one individual capable of leading these Jonin, and that person stood before Hiruzen. Therefore, Orochimaru, please lead these brave souls to confront the ninjas from Kumogakure. Orochimaru, seated, smirked coldly and replied in a hoarse voice, "You are too kind, Master Hiruzen." Hiruzen regarded his disciple with a faint smile. Do not burden yourself excessively. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat and report back. Orochimaru merely bowed coldly and subsequently departed with the assembled Jonin toward the intelligence point. In truth, the AB brothers had indeed received news from Kumogakure, heading toward Konoha to gather intelligence. However, they were unaware that their movements had already been thoroughly tracked. The root of this predicament stemmed from the trap laid against Danzo. The bait was a group of lightning ninjas captured during the Second Shinobi World War. To counter Danzo, the information was deliberately leaked to Kumogakure. Once Kumogakure made a move, it would be easy to explain that they were launching a surprise attack on Konoha. As for Kumogakure's intentions, they were hardly of concern. The Second Shinobi War had not long passed, and Kumogakure and Iwagakure had been embroiled in conflict. Thus, it was improbable that they would expend ninjas for a surprise attack unless they sought total annihilation. This was precisely why Chuka dared to orchestrate such a plan. Meanwhile, he remained concealed, engaging in skirmishes within Kirigakure, creating diversions. Presently, he was following Minato and the Black Scythe Raijin. Any signs of others? Minato, now transformed into a portly figure, inquired. Chuka opened his eyes and shook his head. None. He is still on the move, likely heading toward the northern beach. Minato proposed. Should I intercept him? No need. We are nearing our destination. If there are individuals at the beach, our battle here should draw their attention. With that, Chuka rose and leaped forward alongside Minato. You engage directly. I will scout ahead for intelligence. Understood. Be cautious of his blade. Try to engage from a distance. Employing wind release. Minato nodded, and Chuka veered off, accelerating ahead. Wind release, gale palm. A sudden chill enveloped the air, prompting Raijin to break abruptly and roll aside. Boom. The gale palm struck the thick branch, creating a sizable hole. Raijin felt the fabric of his shirt tear from the impact and quickly heightened his vigilance. Who goes there? The thunder blade materialized in his hand, crackling with lightning as he infused it with chakra. The surroundings fell silent, devoid of any unusual presence. Yet, Raijin understood that he must not let his guard down. In the shadows, Minato observed the changes in Raijin's thunderblade from within the foliage. Can the infusion of chakra truly unleash such formidable power? Very well, let us test its might. Wind release, wind fork. In the next instant, 3 swirling gusts converged into a trident shape, hurtling toward Thunderblade. How infuriating. Is that where you are? Lightning blade, falling thunder. Black Hole quickly reacted, slicing his dual blades in the direction where Minato was concealed, and a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens. Yet, there was no sound. Only a dark piece of wood fell from a tree. Humph, has he fled? Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. As the dual blades blocked the wind fork, Leia, having relaxed his guard, felt a sudden wriggling beneath his feet. So swift, the dual blades swiftly plunged into the ground, dispersing the lightning chakra all around. With the influence of the lightning release, the earth attribute chakra was directly dispelled, rendering the Yellow Springs Swamp ineffective. Leia scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the assailant. Like an elusive loach, I shall compel you to reveal yourself. Lightning blade, thunder web. In an instant, 100-meter radius around Leia was engulfed in lightning. Oh no, a coarse voice emanated from the trees. Leia turned to see a burly ninja in red clothing plummeting from the branches. Humph, from a Wagakure is it? They even dispatched a wind-release ninja to confront me? How vexing. I intended to probe further. Minato merely twisted his neck, ignoring Black Hole Leia's words. Hey, what is your purpose in infiltrating here? Is a Wagakure seeking war with Kirigakure? Do you think I would betray my village? Minato remained silent, striving to portray an IWA ninja wholly dedicated to his village. Not speaking? Then perish. Black Hole Leia wasted no time, swinging his lightning blade toward Minato. Lightning blade, thunder chase. Minato's heart raced. After their previous encounters, he was still somewhat shaken by the blade's power. He dared not let his guard down. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning and hurricane clashed midway, tearing at one another until the two techniques ultimately canceled each other out. Minato hurriedly formed hand seals, but his opponent required no such intricate steps. In an instant, a bolt of lightning magnified rapidly before Minato's eyes. Lightning blade, lightning flash. Curse it. It's a graveyard. How unfortunate. Chapter 63. The Abi brothers. The scene seemed to come to a standstill. Minato turned to look at the newly arrived Chushu. Black Hole Leia's face twisted in madness, transforming into a streak of lightning, about to strike Minato. Chushu observed the unfolding drama, bewildered by the situation. By the time he processed the events, the lightning was already less than 10 meters from Minato. Seeing that Minato could not evade, Chushu clapped his hands and shouted, "Fire release, flame burst." Boom. In an instant, flames erupted from Minato, intertwining with the fleeting lightning. Uft. A narrow gash blossomed across Minato's chest. Blood spilled forth, but the wound was quickly cauterized by the flames. Black Hole Leia gazed at the charred blade, feeling a twinge of regret. TSK, is there still someone else? Such ninjutsu, is it a secret technique? Earth release, quake core. Chushu wasted no time, swiftly forming seals and slamming his hands onto the ground. The earth trembled, causing Black Hole Leia to lose his balance. How vile a sneak attack. You Wagakure ninjas are truly despicable. Earth release, chaotic earth spear technique. As his opponent leaped away, Chushu formed seals once more. Sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Black Hole Leia's landing spot. Lightning blade, thunder field. As the dual blades sliced through the earth, a ring of lightning converged, clearing the terrain. Black Hole Leia landed firmly, glancing around but finding no sign of the two. Have they hidden away again? Lightning blade, thunder web. Once more, a multitude of lightning bolts rained down within 100-meter radius. Yet this time, they struck nothing. Humph, it seems they have fled. Black Hole Leia sheathed his lightning blade behind him. The earth release's strength was considerable, and with a wind release ninja present, was a Wagakure deliberately trying to ambush me? They truly underestimate me. They must be of Chunin rank. This configuration, coupled with the attire and forehead protector of a Wagakure, led Black Hole Leia, lacking in intellect, to draw incorrect conclusions. This also validated that Chushu's preparations were quite effective. However, Minato's injury caused him to reflect. Am I hindering Minato's growth? At 16, Minato lacks the cunning and decisiveness he should possess. Instead, he seems somewhat blunt. Given the recent skirmish, Minato's combat capabilities should not have led to such a predicament. Observing Minato, who was grimacing in pain yet pressing on, Chushu felt a mix of emotions. After returning, he should ensure Minato receives more combat training. Perhaps the last ninja war did not provide adequate experience. I should not have let Uncle Guji assist him. It's all right, Chushu. Minato noticed Chushu's contemplative gaze upon his wound, mistakenly believing he was concerned for his injury. I underestimated my opponent. If it weren't for your flames cushioning the blow, I might have perished. Furthermore, I owe you my gratitude for helping to seal the wound. Chushu stared blankly at Minato, having been lost in thought about the plan he had devised for him, completely missing what Minato had just said. Yet, seeing the radiant smile on Minato's face, Chushu nodded in vague agreement. Haha, as long as you are happy. Huh, by the way, can you still fight normally? Chushu hurriedly changed the subject, sensing a disturbance in the chakra line left at the dock. Yes, I can manage. The wound isn't deep. Then let us proceed with caution. The chakra line at the dock is active. Have those two targets returned? Minato immediately comprehended whom Chushu referred to. Chushu nodded. Yes, although those two have some discord, their strength is formidable. Ah, I see. Minato recognized his own shortcomings. The recent battle had taught him the necessity of constant vigilance in combat. This was something he had never experienced before, as previous foes were either too weak or there were allies nearby to assist. This realization had eluded him until now. Engaging Black Hole Leia in a solo confrontation made it clear, battles among ninjas are incredibly multifaceted. Underestimating an opponent without understanding their strength could cost one their life. If not for Chushu's timely return and the technique he had imparted, he likely would have met his demise. I must exercise even greater caution. Chushu still felt a twinge of unease. Turning to the tense Minato, he clapped a hand on his shoulder. Fear not, I won't stray too far this time. Remember to prepare. As soon as I employ a large-scale ninjutsu, you must use that technique to whisk me away. Understood. Seeing that Minato was indeed in good shape, Chushu felt reassured. Together, they hastened toward the dock. At the dock of the Land of Water, No Pair and Shunba had just disembarked from their vessel. Damn it. If it weren't for you, the mission would have been completed long ago. Heh, it's clearly you who is holding me back, you fool. What? Do you want to fight? Humph. I'll kill you. These two continue to bicker fiercely whenever they meet, with Woolly Shiba exhibiting a penchant for explosive confrontations, showing no mercy even to teammates. He is perpetually eager to take down Lishan Chuanwan. Conversely, Lishan Chuanwan is equally cold-hearted and uncompromising. However, the constraints imposed by the Mizukage prevent either from truly crossing the line. This mission is no different. The two, already at odds, find themselves quarreling over a trivial matter once again, and it seems a physical altercation is imminent. Suddenly, a few ninjas rush over, managing to mediate the situation. Lord Woolly Shiba, we should report back now. The Mizukage is waiting. Lord Lishan Chuanwan, you wouldn't want the Mizukage to find out about your scuffle, would you? At this, they fall silent, exchanging glares. Humph. I'll settle the score with you next time. Subsequently, the two, accompanied by a group of ninjas, head towards the hidden mist village. Unbeknownst to them, two imposters are also making their way towards them. This mutual rush towards confrontation promises to ignite an unexpected spark on the outskirts of the hidden mist village. Meanwhile, within the Land of Fire, just outside of Konoha, the AB brothers have set up camp with several ninjas to discuss their operational strategy. The focus of this mission is primarily on infiltration. Everyone, conceal yourselves. Once we find the village vulnerable, we will converge at the Uchiha clan's territory. Yes, the lower-ranking ninjas respond in unison. Bye, you'll accompany me. You are my best partner and the hope of our village. Sure, big brother. I won't let you down. A bead of sweat trickles down A.S. brow. After all this time, he still struggles to adapt to Kurabi's manner of speaking. However, he has grown somewhat accustomed to it, having become immune to such verbal idiosyncrasies. All right, let us proceed as discussed. Dismissed. Report. Some ninjas have been spotted outside of Konoha. What? They discovered us so soon? We haven't even infiltrated yet. Feels a sense of absurdity wash over him. He acknowledges that Konohagakure's intelligence department is indeed formidable, especially with a young talent named Mori no Ibi appearing on the scene. Yet, how could they have been detected before even commencing their operation? This doesn't add up. Scratches his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Kurabi surmises the situation, concluding that their plan has been compromised, perhaps by a traitor within their ranks. However, upon glancing at his brother, he realizes that they would rather attribute their predicament to Konohagakure's prowess than entertain the notion of an insider. He chooses to remain silent. Indeed, the Yatsuki clan managed to unify so many families to form their own ninja village, relying solely on unwavering trust among the villagers. Given this, there is no need to engage them head-on. It is better to exhaust them before retreating. Following that, we can disperse and infiltrate in batches. Kurabi devises a solution, and upon hearing it, AS's eyes light up as he turns to Kurabi. Uh-huh. That's a splendid idea. It seems bringing you along was worthwhile. He then instructs the other ninjas to regroup after withdrawal, forming teams of 3, and to await the return of Konohagakure's forces before initiating their infiltration plan. He emphasizes that if they can infiltrate, they should. If discovered, they must prioritize escape. Yes, the ninjas respond in unison, while Kurabi observes each of their expressions, his sunglasses concealing his gaze, making it difficult to detect any underlying treachery. Naturally, the traitor's demeanor is revealed without reservation. Is that you, Buzan? Kurabi silently commits this potential informant to memory, choosing not to alert anyone. He understands that speaking up now would only result in being thwarted by his brother, potentially leading to a quarrel. Yet, for the sake of ensuring the mission's success, he resolves to have a thorough discussion with Buzan later that night. Lord Orochimaru. The camp is set up 3,000 meters from Konohagakure, and it seems they have discovered us. On the other side, the ninjas from Konohagakure are also closely monitoring the movements of the Cloud Village forces. Yet, Orochimaru is well aware of the third Hokage's intentions, understanding that this conflict serves as a mere pretext. Thus, he prefers to avoid combat whenever possible. Let them be. We need not concern ourselves too much. With a sly grin, Orochimaru casually issues his orders. The reporting ninja sees nothing amiss, as avoiding conflict is the optimal outcome for Konohagakure. However, this situation lasts only a day. The next day, urgent news arrives from the front lines. The ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village have advanced and are gathering, charging towards the area overseen by Orochimaru. Orochimaru's response is succinct: engage. Yet, it is evident to any observant eye that both sides are engaging in a rather lackadaisical manner. In fact, the Abi brothers hardly make any moves, merely practicing their skills before retreating. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continues to patrol the surroundings, ensuring that Sarutobi Hiruzen has something to report. In Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen observes the root ninjas rushing outside the village through a crystal ball. He recognizes the child from the Yamanaka clan, clearly identifying the orange hair. After some contemplation, he dispatches a skilled stealth ninja to follow. Moonlight Ryusei, an original character, father of Shippuden's protagonist, a brown-haired Umbu steps out from the shadows. Thanks to his unique ninjutsu, the third Hokage frequently assigns him to such missions. Yes, Lord Third, be cautious. The Yamanaka clan possesses strong sensory abilities, and this child is exceptionally gifted. I understand. The third Hokage nods, and then Moonlight Ryusei vanishes in an instant from the Hokage's office. Danzo, since you remain unwilling to stay put, I must graciously accept the opportunity you've provided. My old friend, allow me to grant you one final gesture of respect. Hey, you all, don't go too far. In the land of water, a few individuals leisurely stroll through the streets. Isekai'd, Jaimel, and Yamatsuki are indulging in their favorite shops. Among them, Isekai'd is the most exuberant, relishing the rare opportunity to explore the peaceful land of water. How could she not enjoy herself? As such, she has spent the entire day in an accessory store, adorned with trinkets on her head, wrists, and neck. Due to the land of water's unique geographical position and expensive goods, their funds are rapidly dwindling. Isekai'd has already exhausted her own money and even borrowed some from Yamatsuki. Jaimel, on the other hand, has indulged in a plethora of delightful snacks. Yamatsuki's expenditures are the least among the trio, primarily spent on manga and toys, showcasing that, even at 16, he remains quite childlike. However, as Tsukihime glances at the mere tens of thousands of ryo left in her bag, anxiety begins to creep in. This is their only remaining reserve. If they continue to spend at this rate, they may find themselves completely broke within a day. Don't worry too much, Tsukihime. Perhaps Asahi and the others will return soon. Isekai'd remains as carefree as ever. Having spent 2 days here, the wonders of the land of soup have captivated them with many unfamiliar sights. In their excitement, they found themselves purchasing more than intended, coming from affluent families. They had little concept of money, and it was only recently that Yueji realized their expenditures had become rather extravagant. As the days passed, the banknotes left by Chushu and the money they had brought with them dwindled rapidly, akin to a flowing stream. This situation began to evoke a sense of urgency in Yueji, who had initially been entrusted with high expectations by Chushu. They were still uncertain as to when he would return, and their funds were nearly depleted. Are you all aware that our spending has been excessive? Yueji questioned. In just 2 days, we've already spent close to 500,000 taels. Is it really that much? Feng replied, a look of confusion on her face. Indeed, Yueji declared, pulling out the last of their funds. This is all that's left. You must be more frugal. Chushu could return at any moment. Is this truly all we have left? Feng's disappointment was palpable. She had just seen many intriguing pieces of jewelry in a store, but lamented that they could no longer afford them. Exactly. So let us be more economical. The trio finally acknowledged their extravagant spending and nodded in agreement. However, the four of them, being novices in the world beyond their village, were oblivious to the principle of discreet wealth. When Yueji had revealed their money, it quickly drew the attention of two pairs of watchful eyes. Who? Yueji's keen instincts sensed the presence of ill intentions. Yet, with the throngs of people in the streets, she could not pinpoint the source. What's wrong? Feng inquired. I feel as though someone is watching us. Are you being overly sensitive? Perhaps, Shankei responded nonchalantly, as they were all skilled ninjas and felt little threat from mere samurai. The others shared this sentiment, but Yueji remained vigilant, an unsettling premonition lingering in her mind. Something is amiss. She insisted. Chapter 65, Danger Big Brother. Those young ones are carrying a fortune. Let us seize it, and we can gamble it back. In a narrow alley, two pairs of bloodshot eyes were fixated on Yueji and her companions. The long swords at their waists and the wooden clogs at their feet betrayed their identities. They trailed behind the four with an insidious plan taking shape in their minds. Hiss, what is that? Feng asked as she saw Yueji tearing down a poster. Fugitive from the Iron Country, a brother of the Ronin, formidable in strength. A wanted criminal? Yueji's demeanor turned grave as she scrutinized the details below. These two fugitives fled from the Iron Country and are likely hiding in the water and soup countries. This revelation triggered memories of her prior unease. Yueji understood that her instincts had not been unfounded. It was highly probable that these two individuals were indeed watching them. Everyone, stay alert and exercise caution. Are you being too cautious, Yueji? We are ninjas, after all. How could we fear two samurai? Shankei dismissed her concerns, showing little regard for the two lurking figures. Yueji's expression was one of incredulity. Did Shankei always possess such arrogance? While she agreed that the threat posed by the samurai was minimal, shouldn't a ninja maintain a constant state of vigilance? Do not misunderstand. You cannot even defeat me, she admonished. Moreover, there are many renowned for their swordsmanship in the ninja world. After her lecture, Shankei fell silent, feeling as though he were facing a teacher. I understand. I will be cautious. Amused, Feng stifled a laugh at the exchange. What is it? Yueji asked, puzzled by her laughter. Nothing. I just think you would make an excellent teacher. At her words, Yueji felt an unexpected flush of embarrassment. What are you saying? Since Chushu and Mizumoto entrusted me to guide you, I must take my responsibilities seriously. While they conversed, they remained oblivious to the fact that the crowd around them was thinning. All right, enough chatter. We should return to the inn. Wait, why is the street suddenly deserted? Yueji noticed the absence of passers-by. Perhaps they have gone to rest or have other matters to attend to, Feng speculated. I think they may have gone to dinner. Yueji shot a glance at the two unreliable companions and suddenly felt a chill of foreboding. Oh no, we must leave quickly. No sooner had she spoken than a glint of steel flashed from behind them. Danger! Yueji quickly drew her kunai, pulling Feng to shield her from an incoming strike. Clang! With the first clash, an overwhelming force sent Yueji hurtling backward, crashing into 2 or 3 market stalls. Yueji, cough, be careful behind you. Shankei, intending to assist, felt a jolt of anxiety at Yueji's warning. He hastily reached for his kunai to defend against an attack from behind, but his abilities were insufficient to counter the desperate assailants. Slicing into his shoulder, the blade became lodged against bone. If not for the wear and tear from prolonged evasion, the strike could have severed his arm entirely. Haha, little brat, die? Shankei, you scoundrel. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Meanwhile, Feng had engaged another Ronin. But the adversary's strength was formidable. A mere sword draw dispatched her technique with ease. Haha, ninjas. Such feeble ninjas. Hand over your heads and your wealth, and I shall graciously accept. Clang. Another clash forced Feng into a crouch as the enemy pressed forward. Wind style, vacuum sphere. 2 bullet-like gusts shot towards the assailants, compelling them to retreat. Oh, quite impressive. Noticing the 2 bullet holes embedded in the wall, the Ronin turned their gaze to Yueji. Let us deal with you first. Multiplication technique. However, before they could act, a large hand descended upon them. T.S. One sword style, flash. The 2 assailants underestimated the presence of Jaimel. who swiftly countered with a quick draw, forcing foam and the injured Shanke backward. Damn it! Despite the pain, Shanke struggled to retrieve a kunai from his waist. His right arm could barely lift, the muscle connection severed. Even forming hand seals was a challenge, rendering him a significant burden. Do not concern yourselves with me. Subdue the enemy first. Stop saying foolish things. In a flash, Yueji appeared beside them, her kunai enveloped in a layer of wind chakra. However, it was evident that this technique was not yet mastered, as the green chakra continued to seep uncontrollably. How could I possibly abandon my comrades? Tsukihime raised her hand to block a strike, deflecting the katana away. Isekai'd, coordinate with us. Jimaru, butterfly transformation. Oh, Tsukihime methodically organized the positions of the three. She herself, emulating Haruai, maneuvered between the two rogue ninjas using instantaneous movement. However, due to the exhaustion from the wind sword, she could not endure for long. Fortunately, Jimaru was relatively swift. Fueled by burning fat, chakra wings quickly sprouted from his back, and his stature expanded significantly, showing marked improvement in both strength and speed. Clang. The incessant chatter is unbearable. One of the rogues swung down with his sword, and just as Tsukihime intended to teleport, Jimaru preempted her, intercepting the blow with remarkable speed. Hey, your sword is so dull, cursed the obnoxious heavyweight. The rogue hastily intensified his effort, yet Jimaru managed to hold him off with one hand. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Nearby, several flames shot from Isekai'd's mouth towards the two. With no choice, they had to evade. Yet, being among the stronger warriors of the Land of Iron, they were not so easily subdued. This scenario persisted for 3 exchanges, and Tsukihime was nearing her limit. Her kunai was knocked away, and she received a harsh kick to her abdomen. Bang! Ugh! Tsukihime. Fire release, dragon fire technique. 3 massive flames surged towards the rogue, forcing him back. Isekai'd swiftly teleported to Tsukihime's side. Are you alright? Tsukihime struggled to rise from the ground, waving her hand at Isekai'd. The force of that kick had left her slightly nauseated, but it was not enough to incapacitate her. You two are really quite close. Dodge. Just then, a familiar voice from behind them broke through the chaos. Tsukihime quickly shoved Isekai'd aside, using the momentum to fall back herself. Wind release, great breakthrough. The rogue swiftly raised his sword to defend, but the power of such a close-range technique was not something easily thwarted, sending him flying several meters away. Wind release, shuriken. The rogue hastily braked, carving 2 long grooves into the ground. Following that, he launched 2 strikes, knocking away the shuriken imbued with wind chakra. Tsukihime gritted her teeth, clutching her abdomen, feeling a wave of panic. The previous wind blade kunai had drained her chakra significantly, and her reserves were running low. Yet, her adversary showed no signs of fatigue. This was becoming increasingly troublesome. She could only hope Jimaru could hold on a while longer, allowing her and Isekai'd to deal with this rogue first. Boom. Cough cough. Just as she was desperately formulating a plan, a violent commotion nearby interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, she was met with the sight she dreaded the most. Jimaru had been sent flying. Big brother, this medicine is truly effective. Haha. Chapter 66. Explosive blade in the forest. Haruai urgently called out to the rushing Watergate, urging him to take cover. Are they coming? Yes. Stay alert. I see them. The two quickly fell silent. Not far away, a group of ninjas was approaching. Look, one with a mask and yellow hair, and another with thick lips. Those two are Kurasame Karamaru and Nuri Jinpachi. Hey, Haruai, don't speak ill of others like that. It's quite impolite. Haruai paid no heed to Watergate's comments and continued to lay out the battle plan. In a moment, I'll use a clone to divert those ninjas. You focus on stopping Kurasame Karamaru. Leave Nuri Jinpachi to me. Once we gather effective intelligence, we must flee. We'll rendezvous at the dock. Watergate nodded in agreement. Haruai clapped his hands, exhaling a plume of crimson flames. The flames did not ignite the surrounding foliage. Instead, they stretched and morphed, ultimately taking the shape of a humanoid figure. Gradually, it gained color, transforming into an exact likeness of Haruai. What an astonishing temperature! Watergate marveled, feeling the heat radiating from the flames before they took form. Under Haruai's direction, the clone quickly darted away, forming hand seals. Who goes there? The mist-hidden ninjas immediately sensed something amiss, but before they could react, they felt the ground tremble beneath them. Earth release, earthquake. Boom. Damn. An enemy attack. It's the rock-hidden village ninjas. Their forehead protectors, and clothing give them away. P.S. Running. Quick pursue. Seeing their foes retreat, the mist-hidden ninjas refused to relent. Leaping into action. Damn it. Just the right target for my frustration. Nuri Jinpachi, being straightforward, pursued without a second thought. It's highly likely a diversion. Come back. Kurosame Karamaru, possessing at least some wit, attempted to call back his teammate, but unfortunately, his warnings went unheard as Nuri had already dashed far ahead. Meanwhile, Watergate emerged from the side. To prevent him from calling for help, he swiftly interrupted him. Another one? You fool. Clang. The clash of needles and kunai sent a jolt through Watergate's wrist. I knew it was a diversion. Hey, rock-hidden ninjas, are you seeking death? Apologies, but I can't allow you to disrupt my comrades. Watergate understood well that speaking too much could lead to trouble. The enemy offered no information, so he swiftly unleashed wind techniques to test their strength. Wind release, wind cutter. The blade-like wind spiraled towards Kurosame Karamaru, who, unfazed, maneuvered his long sword through the surrounding branches. Soon, a steel wire net was woven, effectively blocking the wind cutter technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. Realizing the wind cutter was ineffective, Watergate formed seals once more, unleashing a torrent of airflow. The air currents flowed like a long rope, surging forward at high speed. The vacuum wave slipped through the gaps in the steel net, poised to strike Kurosame Karamaru. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, Karamaru tightened the net, disrupting the airflow, while simultaneously the needle hurtled towards Watergate. Clang. Under the impact of the kunai, immense force struck Watergate's wrist. He quickly adjusted his position, diverting the needle off course. Earth release, Hell Swamp. The ground transformed into a quagmire, toppling nearby trees. Kurosame Karamaru leapt aside. What the? You're not so impressive yourself. Enjoy the impending embrace of death. Grabbing the steel wire's tail, the needle sped back towards him, firmly grasped by Kurosame Karamaru. Is this a combat style akin to a flail? Watergate scrutinized every detail, analyzing Kurosame Karamaru's fighting technique. Wind release, vacuum continuous wave. 3 streams of air interlaced, surging towards Kurosame Karamaru, thwarting his attempts to throw his long sword. Meanwhile, Kurosame Karamaru adeptly evaded, utilizing instantaneous movement. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. On the other side, Haruai seized the opportunity, utilizing a mutual instantaneous movement to extract Nuri Jinpachi from the fray. Oh no, Lord Nuri Jinpachi. Amidst the crowd, the ninjas only caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow as Nuri Jinpachi vanished from sight. Hurry and find Wooly Shinba. Who could it be? Wooly Shinba flicked his beard and turned to confront the one gripping his collar. A ninja from a Wagakure? Clad in crimson, the insignia on their forehead revealed the truth. Swiftly, he brandished his shuriken, scattering several explosive tags. Chushu hurled him forward and promptly evaded the ensuing explosion. Boom, boom, boom. That was close. We cannot afford to fight here. We must distance ourselves. Before Wooly Shinba landed, Chushu appeared beside him, seizing him firmly. How dare you treat me like this? Release me. Feeling the constriction around his neck again, Wooly Shinba fumed. Seizing the moment, he deftly cut through a tree branch with his shuriken. The explosive tag scroll unfurling and ensnaring Chushu. Sensing the pull on his arm, Chushu halted. This distance is just right. As Wooly Shinba touched the ground, he tore through the explosive tag scroll with his shuriken and swung towards Chushu. Instinctively, Chushu attempted to block with his dagger, but upon seeing the multitude of explosive tags on the blade, he swiftly sidestepped. Huh. Wooly Shinba chuckled as the shuriken struck the ground. Chushu, momentarily confused, recognized the increasing warmth at his feet. Earth release, rock armor. With a rumble, Chushu catapulted from the brittle earthen shell. Almost forgot, your blade detonates on its own. TCH. So agile. The Wagakure. Is this your chosen burial ground? Chushu waved dismissively. Oh, I'm merely toying with you. Refrain from boasting, child. Hearing the taunt, veins throbbed on Wooly Shinba's forehead. You scoundrel, who are you calling a child? With a swift motion, he plunged his shuriken into the ground, directing it at Chushu. Not granting him a chance, Chushu leaped high to evade the strike. The distance was sufficient to prevent the explosive tags from detonating. Huh, is this your strength? You lack any real skill. Go home and rest, little brother. Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. Chushu scoffed inwardly. Such brutes are easily dealt with. Incite their rage, and they unleash their full potential. Gathering intelligence is that simple, is it not? Chapter 67, Flying Thunder God. How infuriating. If you've got the ability, Don't run, you scoundrel. Do the Awagakure ninjas only know how to flee? Woolly Shinba continued to heat up, yet Chushu paid no mind to his words. Obviously, his earth release techniques were not particularly formidable. While they could withstand ordinary explosions, being caught in consecutive blasts would be disastrous. Naturally, it is best to evade while striking. However, the assessment of power requires improvement. Considering the need for accuracy and precision in intelligence, Chushu resolved to take a risk. Since you're so eager to fight, let us engage. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Combine ninjutsu, earth flow, fire bullet. The two techniques formed rapidly, the ground erupting with a formidable surge of mud. Chushu imbued it with an inferno of flames. At last, you dare to face me? Explosive blade, explosive burst. Woolly Shinba swung his shuriken, pulling forth a scroll, and an avalanche of explosive tags detonated in an instant. A continuous explosion ensued, obstructing the fiery projectile of earth flow fire bullet. Earth release, earth flow wall. Chushu pressed his hands to the ground, and a massive earthen wall rose behind him. Explosive blade slash. In the next moment, a blade sliced through the wall, the explosive tags erupting once more. Chushu hastily dodged as the wall crumbled and collapsed. What power is this? Thankfully, the previous ninja war and the merits in my possession had not been squandered, otherwise I would surely be exposed. With a shuriken in hand, Chushu quickly countered, forcing Woolly Shinba back. Kid, you're quite quick on the uptake. However, my blade can explode. As Woolly Shinba swung again, Chushu sensed danger and attempted to flee, only to find the surroundings laden with explosive tags. When did this happen? With no time for contemplation, Chushu formed seals, and a platform suddenly rose beneath his feet. Earth release, earthquake core. Using the momentum, Chushu leaped with all his might, narrowly escaping the blast zone. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, transforming the ground into a battlefield of detonations. Seizing the opportunity before the trees were toppled, Chushu fled with urgency. Continuing the fight was futile. With the intensity of the explosions, even the dullest ninjas would soon converge. While his condition remained adequate, Woolly Shinba was also in fine form. Prolonging the confrontation would inevitably lead to a revelation of his identity. For now, I must seek out Minato and have him use his newly learned technique to facilitate my escape. Damn it, pursue him. If you fail to catch that scoundrel, prepare to be obliterated. Woolly Shinba, having missed his target, was consumed by both fury and desperation. To make matters worse, the ninjas, drawn by the commotion, became his outlet for frustration. They dared not retort, for offending this formidable figure could very well lead to their demise. Indeed. Hey. Is this truly your only strength? Meanwhile, Minato's prolonged battle ultimately culminated in victory for Kourasame Tsuramaru. Undeniably, Minato's speed in the Flying Thunder God technique surpassed that of Kourasame Tsuramaru, yet it was limited. The latter's strength was of an entirely superior caliber, coupled with the advantage of weaponry, leading Minato to a disadvantage. In the struggle between techniques and blades, Kourasame Tsuramaru exploited a flaw, knocking Minato down. This is troublesome. Such immense power. Struggling to rise, Minato sensed a burning ache in his muscles. He was not yet as seasoned as during the Third Shinobi War, and with the limitations imposed on the Flying Thunder God, it was remarkable that he could endure this far. However, excessive positivity often leads to disadvantage. Kourasame Tsuramaru, cold and ruthless from childhood, viewed Minato's mercy as inconsequential. Clever of you to evade my needle-s thread and avoid encirclement, but now, it all comes to an end. As Kourasame Shuriken spoke, he hurled 2 shurikens into the air. Minato barely managed to fend them off, yet could not intercept the swiftly following sewing needle. Must he resort to that technique? Minato's pupils constricted. Just as he prepared to evade, a fleeting figure caught his eye. Oh dear, I've caught up with you again. What? Is there someone else? Fire release, flame burst. The familiar scene, the familiar rescue, the familiar flames erupted from his chest. Chushu. Minato nearly faltered in fear. Quiet. Before Minato could fully utter his name, Chushu bellowed. That was close. Minato nearly exposed him. Earth release, tectonic core. Seeing the sewing needle thwarted, Kourasame Shuriken was about to retract the wire to retrieve his long knife when the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble. Boom. As the rumbling ensued, a colossal earthen platform surged beneath Minato's feet. The sewing needle embedded itself in the ground, countering Kourasame Shuriken's force. With opposing forces clashing, A sharp crack echoed as the heated wire snapped. Kurasame's shuriken gazed at the severed wire, lost in thought. Broken? Is it really that poor in quality? Did it fail just because it was ignited? Quickly, he dashed toward the elevated platform. After all, losing a person was trivial, but losing a weapon was dire. If that happened, the third Hokage would surely expel him from the 7 ninja swordsmen. On the platform, Minato observed the rising ground beneath him, and Chushu's blessing flashed in his mind. He grasped the weakened Chushu, channeling every ounce of chakra, and a black-yellow flash illuminated the surroundings. The two vanished from their location. TSK, they fled? Fortunately, the knife was not lost. Kurasame's shuriken, arriving late, clutched his prized sewing needle, oblivious to the whereabouts of Minato and Chushu. Indeed, Minato's reward after the Second Shinobi World War was Jiraiya's assistance in acquiring forbidden techniques. Flying Thunder God, Chushu, however, did not exchange for any particularly useful ninjutsu. He was aware of his own limitations. Aside from fire release, he possessed no remarkable talent in other techniques regarding power, speed, or learning speed. Only the unruly lioness technique could somewhat rival fire release. Thus, he did not yearn for those forbidden techniques. This was also the reason why Chushu suddenly acquired so many other ninjutsu. The development of techniques required drawing inspiration from various forms. Let me tell you, Minato. Such large-scale earth release techniques are utterly unsuitable for me. I prefer playing with fire. Fire release is simply the best. As the surrounding scenery ceased its transformation, Chushu sat on the ground, patting the nearly speechless Minato. He took several deep breaths. By the way, where are we? Danger. Be careful. A familiar shout resonated nearby. Simultaneously, Chushu felt a chilling presence sweep over him. What the hell is going on? Is this still the land of hot water? How can it be so perilous? Chapter 68. Kakuzu. A cold glint flashed, and everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The arena fell silent. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh did not resonate. Moonlight cautiously opened a slit in her eyes. However, several strands of dark hair floated before her, and the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Chushu lay on the ground, his posture serene. If not for his still trembling body, one would think he had perished. TCH, he actually evaded it. Hey, that was dangerous. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Chushu was immediately displeased by the attacker's lack of any apology. After all, he had just narrowly escaped decapitation. Was this individual so discourteous as to not even offer an apology? Chushu, a voice from beside him interrupted. Turning his head, he discovered Isekai'd engaged in combat with another person? An enemy. Isekai'd finished her sentence, and Chushu instantly reacted, drawing his short blade and positioning it above his head. Clang! The long blade clashed against his short blade, nearly disarming Chushu, who wielded it with one hand. He swiftly adjusted his grip, flicking the opponent's blade aside. Then, he supported himself with both hands and delivered a double kick to the opponent's abdomen. Bang! Thud! However, the opponent remained stable, intercepting with one arm, only forced back a few steps by Chushu's strike. Gah! Chushu quickly pulled the weakened Minato back. Behind them, upon seeing Chushu and Minato, Moonlight could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Evidently, the wound inflicted by the rogue earlier was far more severe than she had let on. Chushu glanced at the blood trickling from her mouth, frowning as he regarded the two armed rogues. The ability to injure Tsukamura Moonlight, this severely indicated that the opponents were formidable indeed. In his current state, could he contend against them? Well done, Moonlight. I knew leaving you behind was the right choice. Attempting to feign nonchalance, Chushu praised Moonlight while gripping his blade, preparing to utilize hand-to-hand combat in this encounter. Don't get too complacent. The opponents are wanted rogues from the land of iron, and their strength is considerable. Moonlight forced a smile before relaying information about the two adversaries. Upon hearing this, Chushu felt somewhat relieved. Just rogues? If they lack ninjutsu, that should simplify things for him. Unlike Moonlight, who specialized in ninjutsu, Chushu had engaged in physical training since childhood and had never slackened. Moreover, he practiced various sword techniques regularly, enhancing his understanding, making him formidable in close combat. TSK, truly, another troublesome little brat has arrived. Can't you all just die quietly? You're wasting my time. Chushu glared at the red-cloaked rogue who had just attacked him, his expression resembling that of someone observing a fool. TCH, making me work so hard. Can't you just obediently die? Bastard. Do you think we're fools? Why should we die just because you say so? Oh, so you understand that logic. Realizing he had been played, the red-cloaked rogue hastily charged forward with his blade raised. "You bastard!" Chushu seized the initiative, launching 2 shurikens that disrupted the opponent's advance. He then executed a series of body flicker techniques. The first strike deflected the red-cloaked rogue's sword, while the second aimed at the white-cloaked rogue who was engaged in combat with Isekai'd. "Bastard!" The white-cloaked rogue was no slouch. He quickly reacted. Yet, his body could not keep pace with his reflexes, allowing Chushu to narrowly avoid a fatal strike. "Uft! Damn little brat! How dare you ambush me?" One sword drawing. Meanwhile, the red-cloaked rogue seized the opportunity from Chushu's distraction, sheathing his blade before launching a slashing attack. Chushu blocked with his backblade, rolling forward and striking towards the white-cloaked rogue's legs. Continuous slash. The white-cloaked rogue hastily parried, blocking the onslaught. Chushu quickly redirected the force of the blow, but before he could gather momentum for another strike, the long blade from above descended upon him. Just as he was about to retreat to evade, the red-cloaked rogue swung his blade horizontally at him. Chushu immediately lowered his head, executing a side flip to evade the horizontal slash, simultaneously kicking away the descending long knife. What kind of technique is this? The 2 adversaries intended to strike again, but suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over them. Nangong's swordsmanship. Flames erupted from the short blade, instantly imposing a unique pressure upon the 2 assailants. The potency of this strike seemed formidable. "Bastard, do not be so arrogant." The swordsman in white gritted his teeth, unwilling to confront the pressure he felt from this young specter. Forcing himself, he swung his blade downward. The swordsman in red sought to dissuade him, but time was of the essence, and he quickly leapt aside. Solar slash. Flames spiraled in place, tracing a fiery orange ring. The swordsman in white brought down his sword, clashing with the strike that outlined the blazing sun. Clang. Flames erupted, coursing through the shattered katana and the body of the swordsman in white. He stood motionless for a time. After a moment, the broken blade snapped in 2, and the swordsman in white rolled his eyes and collapsed. In an instant, everyone was frozen in place. It was only when the swordsman in white fell that Feng turned to inquire of Chushu. "Is he dead?" Huff. Chushu sheathed his short blade, and suddenly flames burst forth from the mouth of the fallen swordsman. Moments later, a flicker of fire emerged from his 7 orifices. This was his response. "And you? Do you still seek death?" Upon hearing Chushu's cold, emotionless voice, the swordsman in red was so frightened that he froze, hastily kneeling and prostrating himself. "Please, I beg you, spare me, great one." Feng observed Chushu's trembling legs and rushed over, linking his arm with him, granting Chushu a sense of ease. "Begone, you insignificant fish." "Yes, I shall leave at once." The swordsman in red, not daring to hesitate, scrambled to his feet, snatched up his battered blade, and fled. Finally, Chushu and his companion sighed in relief, turning to check on the status of the others. However, the anguished scream of the swordsman in red echoed back, startling the 2 into turning around. Chushu drew his blade in defense once more, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. "Oh, has one already fallen? It seems I have arrived late. Hey, you lot, might I have that person?" Chushu nervously swallowed, showing no intention of refusal. "As you wish." Yet he feigned calm, twirling his blade while keeping a vigilant gaze on the figure who was preparing to take away the corpse of the swordsman in white. Refusal was not an option. After all, that individual possessed the ability to contend with the first Hokage. Given his current state, refusal could very well lead to his demise. After all, he was a man capable of wielding 5 elemental natures and employing 5 different jutsu simultaneously. Kakuzu. Chapter 69, Hanzo and Danzo. Cautiously observing Kakuzu as he passed by, Chushu felt a surge of anxiety. This was Kakuzu, not a benign figure. Although rumors suggested that Kakuzu ambushed the first Hokage from 800 miles away with shuriken, it was clear that such tales were mere mockery. While the first Hokage was indeed powerful and worthy of such jest, Chushu leaned towards believing that Kakuzu had engaged in a few exchanges with the non-sage first Hokage, ultimately being captured by the latter's would release. Out of mercy, the first Hokage spared him. This man was also known for being greedy and valuing wealth above all else. The threat of him striking at any moment left Chushu in a state of unease. However, after a while, Kakuzu remained inactive, which allowed Chushu to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, do not be alarmed. I shall not lay a hand on you unless there is a bounty involved. Chushu instantly stiffened. Feng, too, sensed the tension, his heart racing. You are strong. In the future, there may be a bounty on your head, and when that time comes, I shall come to collect. Regaining some composure, Chushu considered that Kakuzu had no real incentive to attack him at present. After all, it would be a thankless endeavor. Even if he did choose to strike, with Feng still having some strength and the recovering Jichuan, it would be a formidable battle. The shinobi village of the Land of Water was not to be trifled with. They advocated for peace and would not allow Kakuzu to cause significant disturbances. With this thought, Chushu felt somewhat relaxed. Kakuzu, with the power of the earth grudge fear, how much strength can you truly gain? Do not let it be that I end up slaying you instead. That would be quite dull. Kakuzu halted, glancing sideways at Chushu. Humph. What a calm and clever little brat. If your strength far exceeds the bounty, I shall naturally not trouble you again. With that, Kakuzu departed with 2 of his companions. Chushu's legs weakened, and he sank to the ground. To be honest, after approximately 3 battles, he was utterly drained. This was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. Truth be told, it was not a pleasant feeling. Chushu gazed at his trembling hands, his breathing erratic. Accompanied by dizziness and a ringing in his ears, his vision became akin to an old television set with no signal, a chaotic blur. Chushu, are you all right? Chushu waved a hand, sitting on the ground to recuperate for a moment. During this time, his clothes became soaked with sweat. It took a considerable while for him to recover. Meanwhile, Minato was also nearly able to walk again. Having expended tremendous energy over a distance of several dozen nautical miles using the Flying Thunder God technique. Just moments ago, when Chushu first laid eyes on Minato sprawled on the ground, he had thought he was witnessing a corpse. Chushu, you were too reckless just now. Suki had managed to struggle to her feet, leaning against a nearby wall to alleviate her discomfort. No, under any circumstances would he strike against us. Chushu understood precisely what she meant. Kakuzu was a man who only valued money and profit. If attacking them bore no advantage, he would certainly abstain. The group tended to their injuries with rudimentary medical care, and after a short while, the shinobi from the Land of Water hurriedly arrived. Upon understanding the situation and learning that they were all from Konoha, they sincerely proposed a compensation offer, a month of free access to their facilities, effective immediately, with the option to save progress at any time. Chushu pondered for a moment before agreeing, as it was clear the security measures of the Land of Water had been lacking. Besides, there is an old saying, one should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. However, they chose not to continue their enjoyment, as they needed treatment for their injuries and had intelligence to relay back to the village. Before departing, they requested confidentiality from the Land of Water. Is that so? The information has been fully gathered. In the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the report Chushu submitted, his expression revealing an indescribable sense of relief. What of Danzo? Chushu, with his limbs wrapped in bandages, inquired from the side. Originally, he believed he was simply fatigued. However, upon returning, Chushu discovered through a medical examination that he bore nearly 70 minor injuries across his body. Among these, over 30 were old burn scars, while more than 10 were remnants of muscle cell ruptures from previous encounters. The remainder were ailments resulting from the physical strain and chakra depletion endured during his recent mission. It was no wonder he had felt so unwell on his return journey from the Land of Soup. He had suffered muscle strains and tears. Fortunately, none of these injuries were severe. After spending 2 days in the hospital and receiving treatment via medical ninjutsu, he was nearly healed, requiring only some topical care moving forward. However, the old injuries posed a challenge. While they could be treated, the hospital lacked the capacity to do so. In the current era of Konoha, only Tsunade possessed the ability to completely heal him. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a special visit to Tsunade, but regrettably, she declined due to her busy schedule. Chushu did not press the third Hokage, understanding that the old man had little authority in the presence of his own student. Danzo had already been placed under house arrest. As you mentioned, even in this state, he could still command the root ninjas. Sarutobi grit his teeth, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom that Danzo had so thoroughly indoctrinated the root to this extent. Was he truly outmatched, even as Hokage? What would the next steps be? Sarutobi handed Chushu a report, which he examined closely. The Rain Village? What business did Danzo have there? A moment later, realization dawned on Chushu. The Akatsuki was likely to make its appearance soon. He recalled that the Akatsuki organization was established a few years before the Third Great Ninja War, gaining prominence during the conflict. Many members had joined during that time, and Nagato's breakdown seemed influenced by Obito and Danzo. But what was Danzo's purpose in Rain Village at this time? Was the Akatsuki being formed prematurely? Chushu could not be certain. Yet he suspected it was not a positive development. However, he could consult Tsurutobi, as the latter's understanding of Danzo far surpassed his own. What do you think about Danzo sending someone to Rain Village? Unexpectedly, the old man shook his head. The most probable reason is to make contact with Hanzo of the Salamander. Upon hearing this, Chushu's eyes lit up. While he was unaware of Danzo's intentions, he could certainly inquire about Hanzo. Chapter 70. Further Enhancement. Jiraiya-sensei. Outside the bathhouse, Chushu clapped a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. The startled sage quickly covered Chushu's mouth. Shoo! Shoo! He peered through the gaps in the wooden fence to ensure their conversation had gone unheard, then sighed in relief. TCH. Noticing this, Chushu shot him a disdainful glance. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment. What brings you here, kid? Having been disturbed from his leisure, Jiraiya's tone carried a hint of irritation. Oh. It seems Jiraiya-sensei is reluctant to accept the third Hokage's mission request? Chushu feigned indifference. If so, I shall pass the Rain Village task to someone else. He deliberately emphasized the name of the village. As expected, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled at the mention of it. Ahem, so it's a mission. Since it's a personal request from the old man, I have no choice but to accept it. Chushu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. As he had surmised, Jiraiya was indeed quite fond of the 3 students he had taken in Rain Village, especially Nagato, whose eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the Sage of 6 Paths. How could he not care? Yet, with Konoha having only recently stabilized, they would now have to contend with Danzo. Tsurutobi had intentionally retained Jiraiya to address the extraordinary circumstances, now that an opportunity had arisen with a mission to Rain Village. How could Jiraiya refuse? However, there was one thing Jiraiya did not understand. Why did the old man send you to deliver the mission scroll to me? Well, I happened to be delivering a mission, and the third Hokage knew I was acquainted with you, so he asked me to drop it off. Chushu offered a plausible explanation with ease. Jiraiya studied Chushu intently before unrolling the scroll. An intelligence mission? Investigating Danzo? Why would he delegate such a task to you? Jiraiya glanced back toward Chushu, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. He moves fast. Truly impressive body flicker technique. Never mind. Perhaps the old man is secretly grooming him. Jiraiya dismissed the thought, recognizing the multitude of possibilities and acknowledging that even if presented with them, he would struggle to discern the truth. So long as Chushu did not jeopardize the village, it was of little concern to him. Once he had conveyed the necessary information, Chushu returned home. Given that everyone was nursing injuries, he merely purchased some fruit for the others before taking his leave. There was little to discuss, as they all needed to focus on their recovery. Lying in bed, he relished a rare moment of tranquility. Chushu's mind wandered aimlessly, unsure of what to do. Gradually, he felt drowsy, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was already evening. Chushu sat up, rubbed his head, and gazed out the window. A crow flew past the eaves as the setting sun painted the horizon in vibrant hues of red. Silence enveloped him, a long-forgotten companion. After ruffling his hair, he rose to take a shower and change the bed linens. Opening the refrigerator, he noted that a solitary meal was quite simple. No elaborate ingredients were necessary. One dish would suffice. He looked at the bowl of rice and still found it peculiar to mix it with raw eggs, feeling that such a combination was odd. The taste of raw eggs was difficult to assess, and to mask their flavor, the soy sauce in this world was rather overpowering. After finishing his meal, Chushu meticulously cleaned the bowl and chopsticks, returning them to their rightful place. This had been a long-standing habit of his. In this household, no one would assist him with tidying up. Neglecting it would only invite pests and decay. Next came his daily regimen of physical training. Chushu had designated 2 areas in the warehouse, one for exercise and the other for various research materials. Thanks to his mastery over fire, he could conduct stable tests within a small range. Thus, for these past few years, he had been conducting experiments at home. Every evening was reserved for this purpose. After completing his physical training, Chushu wiped away his sweat and approached the experiment table. Upon it lay an array of research notes, detailing points of consideration in his analysis of fire release. The foremost document addressed the potential for an increase in temperature. Yet, curiously, a large cross marked the theory. Temperature. Chushu examined the paper, finding no apparent flaws. Moreover, his preliminary experiments had yielded entirely accurate results. The results were simply erroneous. At that time, As the temperature of the flames gradually escalated, the transformation of chakra experienced a state of instability, which led to the flames spiraling out of control, nearly singeing his visage, which was on par with the illustrious Wu Yinzu. In a fit of frustration, Chushu made a mark on his theoretical framework. However, in his heart, he believed that this theory was entirely feasible. Indeed, there was still room for the temperature of the flames to rise. Yet, the stability. Chushu furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, but ultimately found no satisfactory solution. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it another try. He saw hope in this endeavor. Since the flame's temperature could be further elevated, he was determined to attempt it once more. Regardless of whether success was attainable, experimentation remained the most reliable method of validation. With this thought, Chushu adjusted his stance and donned the mask that had long been untouched. Exhaling deeply, he prepared meticulously. He was not willing to endure the same lesson twice. After a quick roll of his neck, Chushu brought his hands together. Fire release. A brilliant crimson flame ascended from the experimental platform. He activated the array on the table to sustain the flame's combustion. Subsequently, he stabilized the flame's condition, gradually altering the subtle variations within the chakra's nature. The flames flickered within the array, and their color began to change once more. Gradually, the temperature at the center of the array's seal began to rise. Slowly, the flames transitioned from crimson to a pale gold. Observing this, Chushu quickly pressed down with one hand, utilizing the flame seal to absorb the heat and store it within his own seal. Simultaneously, he continuously infused chakra to provide energy to the transforming flames. As moments passed, the changes in the flame's color became increasingly pronounced. Chushu's gaze sharpened, keenly attentive to the impending steps. Last time, it was here that he faltered. Maintain composure. Take it slow. The flame's temperature heightened, demanding an even greater mastery from Chushu. Yet gradually, as time wore on, the flames began to sway more violently. Hold steady. Chushu gritted his teeth, feeling as though he were grappling with a beast 1,000 times his size. The ferocious creature continued to exert force, while he approached his breaking point. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. In the next instant, the golden flames surged dramatically. Chushu hastily withdrew his hands, narrowly avoiding the flame's reach. The surrounding array's seals instantly illuminated, and flames erupted from 8 directions, absorbing the terrifying heat of the golden blaze. Just a moment longer. Chushu, vexed, observed his trembling hand, which had overexerted itself, and couldn't help but harbor doubts about his theory. Was that level of control truly within the realm of human capability? Suddenly, a flash of pure golden light caught the corner of his eye. Chushu quickly shifted his gaze to the center of the array seal. However, he only saw a wisp of golden flame dissipating. Nevertheless, he felt something was amiss. Was it merely my illusion? Chapter 71. Uchiha Shursui, was it an illusion? As Chushu walked down the street, yesterday's bizarre scene echoed in his mind. He was utterly oblivious when he unknowingly stepped onto something akin to a speed bump. Hey, kid! A sudden assault on his shoulder jolted Chushu, and his subconscious reflexively swung at the hand on his shoulder. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a chorus of wails. Ow! Jackson. Only then did Chushu come to his senses, turning to look behind him. A figure clad in a green kappa costume came into view. A bead of sweat trickled down Chushu's forehead. Without needing to see his face, he already knew who it was. Uncle Dai, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Dai hung his arm limply, the other hand resting on Chushu's shoulder. He then lifted his head, revealing a weathered face adorned with a thin mustache, breaking into a smile. Ding! His white teeth gleamed like high beams in the night, and 2 tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Clearly, Chushu's earlier grip had caused him significant discomfort. Oh, the vigilance of the youth is truly commendable. Ha. You flatter me. Chushu glanced at Dai, who was still holding his trembling hand, and felt a wave of exasperation. Uncle, if it hurts that much, you don't have to endure it. Chushu found it peculiar that Dai had come to seek him out. Their previous interactions had merely been during a temporary team assignment while on a mission. They were hardly familiar. So, Uncle Dai, what brings you to me? Nothing much. Just wanted to ask, have you ever considered becoming a teacher? I think it would benefit Kai. Upon hearing this, Chushu began to understand Dai's intentions. He turned to look at Dai's forlorn expression and couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy. Did he still regard Kai's path as unstable? Oh, as a pure martial arts ninja myself, I understand the hardships of this path. Kai, his dream is to become an outstanding ninja, so, here. Dai stepped back a couple of paces, preparing to kneel before Chushu. I've heard that you have developed a fire release technique that rivals bloodline limits on your own. So please, take Kai under your wing. Wait. Just as Dai was about to kneel, Chushu leaped in front of him, quickly supporting him. You really shouldn't do that, Uncle Dai. In that moment, Chushu caught a glimpse of something on Dai's chest. Was that a shoe print? Chushu recalled that he had indeed stepped on something soft earlier while walking. Speaking of which, Uncle Dai, Kai's talent in physical techniques is indeed remarkable, to the point that you might be overlooking his other strengths. Upon hearing this, Dai appeared utterly bewildered, staring at Chushu in astonishment. Huh, are you serious? Of course. I am, Chushu replied with unwavering confidence. In the original story, Dai had indeed utilized ninjutsu, such as summoning techniques, and the ninja turtle stepping technique, which had its merits. So, Kai can also use ninjutsu. But Chushu, you've never even seen Kai. How could you possibly know him so well? Well, that's not important, Uncle Dai. You must understand that no one is born useless. Kai simply hasn't found the right path. He has truly inherited your talent. Dai was left speechless by this statement, unable to shake off the weight of Chushu's words. Do I have talent? Having successfully persuaded Dai, Chushu made his way to the Hokage's office. He wondered what the third Hokage had summoned him for this time. It seemed he had become the old man's personal strategist. Even Nara Shikaku, the newly appointed leader of the Konoha Jonin class, didn't visit as frequently as he did. What is going on? Has Jiraiya already sent news back? So soon? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. No, the reason I called you here today is that I have an idea I would like you to consider. Huh? You indulge in idle thoughts and seek the counsel of a younger generation? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a peculiar glance at Nangwang Chushu and subsequently handed him a document. It detailed this year's graduating ninjas, among whom was a certain Uchiha Shursui. I wish for you to serve as his instructor. Who? Chushu exclaimed in disbelief. Him? To be a teacher? He is barely 16, having graduated from the Ninja Academy only 4 years ago. Are you jesting with me? Who is jesting with you? You cannot remain idle at home forever. Moreover, Shursui is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. He embodies the perfect inheritor of the will of fire. The third Hokage quickly altered his tone, yet Chushu still discerned the inappropriate phrase. That old man was clearly about to mention himself, wasn't he? Drat. Nevertheless, Chushu dismissed the thought, allowing the old man's conjectures to unfold. After all, in a few years, when Minato assumed office, he would have his back covered. At that point, he could leisurely enjoy his time as a slacker, indifferent to the third Hokage's fate. But why did they insist on having him teach today? Did they perceive him as an exceptional educator? Where did they derive such an impression? From Minato, perhaps? So, are you interested in guiding this child? Seeing that he remained non-committal, the third Hokage merely observed Shursui's dossier, seemingly lost in nostalgia. He inquired again, prompting Chushu to sigh and respond. Alas, it is not that I am unwilling to teach, but rather if you have any requirements, please state them. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared remarkably generous, as if he were tossing a hot potato. However, Chushu understood his intentions well. As a pivotal figure, Shursui exhibited profound love for the village in the original narrative. Not to mention Kagami, who was favored by the second Hokage, undoubtedly biased towards Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha clan frequently showcased both fire and lightning release techniques. His comprehension of fire release was exceptionally advanced. However, Chushu did harbor some thoughts about Shursui. An opportunity now lay before him. To claim he was uninterested would be impossible. Yet, he also did not wish to be ensnared by the burdens of mentorship, as he still desired to enjoy some leisure. Therefore, regarding the conditions, I consent. But I wish to mentor only Uchiha Shursui. Chushu bore a sly grin. By presenting this demand, he would not only alleviate his own pressure, but also irritate Sarutobi Hiruzen, a perfect twofold gain. However, to his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a sinister smile and readily acquiesced. This left him rather unprepared. He suddenly felt as though he had been ensnared. Oh, you old man. You did this on purpose, didn't you? The third Hokage feigned innocence. Not at all. I am merely an old fool who knows nothing. Bang. Chushu slammed his fist on the desk. Although he had achieved the desired outcome, why did he still feel so unsettled? Was he missing something? Blast it. Chapter 72. The accelerated student. Thus, Chushu lowered his head, filled with thoughts of time-saving strategies. The following day, he cheerfully made his way to the Ninja Academy. Upon entering the familiar classroom, he felt a wave of nostalgia. For years, what a grueling passage of time. Surely, in the future, once he attained greater strength, he would no longer have to endure such hardships. Approaching the class he once knew so well, he found Uchiha Shursui among his peers, seated quietly. Unlike the other robust children, he appeared remarkably well-behaved. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Shursui. A loud call drew the children's attention towards the entrance. Shursui paused, glancing at the handsome young man with dark blue-black hair, quickly realizing, "This is the Jonin responsible for my guidance." Little Shursui soon joined Chushu's side, trailing behind him as they exited. Truth be told, Chushu was initially quite astonished. In the original narrative, this Uchiha prodigy, renowned as the Shursui of the body flicker, whose talents surpassed even Itachi's, had not applied for the ninja exam ahead of time. As a side note, some may question the timing of Shursui's appearance. Personally, I believe he is not significantly younger than Minato, perhaps 4 to 8 years. By the time Minato held office, Shursui was already an elite, having shone brightly in the Third Great Ninja War, sending the Mizuki's forces fleeing. But for some reason, this young Shursui appeared even shorter than the other students in his class. Surely, the Uchiha clan would not neglect the nourishment of such a small child. The two ascended to the rooftop of a building. Graduation season coincided with the hottest time of year, making the sun particularly fierce. Of course, there were fewer people around. All right, let me introduce myself. I am Nangwang Chushu, a jonin of Konoha, with no particular favorites, except for people, and I detest cilantro. I will be your guiding jonin henceforth. Upon hearing this, little Shursui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that so? So you are the Flame Azura of the battlefield. Huh. Chushu's mind buzzed. Flame Azura? What is that? I have never heard of it. Shursui looked at Nangwang Chushu with surprise. You don't know? Your exploits on the battlefield during the Sand Ninja War have spread among us. Even your deeds are included in our textbooks. Upon hearing this, Chushu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The news left him utterly flabbergasted. He had assumed the Sand Village was invincible, only to discover that the third Hokage had made him an icon. While the title may sound more illustrious than those of the Sand Village, the fact that he had been immortalized in textbooks by Sarutobi Hiruzen was unparalleled. Chushu was both amused and exasperated, yet he could not express his grievances in front of Shursui. Oh well, after much contemplation, Chushu chose to relinquish his struggle. After all, this matter was neither trivial nor monumental. Its impact on him was not as severe, merely a touch awkward. However, the third Hokage's maneuver struck him as peculiar. Was he subtly building his reputation? Well, let us set aside that topic for now. Please, proceed with your self-introduction. Chushu endeavored to adopt the gentlest expression as he regarded Shursui, his thoughts gradually taking shape. If he were to assume the role of Konoha's shadow, I am Uchiha Shursui. 10 years old this year, and I enjoy weight. Shursui was interrupted once more, his large eyes blinking inquisitively at Chushu. You are 10 years old? You skipped a grade? Indeed. Little Shursui beamed at Chushu. To be honest, when Chushu reviewed the documents yesterday, he had not paid attention to Shursui's age. Otherwise, he would not have been so astonished. Hee, a little genius, indeed. Not much else to say, please continue. Little Shursui nodded obediently. It must be said that the Uchiha clan possesses a myriad of appealing traits. Young Shursui, with his long eyelashes and large, expressive eyes, was undeniably adorable in his childhood. His preferences include grilled fish and crows, and he harbors no dislikes. His aspiration is to become a powerful elite ninja, much like his mentor. Upon hearing this, Chushu nodded in understanding. Excellent, such ambition. However, being an elite jonin is merely the beginning. As a ninja of Konoha, you must continually grow stronger to safeguard our homeland. Reflecting Shursui's character, Chushu readily embarked on a motivational discourse centered on the necessity of becoming stronger to protect others. Unsurprisingly, young Shursui was quite receptive to this. Fueled by youthful passion, he eagerly seized the bait thrown by Chushu. Yes, teacher, please guide me. Wonderful. Let me first assess your abilities. With that, Chushu executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. According to records, Shursui's mastery of the body flicker technique was commendable, marked as his most proficient skill. Coincidentally, Chushu had also reached a pinnacle in his understanding of this technique. Thus, a chase based on the body flicker technique commenced atop the rooftops of Konoha. Chushu darted across the rooftops like a shadow, and shortly after, Shursui, utilizing his exceptional body flicker technique, pursued closely behind. Their speeds were nearly comparable. Impressive. At your age? You can match my speed, Chushu remarked, glancing back before accelerating once more. Let us see where the limits of your speed lie. Observing this, Shui gritted his teeth and surged forward, relentlessly tailing Chushu. Oh, you can keep up? Quite remarkable. Since this is a test of my abilities, I shall give it my all. In full throttle, Shui surprisingly edged ahead, closing the gap between them. Chushu was somewhat taken aback. After all, at Shui's age, he himself had yet to reach even half of Shui's current speed. Just then, they approached the training grounds, and Chushu felt inspired to test Shui's prowess further. Not bad. Quite impressive. But as a ninja, mere speed is insufficient. Yes, the two of them, akin to two large black rodents, swiftly darted into the training grounds. And shortly thereafter, the sound of kunai clashing echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, outside the training area, the tomato and egg duo made their way over, accompanied by Tsunade. Honestly, why did you two need to drag me into your training? You wouldn't even go hard on each other. Tsunade grumbled at Minato and Kushina, initially reluctant to join. However, she had unwittingly mentioned her desire to bet, which led her to this predicament. Haha, isn't it essential to have a strong senior to guide you? Minato eloquently stated. Yet, as soon as the trio stepped into the training grounds, they faintly heard the sounds of combat. Clang. Hey, is someone training here? Just as Minato was contemplating a change of training venue, the sounds of battle ceased. Moments later, a familiar voice emerged from the forest. Your combat skills are still quite rudimentary. When paired with the body flicker technique, it suffices to handle average genin. However, when confronted with formidable opponents, it could prove challenging. So, Shui humbly accepted the guidance. Minato? Huh. What Minato? A door made of water? What is that? No. Chushu interjected quickly, noticing Shui's misunderstanding, and approached Minato and the others. Come here, Shui. Allow me to introduce you. These two are also exceptionally powerful ninjas from Konoha. The one with yellow hair is Namikaze Minato, and the one with red hair is Uzumaki Kushina. Both are my friends. Shui blinked in confusion, then watched as Chushu moved towards the two. And this esteemed lady is the renowned Princess Tsunade of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade offered no warm smile, merely gazing gently at Shui. Hello, everyone. I am Shui, a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. Currently, I am receiving guidance from my teacher. Shui's eyes sparkled as he looked at the three, particularly shining with excitement upon recognizing Tsunade. You are the legendary Tsunade. It's an honor to meet you. Oh, from the Uchiha clan? You appear quite vibrant. Yes. Are you also a friend of my teacher? Shui's unexpected question momentarily caught Tsunade off guard. Friend? Not exactly, to be honest. She had little connection with Chushu, despite the third Hokage's intention to mentor him. Though he was renowned as the Flame Azura of Konoha, the memories of the Second Great Ninja War were still fresh, and she felt unworthy to associate with him. Yet, subconsciously, she wished to avoid any connection with Chushu. Of course not. Lady Tsunade can be considered my senior. How could I call her a friend? Just as Tsunade was about to deny it, Chushu preemptively answered. Hearing his tone, Tsunade felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing her own pettiness. By the way, are you here to train? Chushu, oblivious to Tsunade's expression, turned to Minato and Kushina. Yes, that's why we asked Lady Tsunade to guide us. Chushu nodded. Remembering Minato had only recently recovered from exhaustion and had been laid up in the hospital for quite some time, he did not inquire further. By the way, Chushu, have you taken on a disciple? Minato grasped the crux of the matter, glancing at Shui as he inquired. Not quite. The third Hokage ahem. The third Hokage asked me to lead a class, but I only wished to take one student. Thus, I selected Shui. Chushu chuckled, affectionately ruffling Shui's hair, who responded with a bright smile, looking quite obedient and adorable. Far away in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the crystal ball in his hand, stroking his beard with a look of contentment. He truly dotes on his grandson, doesn't he? Well then, let us see what comes next. Is that so? That is wonderful. Minato's expression revealed a hint of yearning. What? Are you envious? Indeed. After all, I also wish to contribute to the new generation of Konoha. Haha. There will be opportunities. Chushu patted Minato on the shoulder. Of course, there will be. In the future, among your disciples, there will be two renowned figures in the ninja world. Even your son is a formidable character. I appreciate your kind words. Minato scratched his head, offering Chushu a faint smile. Now, you all train. I will discuss Shirsui's issues with him. Okay. By the way, Chushu, Kushina suddenly called out to him. What is up? Let us go on a picnic later. Chushu's expression shifted dramatically. I knew that being summoned by this foodie would lead to no good. What picnic? It's undoubtedly him cooking again. However, after glancing at Shirzue, Chushu had no intention of refusing. Since he had taken on a disciple, he might as well prepare a meal. All right, let us do it together. After all, I have nothing else to attend to for a while. Yay! I get to enjoy delicious food again. Tsunade watched Kushina, who was as exuberant as a monkey, and felt a few lines of frustration forming on her forehead. Is it really necessary to be that ecstatic over a mere picnic? As the three made their way to the training ground, Chushu sat down with Shirzue on the opposite side. Based on Shirzue's earlier performance and his own observations, Chushu made a preliminary assessment. At present, your chakra control and mastery of techniques could certainly be improved. Henceforth, I will devise the most reasonable training plan tailored to your actual circumstances. Can you climb trees and walk on water? Yes. Little Shirzue nodded eagerly. Upon hearing this, Chushu led him to the riverbank. Let us start with climbing trees. I want to evaluate your chakra control. Yes. Little Shirzue responded enthusiastically as he approached a sturdy tree, focusing his chakra at his feet and sprinting up the trunk. Chushu minimized his chakra perception to the utmost, carefully sensing the level of chakra Shirzue utilized with each step. Each application of chakra is quite unique. Are you enhancing your overall control through your own reactions to ensure flawless execution? That's an innovative idea, but it consumes too much chakra. Before long, Shirzue was back at his side. Please, teacher, guide me. Quite an impressive and distinctive thought. Chushu affirmed Shirzue's reasoning, which brought joy to the young boy. However, as Chushu continued, Shirzue became serious. Releasing a substantial amount of chakra during battle while maintaining a comprehensive grasp of the overall situation is indeed commendable. Yet, the downsides are equally pronounced. It consumes excessive chakra and can lead to a loss of precise and delicate control. Little Shirzue nodded gravely, recognizing the issue he had previously overlooked. He merely believed it was a more efficient technique to help him quickly master tree climbing, as it allowed for better control and created internal tension within the tree to support his weight. He had never considered any drawbacks before, but upon Chushu's insight, he quickly acknowledged his shortcomings. I understand now. Excellent. Now let us proceed to walking on water. Yes, Teacher Nangong. Chapter 74. A naming prodigy. The situation with walking on water is quite similar to climbing trees. Due to the inability to achieve particularly fine control, releasing chakra can lead to the loss of some of it. This method allows for the better release of a new round of chakra to stabilize standing on the water's surface. Again, it consumes too much chakra. Moreover, chakra control directly affects the strength of techniques. If one cannot refine their skills, they must expend several times the amount to enhance their power. This is indeed a significant issue, one that many of Chushu's classmates have encountered before. He explained the situation to little Shirzue and subsequently formulated a comprehensive training plan based on his condition. The training volume was not excessive, nor did it require much time. However, its intensity was commendable, enabling Shirzue's abilities to steadily improve. He would even have extra time for Chushu to take him on missions. All right, practice here for a while. I will check the other side, and when they finish, I'll call you for the picnic. Understood. Little Shirzue nodded adorably. Chushu cherished the memory of this little boy, with his big eyes and long eyelashes, utterly adorable. More importantly, he was quite sensible, far more so than many of his peers. He embodied the image Chushu had always envisioned for his own child. Here, I must mention a certain rebellious blonde whose father's absence led him astray. Honestly, can't you learn a thing or two from your sister? Ahem, back to the point. Chushu walked to the other side of the training ground, where the battle between Kushina and Minato was escalating. At this moment, it hadn't been 5 minutes since they parted, highlighting the urgency of ninja combat. Tsunade watched the two intensely, mostly worrying for Kushina. Chushu observed the scene. Indeed, Minato was darting about with the flying thunder god technique, while Kushina appeared somewhat overwhelmed. In terms of speed and reaction, she couldn't match Minato, who was maintaining an overwhelming advantage in the battle. Yet, despite Minato's rapid movements, Chushu, accustomed to combat through the body flicker technique, could discern that Minato was holding back. Perhaps he feared hurting Kushina. Each time he struck, there was a noticeable inconsistency in his movements, evident just as he was about to hit her. Clearly, this was a result of intentionally restraining his strength. Is he slowly training Kushina's reflexes? Minato truly cares for his girlfriend. Kushina, try to keep pace with Minato's rhythm and observe the surroundings for Kanai, aiming to make the most reasonable positional judgments. Tsunade's voice rang out from the side. Chushu pondered deeply and had to admit that Tsunade's analysis was astute. She had pinpointed a crucial aspect almost instantly and was keenly aware of Minato's subtle actions. Minato, do not hold back. Otherwise, Kushina will not make significant progress. Yes. Minato, realizing he had been seen through, glanced at the seething Kushina and chose to comply. Chushu chuckled quietly, but this smile was keenly picked up by the perceptive Tsunade. What are you laughing at? Is there an issue with my analysis? Chushu looked at Tsunade in bewilderment. Why wasn't he laughing at you? You go and spar with him. Me? Chushu pointed at himself, incredulous at Tsunade's words. Yes. Don't think that just because you are the lead teacher, you can slack off on your training. Chushu had a rather unsavory thought in his mind, wondering if he should voice it. He felt that Tsunade was somewhat targeting him for some reason. Well, what can he do? He accepted it. Chushu was quite eager to experience the thrill of battling against the Flying Thunder God technique. All right, but I'll need to wait a moment to call Shirzue over. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's mind conjured the image of the adorable little boy, and she readily agreed to the request. Sure, let him come over. Such a battle would greatly benefit him. All right. Meanwhile, faced with Minato's relentless teleportation, Kushina found herself at a loss for effective countermeasures, striving to withstand his onslaught. Minato, on the other hand, remained exceptionally cautious, each attack laced with concern under Tsunade's strict orders. However, at that moment, a fiery figure suddenly burst into the arena where the two were battling. Watergate reacted instantly, flashing into the path of the fiery attack. Yet, the figure split into several forms, effortlessly weaving past Watergate. This familiar scene made Watergate immediately recognize the identity of the newcomer. Chushu? Correct. Chushu's playful voice echoed in Watergate's ear. I'll reward you with a strike. However, the latter part of the sentence sent a chill down Watergate's spine, prompting him to quickly dodge elsewhere. Whoosh! Chushu's blade sliced through empty air as he turned to smile at Watergate, who wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced over at Tsunade. Upon receiving her nod, Watergate's expression brightened. Is that so? Then I shall unleash my full power. Several kunai scattered from his hands, causing Chushu to become fully alert. Nearby, the fiery shadow clone rapidly formed, creating multiple silhouettes alongside the original. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, Shirzue's eyes widened in astonishment, eager not to miss a single detail. Was that his teacher's instantaneous movement and the fiery shadow clone? Even from such a distance, he could feel the overwhelming heat. It was astonishing. As he spoke, Shirzue activated his Sharingan, the tomo spinning in his eyes. Tsunade sensed a chilling chakra burst forth and instinctively glanced to the side. The Sharingan? Has he already activated the second tomo? This child possesses such remarkable talent. And yet they allow him to lead? The old man's intentions were clear. Watch closely. This is a duel between elite Jonin. Use your Sharingan to observe this battle meticulously. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shirzue nodded earnestly, placing greater importance on the impending clash. Soon, under the unspoken understanding between Watergate and Chushu, both moved simultaneously. Chushu's speed surged as he darted among his shadow clones, leaving even Shirzue's Sharingan struggling to catch more than mere afterimages. Is this truly the speed of my teacher? It was at this moment that Shirzue realized just how lenient Chushu had been earlier, allowing him to catch up. Meanwhile, Watergate transformed into a streak of yellow light, flickering amidst the surrounding kunai. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. To Kushina's eyes, only a black and yellow streak danced around the arena. So Watergate had still held back against me earlier. Kushina recognized how foolish she had appeared in her earlier bout with Watergate. Yet, there was nothing she could do. She was not a speed-type ninja and could only find herself at a loss before the Flying Thunder God technique, especially Watergate's version. This was a technique that required Chushu and a shadow clone to barely contend with. Wind release, flashing vacuum ring dance. Chushu exclaimed, bewildered. What is this? Chapter 75. A 1 against 2 in Chushu's astonished gaze. Watergate shimmered like a streak of yellow, and several kunai approached him rapidly. In the next moment, those Flying Thunder God kunai lit up simultaneously, surrounding Chushu with an explosion of light. Almost instantly, the vacuum wave elongated alongside the flashes, completely enveloping him. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, while simultaneously employing wind release to create an impenetrable effect? What a brilliant idea. Fire release. Unseal the sun's outline. Chushu's body erupted into flames, which then expanded outward. The terrifying heat radiated in a 360-degree arc, scattering the wind release entirely. The whirling kunai were also sent flying by the flames. Whoosh. Danger. Fortunately, Watergate's speed allowed him to flash to the farthest marked point. Although Chushu's flames weren't lethal, the burns were certainly painful enough to be intolerable. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Chushu quickly followed up, forming hand seals and releasing a torrent of fire that coalesced into a dragon's head. Just an ordinary fire release. Watergate dared not confront it head-on and swiftly retreated, hurling 2 kunai at Chushu in the process. In the conflict of elemental releases, fire release counters wind release. Moreover, Chushu's mastery of fire release far surpassed Watergate's wind release. Even a standard fire release was not something he could casually face. Chushu eyed the kunai flying toward him, uncertain of Watergate's next attacking point. With his speed, reacting was impossible. Reluctantly, he used the body flicker technique to leave a shadow in his place. Sure enough, the next second, the flash darted between the 2 kunai, slicing through the shadow. So fast. No, he escaped in advance. Ninjutsu, double instantaneous technique. Watergate suddenly realized, transforming into a flash and vanishing from his spot. However, around the arena, each kunai had a shadow standing beside it. At the moment the dark silhouettes sped by, they simultaneously struck down with their blades. Oh no, Watergate had no time to gather strength and could only block the blade with his kunai. Although he managed to deflect the strike, Chushu's blade sent him flying. Watergate hastily adjusted his balance mid-air, yet a voice echoed ominously in his ears. Illusionary embers. Before him, flames erupted, yet the scene remained unchanged. Clearly, Watergate had fallen victim to the jutsu. This technique was a modified illusion based on the Neriku technique, incorporating a more realistic tactile sensation rather than just a simple mental illusion. Within the illusion, flames ignited fiercely around Watergate. Seeing no way out, he hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God to evade. Yet, a searing pain radiated from his tailbone. Glancing back, he was horrified to find that, at some point, his backside was ablaze. However, to the others, Watergate appeared to be flashing about erratically. Then, he glanced back at his rear, wearing an expression of urgency and pain. Don't underestimate me. Just as Chushu was about to press the blade against Watergate's neck to declare the training over, a red-haired figure leaped in, delivering a powerful punch toward him. Sensing the force of that punch, Chushu dared not meet it head-on and swiftly leaped aside. Boom! The immense force struck the ground, causing it to collapse. Watergate quickly realized he had dispelled the illusion. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a free-for-all? Why has it turned into a mixed doubles match against me? Chushu, landing, scratched his head, looking vexed at Kushina, who was helping Watergate. Oh, come on. It's your own fault for being too strong. We just wanted to practice a little. Chushu thought, a dark cloud hanging over him. That old Watergate could send him flying 2 miles away with the Flying Thunder God, and yet this red-haired woman claims he is too strong? What a ridiculous complaint. Haha, fine then, I'll give it my all to match your practice. As those words left his mouth, Kushina immediately sensed something was amiss. Watergate felt the searing pain return to his backside and quickly waved his hands. Wait, Chushu, fire release, falling stars. However, it was too late. Chushu clapped his hands, and several small fireballs descended from the sky. Watergate hurriedly took Kushina and fled. As the morning sun broke, Chushu smiled slightly. The fiery clone had long awaited their arrival on the other side. Surrounding the clone were Watergate's shurikens, with hands forming seals. Poised to strike at the moment a target presented itself. The instant Watergate emerged, a plume of scalding flames surged towards him. Flame release, sun-hunting arrow. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the fiery projectile, employing the Flying Thunder God technique in rapid succession, deftly sidestepping the flames. Kushina delivered a powerful punch to the ground, showcasing the formidable strength imparted by Tsunade's tutelage. The shurikens scattered once more, narrowly avoiding the impact, as Chushu's fiery clone escaped unscathed. Watergate quickly formed new seals, unleashing a gust of wind. Wind release, great breakthrough. In response, the fiery clone conjured a blazing dragon of crimson flames, intertwining with the wind, quickly overpowering the great breakthrough technique. Chushu's main body arrived, swiftly approaching Kushina, skillfully evading and counterattacking. For a moment, he successfully kept her at bay. Watergate, gripping his shurikens tightly, channeled wind chakra, engaging in a fierce clash with Chushu's fiery clone. Clearly, Chushu's swordsmanship deviated from any known style within the ninja world, leaving Watergate to rely solely on his reflexes and speed, unable to predict Chushu's movements. How impressive! My teacher can single-handedly contend with two opponents, little Shirzue exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. This battle was truly an eye-opener for him. The continuous exchange of ninjutsu, along with the clash of power, speed, and reflexes, was a spectacle to behold. Furthermore, the physical combat displayed by Nankong Chushu in conjunction with his swordplay felt like a revelation. So this is how martial arts and swordsmanship can intertwine. Indeed, it was remarkable. Tsunade observed Chushu's performance closely, though she felt a tinge of frustration. Hey, Lady Tsunade. What's wrong? Nothing. Just keep watching, she replied. Little Shirzue blinked, sensing her unease. On the battlefield, Watergate struggled against Chushu's relentless assault. After 30 exchanges, Watergate barely escaped the potentially grave wound, retreating hastily. On the other side, Kushina endured several punches. Although their force was not overwhelming, they still caused her discomfort. Choosing to distance herself from Chushu, she struck the ground with a fist and promptly vanished. She had not intended to engage closely with Chushu, but his speed left her no time to form seals. Chushu remained formidable, seemingly not exerting his full strength. Watergate's breath became ragged as he joined Kushina, still shaken. Scratching the back of his head, Kushina clutched her side, clearly feeling the impact of Chushu's earlier strikes. Damn it, he is definitely retaliating. It hurts, she thought, glancing at Chushu, who showed no signs of fatigue. With a moment of contemplation, Watergate devised a plan. Hey, Kushina, come here. Chapter 76. True Flame released. Chushu observed their whispered exchange with curiosity, wondering what strategy they had devised against him. However, judging by Kushina's expression, it likely wasn't anything favorable. Cough, so you're also weak? He taunted, leaping to the treetops, looking down upon them. It was undeniably exhilarating, this feeling of superiority and disdain. Watergate. I feel an urge to eliminate him. Kushina, now visibly agitated, had her hair standing on end. Had Watergate not restrained her, she would have charged at him. Don't act impulsively, Kushina. Remember our plan. After much persuasion, Watergate managed to calm her down. He exchanged a confirming glance with Kushina before stepping toward Chushu. Sensing Kushina's retreat, Chushu wondered what they were plotting. Nevertheless, he maintained his facade, unwilling to show any signs of weakness. Have you devised a new tactic? Let me see if it can amuse me. Watergate ignored Chushu's bravado, casually tossing a shuriken. Chushu tilted his head to dodge, raising his arm to block Watergate's kick. As shurikens flew past him, Chushu swiftly drew his blade, engaging in a rapid exchange of strikes with the flashes of light, never moving an inch. Hidden in the shadows, Kushina seethed with frustration. Enjoy your charade. Let us see how long you can keep it up. How cool. Little Shirzue marveled, his eyes shining with admiration. Having become a little fan of Chushu, this battle was simply magnificent. Tsunade observed intently as Watergate appeared before Chushu, launching a great breakthrough attack. Chushu brought his hands together, dispersing the attack with a powerful fire gust. However, Kushina charged in, seizing the moment to deliver a fierce punch while Chushu was still recovering. Fiery clone. A sphere of flames formed suddenly, grasping Kushina by the collar. The tightening grip momentarily caught her off guard, but it did not disrupt her technique. Chains erupted from behind, aiming to ensnare Chushu. Frowning, he prepared to evade, only to find Watergate launching another attack, shurikens surrounding him and cutting off all escape routes. What? Chushu gasped, astonished that Kushina had unleashed a formidable sealing technique. This was no trifling matter. It could bind even the Nine Tails. As a mere human, how could he contend with such a force? With Watergate blocking his retreat, Chushu faced imminent danger as the sealing technique closed in. Kushina, seeing her chance, grinned, envisioning the moment she would finally land a blow on him after his earlier mockery. Yet, Chushu merely smiled back. A perfect plan, hiding away a sealing technique? I must admit, that caught me off guard, but flame release, fire flame, instantaneous body. In an instant, Chushu transformed into a streak of fire. seamlessly slipping from their grasp in the blink of an eye. His speed rivaled that of Watergate's flying Thunder God technique. So fast, my Sharingan couldn't even capture it. Shizue was once again stunned by Chushu's velocity. To him, Chushu had transformed into a blazing serpent, his human form nearly untraceable. Has my teacher been concealing such power all along? Reflecting on the morning's pace, Shizue's worldview expanded dramatically. Tsunade also struggled to see clearly, but with her battle experience, she could still predict the trajectory of the attack. What? Kushina was utterly at a loss, missing such a golden opportunity, waiting for another chance like that. It might take more than just the two of us. This speed was nearly on par with her flying Thunder God technique. For the first time, Watergate witnessed a technique that could keep pace with his own, and it belonged to a martial arts practitioner. Let me show you my latest research skill. With that, the fiery clone released Kushina and swiftly moved to a position behind Chushu. Then, with a simultaneous clap of his hands, he unleashed the twin flames formation. Chushu expelled a torrent of crimson flames, while his clone conjured ordinary flames. The two converged, swiftly forming dual outer circles of fire. In an instant, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, causing all present to feel an overwhelming heat. Was this a formation? Watergate pondered, though it seemed reminiscent of the four purple flames formation. Was it a confinement formation akin to that? No. Chushu shook his head, refraining from launching an attack. By its name, it bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha flame formation from the Uchiha clan. This is indeed similar to the Uchiha flame formation, Jishue remarked. Hearing this, Chushu smiled knowingly. Indeed, the fire release was developed in a manner akin to the Uchiha flame formation. However, the Uchiha flame formation intricately transformed the crimson flames into a barrier through various cumbersome steps. As he spoke, Chushu brought his hands together, and a colossal crimson barrier emerged, mirroring the Uchiha flame formation. Yet, my fire release has streamlined these processes, extracting only the purest fire release chakra. Chushu spread his palms, and the crimson flames surged forth. The temperature matched that of the flame formation. Furthermore, the essence of the fire release was far more substantial than that of the flame formation. Truly astonishing. Jishue observed the two forms of fire release exhibited by Chushu, marveling at their magnificence. Tsunade furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Chushu intently. How could he possess such an understanding of the Uchiha clan? But the twin flames formation was not solely of fire release nature. It was the harmonious result of both fire release and flame release. As he spoke, the flames behind Chushu surged once more. The outer flame surprisingly emitted no heat, while the temperature within surged to yet another level. Watergate, within the circle, felt this acutely and formed a clear conclusion in his mind. It was the fire release that absorbed the heat from the outer flames. Precisely. Chushu smiled slightly, gazing at Watergate. This is a formation I can utilize alone, continuously enhancing my combat abilities. It draws heat from the external flames, providing a perpetual supply to sustain the internal fire release. Not only does it endlessly augment my combat capabilities, but it also significantly elevates the temperature within the circle. At this point, Watergate appeared puzzled. However, I recall that you possess a technique that can achieve this as well. You mean the Shura field? Watergate nodded. That technique consumes too much chakra and cannot provide a sufficient temperature ceiling. I have already abandoned it. Oh, Chushu waved his hand, indicating that this was not the crux of the matter. The primary reason lies in the temperature. Watergate was perplexed by what Chushu implied. If we speak of temperature, then the current temperature within the arena is certainly adequate for the fire release, and the Shura field's temperature was not significantly lower. The temperature of the twin flames formation, while only slightly higher than that of the Shura field, is precisely what allows me to employ my next technique. Fire release. True. Great fire annihilation. Chapter 77. Battle for Food. Watergate's eyes widened as a golden wave surged forth. On this day, he felt a temperature akin to the sun's radiant presence. It was also on this day that Chushu heard the longest silence he would ever experience in his lifetime. Nangong Chushu, we are still in the circle. Tsunade and Jishue observed as a torrent of golden flames surged within the flame formation, filling it and forming a massive golden hemisphere. What a spectacle! Jishue had been awestruck numerous times that day, yet the scene before him continued to redefine his understanding. Tsunade, however, grew increasingly vexed, feeling an unsettling familiarity. In the past, her second grandfather had similarly introduced new techniques, reshaping their perceptions. Such power could only be rivaled by her grandfather's wood release. As the flames dissipated, Chushu withdrew his chakra, causing the flames to extinguish rapidly. The area transformed into a fiery inferno. Except for the positions of the three, the rest was engulfed in a sea of crimson liquid. Kushina and Watergate were drenched, likely from the heat. No, it was from fear. From fright. What a chaotic scene. Tsunade chastised Chushu for his reckless use of force, turning the training ground into such a state. Meanwhile, she began to gather chakra to assist in the aftermath. However, Chushu completed his hand seals first, causing the ground to writhe. Earth release, earth cover. Boom. A large expanse of magma was buried beneath new soil. Tsunade nodded, somewhat satisfied with Chushu's cleanup efforts. All right, from now on, such ninjutsu is not permitted during training. Stick to ordinary techniques in regular practice. Understood. I merely wish to test my latest research findings, Chushu replied with a casual wave, returning to his previous lethargic demeanor. Research findings? We nearly perished. As Kushina's hair threatened to rise again, Watergate quickly restrained her. All right, Kushina, we haven't suffered any harm, and Chushu only acted when he was confident. Kushina shot Watergate a glare, prompting him to fall silent. Chushu had no words for Watergate's submissive nature. All right, I'll prepare a little more food later. Now that's more like it. Kushina's expression transformed in an instant. Chushu's lips twitched. It seemed she was merely motivated by food. Her rapid change of demeanor was akin to someone returning from a culinary expedition. Tsunade, however, remained skeptical. Was it truly that delicious? She hadn't experienced the power of Chushu's technique, but Kushina's fierce reaction suggested it was quite formidable. The fact that such a dangerous technique could be dismissed with just a meal puzzled Tsunade. After all, how delicious could a single meal truly be? Galugulu. In the afternoon, Tsunade sat before the camp, her eyes fixed intently on the roasting meat. How much longer until it's ready? I can hardly wait. Don't rush. It's not yet at the optimal cooking point. Chushu halted the impatient Tsunade and, after 3 minutes, promptly removed the meat from the heat. He immediately cut a piece for Jishue. Thank you, sensei. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. The first piece was not offered to her, the elder present. This left her somewhat disgruntled, as she was the oldest there. Yet, not wishing to compete for food with a child, she swallowed her frustration. Subsequently, Chushu, demonstrating his thoughtfulness, gave her the second piece, while Watergate and Kushina served themselves. Chushu sealed a portion of the roasted meat in a scroll. Hey, Chushu, what are you doing? Oh, visiting the sick. Watergate suddenly remembered that there were a few patients lying in the hospital. Wait, I'll go with you. Never mind, you stay here with Kushina. After all, it's been several days since you last saw each other. Leave some space for us. Chushu firmly pressed down on the Watergate, then turned to Jishue. Remember the training plan I assigned you. Assemble at the task meeting place tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Yes, teacher. Excellent. Then that's all for today. Farewell. With that, Chushu transformed into a wisp of flame and vanished. Ah, really? Shueman scratched his head. Is that the fiery clone back from hunting? He truly doesn't want to waste a moment. At the hospital, Chushu arrived at the door of the ward. With a creak, as the door swung open, 3 patients lying in bed came into view. Well, the two-person world hasn't materialized after all, he mused, noticing the 2 uninvited light bulbs. He stepped inside and approached Feng's bedside. Chushu, you've come. Feng finally noticed his visitor and beamed with joy. I brought you something to eat. Specially made for you. Without chili, just right for your palate. Saying this, Chushu opened the food box. Instantly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Meat. Food. In the next moment, the slumbering Yueji and Shankei were abruptly awakened, rushing towards Chushu like 2 ferocious beasts. Their demeanor hardly resembled that of patience. Especially Shankei, whose arm was bandaged like a rice dumpling, completely oblivious to her condition. Nearly crashing into the bed. Please, don't come over. Chushu exclaimed, sensing the impending chaos. He quickly tossed out 2 pieces of meat. Yueji caught one in her mouth, halting her advance. Poor Shankei, however, with her injured arm affecting her balance, missed the barbecue's location, now pursuing it as if it might fall to the ground. This is so delicious. Chushu, your cooking is the best. Feng exclaimed, his cheeks puffed out in bliss. Finally, I've had something tasty. Yueji was so moved, she shed tears. It seemed the hospital's food left much to be desired, and neither of their family members had made anything particularly flavorful. Haha, Patients should eat something light. No, you don't understand. These past few days, I've really missed you. Chushu felt a chill run down his spine. Such words should not be uttered. This food, he sighed in relief. Phew. Can you not breathe so heavily when you speak, sister? Huh. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just easy to choke. Chushu was not keen on discussing it further. He doubted she grasped the crux of the matter. However, Yueji selflessly settled beside the two and began eating with great enthusiasm. Chushu felt he had brought too little. Glancing at the 3-meter-long food box, he resolved to prepare more next time. Suddenly, the main door creaked open, and the three turned to see Shankei approaching with a contented expression, savoring the taste of the barbecue. Chushu, your barbecue is simply fantastic. Could you bring me a portion tomorrow? Save some meat for me. Before she could finish her sentence, Shankei lunged forward. Chushu, confused, turned to see Feng and Yueji had already devoured every last morsel, leaving only a dejected Shankei, clutching the empty food box, pitifully licking the remnants of grease. I'll try to grill more tomorrow, Chushu said helplessly, patting Shank's head before glancing at the now unusable food box. Chapter 78. Intelligence from the rain-hidden village. Did Danzo go out? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of an ANBU member beside him. Yes. What about Jiraiya? Has the intelligence not yet arrived? Just as he asked, a commotion erupted outside. Old man, I'm back. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly rose with excitement. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I was just waiting for Jiraiya's intel on Danzo's whereabouts, and here comes the white-haired toad. Come in. Oh, and call Chushu as well. Huh. Jiraiya, as he entered, glanced at the ENBU disappearing by the window, puzzled. Why bring that kid for such confidential information? At that moment, Chushu was selecting tasks alongside Jishui. Suddenly sensing someone approaching from behind, he swiftly turned around. The ANBU member in a cat-faced mask was startled. Being discovered in such a straightforward manner was a bit disconcerting for the covert unit. Ahem, Nangguang Chushu, the Hokage requests your presence. Chushu raised an eyebrow and then looked at Jishui. Come with me. Wait. Nangguang Jonin. The ANBU hesitated, glancing at Jishui. Is that all right? Chushu was not one to complicate matters. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With that, he led Jishui upstairs. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Chushu was surprised to find Jiraiya already present. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the reason for his summons. The intelligence has returned. He did not shy away from the matter. Since Jiraiya was there, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed intent on bringing him into the fold. However, Jiraiya was taken aback by Chushu's very first words. While he had suspected that the third Hokage was training Chushu, he never anticipated the boy would be involved in such confidential intelligence. Even more bewildering was that Chushu appeared to hold a dominant position in front of the third. Indeed. Take a look. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. Wait, old man, have you lost your mind? You haven't even reviewed this intelligence yourself? And you're letting this kid see it first? Chushu opened the paper bag and extracted the report, densely packed with information. Most of it detailed the current situation in the rain-hidden village, but crucial intel on the root ninjas was scarce. Chushu rubbed his temples, his head throbbing from the overload of unnecessary chatter. He skipped over the irrelevant details, focusing on the final section regarding the root's intelligence. Jiraiya, too, was perplexed. Couldn't he write a bit less and focus on the essentials? The content broadly indicated that after infiltrating the rain-hidden village, the root ninjas had managed to elude his sight through several disguises. Subsequently, through a series of checks, it was revealed that Hanzo had met with a foreign ninja 2 days ago. Without needing to guess, Chushu knew the preceding claims were dubious. Eluding Jiraiya's gaze? A person who had never been discovered while utilizing the transparent escape technique managed to slip past unnoticed? Visiting a disciple was merely visiting a disciple. How could it be evaded? The following details concerned the intelligence gathered from infiltrating Hanzo's quarters. Danzo intended to meet Hanzo? Did that old man actually agree to it? Chushu set the report down, narrowing his eyes, knowing there was something amiss. Danzo, a nearly 50-year-old prospective elder, sought an audience with Hanzo, who was over 60 and still active. How novel this situation appeared. Moreover, recalling the original story, it seemed that the Akatsuki's transformation was primarily instigated by Danzo. What are your thoughts on this matter? While Chushu pondered, the three others, including Jishui, reviewed the report. Jiraiya was mainly checking for any inaccuracies in his own report. Fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen might perceive the changes concerning the Akatsuki, he is now meeting Hanzo, likely in pursuit of collaboration. Despite Hanzo's role as an adversary to Konoha during the Second Shinobi War, he possesses a certain heroic spirit. To justify the collaboration, Danzo will probably initiate discussions centered around Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. However, Jiraiya believed that Chushu's analysis still had some flaws. The reputation of Hanzo in Amassing is rather unfavorable at present. Upon hearing this, Chushu felt a sudden tension and quickly grasped Jiraiya's arm. Elaborate. Jiraiya, taken aback by Chushu's intense reaction, momentarily faltered. Oh, let me recall what Yahiko mentioned, he continued. According to reliable sources, 3 years ago, after Amassing withdrew from the battlefield, the 5 great nations ceased to treat it with special consideration. Since then, Hanzo has gradually succumbed to decadence, indulging in pleasures with the upper echelons while neglecting the village's governance. Consequently, the villagers of Amassing harbor deep resentment, resulting in a poor attitude towards Hanzo. After Jiraiya's account, Chushu chuckled softly. How intriguing. Thus, the likelihood of Danzo initiating the collaboration on behalf of Konoha diminishes significantly. How so? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, puzzled. Danzo is astute in discerning people's hearts. Since Hanzo has lost the pride of a demigod of the Shinobi World, why would he choose to raise the stakes? Are you suggesting that? Hiruzen began to comprehend Chushu's implication. Chushu nodded, while Jiraiya wore a perplexed expression. Wait, what are you two discussing? I don't understand. The young Shursui, still a mere 10 years old, found himself bewildered, despite his maturity. What are your intentions? Hiruzen continued to seek Chushu's perspective. Currently, it appears that Hanzo will not readily acquiesce to Danzo. Although he has grown senile, he remains the leader of Amassing, his heart still tethered to the village. Even if he were to agree to collaboration, it would require Danzo to present a compelling incentive. After sharing his thoughts, Chushu sank into a chair. Therefore, there is no rush. Our primary task is to cleanse the root organization. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. By the way, how is the situation with root progressing? We have already commenced our actions, Hiruzen replied, taking a puff from his cigarette. We must act swiftly. Danzo must not catch wind of this. I understand that, Chushu affirmed. However, regarding root, I made a promise to him 2 years ago. Noticing Hiruzen's hesitation, Chushu felt an ominous sense of foreboding. What promise? It pertains to the wood release technique. Upon hearing this, Chushu's mind flashed back to that fearsome real estate mogul. An experiment? Hiruzen nodded gravely. 2 years prior, Chushu had not yet exhibited such prowess before him, and Konoha was in a precarious state back then. Chushu's mouth twitched. Let's give it a try. If it works, splendid. If not, we shall halt. Chapter 79. Results and teacher as anticipated by Chushu. Amassing had not stirred any significant activity. Jiraiya had not received any news from the Akatsuki, and the days passed quietly as usual. Chushu continued to undertake missions alongside Shursui, primarily focusing on internal tasks that posed minimal risk. Shursui remained patient, following Chushu's lead without complaint. Notably, Chushu paid a visit to Shursui's mother, a commoner and non-ninja. While his father had perished during the Second Shinobi War, Shursui was primarily raised by his mother. Consequently, Chushu had discussed the matter of mission payments with Shursui, who, unsurprisingly, declined. However, Shursui did agree to allocate a portion of their earnings based on the effort contributed to the missions. Chushu, seizing this opportunity, distributed extra funds to Shursui to assist with household expenses. Following this, Shursui diligently trained according to Chushu's plan for 2 weeks. Teacher, please assess my progress. In the training ground, Shursui stood opposite Chushu, gripping a short blade. Chushu, taking a moment to focus, offered some consideration to the young shinobi. All right, let me see if you have trained diligently over the past few days. I will not disappoint you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shursui vanished in a flash, creating multiple afterimages around him. Oh, no hand seals, merely a manifestation of body flicker? Chushu was astonished that Shursui had already mastered such a technique. Perhaps it was inspired by his own shadow clones. Nevertheless, it was evident that Shursui was still far from proficient, managing only a few afterimages, and not every one of them could launch an attack as his true self. Chushu effortlessly parried several strikes, moving in tandem with Shursui's assault, feeling no pressure. However, he could sense that Shursui's strength had indeed improved. Impressive. You have grown considerably stronger than before. Your swordsmanship, power, and accuracy have all seen enhancements. Your training has borne fruit. With that, Chushu swiftly retreated into the forest. Now, it was time to test Shirsui's jutsu and his grasp of the combat situation. Shirsui followed suit, but found no trace of Chushu. Nevertheless, he was certain that Chushu was observing him from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Shirsui remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a tree on his right. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shirsui reacted instantly, teleporting to the source of the sound, unleashing a torrent of flames. To his disappointment, there was nothing there. Instead, a significant opening appeared behind him. Oh no! Shirsui quickly flickered away. In the next instant, a blade narrowly grazed his shadow, nearly cleaving him in two. Your skill is still lacking, Shirsui, Chushu exclaimed. Fire release, great fireball. Chushu unleashed his own fireball, colliding with Shirsui's. The explosion echoed, with both their chakra clashing in a fierce contest. However, Shirsui's control over chakra remained inadequate. Although his fireball had improved significantly, it could not sustain itself for long. Soon, the flames from Shirsui's side began to wane. Not enough. Chushu retracted his flames, sheathing his sword, and engaged Shirsui in a taijutsu confrontation. Shirsui activated his Sharingan, but still found it challenging to keep up. Before long, he faltered, barely managing to block Chushu's punch. However, as Chushu exerted a bit more force, his fist broke through the defense, halting just before Shirsui's face. Illusion, Ember. Shirsui felt a jolt to his mind as the flames before him dispersed. Yet, with a rotation of his Sharingan, he swiftly broke free from the control of the embers. Indeed, it appears that the desired level has not been attained. Still falling short when compared to the Sharingan. Chushu scratched his head, observing that Shirsui had released the technique, deciding not to press further. The reason was simple. Shirsui was now utterly exhausted. It seems we must enhance the training intensity. From now on, I shall allocate an additional hour, increasing the duration of each training exercise by 15 minutes. Yes, master. Chushu approached and handed Shirsui a water bottle. Regarding Jinjutsu, I have little to comment, as I am not a Jinjutsu user myself, but I can certainly find you an external instructor. As for Shuriken and Kunai, I trust your abilities surpass my expectations, so I shall refrain from boasting before you. Shirsui, regaining his composure, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, master. I have been practicing with Shuriken. But as for Jinjutsu and the Sharingan, Chushu sighed, sensing the frustration in Shirsui's voice. Shirsui's mother was not from the Uchiha clan. Thus, she had no knowledge of the Sharingan, and he himself was not an Uchiha. Today it seems Fong is being discharged. Suddenly, Chushu recalled the day's significance. Do not worry. I have already arranged a teacher for you regarding the Sharingan. As for Jinjutsu, I have plans in place as well. Really? Shirsui felt warmth in his heart, surprised by the thorough arrangements made by his master. The dual role of a mentor and a matchmaker made him feel a tad bashful. But, might I be imposing on you too much? Not at all. Your desire to protect Konoha necessitates your growth, and it is my duty as a teacher to ensure that you become formidable. With that, he pulled Shirsui along. Come, let us meet your Sharingan instructor. Hey, master. Slow down. I might get a stitch. In the hospital, within the patient room, Fong and Suki were busily organizing their belongings. Both had recovered from their injuries and were preparing for discharge. Meanwhile, Yamame remained in bed, his injuries far more severe, necessitating further observation before he could be released. You can't leave me here alone. Knock, knock, knock. At the door, Chushu awkwardly tapped. The others froze momentarily. Yamame, who had been tugging at Suki's sleeve, suddenly halted and hurriedly approached Chushu. Chushu. Bang. Chushu was startled and accidentally knocked Yamame unconscious with a punch. Well, I even brought a red envelope. Chushu, why are you here so early today? What an adorable little child. Fong exclaimed, noticing Shirsui behind Chushu, rushing over to squat down and poke his cheek. Still from the Uchiha clan, huh? Is this the child you adopted? Chushu. Well, if possible, I would prefer a biological one. I was just joking. Seeing Chushu's embarrassed expression, Fong burst into laughter. But where did this child come from? About half a month ago, the third Hokage asked me to lead a team, and I only requested Shirsui. He is considered my disciple. Upon hearing this, both Fong and Suki became visibly agitated. You have already become a guiding teacher, Chushu? On the floor, Yamame struggled to rise, astonished. Chushu glanced at his own fist, doubting if his strength had diminished. The punch he delivered had not even knocked Yamame out for an hour. How disappointing. Indeed, Shui is quite clever. He is well suited to be my disciple. Is that so? Ouch. What is this? It hurts. Yamame instinctively scratched his head, only to cause himself further pain. Chushu quickly changed the subject, addressing Yamame. Me? Perhaps the floor was too hard. My head and back hurt from sleeping on it. How did I end up sleeping on the floor? The trio exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads in unison. Seeing this, Yamame turned to Shui. Shui glanced at Chushu, feeling conflicted, but noticed a tightly clenched fist in his peripheral vision. Swallowing hard, he decided to follow his heart. Upon seeing Shui also shake his head, Yamame was even more perplexed. Wait, you four were surrounding me, and none of you know how I ended up on the floor? Noticing Yamame's suspicious gaze, Chushu quickly pointed out the window. UFO. Where? Bang. The three inhaled sharply, their expressions contorted. Especially Shui, who had just been intimidated by that fist, now felt a phantom pain in his head. Simultaneously, he experienced a flicker of guilt, realizing he should not deceive. However, the thought of that fist potentially landing on his own head quickly dispelled any guilt. Let this uncle bear the burden. I am still young and cannot withstand the master's punch. This time, Chushu had learned his lesson and tossed the unconscious Yamame onto the bed. Observing his increasingly swollen head, he couldn't help but sigh. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Uffed. Suki stifled a laugh, and foam covered her mouth, amused. After being dragged around by Yamame all morning, she had longed to retaliate. But her recent recovery from injuries made it impossible to handle him. Chushu's punches had genuinely lifted her spirits. Now, where was I? Oh, right. I came here for two reasons: to pick you up from the hospital and to discuss this lad. Chushu hardly glanced at Yamame, instead pulling Shui over to Foam. Regarding the Sharingan, I would like to request your guidance for him. The Sharingan, Foam exclaimed in shock. Has this child awakened it already? Indeed. He has already manifested two Tomo. The two stared in astonishment at Shui. Given his appearance, he seemed barely old enough to graduate, yet he had already achieved two Tomo. What exceptional talent this child possessed. Suki mused, recalling her uncle Danzo. Such a promising prospect, if only Danzo were to learn of him. I see. I understand. Foam smiled gently and extended her hand to Shui. Let me teach you how to utilize the Sharingan. While I may not be the best at developing the Sharingan, I can be considered proficient. However, I am not particularly skilled in the Genjutsu aspect. Shui's head was affectionately ruffled, and he nodded vigorously. As long as someone was willing to teach him, the identity of the instructor mattered little. What was important was the opportunity to learn. Haha, you need not worry. I have also arranged a teacher for Genjutsu. Is he also from the Uchiha clan? No, he is a senior from 4 years ahead of us, named Akatsuki Shinju. Foam had certainly heard that name before. During her school days, the legend of a Genjutsu genius had circulated widely, and that genius was none other than him. As the crimson sun set, the skilled shinobi, Yuhi Kurenai, dispatched numerous foes on the battlefield of the Sand Shinobi. His remarkable achievements in illusion techniques were truly commendable. Indeed, if it were him, it would be entirely feasible. Perhaps he could even provide Shui with guidance on the Sharingan's illusions. With that, the trio exited the hospital. Awakening in the evening, Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, "No. Ouch. My head. Sarutobi Hisashi, you certainly possess formidable skills." Meanwhile, Danzo, who had stealthily returned to the route, observed the sparse members of his faction, nearly shattering the stone armrest with a single slap, concealing his swollen right hand. He shifted to use his left to grip his staff. How remarkable. You've managed to reach this extent. I can no longer hold back. Bring me Orochimaru. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hisashi gazed at Danzo through the crystal ball, his emotions a tumultuous blend of relief and nostalgia. The ninjas of Root had been dispersed. Some sent on missions, others absorbed into his command. The missing children were now publicly stated to have been recovered. Observing Danzo's furious visage brought him a sense of satisfaction and reflection. Had it not been for Danzo's relentless pressure, he would never have resorted to such measures. Recalling their childhood friendship, he pondered when their relationship had soured. Perhaps it was after he ascended to the position of Hokage? Did Danzo also deem him an inadequate leader? As his thoughts began to dissipate, the imagery within the crystal ball suddenly blurred. Realizing that Danzo had detected his surveillance, Hisashi hastily severed the chakra connection. Feeling a pang of guilt, this was a significant setback, as he had finally found a loophole within the rude-s barriers to gain insight into their affairs, only to be discovered so soon. This reminiscence had indeed caused him trouble. At that moment, Hisashi contemplated the notion of erasing his own memories. However, it was unlikely that Danzo would seek him out again. He would probably change the location of future meetings. Though his actions hadn't brought their clandestine rivalry into the open, it signified a private conflict with Danzo. The internal affairs of Konoha would become increasingly difficult to manage. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Hisashi called out, "Enter." "Lord Hokage," a familiar voice resonated, slightly uplifting Hisashi's spirits. Yet, his demeanor shifted as he turned solemnly to the door. A head peeked in. Nangang Chushyu, with an earnest expression, approached him. "Oh, it's little Chushyu. What brings you to seek your grandfather?" Hisashi greeted with a warm smile. "Lord Hokage, I have come to request permission to learn a particular ninjutsu," Nangang Chushyu stated earnestly, displaying a respectful demeanor towards Hisashi. "Oh, you wish to learn ninjutsu? Excellent. How about I personally instruct you?" Hisashi replied, his smile broadening as he slowly rose from his chair. "Really?" Chushyu hesitated for a moment, surprised by the prospect of personal instruction from the Hokage. "But you haven't even told me what you plan to teach." Without further ado, Hisashi swiftly formed hand seals, and a block of earth materialized, enclosing Chushyu within. Earth release, earth prison, fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, flames erupted within the block, accompanied by distant cries. Hisashi retracted his hand seals, observing the now silent earth prison. "Humph. He certainly does not show me the respect I deserve. Danzo, are you already so eager?" Chapter 81. Teaching Ninjutsu Infuriated. Shimura Danzo crushed his chair into splinters. The news of the failed assassination by the root ninjas reached him, illuminating the incompetence of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained noncommittal. With Danzo's elder status now nullified, and the root-s influence precariously hanging by a thread, Orochimaru would not be foolish enough to collaborate based solely on Danzo's word. He sought immediate benefits. For Orochimaru, the reputation of his former mentor was of little concern. His true ambitions lay in ninjutsu and research. Danzo felt a sense of helplessness and secretly lamented not having developed more influence, which had led to the current predicament, exacerbated by the absence of root ninjas after his downfall. Currently, Konoha offered no potential allies, unless Danzo glanced at his front door, precisely at the plaque above it. Contemplating contacting the nobility of the Land of Fire to invite the third Hokage. In secret, a ninja with orange hair vanished in an instant. As a smile crept onto Danzo's lips, he hoped the people from the Land of Rain would come to his aid. Recently, a large number of returning ninjas had completed their missions, and the third Hokage had decided to halt external assignments due to the fatigue of the ninjas. Chushyu had finally found himself with free time. Each day he accompanied Shursui on minor tasks, occasionally undertaking D or C-ranked missions that required minimal effort. As Shursui's graduation approached, the new Chunin exams were looming. Naturally, Shursui desired to participate, but, feeling uncertain, approached Chushyu for guidance. "Training? It's just a Chunin exam. Don't you want your opponents to survive?" Chushyu remarked, glancing at Shursui, who was nearly at his waist but could easily overpower most Chunin. "Still, I feel rather unprepared." Shursui chuckled awkwardly. "Unprepared? Nonsense. Training is a gradual process. One cannot rush it," Chushyu responded as he tidied his room and stepped outside with Shursui. "The weather is splendid today, and I've noticed your recent improvements." "Yes. Since we won TB training, how about you teach me a ninjutsu instead?" Shursui's spirits lifted at the prospect. "Certainly. Since your chakra affinities are wind and fire, while I specialize in fire, I'll teach you a technique I developed 3 years ago at the age of 9. Shursui's mind buzzed, struggling to absorb Chushyu's words. Soon, within his astonished gaze, Chushyu swiftly formed hand seals. A surge of intense chakra coursed through him, ascending to his throat. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In the next moment, a blazing projectile resembling an arrow erupted from Chushyu's mouth, soaring towards the center of the lake. Moments later, it detonated with a thunderous roar. Water splashed up to 7 meters high, drenching Shursui. The sheer force rendered him speechless. Was this power truly a ninjutsu developed by a mere 9-year-old? How astonishing! Shursui could hardly articulate his thoughts. The speed of the day hunter arrow and the sharpness of its tip far surpassed that of conventional fire techniques. Coupled with the subsequent explosion, He had never witnessed such destructive power in a fire technique before. The Day Hunter arrow demanded an exceptionally high mastery of chakra from its user. It could be deemed a rare fire technique with a learning difficulty rating of S. It was a technique I had stumbled upon after 3 years of relentless training, and even now, I continued to refine it. In this regard, Chushu had indeed spoken the truth. At that young age, mastering chakra was relatively easier for him. However, as he matured, with the increase in both quantity and quality of chakra, he too needed to continuously hone his control over it. Otherwise, such a challenging fire technique as the Day Hunter arrow would have long been beyond his reach. Truly impressive. Very well, I shall give it a try, Shizue exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm as he began to form hand seals. From the very beginning, he had memorized Chushu's seals without even resorting to his Sharingan. Chushu couldn't help but admire Shizue's innate talent. He suspected that even Itachi might pale in comparison. Yet, while aspirations were lofty, reality soon unfolded. As Shizue completed his last seal, chakra rapidly coalesced in his throat. Shizue was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the remarkable amplification effect these seals had on his chakra. In a moment of panic, he failed to restrain the chakra properly and inadvertently released it. The flames had not coalesced as intended, dissipating into the air. Chushu slapped his forehead, realizing that his guidance had not been sufficiently clear. The lad was still a bit overconfident. Coughing slightly, Shizue pressed his scorched lips, determined to try again. Focus on chakra cohesion, Chushu reminded him. The formation of the Day Hunter arrow was incredibly swift, emphasizing speed. Holding the chakra in one's mouth was akin to drawing a bowstring. If it was not pulled taut, the arrow would not coalesce. It was imperative to hold it back. During the drawing, one must ensure that the external chakra formed a wall full of fissures. With Chushu's guidance, Shizue mentally prepared himself. Then, chakra surged furiously in his throat. Shizue's expression stiffened as he struggled to contain the burgeoning impulse. At the same time, he exerted all his effort to control the chakra, continuously forming a more solid exterior. As the final seal was completed, Shizue could no longer restrain himself and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release, Day Hunter arrow. The flames rapidly coalesced as they erupted, swiftly taking on the form of a bizarre arrow. Chushu frowned, sensing that the arrow lacked the feel of a properly formed technique. Indeed, the arrow's speed and sharpness fell short of the standard. Within moments of being released, it exploded mid-air, failing to maintain its shape. Shizue felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, embarrassed that he had let Chushu down. Do not lose heart. Chushu's voice quickly reassured him. Your foundational control over chakra may not be exemplary, but achieving this much on your first attempt is commendable. It took me 3 years of practice to reach this level, and you too can succeed. Encouraged by his words, Shizue nodded resolutely, regaining his confidence. Yes, I shall not disappoint my teacher. Chapter 82, Training. On the way home, Shizue remained in a state of astonishment. The words of Nangong Chushu echoed in his mind. 3 years. He had been training for 3 years. This meant that his teacher had begun such rigorous training at the tender age of 6. While the Ninja Academy followed a 6-year curriculum, Chushu graduated normally. It took him 6 whole years to develop his fire release technique. This indicated that while other children were still at play, Chushu had devoted all his time to training. This was how he had developed fire release. Indeed, where was the notion of innate talent? It was merely the journey of a child striving tirelessly to grow. And when Nangong Chushu displayed fire release on the battlefield at 13, he was simply showcasing the fruits of 7 years of labor. Contemplating this, Shizue came to a halt. He glanced at a child training not far off. Upon his first glance, he noticed the Uchiha clan emblem on the child's back. An Uchiha? Perhaps? Under the dim light, flashes of yellow light flickered continuously. Kushina sat nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the kunai suspended in the small room. After a short while, the yellow flashes ceased. How is it? Did you sense anything? Kushina shook her head. Not at all. The intricacies of space-time ninjutsu are far too profound for me to comprehend. Is that so? Even the sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan are insufficient? Minato sighed, deep in thought about how to approach the situation. Ever since witnessing Chushu's golden flames, he had felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Minato understood that if he did not strive to catch up, the position of Hokage might slip further from his grasp. Thus, he made a bold decision. He too would emulate the second Hokage and Chushu, creating or improving a jutsu. His focus turned to the flying thunder god technique, which he was most familiar with. For this purpose, he and Kushina had been researching here for several days. Unfortunately, they had made little progress, leading to increasing frustration. Humph. You think you can improve that white-haired brat's technique? Just as they were lost in thought, Kushina suddenly heard a dull voice nearby. Shut up. Kushina, already irritable, snapped back at the taunt. Humph. Where was your courage to speak when Chushu was around? Is it the Ninetales? Minato inquired. Kushina nodded. The Ninetales felt somewhat embarrassed by her retort. Humph. That little brat? You don't think I'm afraid of him, do you? He*s just a child. I could crush him with a mere paw. Seeing the Ninetales still being obstinate, Kushina was about to retort again when a sudden noise interrupted them. Oh. The two immediately stood up cautiously, looking towards the door of the small room. They noticed that the door had opened at some point, a beam of sunlight streaming in. Standing in the doorway was a tall, handsome young man with long hair. Chushu. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Minato was somewhat taken aback. How did you know? Well, you two hadn't shown yourselves for several days, so I had to expand my senses. There's no barrier here. Chushu waved his hand, stepping inside, followed closely by Isekai'd. To their surprise, they were not alone. Tsukihime had also entered alongside them. Initially, Kushina had been excited to see Chushu and Isekai'd, anticipating a chance to humiliate the great fox in her belly. However, the arrival of Tsukihime made her lose that excitement altogether. After all, Chushu and Fone were aware of her Ninetales, but Tsukihime was oblivious to it. Unable to let Chushu confront the Ninetales, Kushina could only mock her in private. What's the matter, Ninetales? Now that the main character has arrived, why are you silent? The Ninetales was momentarily at a loss for words, trapped and unable to move. Her expression exceedingly awkward. I am simply tired. Do you think your adamantine seal is a comfortable chain? May I not take a rest? Upon seeing the Ninetales in distress, Kushina felt less gloomy and turned to leave the ceiling space. How come Tsukihime is with you? Aren't you always traveling as a duo? Upon hearing Kushina's inquiry, Chushu began to vent his grievances. Don't mention it. I originally intended to meet Fone, but she saw us midway and, thinking we were going to train, decided to tag along. I've explained countless times that we merely wanted to have some fun, yet she refuses to believe me. Sigh, where has trust between people gone? Chushu shook his head and unceremoniously poured himself a cup of tea. As for Tsukihime, it's rather fortuitous. I was indeed training with Minato. Uft. What did you say? Chushu had not yet swallowed his tea before it spewed out, and he turned stiffly to look at Minato, who nodded helplessly. Indeed. But we have yet to find a good direction. Before Minato could finish, Chushu turned to pull Fone away. However, he was stopped by Tsukihime. Hey, why the rush to leave? Aren't we supposed to be training? Join us. Chushu, disinclined to elaborate, plopped down onto a chair. Fone, noticing this, readily spoke up to explain Chushu's situation. It's not Chushu's training time right now. He follows his own schedule. Therefore, he generally does not accept invitations for training. Now, this should be his moment of relaxation. Upon hearing this, Tsukihime displayed a look of disdain. TCH, so unambitious, slacking off and enjoying life. I truly don't understand how you've trained to such a level. It's quite unfair. Exactly. Fong chimed in. Chushu had long grown accustomed to his teammates' sharp tongue and was not particularly angered. I train every day without fail, and I've found the right methods. Understanding what I am training for. It's not blind training just to become stronger. With that, Chushu suddenly appeared at the door, moving with a speed that left everyone momentarily stunned. I recall having taught you this long ago, yet it seems you didn't grasp the essence of my words. Tsukihime furrowed her brow, memories from the past resurfacing, and she realized that Chushu indeed spoke of this 3 years prior. That day, Chushu had just returned from his assigned area, bringing back over 30 sand ninja headbands. She had been inspired to train. Subsequently, Chushu had shared some similar sentiments with her. But at the time, she hadn't paid much attention. Perhaps because it was her first experience of such care, she didn't absorb it. Reflecting on her past feelings, Tsukihime felt a flush of embarrassment. However, she quickly noticed the peculiar gazes from the others and coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Well, if that is the case, let me see your training. Chushu frowned slightly, then nodded, perplexed by such a strange request. Sure. Come to my house with Fone tonight. My training time is roughly from 6 to 11 in the evening. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Training. As dusk approached, Chushu had prepared dinner. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, there came a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Chushu set down his chopsticks and opened the door. Two familiar figures met his gaze. Feng, Tsukihime, why have you arrived so early? Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that there was still half an hour until 6 o'clock, the scheduled training time. I came to help you with dinner. Feng stammered. Chushu quickly understood. She was craving food. He then shifted his gaze to Tsukihime, his eyes silently questioning her intent. Feng misspoke. We are here to help you cook. Oh, no need. Chushu replied nonchalantly. The two were momentarily stunned, thinking they had been refused entry, lingering at the door. Dinner is ready. You may come in. The two immediately brightened and hurried inside, changing their shoes. Unlike the ninja world, Chushu retained the customs of the Shinzu kingdom. At home, shoes could be changed, but they still had to be worn. The dining table was high with tall stools. This left Feng and Tsukihime feeling quite uncomfortable, especially for the two. Accustomed to kneeling while eating, sitting on stools now felt quite awkward as their legs longed to bend. Chushu served each of them a bowl and returned to the kitchen to boil a pot of noodles. Hey, Chushu, how did you know we were coming? You even prepared our meal in advance. Chushu stirred the noodles while seasoning them. I didn't tea. This is just my portion. There is still a large pot of rice left. The two exchanged glances and hurried to the rice cooker, peering inside. Indeed, it was filled to the brim with steaming rice. Is this your portion size? It's manageable. You'll find out soon enough. Before long, Chushu had finished cooking the noodles and brought them to the table. However, he noticed that the two remained motionless, not even lifting their chopsticks. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? We're waiting for you. You're the host, so you must announce the meal. Chushu rolled his eyes at such etiquette, feeling exasperated. Then, blushing slightly, he recited a line he remembered from a show, which was striking yet inconsequential. A large, big kimaasai. With that, the two lunged for their chopsticks like hungry wolves, devouring the food. Chushu smiled wryly. For a chef, the approval of diners was the greatest satisfaction. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it away. After saying this, he began to eat at a leisurely pace. In less than 10 minutes, Chushu set down his bowl and chopsticks. The two, still in the throes of their meal, looked at him in astonishment. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? I'm finished. What? Tsukihime jumped up, glancing at her half-full bowl. Then at the two large bowls and the rice cooker in front of Chushu, lost in contemplation. Wait, the rice cooker? You eat quickly. It's not good for your health. Feng put down her chopsticks and gently admonished him. You should chew slowly. It aids digestion. Haha, it's fine. My digestion is quite good. I'll have energy for training later. Feng chuckled helplessly, then looked at Chushu's still flat stomach, wondering where all that food had gone. Chushu changed into his training outfit, which was somewhat loose-fitting. After finishing their meal, the two changed into their attire, which was fitted and completely different from Chushu's. Where do we start? Chushu stretched and then retrieved 3 lead weights marked with 50 kilograms. Let us commence with push-ups, 100 in a set, and we shall undertake 3 sets to begin with. Having spoken, he tossed the lead weights to the two individuals. Both Feng and Yueji momentarily experienced a mental lapse. 100 in a set, and 3 sets to start. Instinctively catching the weights, they both sank slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. How heavy? Such an elevated training intensity? While they were still in shock, Chushu had already begun. Without further hesitation, the two followed suit. Yueji, ever the competitive spirit, managed to perform dozens before her arms began to tremble, yet she persisted. Chushu, however, maintained his original pace, completing 3 sets of 100 with a mere 5-minute respite, showing no signs of strain. All right, on to the next segment, physical training. Wait. Yueji, still struggling to rise, managed to call a halt to Chushu's progression. Feng, on the other hand, had no desire to get up, feeling as though her arms were about to snap after completing 100 push-ups. I haven't finished yet. Give me a moment. Chushu raised an eyebrow at her, hesitating before replying. It's merely a warm-up. There's no need for that. What? With a sudden loss of strength, Yueji collapsed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath her. Such training was merely a warm-up? Now I understand why you consumed so much earlier. Feng waved her hand, opting out of the continued exercise, feeling somewhat faint. What is physical training? Jump rope, for 1 hour. The two gasped once more. Weighted jumps, Chushu declared, retrieving several sandbags filled with iron sand and lead pellets. Each bag weighed approximately 25 kilograms, and there were a total of 8 bags. He promptly attached 2 bags around his neck and arms, securing the remaining 2 to his calves, as the calves needed to endure the momentum of swinging. thus requiring less weight than the arms. This was also to alleviate the body's burden and prevent excessive strain. Yueji swallowed hard, choosing not to partake in the ongoing training, planning instead to continue during chakra training later. Feng, in a state of astonishment, found Chushu's training intensity continuously reshaping her understanding. It became clear to her why. During their previous encounter with those two ruffians, Chushu was able to effortlessly block a force that even Jichuan could not withstand. No wonder the doctors had noted numerous hidden injuries on Chushu's body during the hospital examination. It turned out he had always undergone such intense training, which accounted for his formidable strength. Watching Chushu's dynamic form, his sinewy muscles coiling like steel wires, Yueji recognized it as evidence of his rigorous training and dedication. What drove him to steadfastly pursue strength? Reflecting on Chushu's unwavering gaze, she found herself perplexed, recalling his words from when they were assigned to classes. At that time, he had been distinctly lethargic. After a moment of contemplation, Yueji resumed her activities and fetched a jump rope and sandbags. My dream is to achieve effortless wealth and eternal life. Yet, at that time, he had been so indolent. Why, then, did he engage in such intense training daily? Chapter 84. Chakra Training in the evening. Beside the waterfall, Chushu stood upon the lake's surface, accompanied by a somewhat fatigued Yueji and a still vigorous Feng. In chakra training, I emphasize two key aspects, quality and control. Therefore, I possess a unique approach to cultivation. Both listened intently from the shore, with Feng having activated her Sharingan. The three tomo rotated, allowing her to observe every subtle flow of Chushu's chakra. First, we must focus on control. To attain precise control over chakra, foundational practices such as walking on water and climbing trees are essential. More refined control hinges on achieving perfection. As he spoke, Chushu gathered a vast amount of chakra beneath his feet and began to stride toward the rushing waterfall. Wait, you wouldn't. Both Yueji and Feng had their suspicions, but witnessing the scene before them left them in disbelief. Chushu was walking directly upon the tumultuous waters. This was incomprehensible. It was not a still surface nor a gently flowing river. It was a waterfall cascading at high speed. To stand upon it required not only exceptional chakra control, but also rapid reflexes and the ability to manipulate the flow of chakra with ease. In Feng's eyes, Chushu's chakra surged wildly beneath him. Each fragment of chakra was divided into minuscule branches, flowing in harmony with the swift current, and none was swept away by the turbulent waters. For her, this was an utterly unattainable feat. Yet, Chushu stood there effortlessly. What extraordinary mastery over chakra this was! What an exquisite level of precision! Feng dared not contemplate the immense effort Chushu must have invested in such training. It was undoubtedly beyond her reach. Yueji felt her mind racing. This transcended the realm of mere possibility. He truly deserved the accolades he received. Perhaps we should begin with methods of lower intensity? After a moment, Yueji reluctantly suggested. However, she was at a loss as to how to approach Chushu's current regimen. Chushu pondered for a moment and conceded. You make a valid point. You may, he began, only to suddenly realize, wait, weren't you here to learn about my training? Why are you suddenly wanting to join me? This caught the two off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ultimately, under Chushu's stern gaze, they disclosed their intentions. All right, let me speak. Feng, unable to withstand the pressure, stepped forward. It was I who suggested it. I wish to train with you and become stronger. Beside her, Yueji shot a bewildered glance at Feng, which Chushu promptly caught. It was Yueji who proposed it, yet you jumped in to take the blame. Chushu playfully nudged Feng, unceremoniously exposing her thoughts. Feng chuckled bashfully. Hee, may we train alongside you? The two, filled with anticipation, inquired of Chushu. With a resigned nod, Chushu agreed. As long as you can discuss it with your families. Yay, rest assured, we've already spoken to our families. Chushu. So you had this all planned out to set me up, did you? Heaving a sigh, Chushu led them to a more turbulent section of the river. This is where I initially trained. You shall practice here from now on. All right. They both replied in unison, their demeanor markedly earnest following the earlier events. Feng gazed intently at him, as if there were questions lingering on her mind. What troubles you, Chushu? I wish to inquire why you strive so diligently to grow stronger. Chushu was momentarily taken aback, failing to provide an immediate response. Why indeed? His thoughts drifted back to a night 10 years prior. The moment he had just traversed into this new world. The helplessness, the panic, the overwhelming sensation of being utterly alone. How swiftly a decade had passed. Hearing that number, Feng was transported back to their first days at school a decade ago. Was it because of her? The struggles of the past 10 years, a catalyst of potential threats. Feng, do you understand? Feng had been reminiscing, contemplating whether Chushu's desire for strength stemmed from her, from their shared bond. Suddenly, Chushu's voice snapped him back to reality, and he found himself entranced by Chushu's features, his heart racing. Unbeknownst to Chushu, he continued, if it were not for the need to preserve myself, I would prefer not to toil so hard. I have considered whether a tranquil life of commerce might be more comfortable. But then, Chushu's thoughts shifted to the oppressive aura of Uchiha Madara from the original narrative. The might of the Uchiha clan was undeniably formidable. Feng gasped, realizing Chushu's efforts were indeed for them. This revelation struck a chord deep within her, moving her profoundly. He would go to such lengths for her. What reason did she have to give up? A surge of determination washed over Feng as she turned to the swiftly flowing river. I understand now, she declared, racing back to train her chakra control on the water, just as Tsukihime had done. What do you mean you understand? Chushu asked, momentarily puzzled. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Or had Feng's Sharingan evolved into a Mangekyo, granting her the ability to perceive his thoughts? Chushu tightened his clothing, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was all rather strange. Regardless, he resolved to focus on his training. Setting aside his distractions, Chushu returned to the waterfall, seeking to relax his mind to the fullest. His water-walking technique had reached a level where he could traverse the waterfall effortlessly. Mere water treading was no longer sufficient for his training. It was time to expand the area of his chakra's influence and intensify his training. Taking a deep breath, Chushu gradually lowered himself into a squat, then sat upright upon the waterfall. Excellent. Maintain your position. He bent his legs, crossing his feet atop his thighs, fully relinquishing the opportunity to stand, relying solely on his chakra to sustain him on the waterfall. Chapter 85, The Voice. Danzo, come forth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on his way to an official residence. Sensed that something was amiss. The accompanying Umbu immediately heightened their vigilance. Gradually, a figure emerged from the nearby woods. Hiruzen, you have changed. You have become more astute. Danzo, clad in battle armor, had discarded his usual cane. No, it is you, Danzo, who have grown excessively arrogant. I have tolerated your actions for so many years, believing you would amend your ways, only to find that you have become a villain. Danzo chuckled darkly. Hiruzen, what significance do such words hold now? We have already engaged in a covert struggle. There is no turning back. Sighing deeply, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The Hokage robe vanished, replaced by his former battle armor. So, you were prepared all along? Danzo's expression twisted with malice as he gestured, and numerous ninjas surged forth. Go. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered his Umbu to respond. I never imagined you could muster so many ninjas. Hiruzen noted that most were familiar faces from the radical Shimura clan. No further words are needed. Let us engage, Danzo. The two launched into battle, vanishing from sight in an instant. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Fire and wind intertwined in the air, neither gaining the upper hand. This Hokage, proficient in all 5 elemental techniques, found himself outmatched by an old friend. Even with elemental advantages, he could not surpass Danzo's prowess. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken sliced through the air, transforming into a net that rained down upon Danzo like raindrops. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. A gust erupted from Danzo, elongating and deflecting the shuriken. Following that, bullets of wind shot forth from his mouth, each one aimed at vital points. Drawing upon his seasoned battle experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed his seals in advance. In the next moment, a thick earthen wall rose abruptly, blocking the vacuum bullets. Yet, it was not long before a green sword cleaved through it. Hiruzen recoiled 2 steps as a massive dragon head emerged from the ground. Earth style, Earthen Dragon Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Accompanied by flaming mud bullets. They surged forward, only to be cleaved apart by Danzo's sword. Behind him, Danzo's voice resounded once more, summoning Dream Taper. What? Just as Hiruzen turned back, a colossal beast, its nose wrapped in bandages, appeared, opening its maw wide towards him. This is bad. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. A massive wind technique surged from behind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily formed his seals. Monkey King. A 2-meter-tall white-furred monkey suddenly appeared, blocking the wind attack from behind. What is happening, Saru? Is that Danzo? There was no time for explanations. In response to the monkey's inquiry, Hiruzen had no time to answer. He quickly erected an earthen wall for protection. Just as he attempted to escape the Dream Taper's wind attack from the side, 2 shuriken flew towards him from either side. The monkey blocked one, while Hiruzen faced the other, left with no choice but to endure. Wind style, wind reversal. He unleashed a gust of air from his hands, redirecting the shuriken back towards Danzo. Danzo sliced through them, then aimed to engage Hiruzen in close combat. Transformation. The monkey morphed into a staff the size of a person, and Hiruzen grasped it, using it to deflect Danzo's sword. Danzo. Hiruzen. Clang. Ouch. Hee hee. Hiruzen, I've won this battle again. In the training ground, young Danzo hoisted young Hiruzen up. Hiruzen laughed, bumping fists with Danzo. You're still so formidable. Your wind techniques are truly impressive. As memories ceased to flow, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon his once vibrant friend, now a mere shadow of his former self, his throat feeling parched. Danzo, I am well aware of your relentless ambition. Yet, I do not lack in prowess. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The monkey summoned by Hiruzen was flung forth, transforming into a myriad of shadowy staffs, which Danzo severed with precision. The earthen wall trembled precariously, unable to withstand the Dream Eater's pull. In an instant of collapse, a fiery dragon head erupted forth. As the Dream Eater's force surged, it was swiftly engulfed. Boom! Under the searing flames, the Dream Eater quickly dissipated. Turning back, Hiruzen found the monkey had reverted, seizing Danzo's wind blade. It is over, Danzo. Not quite yet, Hiruzen. Without hesitation, Danzo relinquished the wind blade, engaging Hiruzen in a brief exchange before grasping his arm. The next moment, an intricate array of characters spread rapidly from his hand. For symbol seal, Hiruzen recognized it instantly and hastily summoned the monkey to his aid, creating distance. He formed hand seals. Water release, water surge wave. Lightning release, lightning strike. Water and lightning surged forth, rapidly encircling Danzo's feet. With a gust, Danzo blew away the lightning, leaping out of the water surge wave's range. Yet soon after, Hiruzen's voice echoed from behind. 8 trigram seal. Danzo's heart raced in surprise, completely unprepared for this maneuver. Shadow clone, perhaps? It is over, Danzo. Have I truly outmaneuvered you? However, to Danzo's astonishment, Hiruzen spared his life, allowing him to return to the Shimura clan unscathed. The cost? A complete loss of control over Root. Damn you, Hiruzen. How could you? This revelation struck Danzo like a dagger, akin to witnessing the beloved he nurtured being snatched away by Hiruzen. For him, this was nothing short of a humiliation. Now, Danzo found himself stripped of power, devoid of loyal subordinates, and lacking even the means for a resurgence. How could he pursue his ambitions? How could he contend for the Hokage position? Cursed be this fate. Why? Why did you not simply end my life? Why grant me mercy only to prolong my suffering? In his chamber, Danzo pounded the table in a fit of rage, a testament to his fury and his yearning for the Hokage title. At that moment, a deep voice echoed like a demon from within. Do you wish to regain your strength? Do you desire to compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the Hokage position? Yes. I yearn for it desperately. In his tumultuous anger, Danzo answered the voice without a second thought, not even considering its origin. Then let us collaborate. We can assist you in achieving your goals. Really? Chapter 86. Disappearance. Following the incident with Danzo, Hiruzen consulted with Asahi regarding the matter. Learning that Danzo had fallen into complete silence brought Asahi a measure of relief. Initially intending to protect himself, he inadvertently saved Hatake Tsukumo's life as well. It seemed he had done a good deed. However, before Asahi could catch his breath, Hiruzen made yet another request. He wished for Asahi to take over the management of Root. To this, Asahi flatly refused, asserting that he had initially agreed to mentor Shursui with the intent of grooming him for leadership of Root. Hiruzen did not insist with an iron fist. Instead, he expressed understanding. Yet, with Root in disarray and lacking order, it could not be neglected. Asahi shot Hiruzen a stern glance, ultimately conceding to temporarily take charge. After all, it wasn't a position that required public visibility. Who was to say who would take over? Neither Nara Shikaku nor Mito Kaze voiced any objections. They, too, had heard of Danzo being dealt with by Hiruzen and dared not oppose him. Reluctantly, Asahi became the second shadow of the ninja world. Sigh. Perhaps I will be the one to bear the brunt of the blame in the future. Asahi sighed, and after sending Shursui home, he arrived at the vacant route headquarters. Behind him were the Umbu ninjas Hiruzen had temporarily assigned him. Their prowess was, well, lacking. They were more adept at reconnaissance and stealth, making them decent subordinates. Ultimately, Hiruzen was reluctant to grant him too much power or too many followers. After all, having witnessed Danzo's downfall, how could he place such trust in Asahi? Nevertheless, he reinstated Asahi's authority to train Umbu and provided him with a list of graduates from Shursui's cohort. Subsequently, Hiruzen delivered this information. Sigh. Following Asahi's directives, the root office was transformed into a common one. The elevated platform was removed, but an additional table was added. As Asahi reviewed the documents, his head began to spin. Isn't this akin to teaching children? Frantically scratching his head, Asahi prepared training schedules for each child, his hair disheveled. Yet, the burden was light, compared to Shursui's training. It was but a trifle. Afterward, he submitted the training plans to Hiruzen for him to oversee. Asahi then took the liberty of skipping work to focus on his own training. Fortunately, the temporary training did not require further planning, granting Asahi some leisure. The root had no pressing affairs, and Hiruzen did not assign him any tasks. However, after a while, he received unsettling news. What? Disappearances? Yes, Tsukihime nodded. At the dining table, Asahi instinctively sensed something was amiss. His cousin's family was in a state of panic. The frequency of disappearances in the Shimura clan was increasing, and no leads had emerged. The Hokage had already ordered the police force to investigate, yet 3 days had passed with no clues to be found. If it were an isolated case of a disappearance, Asahi would not have thought much of it. Perhaps it was merely the work of human traffickers. However, the recurring nature of these disappearances, particularly within the Shimura clan, was indeed suspicious. Something is amiss. I too sense something is off, Isekai'd chimed in, equally perturbed. The culprit clearly targeted the Shimura clan. The disappearance of other passers-by seemed intended to create confusion. Yet, the Shimura clan had not established any enemies previously. So why this focus? Asahi refrained from voicing his opinions, still feeling a sense of unease. What was the motive behind targeting the Shimura clan? Was it mere coincidence? Perhaps it was linked to Danzo? Enough speculating. Be cautious in the coming days. I sense you may be in danger. The two nodded in understanding. Yet the latter statement left them perplexed. What did it mean that both of them might be in danger? Tsukihime certainly faced potential threats, but what about Isekai'd? Asahi swiftly finished his meal, not allowing them a chance to inquire further. What do you think? In the Hokage's office, Chushu sat boldly beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, who glanced at the unruly young man before returning to the paperwork at hand. Is it about the missing persons? What is your opinion? Chushu replied. I have no particular view. You should know whom I am referring to. Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he could not feign ignorance, for deep down, he suspected Danzo was orchestrating something sinister. His waning influence rendered speculations futile. Wake up, Hiruzen. The address stirred memories within Hiruzen. Chushu was adeptly exploiting Hiruzen's biases, attempting to make the soft-hearted elder realize that Danzo was not a foe to be dealt with lightly. If this matter truly involved Danzo, it transcended a mere case of disappearances. The clandestine machinations at play were shrouded in mystery, and thorough investigation was imperative. I understand. Hiruzen clenched his jaw, and after a brief silence, he nodded. Konoha required a decisive Hokage, one unencumbered by personal sentiments. Without a backward glance, Chushu exited the Hokage's office, leaving behind a silhouette that etched itself indelibly in Hiruzen's mind, increasingly reminiscent of his own mentor. Sigh, Chushu, who exactly are you? Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Chushu led Shursui to the mission hall. Shortly thereafter, a figure appeared beside him. Chushu, Minato? What brings you here? Chushu inquired, observing Minato alongside Isekai'd and Yashimaru. Are you taking on a mission? Due to a lack of innovative inspiration lately, coupled with the need to support my family. I see. Then follow me. Understanding their intentions, Chushu guided the trio to a more secluded area, where he cast protective seals upon each of them. This should suffice. Is it really necessary? Minato questioned, glancing at his seal with confusion. We are merely undertaking some simple tasks. Chushu shook his head. It's better to be cautious. Konoha has not been particularly peaceful lately. Minato remained puzzled until Isekai'd elucidated the situation. In that case, precautions are indeed warranted. Meanwhile, the sparrow was placed under house arrest by Hiruzen at Chushu's behest. It seemed that only Suki was left in imminent danger. Chushu had not anticipated Hiruzen's hesitance regarding the situation, hence he did not provide Suki with any safeguards. The fact that she remained within the clan and had not ventured out complicated matters. Nevertheless, after a month of intensive training, Chushu had faith in Suki's abilities. At the very least, fleeing should not pose a problem. Teacher? Teacher? Little Shursui called out twice before Chushu snapped back to reality. Is it done already? Yes. But why do you seem so distracted, teacher? Shursui blinked his large eyes, looking intently at Chushu. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired, Chushu replied, shaking his head as he led Shursui away to submit their mission report. Teacher? What is it? Along the way, Shursui once again called out to Chushu, who turned back, expecting some issue. However, Shursui's next words left him momentarily speechless. Teacher, you keep unconsciously gazing to your left. Is something bothering you? Not really. It's just... Chushu struggled to articulate his thoughts, though the concern weighed heavily on him. Yet he did not wish for Shursui to be burdened by his worries. Well, it's nothing. Let us proceed to our next task. It's all right. Teacher, if you have something to attend to, you can leave first. I've recently made a friend, a highly talented Uchiha, whom I'm currently mentoring. Shursui beamed at Chushu, who was about to deflect the conversation but sensed something was amiss. Oh, really? What is your friend's name? His name is Uchiha Itachi, and he is 3 years old. Chushu. Uchiha Itachi has already been born? He recalled that in the first episode of the original series, Itachi looked like a mere child while fleeing with Sasuke. This timeline seemed off. Chushu scratched his head, recalling how Shursui appeared as a youth during the Third Great Ninja War, yet he had memories of training with Itachi as a child. He soon reconciled himself with the notion that indeed, the timelines of the original series and reality did not align. If one were to calculate everything strictly according to the original narrative, the discrepancies would only grow larger. With that thought, Chushu suddenly turned his gaze to the left, as if transcending distance to glimpse the territory of the Shimura clan. Well then, let us disband for today. You go guide your new friend in training. We'll reconvene at the mission assembly point tomorrow. Consider yourself on leave today. He said this without waiting for Shursui to inquire further, executing a swift body flicker that left behind only the faintest sparks of light. Hey, teacher, wait. I still want to ask about Itachi. Before Shursui could voice his question, Chushu had already vanished. With a sigh, Shursui glanced in the direction Chushu had departed, shrugging. I suppose I'll ask next time. Summoning technique. Bang. Chushu bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing down towards the ground. As the smoke dissipated, a four-eyed giant bird emerged beneath him. This magnificent creature was the result of an egg they had recovered during a mission 3.5 years prior. Chushu had instructed the sparrow to care for it, and after returning, he began the hatching process. It had taken nearly half a year to hatch, but in just 2 years, the giant bird had grown large enough to carry Chushu into the sky. Each of the 3 birds had been given names, and the one beneath him was called Dream Chaser. Don't call out. Just circle above and wait for my signal before diving. Understood? The bird, not one for loud calls, nudged Chushu's hand affectionately to indicate its comprehension. It was precisely because of its quiet nature and subtle flight that Chushu had named it Dream Chaser. Yes, indeed, a tidy, affectionate, and quiet 2.5-year-old little boy. Hovering above the Shimura clan territory, Chushu observed below, finding nothing amiss. He then discreetly guided Dream Chaser to fly above Suki's residence, noting that the interior appeared intact, with signs of normal activity. It seemed Suki had not encountered any danger. Relieved, Chushu exhaled. Phew, it turns out I was overthinking. At that moment, a commotion arose from below, prompting Chushu to conceal himself. Peering through the gaps in the feathers, he caught sight of several figures emerging from the house. Chushu scrutinized the group of individuals and quickly discerned that they were not the parents of Suki. This piqued his curiosity further. Shortly thereafter, Suki emerged alongside her parents, displaying a cordial demeanor towards the group. From this, Chushu deduced they must be close acquaintances. The group engaged in brief conversation before bidding farewell, and the unfamiliar faces departed from Suki's home. However, the moment the door closed, they swiftly dispersed in different directions, exhibiting an array of peculiar movements that defied the normalcy of returning home. Pondering the situation, Chushu decided to leave a clone of his fire chakra behind, just in case any unforeseen incidents arose that would require his immediate intervention. Afterward, He instructed Dream to explore the area of the Shimizu clan, but found nothing amiss, allowing him to depart with a sense of relief. He believed that today would unfold without incident, especially with his fire clone keeping watch. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him regarding the Shimizu clan. Observing the sparsely populated streets below, he noted the few passers-by moved cautiously, clearly affected by the frequent disappearances plaguing the area. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Danzo? Recalling the root of all these troubles, Chushu was jolted awake. Despite having roamed the entire Shimizu clan territory, he had seen no sign of Danzo, which was decidedly suspicious. Was he not present in the clan grounds? But if not here, where else could he possibly be? Lost in thought while seated atop Dream. The duo had already flown out of the Shimizu territory when the scent of alcohol wafted through the air, drawing Chushu's attention. Indeed, aside from the trio of Minato who were on a mission, only the Jinchuriki remained, the very individuals whom Danzo would find most advantageous. With a swift motion, Chushu fed Dream several pieces of grilled meat, dispelling the summoning, and raced towards Kushina's residence. Since Jinchuriki were not permitted to leave the village for missions, Kushina had not accompanied Minato and the others. Thus, the lone Jinchuriki was the most vulnerable target. Help! It seemed to validate Chushu's suspicions, as Kushina's cries for help suddenly echoed. Hastening his pace, he saw a flash of fire racing by. Soon, he arrived at Kushina's doorstep. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was the lifeless body of an Umbu ninja dispatched by Sarutobi to protect Kushina. Lightning Release, Lightning Cutter. Chapter 88. You again. A potent surge of lightning chakra struck him as Chushu instantly teleported into the room. To his astonishment, he witnessed two individuals, completely shrouded in black, executing the lightning cutter technique to sever the neck of an Umbu operative. What? Chushu halted in disbelief, unable to process the scene before him. This technique belonged solely to the Abi brothers of the Cloud Village. How could it possibly appear here? He examined the exposed skin of the two cloaked figures. Noting the strikingly pale complexion, it dawned on him that these two were certainly not the Abi brothers. It wasn't merely the skin tone that led him to this conclusion. The Umbu's head remained intact on its shoulders. If they were indeed the Abi brothers, that head would have been severed entirely. Who are you? Where is Kushina? What have you done with her? Chushu demanded, scanning the room for any sign of Kushina's presence. However, based on the scuffle that had ensued, it appeared she was not yet in immediate danger. Do you wish to know? You may not have the opportunity. As the last words left his lips, two additional figures in black cloaks emerged from the shadows. Chushu glanced at the four adversaries with a mix of resignation and resolve. Do you know who I am? He inquired. We don't care who you are. Receiving the response he anticipated, Chushu erupted in fury, his form flickering as flames enveloped him. In mere moments, the cloaked figures found themselves decapitated. Just as he suspected, their defenses were as fragile as paper. They were likely Umbu operatives dispatched on a stealth mission, relying solely on speed and surprise. Retrieving his short blade, Chushu heightened his senses to locate Kushina. Before long, he sensed her presence a mere 2 kilometers away. What in the world is that entity carrying her? He thought. Is it a zone? A divine protector? Why can't I perceive its physical form? Despite the incredulity of the situation, Chushu sprang into action. The adversary was fast. If he did not pursue with full vigor, he risked losing them. After all, this was a Jinchuriki. He could not afford to be careless. If she were taken, it would be manageable for Konoha to explain. But Minato might resort to a gruesome fate for him. As he sped through the air, Chushu felt as if his shoes were sparking from the sheer velocity. Never had he imagined he would rely on his flame teleportation for such a chase. What a taxing expenditure of chakra it was. Meanwhile, Kushina, held captive by the pale-skinned humanoid creature, reached into her ninja tool pouch and grasped a kunai. Minato, you must catch up. What are you doing? The creature suddenly interjected, its voice heavy and oily, like mud oozing from the ground. Is your chakra flowing within your tool pouch? I advise against resistance. With that, Kushina watched helplessly as a dark force emanated from the creature's hand, enveloping her. A foreign sensation arose within her. Her chakra was being sealed. Huh, now you should settle down. Kushina remained silent, striving to maintain her composure. This was not her first encounter with peril. She was confident in her ability to endure and leave a trail of clues behind. Isekai'd, how are you holding up? At the border of the land of wind, amidst a chaotic array of rocks, Minato stood alertly with a kunai, watching the dark-haired, spiky-masked man before him. Struggling, but holding on, came the simultaneous response from a short distance away, providing Minato with some reassurance. The three of them had encountered this group while on a mission. Initially, Minato had believed them to be rogue ninjas seeking to rob them, but after engaging, it became evident that they were highly trained and quite formidable, even exceeding his own proficiency in wind release. His two companions were considerably weaker, but not weak enough for Jigamaru to handle alone. Isekai'd, on the other hand, had benefited from recent intense training with Chushu, significantly enhancing her abilities. However, the issue lay in the fact that their opponents showed no fear of her Sharingan, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented, as she typically relied on her bloodline limit. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand as they remained preoccupied with the ongoing battle. "What is your purpose?" "Humph. The purpose is you." The masked man's voice was subdued, likely altered for disguise. In the midst of the confrontation, Watergate once again hurled a dozen shurikens, each imbued with wind-style chakra. His opponent was well acquainted with his flying thunder god technique, rendering Watergate unable to gain any significant advantage since their engagement began. However, through the course of battle, Watergate gradually unraveled new applications of the flying thunder god. He now intended to experiment with an alternative strategy, hoping it might shift the tide in his favor. With a flicker, Watergate vanished, and the surroundings illuminated with flashes of yellow light. The masked man unleashed a powerful gust, sweeping away all the shurikens in a vacuum wave. Watergate retaliated with his own vacuum wave. Though his wind-style technique was inferior, the residual force from their exchange was insufficient to inflict meaningful harm. Seizing the opportunity, Watergate closed the distance to the masked figure. The masked man produced a shuriken, similarly charged with wind-style chakra, and turned to launch it at the advancing Watergate. Watergate leaned back to evade the projectile, relinquishing the shuriken that had been aimed at him. With his other hand, he attempted to slice at the masked man's neck, but struck nothing but air. Had he vanished? Indeed, in the next moment, a sharp presence materialized behind Watergate. Without time to turn around, he plunged a shuriken into the ground and leaped into the air, precisely where the earlier shuriken had been cast. What? Where did it go? The masked figure, having missed his strike, failed to detect Watergate's presence. Just as confusion settled, a flash appeared before him, followed by a trident-shaped shuriken aimed directly at him. Oh, was that the shuriken that had been thrown earlier? The masked man was unable to react to the rapid succession of movements, and he couldn't even regain the strength from his previous strike. Yet, when Watergate thrust down with his shuriken, it felt as though he had not struck anything solid. Hastily, Watergate flickered away from his position. As expected, 3 wind projectiles materialized almost simultaneously at the spot he had just vacated. The masked man, who had been struck, had already transformed into a wooden stump. Vacuum Great Sphere. Vacuum Wave. 2 waves of wind-style chakra surged forth, and the masked man had somehow created a shadow clone. The clone expelled a fierce gust towards Watergate while the original sealed off his escape routes. Wind-style wind reversal. Watergate summoned a flow of air from his hands, managing to redirect part of the vacuum Great Sphere back, successfully dispelling a portion of the vacuum wave and allowing him to flicker to a safe point in the air. However, the masked man had been waiting for this moment. Clang. In a critical moment, Watergate barely managed to deflect the masked man's shuriken with his trident. But due to the hurried nature of his defense, he could not entirely block the attack. At that moment, Kushina's flying thunder god, Mark, emitted a warning signal. Oh no. Just when Watergate thought he would be pierced by his opponent's strike, the mark on his body suddenly ignited, erupting in flames that forced the masked man back. Now, Watergate seized the opportunity and used the flying thunder god to escape the scene. TCH, has he fled? That flame, it's you. Nangong Chushu. Chapter 89, Absolute. What is wrong, Watergate? Urgent retreat. They are targeting us. What? Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at the mark Chushu had placed earlier that morning. Chushu must know something. Watergate, upon hearing this, also deduced some connections. Meanwhile, Jiyuan looked utterly perplexed. Huh, what does Chushu know? Ah, so it's targeted at Chushu? As he spoke, Watergate hurriedly took the 2 of them away using the flying thunder god. If that were the case, perhaps Kushina. Be careful. In the instant of flickering away, Watergate momentarily lost focus due to concern for Kushina, causing his flying thunder god to lag slightly. An ambusher nearby seized that fleeting moment. Feng reacted instantly, positioning himself in front of Watergate. Boom! Crimson flames erupted once more, and Watergate quickly used the Flying Thunder God. Are you alright? Feng shook his head. Fortunately, we had Chushu's technique in place. Huh, is this on my chest Chushu's technique? A life-saving measure? Jiyuan finally grasped the situation. Chushu must have anticipated something and marked all three of them to prepare for an ambush. Indeed, it seems that they are well acquainted with the Flying Thunder God and have followed us all the way. Watergate calmly assessed the situation. It was improbable that the ambush occurred purely by coincidence at that precise moment of using the Flying Thunder God. The opponent likely left a ninja at each marking. It appears that our path ahead leaves us no time to pause and rest. Meanwhile, Kushina was growing increasingly anxious. Nearly half an hour had passed since she sent her message to Watergate, yet she had received no response. As they approached the village's edge, she felt she could wait no longer. Quickly, she drew a shuriken to resist. However, she was swiftly detected by a person clad in black and white. Didn't I say to be obedient? Crack. With her chakra sealed, Kushina was unable to unleash her monstrous strength, making it easy for her to be seized by the wrist. With a slight twist, the shuriken fell to the ground. Seeing this, Kushina kicked at her captor's hand with all her might, but was flung away, crashing against the trunk of a tree. Bang! Cough! Oi, do you need my help? The deep voice echoed in her ears, clearly the Nine Tails, attempting to tempt her once more as it saw her struggling. I don't need it. Kushina still tried to resist, but was hoisted up. Zetsu then split off a white tendril, binding her tightly. Damn you, where are you taking me? You needn't worry about that. Zetsu revealed not a hint of information and continued onward with Kushina in tow. But just then, a voice called from behind. Stop. Finally, someone has come. Kushina nearly wept with joy, but upon turning, she was met with the last person she wished to see as her rescuer, Nangong Chushu. Recalling the last time he saved her, a cold sweat broke out on her back. She hoped this time would not end the same way. She certainly did not want to be thrown again. This time, there was no one to catch her. TCH, what a hassle. Those useless fools couldn't even delay him. Hearing two distinct voices emanate from her captor, Kushina was taken aback. Were there two individuals? I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you. Chushu remarked with annoyance upon seeing Zetsu's form. How has Uchiha Madara been lately? What? He knows Madara. Seizing this moment of distraction, Chushu teleported beside Zetsu and freed Kushina. Kushina gasped in surprise. Thankfully, this time Chushu did not throw her away. Instead, he kicked her to safety. What were his hands doing, you ask? What else but forming hand seals? Fire release, great fireball. Flames erupted, instantly enveloping Zetsu and separating him from Kushina. The temperature soared, proving utterly inhospitable to Zetsu's host body. Alas, is escape the only option? Amidst the dual voices, the figure of Ju vanished underground. Chushu could not catch up to his speed. As Ju slipped into the earth, flames converged towards the center. Yet unfortunately, they did not scorch him. In haste, Chushu lifted Kushina to prevent her from being ambushed by Ju. Has he fled? It's quite troublesome not being able to sense him, he muttered, glancing at Kushina. Are you really unable to handle such a foe? Well, he is quite formidable. You know, Kushina retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Besides, he sealed my chakra. How am I supposed to resist? Indeed, he is quite strong. Chushu replied nonchalantly as he began to teleport with Kushina. Of course, Kushina continued, but before she could finish, she felt an overwhelming force thrust her words back. Kushina had completely forgotten the events of the day. The only memory that lingered was the chaotic journey home, filled with sparks and screams, nearly giving her a heart attack. Upon arriving home, she spotted Minato anxiously waiting. Tears streamed down Kushina's face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Minato. Ugh. Minato, catch. A bad premonition washed over her. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wait. Chushu. Just as she attempted to intervene, it was too late. Chushu's face lit up with excitement as he suddenly exerted force, launching her with tremendous strength. Boom. In an instant, Kushina shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. No way again. Minato swallowed hard, uncertain if he could catch her. First, her weight was not what it used to be, and second, Chushu's strength. Wait, did Kushina just break the sound barrier? Realization struck Minato, heightening his anxiety. Chushu, you're being reckless. Fortunately, at that moment, Kaze rushed over, catching Kushina and spinning a few times to dissipate her momentum. Chushu, could you be a bit gentler? Minato sighed in relief, thankful that Kaze had learned the technique to absorb force from Chushu. Otherwise, Both the thrower and catcher would have been severely injured. Kushina stood trembling, her legs weak with fright, barely able to maintain her balance as she leaned against Kaze and sat down. Nangong Chushu, I shall not let this matter rest. As Kushina's hair began to rise in fury, Chushu chuckled awkwardly and swiftly pulled Kaze away. Ah, well, you all carry on. I shall take my leave. Kaze run. Huh. Subsequently, Kaze experienced a taste of Kushina's predicament. Once they reached the street, Chushu noticed his mark had vanished. Did you encounter danger as well? Yes, while on a mission. We were suddenly ambushed. Minato said they were targeting us. In truth, Kaze glanced at Chushu. It was actually aimed at me, right? Chapter 90. The Nine Tails. The following day, Chushu discussed the details with Minato. The revelation that their opponent excelled in wind techniques and had only utilized them throughout the battle further solidified Chushu's suspicions regarding Danzo's involvement. This naturally led him to contemplate Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the last attitude displayed by the latter left him devoid of hope. More critically, a figure had suddenly appeared, Ju. After encountering Ju, Chushu became convinced that Kuroju's abilities extended far beyond mere parasitism and manipulation. It resembled more of a symbiotic relationship. Furthermore, Ju did not appear as the aloe vera-headed entity from the original narrative, but instead bore a half-black, half-white form. Initially, Chushu had not discerned this, as one of Ju's characteristics was concealment, rendering him undetectable even to the Oilwoman clan's insects, the Byakugan, or the Inuzuka clan's sense of smell. Naturally, Chushu's rudimentary perception could not grasp it. Yet, upon close proximity, witnessing it firsthand brought forth an overwhelming pressure from Kuroju that struck his sensitive nerves with force, almost rendering him dizzy. However, it also granted him insight into Ju's existence. Conversely, Shiroju resembled a mere clone, exuding a welcoming aura to any presence. This was the conclusion he reached after testing with his fire techniques. From the outset, he had not relaxed his perception while using fire techniques. In his awareness, Ju's essence seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Yet, when he unleashed his fire techniques, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. The temperature, humidity, and reactions of all substances to the flames altered. Ju, however, was distinct. His changes occurred at a slower pace, resembling an adaptation process. This realization clarified why there were two clones capable of wielding thunder and heat blades within Kushina's household. Nevertheless, the immediate concern remained Danzo. Chushu was uncertain how Danzo had entangled himself with Ju, but he understood that Obito had aged and could only rely on the Outer Path statue to prolong his life. Thus, Ju was now acting independently, with Obito unable to offer any military support to Danzo. However, Ju remained a challenging enigma. His undetectable nature and ability to replicate anyone posed a significant headache for Chushu. With so many missing individuals in Konoha, it would be exceedingly convenient for Shiroju to infiltrate unnoticed. In such a scenario, distinguishing him would become immensely difficult, leaving Chushu feeling quite powerless. The opponent lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light. Danzo could easily strike without difficulty. Yet, Kushina. She was the first to spring to Chushu's mind. The Nine-Tails' malicious perception was the key to unraveling Shiroju's disguise in the original tale. However, achieving the level of Naruto in this regard seemed quite challenging. It was uncertain if the Nine-Tails would be willing to assist. Nonetheless, Chushu resolved to make an attempt. Regardless of the outcome, one must first try to know. If reasoning failed, then emotions would be invoked. If that failed, then perhaps he could resort to threats involving Obito. Should even that fail, he would have to consider persuading through virtue. After sending Shursui away, Chushu took advantage of the early hour to seek out Kushina, expressing his desire to enter her sealing space. Kushina readily agreed, revealing that she had long harbored the same wish. The two quickly found a secluded spot, with Minato standing guard nearby. Ready. I shall enter now. I will assist you. Their clumsy exchange of dialogue left Minato somewhat exasperated yet powerless. Chushu closed his eyes, extended his hands, and infused chakra into Kushina, using it as a vessel. Guided by her chakra, his spirit smoothly entered her sealing space. Upon entry, a formidable chakra assaulted him. The pressure felt akin to an ordinary person standing before a famished, 3 to 4 meter tall brown bear. Chushu swiftly stabilized his chakra to prevent his mental energy from scattering. Soon, the scene before him became clear. Unlike Naruto's sealing space, Kushina's did not resemble a prison. Instead, it was akin to a void, with only the water's surface beneath his feet scattered with jagged stones. The Ninetales was bound upon a colossal stone platform at the center. "You little rascal! How dare you possess such audacity?" A deep voice resonated as Chushu glanced towards the Ninetales. The immense fox strained to lift its head, barely able to catch a glimpse of Chushu. Having overheard the conversations outside, the Ninetales was entirely unfazed by Chushu's arrival. "Huh, in your current state. What do I have to fear?" the Ninetales remarked, feeling subtly insulted. "You little imp, do not be too arrogant." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales felt a twinge of embarrassment and bared its teeth at Chushu. "Are you certain?" The seal placed by Kushina was evidently more robust, preventing the Ninetales from releasing any chakra. Nevertheless, within the confines of the sealing space, it was unavoidable. In an instant, dense chakra began to converge, forming a colossal fox head before Chushu. "Are you threatening me?" "Indeed I am. Am I to invite you for dinner instead?" The powerful chakra erupted suddenly, causing the temperature within the sealing space to rise dramatically. The Ninetales felt a sense of discomfort. It realized it did not sense even a hint of fear from Chushu. This little imp truly had no fear of it. How infuriating! Chushu's chakra surged even more. Beneath the sealing space, flames began to roil upward. The temperature within the space soared again. So hot, so suffocating. Outside the space, Kushina felt an intense heat in her abdomen, accompanied by a flood of chakra that caused her immense discomfort. "How dare you think such flames could harm me?" The Ninetales chakra became increasingly agitated, and in a flash, a claw materialized, swiping towards Chushu. However, constrained by the indomitable seal, it remained significantly weaker than the Ninetales. Chushu remained silent, merely intensifying the heat. Beside him, a giant of crimson hue rose, countering the chakra claw. The Ninetales' arm was scorched by the flames, causing it to yelp in pain. "How is it? The renowned Ninetales is not afraid of my flames, is it?" Chushu smirked, standing atop the giant, gazing down at the tightly bound fox beneath him. "Why now does it only howl in agony from my flames? You vile little imp, I shall tear you to shreds." As the Ninetales realized its chakra could not affect Chushu, it began to thrash violently. Yet, how could Kushina's indomitable seal be easily broken? After a futile struggle, it remained unscathed. However, Kushina felt discomfort. The combination of Chushu's flames and the Ninetales' thrashing made her feel as if her belly would burst. "Hurry up, Chushu. I feel terrible." Within the sealing space, the Ninetales let out a sinister laugh. Did you hear that? She cannot withstand your flames." Chushu was unfazed. "Wait, I shall add a seal." With that, the crimson flames spread outward, soon enveloping the entire sealing space. Sealing technique, absolute fire seal. As special characters filled the sealing space, Kushina's expression gradually softened. As long as the scorching sensation dissipated, she could easily disregard the discomfort caused by this chakra. The Ninetales' expression turned blank. "Wait, you can use sealing techniques too? Very well. Now you shall enjoy my care." Chushu's voice echoed once more. In this blazing sealing space, the Ninetales felt a chill run down its back. A foreboding sense began to grow. "What are you planning to do?" "Guess." An evil smile crept across Chushu's face. Chapter 91. Taking Action. An hour later, Chushu relaxed his neck. Beside him, the Ninetales lay on the stone platform, panting with its tongue out, its gaze significantly clearer. Chushu's actions had been measured. He had not been overly harsh, as the flames were not excessively hot. However, they had indeed given the Ninetales a curly hairstyle, akin to a new look. "Huh." Just as the Ninetales was about to speak, Chushu shot it a glare, causing it to swallow its words. "Lord Naningong, what do you want from me? Speak up. I cannot know your intentions unless you tell me, can I? We can discuss matters amicably." Observing the Ninetales' current state, Chushu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, all arrogance stems from self-delusion. Having roasted the Ninetales for an hour and continuously assaulted it, he had subjected it to a torment comparable to the 10 most severe tortures. The results were evident in the Ninetales' now humble demeanor. Sometimes a heavy-handed approach can be remarkably effective. What of iron will? What of indomitable spirit? These are merely signs of inadequate methods. The Ninetales had come to understand this profoundly. It was not afraid of death, nor of injury, but the torment inflicted by this little brat. Just the thought of it instilled some fear within the Ninetales. Chushu looked at the great fox and felt immensely satisfied. It was nothing of great consequence, merely a request for your assistance when needed. "Assistance? I shall help with anything." Before Chushu could finish, the Ninetales eagerly agreed. wishing for him to depart swiftly. With the objective achieved, Chushu no longer pressed the nine tails, leaving only a faint smile as he exited. Remember your words. With that, he departed from Kushina's ceiling space. The nine tails sighed in relief. Phew, that little rascal has finally left. How audacious of him to take advantage of my predicament. Had it not been for this damned chain binding my power. That little imp would. Just wait until I am free. I shall make you pay. Exhaling deeply, Chushu wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Finished? Minato stood up, supporting Kushina. Yes, it's done. The Nine Tails has agreed to assist. Await my message when the time comes. Excellent. Kushina opened her eyes and immediately spotted Minato. Minato, you have no idea. Chushu just managed to subdue the Nine Tails. Really? Minato replied, puzzled. He had seen the Nine Tails before, as Kushina had showcased it during their courtship. However, he had never felt the oppressive force of the Nine Tails directly, having merely observed from outside the seal. He could not fully comprehend the Nine Tails' might. Yet, based on Chushu's strength, the Nine Tails should not be overly powerful, right? Indeed, just moments ago, Chushu manifested a gigantic red figure in the space, and then roasted the Nine Tails. Watching Kushina animatedly gesturing, Minato awkwardly smiled. He had not witnessed the earlier scene, nor could he fathom the extent of Kushina's astonishment. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed she found joy in the Nine Tails' plight. All right, I understand. You should rest now. You have endured a high-intensity battle and must be exhausted. Minato did his best to soothe the excited Kushina. Chushu had already departed, leaving an imprint upon both of them. Throughout the journey, Chushu felt a sense of urgency. Just moments ago, while Kushina conversed with Minato, he sensed his flame clone suddenly vanish. According to the information relayed by the clone, it was indeed true that Tsukihime had fallen victim to an ambush. Danzo, have you really laid your hands on your own niece? To Hatsu. It was utterly unexpected that Danzo would sink so low. The previous clone was merely a precaution. He had never imagined Danzo would resort to such treachery. However, this time, he witnessed the entire process of Danzo's assault on his niece firsthand. 2 hours prior, Tsukihime's parents had just left, summoned by Danzo under the pretense of a clan meeting. Alone at home, Tsukihime was training when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please wait. Tsukihime thought it odd. She had few friends within the clan, and being a direct descendant, her relatives should have been called to the meeting. Who could possibly be visiting? Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns, assuming it might be someone needing her assistance, as she had often helped with clan matters in the past. With that thought, Tsukihime approached the door and opened it, only to find someone she knew all too well. Danzo. Uncle Danzo, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the meeting? Danzo disregarded her inquiry, instead imposing his presence with a stern demeanor. What? Am I not allowed to enter as an elder? Oh, please come in. Tsukihime finally realized. Stepping aside, Danzo strolled in casually, maintaining a serious expression without uttering a word. Uncle Danzo, how? Tsukihime attempted to break the silence, but Danzo interrupted her. I came to see the new star of the Shimura clan. Is that not permissible? His words left Tsukihime speechless. Danzo turned and continued towards the living room, prompting her to silently follow him. As they walked, Danzo suddenly noticed the training equipment and the signs of her practice in the yard. Were you training just now? Yes. Uncle. Ah, splendid. Your diligence aligns perfectly with my expectations. Though Tsukihime appreciated the compliment, it felt somewhat off. Uncle Danzo, why don't we spar? Danzo halted abruptly and turned to her. Tsukihime was taken aback, standing frozen. Seeing her still, Danzo urged her again. Come on, show me your strength. Oh, all right. Tsukihime finally reacted, taking her stance and charging at Danzo. Just as he prepared to defend himself, 2 streaks of cold light flashed before her eyes. At this distance, she could no longer halt her advance. Got you. Danzo's true nature revealed itself as he regarded Tsukihime with a sinister expression. What a foolish thought. A familiar voice echoed as Danzo's kunai was abruptly deflected. What? Hatsu, you again. The clone ignored him, clapping its hands and unleashing a fiery breath towards Danzo. Fire release, fire pillar. Several fire pillars erupted, swirling around Danzo. You insufferable brat. Why are you everywhere? Chapter 92, The Pursuit. Hatsu, how did you get here? Hurry. Let's go? I'm just a clone. I can't hold out for long. Before Tsukihime could finish her question, Hatsu grabbed her and dashed away. Indeed, the chakra of the clone had significantly waned after a day of use. It could not sustain itself for much longer. Having already utilized the fire pillar, it was nearing dissolution. Now it could only buy her some time. Inside the circle of flames, Danzo was furious. What should have been a foolproof plan was thwarted by Hatsu. It was one thing to have his plans disrupted once, but the humiliation of being thwarted repeatedly by Hatsu was unbearable. It felt as though his adversary could easily eliminate him, yet chose to toy with him instead. Wind release, gale palm. Enraged, Danzo unleashed a more ferocious wind technique than before. The fire pillars were obliterated, and seizing the opportunity, Danzo slipped through the opening. As he emerged, he spotted Hatsu charging at him with a blade of wind. With wind chakra enhancing his kunai, it transformed into a long sword. Danzo parried with his weapon while simultaneously throwing a punch. The clone, using the momentum, spun in the air to evade and then kicked fiercely at Danzo. Like a monkey, it leaped away. Danzo blocked with one hand, then formed seals, sending 3 vacuum orbs flying towards Hatsu. The clone managed to deflect the most troublesome one, while the other 2 narrowly missed. Is that all you've got? You think you can catch me? With a taunt, the clone darted in the opposite direction from Tsukihime. Danzo, blinded by rage, pursued Hatsu, who was moving at a slower pace. Stop. You fell for it. The clone chuckled lightly, having achieved its goal. It dashed into another room, engaging Danzo in guerrilla warfare. In the chaos, several houses were destroyed, and Danzo gradually regained his composure. Realizing Hatsu was merely stalling for time, he scoffed, a mere clone attempting to delay me. No longer concerning himself with the clone, he turned to chase after Tsukihime. Finding the guerrilla tactics ineffective, the clone had no choice but to reveal itself, now drenched in sweat. Do you think you can stop me with such a weak clone? Danzo exclaimed as he unleashed a vacuum wave in the clone's direction. Facing the widespread wind technique, the clone cleaved a path and charged at Danzo with reckless abandon. Danzo, without even glancing, aimed to disperse the clone with a punch. Yet, the clone smiled faintly, absorbing the blow and clinging to Danzo's arm. A sense of foreboding struck Danzo's heart. Indeed, the next moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Explode." The clone detonated. Wind release, windstorm. A verdant cyclone formed a barrier, shielding Danzo from the explosion. However, the hand outside the barrier was not so fortunate, rendered unrecognizable by the blast. The intense pain caused Danzo to momentarily falter, but he quickly resumed his pursuit of Tsukihime. Is it your right hand? What a pity. Meanwhile, Hatsu began to piece together the information relayed by the clone. Following the direction Tsukihime had fled, he predicted a strategic location to begin searching. Shortly after, he heard the sounds of battle nearby. Hatsu hurried towards the commotion. At the edge of the Leaf Village, it seems Danzo intends to drive her out, wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who are you? As he approached, he heard Tsukihime's voice. Yet, to his confusion, there was no response from the assailants. This is not right. Normally, one would expect the antagonist to be quite verbose, wouldn't one? Chusu leaned forward to observe. Just in time, he spotted several individuals with pale skin advancing towards Yuji. White absolute. Water release. Water barrier. Yuji hurled a kunai embedded with explosive tags, which was intercepted by one of the white absolutes using water release. Subsequently, various ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, forcing Yuji to retreat. So many techniques? Chusu pondered, perplexed. Logically speaking, white absolute should not possess such ninjutsu. Even if one could use them, they ought to mimic others, so how come these? Wind release. Great breakthrough. Yuji launched a counterattack against white absolute once more, yet was thwarted by several adversaries. Meanwhile, in Chusu's perception, a formidable chakra was rapidly approaching. Danzo is coming? So soon. Realizing that he could no longer delay, Chusu decided to stop hiding and charged out. Fire release. Great fireball. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing arrow. The two techniques were executed instantaneously, creating a massive wall of flames that obscured the line of sight between white absolute and Yuji. Seizing the opportunity, Chusu hoisted Yuji onto his back and fled using the fire body flicker technique. Go. Wind release. Vacuum great ball. However, just as he teleported out, he collided head-on with the approaching Danzo. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely in the face by the vacuum great ball. Chusu was forced to halt. Cough. Cough. The impact of running into a fully formed ninjutsu, especially one as potent as wind release, was devastating. Chusu felt as if his insides were about to shift. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sharpness of the wind release carved a deep gash across his body. Chusu. Yuji quickly supported him and turned to Danzo. Uncle Danzo, I do not understand why you are attacking me, but if your target is me, please spare him. Danzo's expression towards his niece was devoid of any familial affection. His eyes were filled with cold indifference. You think too highly of yourself. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. With that, Danzo commanded the surrounding white absolutes to encircle the two. Realizing there was no opportunity for negotiation, Yuji immediately formed hand seals, attempting to block white absolute. However, it was evident that against 4 opponents of equal strength, she had no chance whatsoever. All her techniques were thwarted, and her escape route was sealed. Yet, Yuji still stood resolutely in front of Chusu. Get back. At that moment, Yuji suddenly felt a tap on her back, and then she heard Chusu's voice, faint and fragmented. Trusting him, Yuji quickly stepped aside. Then, to Danzo's astonishment, the heavily injured Chusu surged forth from behind Yuji. He raised his head and unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release, great sunblaze. Forcing himself through the pain, he extracted a tremendous amount of chakra. Ultimately, Chusu barely managed to conjure a colossal fireball. Do not let him attack. Quickly. Wind release, vacuum ball. Danzo, having experienced the might of this technique firsthand, immediately called for the white absolutes to take action. But it was too late. Boom. The moment the fireball was formed, Chusu hurled it directly into the midst of the 5 adversaries. The fireball was struck by the wind release, exploding amidst the crowd. 4 of the white absolutes were affected to varying degrees. Seizing the opportunity, Chusu wiped the blood from his body and summoned a giant bird. Ride the wind. After uttering this final command, Chusu lost all strength and collapsed onto the bird's back. As he neared unconsciousness, he faintly glimpsed the white absolutes that had been blown away, revealing hints of human color within. Chapter 93. Defamation. Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth, filled with rage as he sat in his chair. His eyes reflected an unending frustration. Just moments ago, Danzo had entered, his right hand bandaged, accompanied by a group of Uchiha clan members, having captured Chusu. How infuriating. Why did I not trust you? Why did I once again stubbornly let Danzo go? On the other side, Minato's team and Sarutobi Sasuke also received the news. They instinctively gathered together. What? Chusu attacked the Uchiha clan and even kidnapped Yuji? Impossible. Sasuke was the first to protest. Chusu would never do such a thing. No, the focus is not that. In contrast to his hysteria, Minato appeared much calmer. The real issue is that he was reinstated and has defamed Chusu, accusing him of collusion, and under the pretense of uncovering the truth. He is now back en route. At this point, everyone fell silent. The news spread with astonishing rapidity, reaching all of Konoha within a single morning. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi could not act quickly enough to contain it. In an instant, they found themselves in a state of confusion. In ordinary circumstances, they would typically consult Chusu when faced with such matters. But today, everyone seemed to have lost their anchor, unsure of what to do. I want to investigate the Uchiha clan area. Who will accompany me? Me. As soon as Minato voiced this, 2 hands shot up simultaneously. There was no need to mention Isekai'd. Sasuke, who valued loyalty, naturally wanted to be the first to check after what had happened to Chusu. However, Yashimaru and Kushina remained unusually inactive. I will not go. After all, I am also a member of the Akimichi clan. If I go, it may escalate into a conflict between our clans. I will sit this one out. Although the Nine Tails is willing to assist, given the current situation, it is best not to add to your burdens. Both declined in turn, and Minato and the others expressed understanding. Yashimaru's identity indeed made it inappropriate for him to participate in the operation. The Sarutobi clan had no such concerns, as the 2 clans had historically maintained good relations. It was unlikely they would engage in conflict over this matter. As for Kushina, it was solely because of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Leading a group would be highly taxing. Moreover, if too many people were involved, they could easily be picked off one by one, posing a significant burden on Minato. Alright, Yashimaru, you handled Chusu's belongings. Understood. I can assist with that. Kushina, along with Shursui, remained vigilant to ensure no one took advantage of the situation. Minato was meticulously organizing everything. With Chusu absent, he must take charge of the situation. The 2 were pleased to be able to contribute in any way. Minato then briefed Isekai'd and the others on the details before preparing to set off. The gentle wind caressed his face, yet the intense pain persisted. Chusu felt a suffocating sensation as he awoke from his unconscious state. Woo-woo. Just as he regained consciousness, the feeling of suffocation intensified. Instinctively, he attempted to breathe, only to find his mouth and nose completely obstructed. Chu-Su, you're awake? Beside him, Yuji was roused by the incessant flailing sounds. Turning her head, she saw Chu-Su, wrapped like a mummy, lying on the ground, flailing his arms. It seems you're recovering well, very lively indeed. Woo-woo. What? Noticing that Chu-Su seemed to want to speak, Yuji leaned in closer, eager to listen attentively. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. I said, unbind me. I can't breathe. After much gesturing, Yuji finally comprehended the situation and swiftly tore off the bandage from Chu-Su's mouth. You're alive. You nearly suffocated me, Yuji said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. She hadn't anticipated this outcome during the initial bandaging. Where are we? Chu-Su struggled to prop himself up and surveyed his surroundings. The intense pain in his chest and forearm prevented him from rising. This is the cave we left behind when we hunted that large bird. Yuji quickly assisted him, allowing him to lean more comfortably against the cave wall. How long was I unconscious? About half a day. Upon hearing this, Chu-Su let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had only been unconscious for a brief period, which meant Tuanzo likely wouldn't have had the opportunity to do anything to him. With a grimace, Chu-Su cautiously examined his injuries. His forearm was merely fractured, but his sternum was nearly shattered. At that moment, he had intended to use the body flicker technique to escape, but unexpectedly collided with Tuanzo, who had aimed to disperse his fire release with wind release. Consequently, he couldn't brace himself in time and had to absorb the full force of the vacuum sphere with his hands, mitigating its impact. Fortunately, his rigorous training and physical strength had spared him from being cleaved in two. Nevertheless, his body was riddled with numerous cuts and lacerations, a testament to the ferocity of Tuanzo's wind release. Looking at the rough bandaging on his body, Chu-Su sighed silently. How does it look? My bandaging skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Yuji beamed with pride from the side. Chu-Su nodded helplessly and then attempted to move his shoulders. Something feels off. Wait, you didn't T-wrap my clothes in there too, did you? The moment he asked, he noticed Yuji freeze for a moment. It was obvious that she had indeed wrapped them up. I forgot. An awkward silence enveloped the cave. For the first time, Chu-Su felt the unreliability of his scatterbrained teammate, realizing that if she could wrap his clothes, then... By the way, did you apply any medication? Oh, no need to mention it. The moment he saw her reaction, Chu-Su understood that she had not used any medication. He then struggled to form a few hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom. A wall of earth surged upward, creating a barrier in the center of the cave. Chu-Su winced as the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. The exertion of chakra forced his injuries to bleed anew, staining the bandages crimson. Get out. Yuji, confused, pointed at herself. Me? Where should I go? Where else could you go? I need to change clothes and apply medicine. Chu-Su exclaimed, unable to suppress his discomfort, his words causing more strain on his wounds. Do you really need to see me change? Oh, right. I understand. Realizing the situation, Yuji hurriedly scampered to the other side. In truth, she was not oblivious. She was quite adept at tending to wounds. She was merely preoccupied with troubling thoughts. She pondered why Tuanzo, her uncle, had transformed from a revered elder into a ruthless demon, willing to resort to any means, even against her. If she had fallen victim to his malice, what fate awaited her parents?